Chapter 1. Despised, without status or wealth. Shen Qing had transmigrated. Had she known that reading novels could lead to such an experience, she would have refrained from indulging in palace intrigue tales before her untimely demise. The novel was titled The Tale of Linglong. The female protagonist, Chu Linglong, was a rebellious spirit who, prior to entering the palace, delighted in cross-dressing and playing the role of a man, even having a fateful encounter with the emperor while he was incognito. Upon entering the palace with a selection of concubines, their paths crossed again, and she became the emperor's favored one. Ultimately, however, she was outmaneuvered, neglected by the male lead, tormented by the palace's attendants, and her family entangled in her misfortunes. This drastic shift in her character led her to realize that reliance on favor was futile, igniting her fierce determination to contend for power. As the narrative unfolded, she became embroiled in a ruthless struggle against all the women in the palace, which ultimately estranged her from the male lead. In a fortunate turn of events, following an epidemic that claimed the emperor's life during an inspection of the populace, she aided her son in ascending to the throne, thereby becoming Empress Dowager. However, all of this lay in the future as Shen Qing found herself in this new world. 2 years remained until the female lead would enter the palace, and she had transmigrated into a minor character who would be swiftly dispatched by a small antagonist. Currently, she was merely a newly arrived beauty in the imperial court, which meant she had a mere 2 years to live. Her situation was dire. Not only was her life expectancy short, but it was also fraught with peril. Firstly, she lacked status. Her father held a modest official position far away, relegating her to the lowest rank in the palace. Secondly, she was devoid of wealth. With the lowest rank and no silver to bribe the servants, she was vulnerable to the whims of others. Thirdly, her beauty was a double-edged sword. Yes, her stunning appearance had secured her selection. However, her striking looks, combined with her low status, rendered her a target for the jealousy of other women in the palace. At present, she found herself in a precarious position, despised, without status, and devoid of wealth. Shen Qing mentally replayed the plot. In light of her circumstances, her only feasible escape seemed to lie in surviving until the female lead entered the palace, at which point she could align herself with her and offer assistance when needed. This way, she could bide her time, awaiting the emperor's demise to secure the position of dowager, allowing her to live out the remainder of her days in relative peace, especially since the male lead, the emperor, had only a decade left after the female lead's arrival, but a rough calculation suggested that in 12 years, she could genuinely enjoy a life of leisure in the imperial harem. Yet, all of this hinged on a future that would not commence for another 2 years from now. She had to navigate the complexities of life in the palace. Lying there, Shen Qing felt the weight of her predicament. After all, stories set in the imperial harem often featured antagonists who were utterly ruthless. Given her seemingly despised visage, she couldn't help but ponder the lengths to which she might need to stoop to survive. Such thoughts left her feeling disheartened. At that moment, the maid, Chunhua, softly urged her, "My lady, it is time to rise. We must not keep the empress waiting." Shen Qing replied, "I understand. The empress is benevolent. Once you pay your respects, you may be summoned to her chambers," Chunhua remarked, glancing at Shen Qing's exquisite features, still harboring hope. Hearing this, Shen Qing's lips twitched. The notion of being summoned to the emperor's chambers was indeed a source of resentment. While others had transmigrated with advantages, she found herself without golden fingers or status, forced to endure a life of servitude alongside men. The thought alone was disheartening. After completing her grooming and adorning herself, Shen Qing set forth. Her identity naturally required her to walk, accompanied by 2 palace maids, Chunhua and Qiulu, with Chunhua attending to her needs while Qiulu remained to guard the entrance. As they journeyed, they suddenly spotted a procession approaching in the distance. "Oh dear, my lord! Quickly kneel to the side, it is the emperor's imperial carriage," Shen Qing exclaimed, instinctively following suit and kneeling down. She mused about which woman from the emperor's harem was emerging. Xian Yuanling, glancing casually from the carriage, noticed someone kneeling at the roadside. Shen Qing was indeed strikingly beautiful. Even while kneeling, her graceful figure drew the eyes of many. Xian Yuanling recalled her presence during the selection, where she had been chosen for her remarkable beauty. Though he typically remained indifferent to feminine allure, he found it hard to ignore her charm. However, Shen Yuanling held no reservations as both emperor and man. He believed that a fleeting admiration for beauty was harmless. At the Empress Fengyi Hall, Shen Qing was the first to arrive, followed by other consorts who came in succession until they were all gathered. Out on the left were two consorts, Ru Fei and Shun Fei, while on the right stood two noble ladies, Shun Pin and In Pin. This was the emperor's first selection since ascending the throne, and the palace retained only the original members from the former royal residence, with few in number. The most favored among them was Yu Fei, who, unsurprisingly, had yet to arrive in the original text. She was portrayed as domineering, and among the 8 newly entered palace maidens, excluding Shen Qing, there were 3 noble ladies and 4 beauties. After a while, several senior palace maids escorted a noble woman into the hall. The empress, adorned in her phoenix robe, exuded the aura of the principal wife, accompanied by 4 grand palace maids and a matron supporting her. The assembly naturally knelt in respect, a picturesque scene of grace and poise, with Shen Qing blending into the crowd, striving to lower her head further to avoid drawing. "Attention! Please rise," the empress spoke with a smile, and the other consorts did not impose any discomfort. They merely conveyed the rules to be observed while serving the emperor in the palace. The newly arrived maidens behaved impeccably, but just then, a commotion arose outside. The tardy Yu Fei, supported by her maidens, entered with an air of elegance that captured everyone's attention. She possessed a certain spirited beauty, her striking presence commanding the room. Upon her entrance, she addressed the empress, "Your Majesty, please do not hold my late arrival against me. It was due to the emperor's late morning today, which caused me to follow suit." Shen Qing recalled encountering the late emperor on her way here, though that was not the crux of the matter. What struck her was the familiarity of this scene, reminiscent of when the protagonist first entered the palace, where Yu Fei had made a similar entrance, leaving a lasting impression. Was it customary for Yu Fei to stage such a spectacle whenever new maidens joined the palace? Chapter 2 Encounter Again. Shen Qing silently criticized herself while listening to the queen's response. Soon, the queen spoke in a calm tone. "You have worked hard serving the emperor. Please take a seat." Yu Fei then sat down, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Compared to the queen, who had no children, Yu Fei, who had given birth to twins, was undoubtedly in her prime. After all, there were only a few princes and princesses in the palace, and the queen had yet to bear a legitimate son. As Shen Qing observed, she mentally aligned her thoughts with the unfolding narrative. After this brief interlude, there were no further distractions. The queen continued with her remarks, followed by bestowing rewards and expressions of gratitude. Once everyone exited Fengyi Palace, they parted ways. It is often said that people of similar nature tend to gather. Given Shen Qing's striking appearance, but low rank, combined with her remote residence, she found herself isolated while others had formed bonds. As she watched them return to their palaces in pairs, she followed the maidservants toward Jiahua Palace. On her way, she unexpectedly encountered the same group of people she had seen earlier. How fortuitous! It was the emperor again. To meet him twice in succession was indeed a rare occurrence. When Shen Yuanling spotted Shen Qing for the second time, he found it remarkably coincidental. Having recalled her from the selection process, he now remembered she was there to pay her respects to the queen. After today, she would be eligible to attend to him. Yet, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated from Shen Yuanling's mind. As the imperial carriage passed, Shen Qing rose, and Chunhua gently brushed her skirt. The two made their way back. Chunhua, feeling a surge of excitement, remarked, "It seems you are truly fortunate, encountering the emperor back and forth like this. If meeting him requires kneeling, that would indeed be a blessing." Shen Qing refrained from commenting further. After returning to Jiahua Palace, she had a light lunch. The only attendants were Chunhua and Qiulu, with Qiulu responsible for fetching lunch, as the daily cleaning was managed by other maids and eunuchs. Qiulu handled miscellaneous tasks related to Shen Qing. Otherwise, the two would struggle to keep up. Thus, several uneventful days passed, during which news from outside trickled in. After the audience with the queen, new concubines were permitted to attend to the emperor. Chunhua eagerly informed her about who would be serving him in the days to come, mentioning Lin Guiren today and Li Marin tomorrow. Chunhua seemed anxious, perhaps wondering why Shen Qing had not yet taken her turn. Shen Qing, however, remained unfazed. This arrangement suited her well. She was not inclined to be in the spotlight. She appreciated the male lead's disinterest in superficial beauty. Yet, there was one thing unsettling her. Shen Qing felt somewhat restless. It had been over a week. Each day in Zhaohua Palace felt tedious, either standing idly or lying around, devoid of entertainment. While other concubines enjoyed diversions, her low status barred her from such privileges. She feared that if this continued, she would indeed languish for 2 years. Seeking a change of scenery, she decided to take a stroll outside, at least to experience new sights. Zhaohua Palace was not far from the Imperial Garden. She found a pavilion to sit and observe the fish below, bringing along some pastries to feed them. In her solitude, she felt a glimmer of interest as she watched the lively fish swimming about. However, the heat was overwhelming, and after a while, the warm breeze lulled her into a drowsy state, leading her to yawn. It was at this moment that Xian Yuanling chanced upon her for the 3rd time. Witnessing her yawn, this brought to mind the languid white cat kept in the Empress Dowager's palace, which would lazily sprawl atop the glazed tiles, yawning and basking in the winter sun. Upon encountering Xian Yuanling, Chunhua was taken aback and immediately knelt, greeting the emperor. Shen Qing seemed to be roused from his stupor, turning around in shock, momentarily forgetting to bow in fear. Yet, regaining her composure, she too knelt before Xian Yuanling, proclaiming, "Your subject pays homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor." Xian Yuanling scrutinized her expression. Surprise? It was not uncommon for concubines to have such serendipitous encounters in the imperial garden. Contemplating this, he chose not to bid her rise. With no command to stand, Shen Qing remained kneeling, daring not to reveal any emotion. After a brief moment, she cautiously lifted her gaze, only to find Xian Yuanling disregarding her entirely. Her head drooped once more, a torrent of exclamations swirling in her mind. Yet, reflecting on the unpredictable temperament of the male lead in the original narrative, she pondered what he might be contemplating at this moment. There was little she could do but remain compliant. Thus, she knelt and observed Xian Yuanling scattering the crumbs of the pastries she had just used to feed the fish. This continued for quite some time, leaving Shen Qing's knees in agony. Xian Yuanling, rubbing his fingers, looked down upon her, who was dutifully bowing her head in silence. Displaying no signs of seduction, such behavior appeared rather respectable. Being proper is commendable. "Rise," he finally commanded. Hearing this, Shen Qing lifted her head as if to confirm, yet did not stand. Xian Yuanling narrowed his eyes, prompting her to lower her gaze in a flurry of panic. "Your subject's legs have gone numb. I am unable to rise." With her legs feeling like ants were crawling upon them, how could she simply stand? Chunhua came to assist her, and after much effort, Shen Qing managed to stabilize herself. However, as Xian Yuanling stood to depart, she once more knelt, realizing she must respectfully see the emperor off. It was only after Xian Yuanling had walked far away that Shen Qing rose again, while Chunhua was visibly shaken, daring not to utter a word. Shen Qing inwardly cursed this perverse emperor, yet felt powerless. After all, he was the sovereign. Perhaps there was an element of intentional reprimand in his actions. She couldn't help but think how coincidental it was that she encountered the emperor upon venturing outside. Could it be that Xian Yuanling believed she had come to the imperial garden with the intent of an encounter? Was there an underlying tone of testing and warning in his previous demeanor? Nevertheless, she had behaved quite properly, and surely such an incidental meeting would not warrant punishment. With her knees pained, she could not stroll through the imperial garden any longer. Supported by Chunhua, she returned to Zhaohua Palace, where Qiulu was startled by Shen Qing's condition. "What has happened to my lady?" she inquired. Chunhua then recounted the encounter with Xian Yuanling, and Qiulu fetched an ointment for Shen Qing, who had reddened knees now tinged with a shade of blue, appearing rather disheveled. As Shen Qing rested inside, Qiulu pulled Chunhua aside for a private conversation. "Our lady, who we thought would be favored due to her fine appearance, has now seemingly incurred the emperor's disdain. What shall become of Zhaohua Palace from this point onward?" Chapter 3. The emperor summons you to his bedchamber. Springhua was taken aback, exclaiming, "You mustn't speak like that. It would not bode well for our beloved." Qilu interjected, She is currently resting due to her injured leg. She cannot hear us. Springhua furrowed her brow, replying, "It's better not to dwell on such matters. Our beloved has treated us with kindness. After all, the nights spent in his company may lead to better days ahead. Do not overthink it." Yet, Qilu felt an unsettling discomfort. Initially, she believed that Shen Qing's beauty would earn her favor before the emperor, but seemed the emperor was indifferent to mere looks. It appeared that future encounters would lack excitement. Had she known this in advance, she might have preferred to align herself with one of the other minor consorts, rather than suffer the indignity of feeling inferior. She observed how the newly arrived ladies-in-waiting serving the esteemed consorts had already received rewards, while her own mistress, being of the lowest rank, received nothing and lived in poverty. In truth, Shen Qing wished to bestow gifts, for the customs dictated such, but she genuinely had no resources. The original occupant of this body had been swindled upon entering the palace, leaving Shen Qing devoid of funds. With no wealth to distribute, she could only promise future rewards, ensuring the attendants were not neglected. Little did she anticipate that, even before she had spent the night with the emperor, Qilu would already be displaying impatience. At that moment, Shen Qing rested in her chamber, reflecting on Qilu's earlier expression. Within the palace, there were always maidens eager to ascend the ranks. Currently, she had but 2 attendants, Springhua, who was diligent and attentive, and Qilu, who had seldom served her in the past, revealing herself to be somewhat indolent and now exhibiting disdain, uncharacteristic of a loyal servant. As noon approached, Springhua returned with the lunch. Shen Qing feigned ignorance, planning to take a brief respite afterward. However, unexpectedly, a eunuch from the court of imperial decrees arrived. The sole purpose of such a visit was to deliver an announcement. The emperor had summoned her to his bedchamber. This news was truly unforeseen. Shen Qing pondered the implications. Was she to be summoned to kneel in submission, or was her docility the reason for this invitation? Refusing the summons was not an option. Yet, she thought to herself, my knees are somewhat unsightly. At this moment, Springhua noticed the deepening bruises on Shen Qing's knees, which appeared quite distressing. "Oh dear, what shall we do? Would you like me to bring some powder to conceal it?" Shen Qing replied, "But I must bathe afterward. It would be futile, wouldn't it? One could only hope for the best. Perhaps in the dim light, it would go unnoticed." The complexity of her feelings regarding the summons was fleeting. Shen Qing had already prepared herself mentally. She would serve as required. There was no fortune in avoiding the emperor's favor, nor the luxury of living peacefully within the palace. Acceptance was essential for survival. When the appointed time arrived, a eunuch came to escort her. Following this, she was taken to the Tangquan Palace for a bath. This was Shen Qing's first experience of such a summons. She felt akin to a pig being prepared for slaughter, cleaned and wrapped before being carried away. The attendants from the court of imperial decrees were swift and efficient, and soon Shen Qing found herself placed atop the dragon bed. The preparations had been extensive, yet the emperor was not one to delay. As the sun set, she was brought to him, but he had yet to arrive. Shen Qing, waiting and gradually succumbing to drowsiness, was abruptly roused by a voice announcing that the emperor was occupied and had ordered that Shen Liangrun be returned. A veil of darkness enveloped her. Was that wretched emperor toying with her? After all the promises of sharing his bed, how could she possibly remain in the palace after such a dismissal? Would this not incite laughter from the court? The eunuch in charge of the night service, Wangda from the Jing Shifang, summoned several attendants to carry Shen Qing away. Could she refuse? Even if her heart was racing with 1,000 curses, she could only acquiesce to being taken back. She never anticipated that her inaugural experience in the emperor's chamber would conclude in such a manner. It was only natural for her expression to reflect her discontent. No one cared to ponder her feelings. Within the palace, only the favored were scrutinized by those beneath them. Her first night of service, and she was sent back without even having met the emperor. What could others speculate? As she was carried back to Zhaohua Palace, Chunhua and Qilu were left astonished. The Jing Shifang attendants offered no congratulatory remarks. Chunhua and Qilu had never witnessed such an event in the palace before. It was Qilu, trembling with fear, who sought out a young eunuch for information. Upon learning that Shen Qing had been returned without seeing the emperor, Qilu's complexion paled. Earlier that afternoon, she had believed Shen Qing's fortunes were on the rise, only to be met with such a twist of fate. Such occurrences were unheard of in the palace. It was clear that the emperor held no interest in Shen Qing. Trapped within her cocoon of blankets, Shen Qing found it difficult to extricate herself. It was Chunhua who assisted her, and once out, her pallor was unmistakably poor. While Chunhua fetched water, Qiulu relayed the unfortunate news of Shen Qing's experience, leaving Chunhua perplexed and saddened upon her return. How could someone as beautiful as Shen Liangren fail to capture the emperor's favor? Chunhua pondered this, while Shen Qing herself, having endured the ordeal, felt a deep-seated resentment toward that contemptible emperor. Life was already challenging, and this incident felt like adding insult to injury. Shen Qing clenched her teeth. While the situation was not dire, it was undeniably humiliating, inviting ridicule and mockery. Yet, the sudden turn of events had caught her off guard, and though she cursed the emperor profusely, there was little she could do now. With a few deep breaths, Shen Qing found that sleep was still within her grasp. Chunhua and Qiulu were to keep vigil outside, but Qiulu, unable to rest, engaged Chunhua in conversation. Look at her. How can she still sleep so soundly after all that has transpired? Chunhua replied, Surely, the emperor is preoccupied with affairs of state. There will be other opportunities. Qiulu retorted, In this palace, she is not the only one. If her first night of service was so ill-fated, the emperor may very well forget her. Spending 2 years in this place, what good fortune can she hope for? Qiulu found it ironic, such beauty wasted. After a restless night, Shen Qing awoke feeling considerably better, although breakfast was decidedly less appealing that day. Chapter 4. Return her today in this palace. There are many keen observers. Previously, when she appeared in good spirits, but did not share the emperor's bed, there remained some concern regarding her future favor. Hence, her meals were still relatively decent. However, after the events of yesterday, her breakfast this morning consisted of 2 fewer dishes than before. It was indeed quite revealing. Yet, such is the nature of the imperial harem. She was prepared for this, although she did not anticipate the initial difficulties. Nevertheless, she was not dead. As long as she lived, life must go on. According to custom, after her first night with the emperor, she was expected to pay her respects. However, given her current circumstances, she pondered whether she should go or not. To her relief, the queen had evidently received word of the situation and sent someone with a reward, stating that there was no need for her to pay her respects. If it were anyone else, it might seem a slight, but in Shen Qing's case, it was a merciful avoidance of embarrassment. Regardless of how the original text portrayed the queen, Shen Qing felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards her. The potential humiliation was indeed too much to bear. The messenger returned to report to the queen, who shook her head upon hearing the news. It was unfortunate. Such beauty deserved better fortune. After that, she refrained from commenting further on Shen Qing. Meanwhile, Shen Qing examined the rewards bestowed upon her. It was truly rare for someone to be both brought in and then sent back out again. Typically, after a first night with the emperor, a favored concubine would receive gifts of fabric and jewelry. Instead, she received merely a few outdated hairpins, bracelets, and 2 bolts of cloth. In comparison to the rewards of others, this was pitifully scant. Qiulu's concern deepened upon witnessing this. She mused that the queen, known for her benevolence, had only given such a meager reward, which signified the emperor's disfavor and the queen's lack of affection. Little did she know, this was the queen's first encounter with such a situation. Traditionally, it was inappropriate to offer rewards without a night spent. And now, it was merely an attempt to spare Shen Qing from embarrassment. Furthermore, if the emperor held her in low regard, what more could the queen do? Chunhua observed the rewards with eyes full of worry. When Shen Qing rested during the afternoon, Qiulu could no longer contain herself. She quietly tugged at Chunhua's sleeve and said, Yesterday, I inquired with Mama Li. She still needs help. Would you like to join me? Chunhua was taken aback. What are you suggesting? Qiulu's expression turned defiant. Do you not see the situation as it stands? The queen has sent over such a paltry offering. Is it not clear she is reprimanding her? Shen Qing has lost face with the emperor, and the queen does not favor her either. How can she possibly turn her fortunes around? The kitchen staff are all opportunists. You must have noticed their demeanor when you collected breakfast today. Chunhua had indeed noticed. Other mistresses were treated with courtesy, while she received only scraps. In this palace, many are eager to elevate themselves at the expense of others. It is a common occurrence for the walls to be pushed down by the crowd. After some contemplation, Chunhua concluded, a good-natured person like her is rare. Typically, when faced with such circumstances, a lesser mistress would lament her fate. Yet, she remains kind to us. Perhaps it would be wise to observe a little longer. Besides, Mama Li's household likely does not offer any splendid opportunities at this moment. The palace maids are assigned to their respective ladies even before they enter the palace, with specific ranks and numbers of attendants predetermined. While one may choose to leave at this moment, it may not necessarily lead to a better situation than in the Zhaohua Palace. Qiu Lu discerned Chunhua's intentions. Since you wish to remain, I shall take my leave. Once I have served diligently under Granny Li, I will seek her assistance in being assigned to a new lady entering the palace. Should you come to a resolution in the future, do feel free to find me. Observing her demeanor, Chunhua merely pressed her lips together and refrained from further comment. Qiu Lu then proceeded to seek out Granny Li. Upon seeing Qiu Lu, Granny Li was well aware of her purpose. Yet she regarded the glint of disdain in Qiu Lu's eyes. This girl had made a swift decision. Only last night, she had been sent back after attending the emperor. And today, she had come seeking a change. Noticing Qiu Lu kneeling, she requested to stay by Granny Li's side. However, Granny Li was less than pleased. After all, Qiu Lu had served beside Shen Qing for over 10 days. While her words of departure seemed noble, it was evident that she had been eager to abandon her post. Fearing that she might never have a chance to rise again after witnessing the unfavorable beginnings of others, such a person was not someone she could afford to keep close. It is true that many within the palace aspire for advancement, and while that is not inherently wrong, Qiu Lu's demeanor was one she could not respect. Chunhua, on the other hand, appeared more amiable. She had not come to plead alongside Qiu Lu, and should Shen Qing's life prove arduous, she would gladly extend a helping hand. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, rejecting Qiu Lu's request would only breed resentment. Thus, Granny Li decided to acquiesce. However, the placement of Qiu Lu in the future remained at her discretion. Upon receiving Granny Li's consent, Qiu Lu was elated and hurried to Shen Qing, feigning tears. Her words were laden with sincerity. Granny Li had supported me upon my entrance into the palace, and today she has sent for me, stating that she is in need of someone to assist her. Shen Qing merely laughed at the audacity. Having perceived Qiu Lu's restless nature, she was taken aback by her decisiveness. Noting Qiu Lu's heartfelt expression, Shen Qing mirrored her sincerity. I understand that following me has not been easy for you, and this matter is not your fault. Qiu Lu had anticipated a reprimand, but little did she know that Shen Qing would speak thus. As they exited the Zhaohua Palace, Qiu Lu not only failed to recognize Shen Qing's nature as genuinely benevolent, but rather concluded that this person might be incapable of rising to prominence in the palace. Anyone could easily trample upon such a character. Thus, she felt reassured in her decision to leave Shen Qing's side. Shen Qing, on her part, did not inquire about Chunhua's thoughts. Given the current situation, Chunhua's decision to remain indicated a bond of friendship, one that Shen Qing would remember. In the wake of Qiu Lu's departure due to the Emperor's summons, as night fell, Xian Yuanling dealt with matters from the previous morning before turning to the evening selections. The attendants from the Jingshi room delivered the green headplate, and upon glancing at it, Xian Yuanling suddenly remarked, "Did she not return yesterday?" Wang De was momentarily taken aback, until Zhao Hai pointed out, Lady Shen is the first to be summoned for the evening and then returned. Upon hearing that the emperor still remembered Lady Shen, Wang De was astonished. He had assumed that her fate had been sealed and that she would not have a future. The women within the palace are numerous, and while one might say there are not many, there are certainly over a dozen. Shen Liangrun is unfortunate, encountering the emperor at a time when he is preoccupied. The initial impression has not been favorable, and with so many women in the palace, there's a lingering fear that if the emperor's attention is diverted this time, he may not recall her in the future. Should a new arrival capture the emperor's memory, the dynamics within the harem will gradually solidify. and the forgotten Shun Liangrun will inevitably fade into obscurity, making any resurgence exceedingly challenging. Remarkably, the emperor, having not tasted her presence yesterday, still finds himself contemplating her today. It seems Shun Liangrun possesses an unexpected fortune. As these thoughts linger, Xian Yuanling remarks, "Let us grant her an audience today." Wang De, squinting as he departs, reflects on yesterday's orders issued by the young eunuch from the Jingshi Fang. Today, after some consideration, he summons the nearby Shao Chunzi and instructs, "Go. Convey a message to Shun Liangrun, and be sure to speak sweetly. She must have been quite frightened when she was carried away yesterday. A few kind words from you will surely evoke her gratitude. Such an opportunity is rare." Shao Chunzi, upon hearing this, promptly replies, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." He swiftly proceeds to deliver the message to Shen Qing. Meanwhile, Shen Qing, contemplating the future, is taken aback by how swiftly the next encounter arrives. Chapter 5 arrives. The young eunuch who delivered the message spoke in a pleasing manner, and Shen Qing discerned a hint of flavor in his words. Following her previous day's experience, Shen Qing found herself once again being carried to the dragon bed, though today was markedly different. As she was brought in, her gaze fell upon Xian Yuanling, who was reclining against a pillow, engrossed in a book. She instructed the eunuchs to set her down, and as they exited, a profound silence enveloped the room. Feeling a touch of shyness, Shen Qing turned to glance at Xian Yuanling, just as he casually set his book aside. "Do you blame me?" he inquired. Who would dare utter such a complaint? Yet, responding thus would be improper. Shen Qing feigned a look of confusion, then, as though realizing something, her expression shifted to one of mild alarm. "I would not dare, Your Majesty," noting that she was entirely oblivious to the reason for his question. Xian Yuanling's lips curled into a slight smile. Her startled demeanor, despite its innocence, was undeniably enchanting, prompting him to tease her. "Is it that you do not dare? Or is it simply that you have no reason to?" Shen Qing understood that the male lead's temperament was not easily decipherable and was aware that he was far from dull-witted. After some contemplation, she replied, "I was a bit frightened yesterday, fearing that Your Majesty had grown weary of me. However, with Your Majesty summoning me again tonight, I have come to a realization." "What realization?" Xian Yuanling's interest was piqued. Shen Qing's face brightened as she said, "Your Majesty does not intend to neglect me nor harbor any disdain. Rather, there were genuine matters to attend to last night." Seeing her radiant joy, Xian Yuanling's eyes narrowed slightly. Shen Qing's features became even more captivating, her delicate complexion glowing, with her graceful neck concealed beneath the silken coverlet, leaving much to the imagination. "Rise," he commanded. "But I am not wearing anything," Shen Qing thought to herself. Her heart racing, she felt a mix of embarrassment and intrigue, her teeth lightly biting her lip, her eyes glistening, and her cheeks flushed. Nevertheless, she steadied herself to sit up. As she did, the coverlet naturally slipped away, and she cautiously stole a glance at Xian Yuanling. The young maiden, in her first experience of intimacy, was understandably naive. Xian Yuanling lifted his chin slightly and suggested, "Assist me in loosening my garments." Shen Qing had certainly noticed Xian Yuanling's reaction. They were so close, and yet he feigned a nonchalance while requesting her assistance. If he wished to play this game, so be it. She would oblige. With her lips pressed together, Shen Qing began to unfasten his clothing. Her hands trembled, and she exhaled with relief after managing to unbutton just one clasp. Initially, Xian Yuanling had merely intended to observe her form revealed beneath the covers. As she sat up, her alabaster skin lay exposed, dazzling to behold. Yet, Shen Qing's teasing manner made the simple act of unbuttoning a drawn-out affair. Was she intentionally trying to provoke him? Xian Yuanling, suppressing his growing desire, leaned down to observe her. He noticed that her shy expression had softened considerably. Now, she was intently focused on the decorative button of his attire, struggling to unfasten the topmost one. The scene was both enchanting and endearingly innocent. It became clear that Shen Qing was not deliberately trying to tantalize him. Initially, she had feigned slowness in her actions, believing that men often forget what comes too easily. Her intention was merely to encourage Xian Yuanling to endure a little longer, hoping that he would remember this moment more vividly, rather than hastening the process. The final button was finally undone, and she felt as though she had accomplished a significant task. Looking at Shen Ling, she cheerfully declared, "It's done." That enchanting innocence was truly irresistible. At this moment, Shen Ling was genuinely captivated. "Come here," he said, his elongated eyes fixed intently on Shen Qing. In her heart, Shen Qing thought, even the Dog Emperor is acting like this. Is he still pretending? Does he expect her to take the initiative? His flirtation was blatant, and his pretense was palpable. Shen Qing had resolved that this time, after her inaugural night of service had gone awry, she could not afford another misstep, or her survival in the harem would be in jeopardy. She had come with the intention of seducing him, and now he was indeed giving her that opportunity. Fine. If he wishes to play a role, she would play hers as well. Shen Qing felt her cheeks flush with shyness as she slowly edged closer to Shen Ling. Truth be told, the Dog Emperor was quite handsome and well-built. Although her movements were slow, the monotony rendered the situation rather uninteresting, diminishing the excitement. She was aimlessly hesitant, her little hands wandering over him, and instead of dissuading interest, it only served to unravel Shen Ling's facade of composure. Noticing Shen Qing's indecision, he abruptly pressed her down. Shen Qing's head thudded against the soft bedding, and in a dazed moment, a thought crossed her mind. Let you pretend? Are you feeling stifled? After some commotion, Shen Qing found herself utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Shen Ling called for water, casually draping a garment over himself before stepping off the bed. Typically indifferent to those in his bed, he turned back to glance at her this time. Shen Qing, pitiably propped up, felt as though the novels she read were indeed reflective of reality, akin to being dismantled and then reassembled. Shen Ling was having a decent experience and, seeing her forlorn expression, contemplated rewarding her, serving well-deserved a tangible reward. Perhaps a promotion in rank as well. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from Shen Qing's stomach. She realized she had overexerted herself and was feeling quite hungry. Chapter 6. The Emperor Cares for You. She noticed Shen Ling gazing at her abdomen, and a genuine sense of embarrassment washed over her. From the very start of the day, she had not eaten well. After yesterday's tumultuous events, today's meals were lacking, and the dinner service had yet to arrive. Consequently, her sustenance had been far from satisfactory, and after engaging in physical labor, hunger had inevitably set in. Observing Shen Qing's awkward and constrained demeanor, Shen Ling found it somewhat amusing. "Serve the meal," he commanded. Last night, Shen Qing had also experienced hunger, yet she was not an emperor, and when food was scarce, it simply remained so. Today, however, the emperor had graciously allowed a meal, allowing Shen Qing to momentarily set aside her frustrations from earlier. Especially when the kitchen sent over a late-night snack, her eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly glanced at Shen Ling, remaining silent. Shen Ling, feeling a dryness in his throat under her gaze, found himself momentarily distracted. Although he had just enjoyed a delightful meal, her unwavering stare ignited a sense of desire within him that he knew he ought to temper. Yet, seeing her fixated and silent, he refrained from reprimanding her and casually gestured for a dish to be placed before Shen Qing. By chance, it was a papaya stew with snow frog, a dish that elicited a torrent of exasperated thoughts within Shen Qing. How could the audacious emperor expect her to indulge in such a dish? Yet, she dared not refuse, and fortunately, it was indeed quite delectable. Truly hungry, she balanced her restraint while filling her stomach. Shen Ling took a couple of bites before stopping. Once Shen Qing had nearly finished, he observed her petite face and casually remarked, "Have her taken back." Shen Qing complied, at this moment genuinely unaware of Shen Ling's intentions of wanting to repeat their earlier encounter, especially after their previous exertions. As she exited, she was not carried back this time. The one accompanying her was the same messenger, Xiaochun, who had originally delivered the news. Once she settled into the soft palanquin, she began to rub her sore spots, inwardly cursing the audacious emperor. Nevertheless, she had successfully fulfilled her duties, marking her official entry into the harem. The future of her standing would depend on how far the emperor whose affections were likely superficial, would allow her to advance. Xin Yuanling had the remnants of the meal cleared away, and shortly thereafter, a eunuch arrived to inquire about his satisfaction. Following an intimate encounter, it was customary to consider elevating her status. However, Xin Yuanling pondered over Shen Qing's alluring visage and decided against such elevation. Instead, he opted to bestow a reward. Elevating her status could wait, as he anticipated that opportunities for further encounters would not be scarce. After a brief pause, he added, "Ensure the imperial kitchen is more attentive. Look at her gluttonous demeanor, as if she has never experienced fine cuisine. What a disgrace." Zhao Hai mused to himself, perplexed by the decision to award her, yet refrain from elevating her status. Was this a sign of approval or disapproval? It was truly baffling. However, Zhao Hai understood that he could not inquire further. He acknowledged the command and set off to relay the orders. Beside him, a young attendant named Xiaoxi received instructions. Tomorrow, bestow rewards according to custom, but simplify the process by converting the intricate details into silver. This Shun Liang in the palace likely lacks funds. And as for the imperial kitchen, you should inform them as well. Understood, my lord. Zhao Hai pondered the emperor's unusual demeanor. Regardless of his feelings towards Shun Liangren, he considered matters with great foresight. In the absence of silver, he would provide it, and as for the imperial kitchen, they typically adjusted their offerings based on the individual, with Xia bringing word to ensure that this esteemed Shen Liangren would not be neglected in her meals. Life would indeed become considerably more pleasant with both financial support and ample sustenance. At this moment, Shen Qing was completely unaware of these developments. After being carried back, Chunhua genuinely breathed a sigh of relief and expressed her happiness for Shen Qing. However, Shen Qing had truly exhausted herself due to Xin Yuanling's demands. Having eaten her fill, she felt drowsy on the way back, and as soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell into an unprecedented deep slumber. Not long after Shen Qing awoke, a messenger arrived with rewards, and upon seeing the offerings, she couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, esteemed sir," she exclaimed, "but why has my rank not been elevated?" The gifts clearly indicated some consideration on her behalf. Otherwise, she would have received items of little utility, yet her rank remained unchanged. Shen Qing found herself bewildered. She wondered if the emperor had acted intentionally. Yet, whether or not it was deliberate, she appreciated the genuine reward she had received, which would indeed provide her with some financial ease. With the emperor's gifts came those from the empress, which were significantly more lavish than the previous token of a hairpin, with better fabrics and jewelry of a higher quality. Following this, the breakfast was delivered. Unlike the previous day, which had consisted of merely a bowl of plain porridge with a few side dishes, today's meal adhered to a much higher standard. Moreover, while Chunhua typically fetched the food, today she was present to receive the rewards alongside Shen Qing, and thus did not go to collect breakfast. The imperial kitchen's own staff brought it directly, which certainly drew attention. Shen Qing, sensing something amiss, inquired, "Is today's breakfast not against the rules?" In the palace, those who lacked favor were accustomed to receiving subpar provisions, though they were never left entirely without food. It was merely a customary practice to offer lesser fare. But today's meal, being prepared with care, seemed to deviate from this norm. Rest assured, it is within the regulations. It was commanded by the emperor and does not contravene protocol, the attendant replied. Upon hearing this, Shen Qing mused. Could it be that I left Xin Yuanling with the impression of being a glutton yesterday? How peculiar. No elevation in rank, yet gifts of money and food? Perhaps my craving led him to perceive me as a foodie. Well then, maintaining the persona of a gourmand might not be such a bad idea after all. Chapter 7. Shen Qing felt an inexplicable sense of unease. While she found herself somewhat at ease, the atmosphere in the imperial harem grew increasingly tense. Initially, the ladies of the harem delighted in Shen Qing's misfortune, but in the span of a single day, the narrative shifted dramatically. Not only did the emperor once again summon her to his chambers, but he also bestowed upon her generous gifts. This news, however, did not bring comfort to Yu Fei. Among the 8 newly entered ladies of the harem, none had received rewards except for Shen Qing. Yu Fei's tone turned sour as she remarked on this disparity. Beside her, Wen Xiao interjected, "Your Highness, Do not forget that Shun Liangren has neither a title nor a rank. The others possess at least some form of recognition. Moreover, she recently made a fool of herself, which surely prompted the Emperor's mercy and desire to compensate her. Yet Yu Fei remained dissatisfied, her irritation growing at the mere sight of Shen Qing's face. During Shen Qing's audience, Yu Fei had taken note of her striking beauty, a fact that irked her deeply. When Xiao, aware of Yu Fei's disdain for those of exceptional looks, refrained from further commentary, stating, ultimately, she hails from a humble background and cannot rise in status. Even if the Emperor finds her appealing, her position remains stagnant. In the intricate web of the harem, even should she bear a child, she would be unable to raise it herself. What value does that hold? This sentiment need not be articulated further. Yu Fei understood it all too well. With a disdainful huff, she mused, women like her might appeal to the Empress, who surely finds such beauty desirable. After all, she is desperate for children. With this thought, a trace of derision crossed Yu Fei's face as she recalled her own 2 children, abandoning her nails to seek them out. Having received her rewards, Shen Qing enjoyed a delightful breakfast, but soon she had to formally express her gratitude. This act of gratitude was not directed toward the Emperor, as the Empress Dowager had overseen matters and had previously instructed her not to thank the Emperor. However, today was different. She must pay her respects. Thus, she made her way to the Empress's Fengyi Palace. Shen Qing performed her greetings with the utmost propriety. The Empress, upon seeing her, smiled warmly and graciously invited her to sit. As Shen Qing took her place, tea was served. The Empress appeared genuinely courteous and kind, if not for Shen Qing's knowledge of the original text. Observing Shen Qing's countenance, the Empress remarked, "Did the Emperor's neglect due to matters of the previous court frighten you?" Shen Qing pressed her lips together, feigning a semblance of embarrassment as she replied, "This humble servant dares not feel such fear. You hold a low rank. The servants in this palace are accustomed to treating individuals based on their status. Has your lowly position caused you undue hardship?" Shen Qing's expression turned apprehensive, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, her lowly rank had made her subject to such treatment. Had the Empress only realized this after all her time in the palace? The Empress observed her demeanor, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The new arrival, still somewhat inexperienced, was undeniably beautiful, and even in her fear, she evoked a sense of pity. The Queen remarked, "The Emperor is not one who is easily swayed by beauty. He is often preoccupied with state affairs. Do not overthink it. Now that the Emperor has favored you, there will be no one to belittle you henceforth. Previously, I cannot say much, but do you understand?" Shen Qing. She had initially played her role quite well. The Queen feigned gentleness, and she naturally accepted it. Yet, was the Emperor truly uninterested in beauty? "Your Highness, do you perhaps harbor a misunderstanding about the Emperor?" However, she could not voice such thoughts, so she merely expressed a semblance of gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." The Queen nodded. "Indeed, you should diligently serve the Emperor and aspire to bear children soon, as that is the essence of your role." Shen Qing, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "Yes." The Queen's intentions were unmistakably clear. First, she reminded her of her lower status, cautioning that without favor, life would be arduous. Secondly, she suggested that her thoughts should now turn towards children, as that was the primary duty of a concubine. Shen Qing, having read extensively about the Queen's machinations in the original text, realized that the Queen was not merely a simple and dignified figure. Today, her words were a mere nudge for Shen Qing to hasten the process of childbearing. What would happen after she bore a child? In the original narrative, the Queen employed various tactics to ensure that the offspring remained with her, creating a precarious situation. Although it is perfectly natural for a stepmother to raise the children of a concubine, the biological mother's position was inherently different. Not only would having a child secure her standing, but it would also encourage the Emperor's frequent visits, without hindering her own prospects of motherhood in the future, a truly advantageous situation. The suggestion to hasten her childbearing was not a path leading to a prosperous future, but rather a route towards peril. With a gentle and soothing tone, the Queen continued, "You currently hold a low rank." Should you encounter any difficulties within the palace or be slighted by any impudent servants, feel free to inform me. Shen Qing glanced at the queen and then knelt. Thank you, Your Highness. The queen sighed, her words laden with implication. The years of youth are fleeting. You are at the prime of your bloom, and it is essential to adorn yourself well. The palace is never short of beauties, making it a challenge for the emperor to remember you. Indeed, upon hearing such words, most would strive to vie for favor and seek to bear children promptly. Having delivered her counsel, the queen concluded, and soon after, Shen Qing departed from Fengyi Palace, making her way to her own Jiahua Palace. Upon her return, Chunhua awaited her at the entrance. Turning to Chunhua, she said, You know, I have always enjoyed reading medical texts. After my visit with the queen, I found her words to be quite reasonable. Youth is a fleeting gift. Previously, I came across some recipes for beauty in the medical books. Please fetch some herbs from the pharmacy so we can prepare them ourselves. Chunhua, unperturbed, understood the necessity of maintaining one's appearance to capture the emperor's favor. Shen Qing, having recently gained the emperor's affection, was indeed on a path of progress. Chunhua promptly went to the pharmacy. Shen Qing had requested contraceptive remedies, but the preceptive staff at the pharmacy, wary of attracting attention, discreetly divided the orders and mixed in various other herbs to obscure their purpose. Nonetheless, she had long desired to avoid motherhood and had already consulted the medical texts, providing her with a valid excuse. Unbeknownst to Shen Qing, her actions would soon reach the ears of the queen. Upon hearing this, the queen let out a laugh, remarking that the lady had indeed taken her words to heart. Beside her, Jinji commented, This is splendid. Once she bears a child, Your Majesty will have her wishes fulfilled. The queen traced her fingertip along the lid of her teacup and mused, Indeed, let us hope the child is of merit, even if of lower status. The emperor's offspring shall always hold a precious value. Unperturbed by the opinions of others, Shen Qing, after acquiring the necessary herbs, focused intently on her preparations. Onlookers naturally assumed she was concocting beauty elixirs, and some had even mocked her, believing that one from a humble background would concern herself with such frivolities upon entering the emperor's chamber. Yet, they could not help but ponder the exquisite beauty of Shen Qing's visage, stirring a curiosity within them to experiment with her beauty remedies themselves. In truth, among the various potions, Shen Qing had also crafted contraceptive pills, which she carefully set aside when Chunhua was not paying attention. With these in her possession, she felt a sense of security. As for the queen, she maintained a demeanor of utmost respect, for there was no alternative. Even if one harbored discontent towards Yufei, respect was still paramount within the harem. Ultimately, the position of the true queen commanded reverence. While Shen Qing busied herself with the contraceptive preparations, Yufei, having observed that the newly arrived emperor had already visited each consort, began to engage others in conversation. Chapter 8. Have you missed me? In the following days, aside from visiting the clock and Jade Palace of Consort Yu, Xin Yuanling did not venture anywhere else. After all, one must pay respects to the Buddha as well as to the monk, and Consort Yu had 2 children there. Presently, there were only 3 children in the palace, 2 of whom belonged to Consort Yu, while the third was with Consort Shen. The eldest prince, born of Consort Shen, had always maintained a low profile, making the second prince and the third princess the most prominent figures in the court, especially given the emperor's affection for them and Consort Yu's somewhat domineering nature, which was rather normal. Listening to Chunhua relay the news while munching on seeds, Shen Qing mused about Consort Yu's remarkable stamina. It was indeed impressive that she had borne 2 children and could still manage to endure the emperor's monstrous vigor. However, despite Consort Yu's favored status, she could not monopolize the harem. After several consecutive visits from the emperor, the empress, along with the empress dowager, found a pretext to send Consort Yu to pray for the well-being of her children, suggesting that she engage in transcribing scriptures. Of course, this was ostensibly for the benefit of her own grandchildren. Before long, Shen Qing was greeted by the second collective audience for salutations. In the palace, these bi-monthly greetings were a fixed custom, unlike the informal visits made on ordinary days, which were voluntary. This occasion was obligatory, a mark of respect towards the empress. Unless one were bedridden, attendance was expected. Shen Qing, as before, was the earliest to arrive. After her arrival, others came in succession, being new to the palace. Shen Qing was unfamiliar with most and had no particular close friends. After a round of formal greetings, the atmosphere fell silent. Shen Qing's attire was modest, her makeup understated, seeking nothing but simplicity. However, the moment Consort Yu arrived, her gaze swept across Shen Qing's face. Shen Qing felt genuinely disheartened. It seemed as if Consort Yu had taken a particular interest in her, much like a cock ready for a fight. She secretly wished to grasp Consort Yu's shoulders and tell her that a wise woman secures a man's heart, while a foolish one fixates on competing with other women. After the greetings with the Empress concluded, as she stepped out, she heard Consort Yu's gentle voice behind her. Shun Liangrun, I have heard that you possess considerable knowledge regarding beauty and skincare. Indeed, Shen Qing replied. Then come to my clock and Jade Palace, and allow me to witness your methods. Consort Yu commanded, her intent to humiliate quite apparent. Shen Qing bowed respectfully and replied, yes. She followed Consort Yu, aware that many were watching. Consort Yu's brazen summons was not a threat to her life. It was merely a display of her displeasure, a warning of sorts. And Shen Qing was mentally prepared for it. Upon reaching the clock and Jade Palace, Shen Qing proactively addressed Consort Yu. Your Highness, I shall prepare the prescription first and require the staff to gather the necessary items. Please take a moment to rest. Her demeanor was as respectful as it could be. Consort Yu cast a glance at Shen Qing, then subtly at Wen Xiu beside her. Wen Xiu promptly instructed someone to assist Shen Qing in preparing the prescription. Shen Qing felt relieved. After all, it was just a matter of feigning humility. As long as she pretended not to notice the underlying hostility and maintained a respectful demeanor, she should avoid any severe repercussions. Afterward, she earnestly penned an article detailing the method of making face masks and the essential considerations for beauty care. Once the materials were prepared, she approached Yu Fei with utmost seriousness, saying, Your Highness, as a precious jewel of the court, allow me to first demonstrate on another, so that those who serve you may learn. If it proves effective, you might also care for your own beauty within the palace. Yu Fei regarded Shen Qing's respectful demeanor and replied, Very well, let us see. Thus, Shen Qing proceeded to perform a beauty treatment with all due seriousness. Yu Fei leisurely observed, remarking, I cannot see clearly from this distance. Kneel while you work. Without a hint of dissent, Shen Qing complied, her face a mask of reverence and trepidation. Yu Fei chuckled softly at Shen Qing's earnestness, and to her surprise, the treatment yielded genuine results. Initially intended as a test, Shen Qing's respectful disposition proved rather unexciting. However, witnessing the effectiveness of the concoction piqued Yu Fei's interest, prompting her to allow her attendants to try it on her own face. Consequently, she spared Shen Qing further difficulties and permitted her to leave. Upon departing from Zhongyu Palace, Shen Qing maintained a stoic expression. Upon returning to Zhaohua Palace, Chunhua appeared visibly anxious. Shen Qing simply stated, Yu Fei has retained my services. Chunhua, sensing the gravity of the situation, grew increasingly concerned. Shen Qing refrained from elaborating. After all, a figure of Yu Fei's stature, bolstered by her familial connections and the children she bore, commanded a certain respect even from the Empress, who often turned a blind eye to her antics. The Emperor showered her with affection, while only the Empress Dowager held sway over her. Presently, Shen Qing found herself unable to contend with Yu Fei's influence. However, Yu Fei's elevated status attracted the attention of others, and at this moment, Shen Qing felt no need to confront her. Aware that Yu Fei would eventually face downfall at the hands of the protagonist, she reassured herself not to concern herself with the struggles of the deceased. Although Shen Qing had momentarily assumed a submissive role, she remained composed. Xian Yuanling had spent several days with Yu Fei. With 3 children to tend to, it was prudent for him to check on Yu Fei. Yet the Empress Dowager's summoning of others to transcribe Buddhist scriptures sent a clear message. He was not to grow close to Yu Fei. As for whom he was expected to draw near instead, Xian Yuanling was acutely aware. Having previously doted on Yu Fei, he was now well aware of her temperament, which had become common knowledge throughout the palace, thus diminishing his desire to favor her. He chose to remain absent from the inner palace for several days. With pressing matters from the previous dynasty, he had been occupied, and the Jingshi Fong noted his absence, growing increasingly apprehensive as the days passed without his presence. Glancing at the green headplate, as thoughts of intimate encounters surfaced, he suddenly recalled Shen Qing. Just after finishing dinner, Shen Qing was engaged in yoga, devoid of other distractions. When Xian Yuanling entered, he was taken aback by her unusual pose. Dressed in light, breathable fabric for yoga, Shen Qing's already curvaceous figure appeared even more accentuated. Her face bore a healthy flush from exertion, her breathing steady and rhythmic, a single braid cascading down her back, presenting a simple yet vibrant appearance. She appeared quite different from the last time he had seen her. As Xian Yuanling approached, he noticed Chen Hua at the entrance, flustered, and initially thought she was engaged in some secretive endeavor. But upon witnessing the scene, she remained oblivious. "What are you doing?" Suddenly hearing the voice of Xian Yuanling, Shen Qing hastily lowered her raised leg. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Xian Yuanling, sensing the astonishment and panic in her tone, was not irritated. It was the first time she had unintentionally encountered him. The second time was also by chance, and the third time remained unintentional. Kneeling for a cup of tea, she did not dare to speak, her timid nature preventing any deliberate flirtation, yet her innate beauty and their shared sentiments in the intimacy of the bedroom were undeniable. Xian Yuanling casually remarked, "Am I not allowed to come?" At this moment, everyone else was outside. Only the two of them remained in the room. Shen Qing hurriedly descended from the bed, as if fearing to disturb his mood, yet there was a hint of joy in her demeanor. She reached out to him, not quite holding his hand, but rather tugging at his sleeve. Observing her behavior, Xian Yuanling was reminded of the cat in the Empress Dowager's palace, which, when seeking affection, would similarly paw its sleeves, even giving a little shake. A faint smile curved his lips. "I am asking you a question." His tone bore a neutral quality. "Of course, Your Majesty can come," Shen Qing replied. "I merely found myself so delighted that I momentarily did not know what to say." The women in the harem were naturally eager to please him, but delighted and confused? Was there truly such joy? This only made him recall her alluring demeanor in bed more vividly. Xian Yuanling's gaze shifted, observing her slightly flushed cheeks with newfound interest. "Are you thinking of me?" Chapter 9. Re-entering the Zhongyu Palace, Shen Qing raised her gaze and was caught in the act, her cheeks aflame. The sound of her voice bore the delicate charm unique to a young girl, tinged with a hint of caution. Those words, forced from her lips, were softly uttered, yet could be felt deep within the heart. Xian Yuanling stretched out his arms and embraced her. Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, so he is no longer pretending? Hadn't he insisted on her taking the initiative before?" She had thought he relished that game. Very well, if he chooses not to feign, it certainly simplifies matters for her. Thus, the encounter proceeded smoothly, and the rain clouds gathered once more. Even as the clouds dispersed and the rain paused, it was not long before the tempest resumed. Shen Qing conceded, "Very well." However, Xian Yuanling's behavior became increasingly audacious. Initially, Shen Qing felt unperturbed, but as time passed, her composure began to wane. "Goodness, the emperor is acting strangely today." Until her voice grew hoarse, she still heard Xian Yuanling's retort, "Do not shout like that." Shen Qing nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief. Seriously, does he even realize what he is saying? The second night of service was fraught with tension, yet ultimately uneventful. That evening, Xian Yuanling did not stay, leaving shortly after washing up. Shen Qing lay on the bed like a puddle of mud, while Chen Hua entered to attend to her, apologizing. "When the emperor arrived, I happened to be in the way. I had no idea he would enter directly. I was terrified." Shen Qing replied, "You cannot be blamed. Who could have known the emperor would come? For now, please help me relax. Otherwise, I fear I shall be sore when I walk tomorrow." Chen Hua gently assisted Shen Qing in loosening her muscles, but unexpectedly, someone from the imperial kitchen arrived, bearing food. Shen Qing thought to herself, "Good heavens, has my reputation as a foodie truly taken hold? The emperor actually remembered to bring me nourishment." In truth, Xian Yuanling, seeing her exhaustion, was reminded of her previous appetite and decided to send her a late-night snack. Shen Qing was indeed hungry. After eating a bit, Chun Hua continued to massage her muscles and joints, and eventually, she drifted into slumber. Initially, this night of service was merely routine, but the following day, Yu Fei sent someone to convey. Last time, the lady used your recipe, but the servant said they did not learn it completely. Today, we request that you teach those incompetent servants in the Zhongyu Palace once more. Shen Qing genuinely felt that Yu Fei would meet a just fate in the future. Consequently, she proceeded to the Zhongyu Palace. Upon arrival, there was no pretense left. They directly stated, "It is unfortunate that you have come, as the lady has just retired. However, she wishes to see your skill, so please wait here." Without inviting Shen Qing in, they left her to wait outside under the blazing sun. Shen Qing felt utterly forsaken. What did she do but stand? At least they did not require her to kneel, which was a small mercy. She stood there for over an hour, her fair skin, although not yet in the height of summer, reddened from the sun's exposure, and by this time, her face felt warm. When she finally saw Yu Fei, she stumbled slightly before her. Yu Fei glanced at her with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Shen Liangren serves the emperor, yet how can she be so frail? After just a brief standing, she cannot endure. If the emperor were to summon you to assist with writing, would you be unable to even hold the ink stick? Shen Qing knelt down, her heart racing. She had originally hoped to enlist your guidance in instructing her inept servants, but your stamina appears lacking. Naturally, the emperor takes precedence over her, and should he require your assistance with writing implements, would you dare to inform him of your fatigue? Someone, fetch the inkstone and ink sticks. Yu Fei remarked, Shun, you must diligently grind the ink, striving to be of service when the emperor calls upon you. Shen Qing found herself at a loss for words. The audacity of this tormentor was somewhat novel, fabricating such an excuse. It would have been far more straightforward to simply impose a punishment of kneeling. Frustrated, she felt a rising annoyance towards Yu Fei. Yet her superior rank left her no choice but to comply. Such was the weight of authority. Yu Fei leisurely sipped her tea, observing with indifference. Shen Qing began to perspire, her forehead slick with sweat, her cheeks flushed from the sun, while her lips grew parched and pale, rendering her on the verge of collapse. Wen Xiao leaned in to whisper to Yu Fei. After glancing at her freshly manicured nails, Yu Fei declared, "Let it be for today. We shall return tomorrow to instruct those servants." It truly felt endless. Shen Qing had initially reassured herself that this woman was destined for demise, treating the moment as if she were dancing atop her grave. However, after enduring this torment once or twice, it had become intolerable. Frowning, she took a few steps, only to stumble and fall to the ground. Wen Xiao, startled, rushed to assist Shen Qing, bypassing the physician and opting to apply acupressure. After consuming a few sips of a cooling herbal tea, Shen Qing gradually regained consciousness, noticing the alarm etched on Wen Xiao's face. Wen Xiao inquired, "Shun, what has happened to you?" Shen Qing replied, I am fine." Wen Xiao frowned, turning to report to Yu Fei, "She has awakened, but her nerves are quite frail. She is thoroughly shaken. Your Highness, she fainted within the clock and jade palace. If she were to faint outside, it might result in damaging rumors about your reputation." In essence, Wen Xiao was expressing discontent over Shen Qing receiving rewards, which seemed unjust for merely possessing a pleasing visage. Shen Qing's fainting was inconsequential, yet if ill news spread, it could give the Empress leverage, an unfavorable outcome indeed. Yu Fei traced her fingertips across the tea table. "Useless creature, very well, let her not return tomorrow. That wretched state of hers is utterly dispiriting to behold." Having relished a moment of satisfaction, Shen Qing graciously acknowledged Wen Xiao's message. Once outside the clock and jade palace, she cast aside her trepidation and rolled her eyes heavenward. Chapter 10. The cost of pretending to be submissive upon returning to Zhaohua Palace. Shen Qing instructed Chunhua to apply a facial mask. Chunhua, filled with concern, murmured, "My lord." Shen Qing shook her head, saying, "We cannot afford to offend anyone, nor should we make it public." The reason she had feigned fainting within Zhongyu Palace was to seek a semblance of peace. Had she collapsed in public, Yu Fei would undoubtedly have harbored a grudge against her, tarnishing her reputation. Although her status was lowly, she was still a woman of the emperor, If Yu Fei were to act excessively, it would reflect poorly upon her. By pretending to faint, at least for a while, Yu Fei would refrain from troubling her. As for the notion of leveraging her fainting spell to draw the emperor's attention to Yu Fei's persecution and incite his punishment against her, Shen Qing dismissed the thought entirely. She was acutely aware of their respective standings, she, a mere concubine, and Yu Fei, a favored consort. To put it bluntly, she did not deserve such considerations. Even if she were to perish within Yu Fei's palace, the emperor would merely offer a lenient response, and Yu Fei would continue to bask in her favor. Such was the reality of the imperial harem. Shen Qing did not harbor any illusions that her 2 meetings with the emperor had forged any feelings in him. To him, she was merely an intriguing diversion, not someone worthy of his genuine concern. In a comparison between herself, a mere concubine, and Yu Fei, a woman with a dependable family background, it was clear which would prevail in the emperor's affections. Chanwu understood this truth and offered comfort, stating, ultimately, "We all serve the emperor. While your status may be humble, there is still a future ahead, and your fortunes will surely improve in time. Do not dwell on the present circumstances." The logic was sound, yet the humiliation was unbearable. From the outset, she had known she would have to play the role of a submissive, but having been a pampered heiress of a billion-dollar conglomerate in her past life, she had never endured such indignity. Shen Qing found herself compelled to contemplate the cost of this pretense. Would enduring 2 years in the harem as an inconsequential concubine truly exempt her from the threats of the narrative? Yu Fei had already begun to target her after merely 2 encounters with the emperor. It was implausible that she could avoid future encounters or deliberately provoke the emperor's disdain. Shen Qing's thoughts drifted elsewhere. She had initially intended to lay low for 2 years, avoiding the death node and allowing the plot to unfold, as she was familiar with the storyline, which seemed to promise a more favorable outcome. However, she had arrived far too early. The protagonist still had 2 years before entering the palace, with over a year remaining thereafter. Having experienced life anew, was this stifling existence truly living? It was mere survival. She could no longer bear the situation. It was time to act according to her own desires. As for the plot's trajectory, as long as the deviations were not too drastic, she believed she could redirect it. Firstly, she set a modest goal to ensure that the emperor fulfilled her daily needs. She wished to live without the constant worry of inadequate food or insufficient clothing, not merely temporary solutions, but lasting comfort. Therefore, her immediate task was to gain favor, which would require captivating the emperor's attention and ensuring he could not forget her. To achieve that, she needed to introduce novelty into her demeanor. 3 days later, Shen Yuanling summoned Shen Qing. Zai Kunzi came to deliver news, and this time, Shen Yuanling did not arrive. Shen Qing was assigned to be taken to Shen Yuanling's quarters. Once again wrapped in that familiar thick quilt, Shen Yuanling maintained his usual demeanor, propped up with one hand while engrossed in a book. Upon Shen Qing's entrance, he was so absorbed in his reading that he initially paid her no mind. After all, if he were to attend to her, he would inevitably lose focus on his book, so he preferred to finish reading before acknowledging her. With the room now devoid of others, Shen Qing gazed at the cover of the book Shen Yuanling was reading. After pondering for a moment, she attempted to rise, yet remained cocooned in the quilt, leaving only her head exposed. Hearing the movement, Shen Yuanling glanced back at her, his expression tinged with displeasure. Was the concubine restless during her night with him? "What are you doing?" he inquired. Shen Qing felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "I am merely curious about what book has captured your Majesty's attention so completely." She covered her mouth playfully, adding, "I shall not disturb you, Your Majesty." Her tone was teasing, yet not presumptuous, and not a hint of skin was revealed. Thus, Shen Yuanling's irritation dissipated, and he resumed his reading. Shen Qing quietly occupied herself beside him. After finishing his book, Shen Yuanling turned to find that the girl had tilted her head and was on the verge of sleep. How audacious, to disregard him entirely and succumb to slumber. Shen Yuanling regarded Shen Qing, his expression inscrutable. "No," Shen Qing exclaimed, her eyes widening. "I am not asleep. I am waiting for your Majesty." She endeavored to defend herself, showing little fear, as if she held great trust in him. With eager eyes, she inquired, Have you finished your book, Your Majesty? Xian Yuanling, sensing her blatant hint, found it somewhat amusing. Yes, I have finished. And so? Shen Qing's face flushed crimson, betraying her embarrassment. Xian Yuanling recalled that during their previous encounters, she had never taken the initiative. She had always been compliant, and quite well at that. Shen Qing, feeling an overwhelming shyness, instinctively wanted to shrink back into the quilt, leaving only her two eyes visible. Yet she was reluctant to tear her gaze away from Xian Yuanling. She then moved closer to him, reminiscent of her actions in the Zhaohua Palace. I do not know how. Xian Yuanling's expression was somewhat ambiguous. Did the matron not teach you? She did. Shen Qing replied. Then attend to me as instructed. Thus, Shen Qing summoned her abilities. After all, this was their third encounter, and she had garnered some understanding of Xian Yuanling, leading to a result that piqued his interest. Xian Yuanling found himself increasingly captivated by her. Since their union, Xian Yuanling had experienced 3 nights with Shen Qing, each surpassing those spent with others in terms of intimacy. It was indeed somewhat excessive. While soaking in the bath, his gaze grew profound. This time, he deliberately did not summon Shen Qing to assist him with his bath. Shen Qing awaited Xian Yuanling's arrival so she could perform her curtsy and depart, only to be surprised when he did not come and instead had her carried back. Under normal circumstances, such treatment from Xian Yuanling would have been sufficient to frighten anyone. It was rather perplexing. One moment he had been fiery with enthusiasm, and the next, he had donned a cold demeanor. After some contemplation, Shen Qing realized she had not angered Xian Yuanling in that moment, leading her to ponder what might have troubled him afterward. As long as nothing was done to offend him at that moment, the issue is not significant. Although Shen Qing does not fully comprehend the temperament of Xian Yuanling, having read the original text, she is aware that he is a man of strict principles and profound thoughts. He appears to be indifferent to everything except for power, and he certainly possesses self-restraint when it comes to beauty. In fact, Shen Qing was somewhat astonished by Xian Yuanling's intense fascination at first. However, it has since become quite normal. For an entire month thereafter, Xian Yuanling did not summon her to his chambers even once, as if he had forgotten her existence entirely. Chapter 11. Show me what you have learned in the imperial harem. The matter of who shares the emperor's bed and who does not is a daily topic of gossip. Shen Qing, who previously had the privilege of being summoned every few days, now found herself overlooked for an entire month, leaving her status in a state of uncertainty. Initially, it seemed that this favored consort could maintain her influence, but now the tides had turned. Had the emperor grown tired of her after only 3 encounters? Yu Fei, upon hearing this news, was equally perplexed. Had Shen Qing inadvertently offended the emperor in some way? When Xiu remarked that, given Shen Qing's humble origins and her captivating appearance, the emperor's affections could not solely be based on beauty. Yu Fei, upon reflection, found herself agreeing. She had once been irked by Shen Qing's looks, but with the emperor's neglect, her own spirits lifted, and she no longer felt any animosity towards her. It was astonishing to think she had once regarded such a trivial matter so seriously. Conversely, the empress frowned upon receiving this news. Who can truly fathom the emperor's thoughts? It seems Shen Qing's beauty has proven to be of little use. Jin Ji concurred, and the empress, in a heavy tone, lamented, "It is indeed unfortunate." Her hand instinctively brushed her abdomen. The emperor was accustomed to visiting the Fengyi Palace on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, a customary practice. Yet intimacy between them was rare. She longed for a legitimate heir, but her hopes were continually dashed, a source of deep-seated anxiety for her. While Shen Qing's fall from grace had become a source of amusement for others, the women of the harem viewed her diminished status with less disdain. The atmosphere during greetings had noticeably calmed. However, the quality of meals, which had recently improved, seemed to be declining once more. Upon returning to Zhaohua Palace, Shen Qing's routine remained unchanged. Yet, during the evening meal, Chunhua wore a troubled expression. "The kitchen staff truly is," she began, and as Shen Qing looked over, she observed that today's meal indeed appeared rather meager, reminiscent of her early days in the palace. After a few nights of being summoned, the kitchen had been attentive, providing her with exquisite dishes. However, Following a prolonged absence from the emperor's bed, the culinary offerings had regressed to a state of mediocrity, a stark reminder of her initial days at court. Though the food was acceptable, transitioning from abundance to scarcity proved challenging. The sight was disheartening. Shen Qing found little motivation to complain. The kitchen's duplicity was all too evident. Chunhua, observing the situation, expressed concern. "Mistress, should we take measures?" Shen Qing shook her head. "There is no need. Let us wait a little longer." Chunhua was perplexed, but noted Shen Qing's remarkable composure. Despite the considerable time since her last summons, her mistress did not seem troubled. Chunhua refrained from questioning why the emperor had not called for her. Throughout this month, Shen Qing grew increasingly fond of Chunhua, developing a deeper bond with her. The following day, while in the imperial garden, Shen Qing encountered Wang Meiren, another consort who had entered the palace alongside her and had been summoned to the emperor's bed once. Shen Qing wished to avoid any awkwardness as fellow consorts. It was customary to offer a polite greeting. Two individuals exchanged greetings, yet a moment passed in silence, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. At that very instant, Xian Yuanling unexpectedly strolled by. Shen Qing was taken aback by this chance encounter. However, one could hardly deem such an occurrence unfavorable. She and the beautiful Wang both bowed respectfully to Xian Yuanling. Wang, feeling quite nervous, had only served Xian Yuanling once, and now, witnessing his presence was indeed fortuitous. With her limited experiences in the palace, she hoped the emperor would remember her. If he did, it would pave the way for future opportunities. "Please rise," Xian Yuanling commanded, casting a glance at the two. He noticed Wang nervously twisting her fingers, while Shen Qing, cautiously stealing a glance at him, quickly lowered her head, her demeanor betraying a desire to look yet an unwillingness to do so. This elicited an instinctive curiosity in Xian Yuanling to see if she would muster the courage for a second look. Ultimately, after a moment's hesitation, she could not resist and lifted her gaze again, only to find him already watching her, causing her to shyly avert her eyes once more. Xian Yuanling nearly chuckled, genuinely intrigued. Since their paths had crossed, why not walk together for a while? Wang's heart raced. The emperor had summoned her to accompany him. Shen Qing, equally surprised, smiled at Xian Yuanling with a captivating charm, delighting him further, prompting him to indeed take her along. However, after a brief while, he lost interest in wandering, as he found little to discuss with Shen Qing or Wang, and soon they parted ways. As Shen Qing reflected on Xian Yuanling's demeanor, she mused that things seemed to be progressing well. It had been a month, after all, and surely that was sufficient time. After dinner, she proceeded with her usual yoga practice, and once she finished, she prepared for sleep. Spring Hua, too, decided to retire to her own quarters, when unexpectedly, the emperor arrived. It had been a month since he had summoned her to his chambers. Not only had he not issued an order, but he had come personally. Spring Hua was taken aback, but remembered to bow nonetheless. Shen Qing, too, prepared to pay her respects. "No need," Xian Yuanling instructed, dismissing the formality. Shen Qing pondered her next move. Had the emperor dined? Would he like some tea? "No need," he reiterated, prompting her to fall silent. Spring Hua, feeling somewhat lost, called for Zhao Hai to leave, leaving only Shen Qing and Xian Yuanling in the room. Xian Yuanling began to appraise Shen Qing. She truly possessed a breathtaking beauty at first glance. However, he had never scrutinized her closely before. Now, upon careful observation, he noted her perfectly shaped brows and eyes, a well-defined nose, and lips that were neither too thin nor too thick, naturally revealing a hint of rosy hue. Even her hair exuded an alluring fragrance unique to a beauty. Shen Qing appeared a bit constrained, but stepped forward, her eyes revealing a tinge of joy upon seeing Xian Yuanling after more than a month, though she kept her feelings subtle. Yet, she could not help but sneak glances at Xian Yuanling, which he caught her doing. "What are you looking at?" he inquired, feeling a wave of anxiety. Shen Qing confessed, "I'm uncertain of what has displeased the emperor, which is why I dare to steal a glance at you. Please, punish me as you see fit. Where have I displeased you, your majesty? During my last attendance, I must have faltered in some regard." Shen Qing felt a twinge of regret. Despite having received instruction from the matron, she was not particularly adept at these matters. This little one believed that her shortcomings during their last encounter were the reason for his month-long absence in summoning her to his side. Was it truly that simple? Her thoughts were rather innocent. In truth, Shen Yuanling often felt a sense of urgency when it came to Shen Qing, purposefully choosing to keep her at arm's length for a time. Now, observing her temperament, he found her demeanor quite amiable. Her character was charming, her appearance delightful. What harm was there in indulging a little in their intimate moments? He would still be generous and fair, not favoring Shen Qing alone. Did he truly fear that a mere woman could ensnare him? With a swift motion, Shen Yuanling enveloped Shen Qing in his embrace. Indeed, you are not particularly skilled, but do you recognize your mistakes? I acknowledge my faults, she replied. Since you admit your errors, have you taken the initiative to learn? Shen Qing's cheeks flushed crimson. I have, in private, sought to improve. Shen Yuanling's Adam's apple bobbed as he responded, show me what you have learned. Chapter 12. Embrace what has Shen Qing learned? After all, she is a modern individual, and though one may not have experienced the intricacies of the past, one has certainly observed the ways of the world. How could Shen Yuanling, an emperor from ancient times, fathom Shen Qing's methods? Yet, Shen Qing must not entirely abandon her composure. If she were to lose herself completely, Shen Yuanling would likely be taken aback. Moreover, her intention is for Shen Yuanling to engage not merely physically, but emotionally as well. Men, on one hand, are drawn to liberated women, yet on the other, they often harbor disdain for such boldness. Shen Qing is acutely aware of this delicate balance. Thus, she must exercise restraint, at least for the time being. This marks Shen Yuanling's first night spent in the Zhaohua Palace, lying in the same bed as Shen Qing. Although she is fatigued, she musters the strength to attend to his needs as he prepares for slumber. Once she has settled Shen Yuanling, she lies down beside him, unable to remain still. She inches closer, contemplating whether to wrap her arms around his. Shen Yuanling has never encountered such a clingy demeanor. Even those who may wish to be affectionate seldom possess the audacity to express it so openly. As she nestles against his arm, she appears genuinely pleased. Is there such a profound attachment? It seems that he is her sole source of solace within the vast expanse of the palace. Indeed, he may be her only refuge, as she differs from the other concubines whose families reside nearby or possess esteemed backgrounds. Shen Yuanling's heart softens. He feels no aversion towards her. With no illustrious lineage and her parents far away, she is devoid of any support within the palace. Yet, the smile curving her lips is endearing enough to dissuade him from voicing any objections. Ah, there is no rejection. As he muses this, he observes her inching closer once more. Curiosity peaks within Shen Yuanling as he wonders what her ultimate intent might be. Shen Qing notices that Shen Yuanling is not angered. Rather, her spirits lift, and the joy reflected in her smile seems almost childlike. Before he can react, she rubs her cheek against his chest and beams at him with unrestrained delight. Shen Yuanling is taken aback. He genuinely believes Shen Qing has overstepped her bounds. He contemplates imparting a word of caution, at the very least reminding her that he is an emperor, and their relationship is not akin to those of ordinary individuals. Yet, witnessing her exuberance, which radiates innocence and satisfaction, he finds it difficult to express his irritation. Ultimately, he refrains from pushing her away. Shen Qing considers this a form of compromise, albeit a minor one. However, she understands that patience is essential. The palace is teeming with women, and if she can etch a deeper impression in his mind, it may pave the way for their future. During the night, Shen Qing finds it difficult to sleep, feeling the oppressive heat. As Shen Yuanling rises early for court, she is inevitably roused as well. Observing her diligently arranging his court attire, he finds it somewhat amusing. She ought to be the one receiving service, not the one providing it. This task is ill-suited for her, as she deserves to be attended to. Yet, the Zhaohua Palace is rather sparse in its attendants. He had not noticed this before, but now it strikes him. Upon exiting the Zhaohua Palace, Shen Yuanling inquires, why is there only one serving maid in the Zhaohua Palace? Even the lowest-ranked consorts typically have at least 2 maids to attend to them. Zhao Hai hurriedly replied, indeed, there were originally 2, but for some unknown reason, one has gone missing. Xin Yuanling cast a glance at Zhao Hai and remarked, "The Imperial Household Department is becoming increasingly adept at managing affairs. Why have they not thought to replenish the attendance of the concubines within the palace?" Zhao Hai ponde. "This servant shall issue instructions at once." Xin Yuanling then proceeded to attend the morning court. Zhao Hai was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Realizing that the emperor had noticed the absence of one of Shen Liangren's attendants and had immediately ordered him to rectify the situation, he promptly instructed Xiao Xiazi, "Go. Select someone to send to Shen Liangren." After a brief pause, he added, "According to her rank, it is inappropriate to assign a steward. But given that Zhaohua Palace is quite distant, you may appoint someone to be responsible for its cleaning." Xiao Xiazi complied without hesitation, personally selecting an individual and designating a steward to oversee Zhaohua Palace, though publicly it was merely stated as a cleaning assignment, with responsibilities extending beyond just that palace. After attending to her duties, Shen Qing glanced at the sky. The morning court was indeed early. It was still dark outside. She turned and indulged in a short nap, only to awaken to discover that an additional palace maid had been added to her retinue. The maid was named Fang Yun and would henceforth attend to her in Zhaohua Palace. Not only did she gain a new maid, but there was also an additional steward outside. The steward bowed to Shen Qing and said, "This servant, Xiao Quanzi, pays his respects to you, my lady." Chuanhua's face was alight with joy. Not only had the Imperial Household Department sent a maid, but the presence of a steward, which was typically inappropriate for someone of her rank, indicated that the emperor was indeed considering her well-being. Delighted by the increase in personnel, Shen Qing decided to share her morning meal with both Chuanhua and Fang Yun. With more people present, it was customary to offer rewards. She always believed that giving money was the most reliable gesture, so she prepared red envelopes for the three of them, with Chuanhua receiving the largest share, while the other two received equal amounts. Fang Yun and Xiao Quanzi were pleasantly surprised to find themselves the recipients of red envelopes, and they promptly expressed their good wishes to Shen Qing. Observing their joyful expressions and the atmosphere in Zhaohua Palace, Shen Qing felt a sense of optimism, believing that such auspicious words heralded good fortune. Chapter 13, Your Majesty. Not delicious, Shen Qing, brimming with joy at the happy tidings, spent her day crafting new facial masks, her face adorned with the spring paste. By noon, Fang Yun went to fetch lunch and returned with a piece of news. At that moment, someone from the Zhongyu Palace had specifically instructed the imperial kitchen that the esteemed Yu Fei was with child, and her diet must be monitored carefully. This was nothing short of a display of opulence. Upon hearing this, Fang Yun, aware of Shen Qing's past grievances with Yu Fei, remarked, "Your beloved will naturally have children of his own in due time." Shen Qing understood her implication, yet replied sincerely, "It is indeed wonderful that Yu Fei is expecting." Her sentiment was heartfelt. After all, with this development, Yu Fei could focus on nurturing her pregnancy without trouble. However, there was a slight downside. In the original narrative, Yu Fei only bore a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Shen Qing pondered this news, realizing that the question of whether the child would be born was secondary. She was not so saintly as to remind someone who had wronged her. What mattered was that this affair did not concern her. For now, it seemed to be a cause for celebration. In a few days, when it was time to pay respects to the empress, Yu Fei indeed claimed to be unwell and could not attend, much to Shen Qing's delight, as it spared her from encountering Yu Fei's fierce demeanor. Just as Shen Qing felt the atmosphere lighten, she unexpectedly found herself under the scrutinizing gaze of a certain individual, Wang Meiren, who had previously crossed paths with her in the imperial garden. Wang Meiren, having encountered Shen Qing and then Xin Yuanling, initially thought little of the chance meeting. However, that very evening, Xin Yuanling sought out Shen Qing, leaving Wang Meiren feeling discontented. Women in the harem were ever ambitious, and Wang Meiren could not help but feel belittled, having shared an encounter with Shen Qing only for Xin Yuanling to favor Shen Qing instead. Shen Qing, reflecting on her sole interaction with Wang Meiren, found herself incredulous that such a trivial matter could evoke animosity. Truly, she was destined to be a scapegoat. Upon exiting Fengyi Palace, Shen Qing remained unaccompanied. while other concubines clustered together in groups. Wang Meiren, along with Fang Geiren and Li Meiren, encountered Shen Qing, and the three approached her. As they met, Shen Qing offered her greetings. "I bid you all good health, esteemed sisters." Li Meiren, with a hint of provocation, remarked, "I have only ever caught a fleeting glimpse of Shen Qing, but today I see her beauty shines even more distinctively." The insinuation was unmistakable, and Wang Meiren's expression darkened upon hearing it. It inevitably reminded her of the encounter in the Imperial Garden. Had Shen Qing's radiance been accentuated by her own presence, leading the Emperor to remember her after a month? Wang Meiren considered herself not unattractive, yet such remarks made it seem as though she were exceedingly plain. Shen Qing feigned ignorance of the situation, recognizing the formidable presence of Consort Yu. She understood the necessity of adopting a subservient demeanor, especially since the individuals before her were newly entered into the palace and had yet to establish their significance. It is worth noting that in the later developments, these characters would hold little relevance when the female protagonist made her entrance. Thus, Shen Qing need not persist in her pretense of humility. All were women of the Emperor, and she had just recently received a reward. "Sister, you flatter me," she remarked. "We all share the same features, 2 eyes and a nose, with little to distinguish us." Consort Wang was unlikely to genuinely raise objections. Though she may have felt slighted, she would not show it. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Qing turned to leave. Consort Fang could be regarded as the most influential among the recent arrivals, hailing from a family of generals and possessing her own spirit, reminiscent of Consort Yu, but without her ostentation. Men, after all, are often drawn to novelty. Xin Yuanling had already favored Consort Yu, rendering her likeness less appealing. As Shen Qing walked away, Consort Li remarked, "Her rank has yet to rise, yet she seems to stand on equal footing with us." Consort Wang, typically reserved, lowered her gaze upon hearing this. Consort Fang chuckled softly. Given her background, should she not be with child, it would be challenging for her to ascend in rank. The mention of her being with child resonated with consorts Li and Wang. Consort Fang narrowed her eyes, a hint of sarcasm glinting within. Shen Qing returned smoothly to Zhaohua Palace, marking yet another tranquil day. That evening, Xin Yuanling arrived earlier than usual, even foregoing dinner. Upon seeing him, Shen Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. Xin Yuanling mistakenly believed her joy was merely at his arrival, only for her to state, "Your Majesty is yet to dine, I presume?" Her tone conveyed genuine happiness. Xin Yuanling, amused and exasperated, thought to himself that she was assessing the quality of the meals he received. He feigned indignation. "Is the palace so lacking that you cannot eat well?" Shen Qing, slightly embarrassed, replied, "My meals are nowhere near as fine as those of your Majesty." Then, as if realizing something, she added, "It is not that I do not wish for your Majesty to come. I have been thinking about it." Xin Yuanling raised an eyebrow. Shen Qing revealed, "It was just that one time I had a late-night snack in the Emperor's palace. I have remembered it for quite some time." In essence, her thoughts encompassed not only food, but also his presence. Xin Yuanling considered her honesty refreshing, and thus refrained from ordering the meal to be served. Generally, the dishes prepared for a consort were consistent. However, exceptions existed, particularly when the Emperor was present, for he could not dine alongside the consort, but would have his meals prepared accordingly. Thus, Shen Qing, for the first time, beheld her small dining table laden with an array of delectable dishes, a sight far surpassing the mere late-night snacks she was accustomed to. Her time in the palace had lacked entertainment, and with her discerning palate, she found the meals served to her often inconsistent. However, this dinner could be deemed the finest she had experienced since her arrival. Therefore, she was genuinely intent on savoring it. As for maintaining decorum before the Emperor, feigning modesty, one must indeed put on an act, yet not everywhere, for that would be overly contrived. The palace is filled with obedient concubines, and what initially captivated him was her beauty. So, what prompted his sudden attention to the solitary attendant by her side, leading him to command the delivery of a maid? It was a hint of audacity, just enough to intrigue him without inciting genuine annoyance. This freshness made her memorable, and she desired to linger in his thoughts, relishing her uniqueness. Thus, Shen Qing was no longer inclined to eat the carrot. Xian Yuanling turned his gaze toward her. Upon noticing his attention, her expression flickered. "Why not eat?" he inquired. Shen Qing cast a disdainful glance at the carrot. "It's not palatable." Her preference lay with eggplant, and she then focused intently on a dish of eggplant and sauce nearby. Xian Yuanling raised an eyebrow at her unmistakable hint. She favored eggplant and loathed carrot? In the palace, how often did women express their distaste in his presence? Did she truly detest it? He nonchalantly placed a piece of carrot in her bowl. "Your Majesty." "It's not good," she lamented, her eyes pleading. Xian Yuanling, merely wishing to see her consume the carrot, found her gaze so forlorn that it almost seemed he had wronged her. Yet he was the emperor. How could she refuse what he offered? Such mischievousness. Naturally, Shen Qing complied, albeit with great reluctance. Observing her distress, Xian Yuanling, in a rare act of kindness, served her a piece of eggplant and sauce. Instantly, Shen Qing's little face transformed from frustration to delight. Her change of expression so swift that it amused Xian Yuanling. Was she truly such a delicate creature that food could elicit such a reaction? Chapter 14. Shen Liangren's selective taste. It appears that she truly dislikes carrots. Xian Yuanling, in a moment of compassion, refrained from serving her any more carrots. If she does not enjoy them, so be it. There are plenty of other dishes to savor, and it is not worth dwelling on a single bite, especially considering the pitiable expression on her face when she was forced to eat them. Xian Yuanling decided to spend the night at Zhaohua Palace once more. After making Shen Qing lie down for an entire night previously, she genuinely felt a bit warm this time. As the day grew warmer, even after exercising and taking a bath, she still felt rather hot under the covers. Unlike before when she had sought his closeness, this time Shen Qing kept her distance, and when she noticed him looking her way, she shyly remarked, "It's hot." Well then, it seems that her previous display of affection was merely an act. Is she now finding fault with me? Shen Qing quickly replied, "I harbor no disdain for your Majesty. It is simply hot." Her demeanor was certainly not a pretense. Observing her genuine discomfort, Xian Yuanling had no intention of making things difficult for her. However, it was somewhat disconcerting that she had previously been so affectionate, yet now distanced herself due to the heat. If the weather grows any warmer, have the Internal Affairs Department send you some ice. Shen Qing's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Your Majesty." To enjoy a comfortable life in the palace, one must have ample food, sufficient funds, and, of course, ice in summer and charcoal in winter. Otherwise, how could one lead a good life? Xian Yuanling was quite agreeable. If she pleased him, he would provide her with ice. Though he spoke lightly, the joyful look on her face was indeed endearing. The following day, Xian Yuanling again attended the morning court, while Shen Qing, still drowsy, assisted him in donning his court attire. Observing her, Xian Yuanling thought how truly delicate she was. Once she had properly dressed him, she sent him off and returned to catch up on her sleep. As Xian Yuanling exited Zhaohua Palace, he instructed Zhao Hai, "Have the imperial kitchen pay close attention to Zhaohua Palace." Zhao Hai was genuinely surprised. After all, did not Shen Liangren refuse to eat a single carrot at last night's dinner? Why the sudden order today? The staff, not daring to be negligent, promptly sent Xiao Xiazi to convey the message to the imperial kitchen. After her nap, Shen Qing awoke just in time to meet a visitor from the imperial kitchen. Chunhua was also taken aback. Today, it is even the esteemed eunuch Shang who has come in person. Eunuch Shang, upon seeing Shen Qing, smiled warmly. "May I greet the esteemed one?" Shen Qing quickly responded, "You are too kind, eunuch." Taking pleasure in her words, eunuch Shang got straight to the point. Today, Xiao Xiazi relayed a message, requesting the imperial kitchen to be more attentive, acknowledging that our servants have been negligent. "We are unsure of your preferences, so I have come to inquire about your usual likes and dislikes. Rest assured, anything you do not wish to eat will no longer be presented before you." Shen Qing was taken aback for a moment, then blushed. "Why does His Majesty?" She exchanged a knowing glance with Chunhua and then addressed eunuch Shang. "I truly apologize. I have never eaten carrots. His Majesty witnessed this during our meal yesterday, and I did eat, but I had no idea." Chunhua then produced a small pouch, which Shen Qing personally placed into eunuch Shang's hands. "I am truly grateful for your efforts in making this trip." Eunuch Shang, momentarily taken aback by the generous offering, was left speechless, realizing the substantial amount she had given. Shang Deshi, having observed numerous individuals within the palace, must surely reveal his true intentions should he be under the influence of some potion. Upon receiving the decree, it was initially thought that this favored concubine Shen, having gained the emperor's favor, had begun to flaunt her position and exert pressure on the imperial kitchen. Is it truly the case that the emperor himself, having noticed her fastidious eating habits, issued such orders? Upon returning to the imperial kitchen and discussing this matter with the head chef, they both found it rather curious. Concubine Shen was indeed quite favored. With this understanding, they ensured that the meals sent to Zhaohua Palace were prepared with utmost care. Chapter 15. The schemes against Lady Wang. Initially, no one was aware of the improvement in the dining arrangements for Shen Qing, but by a stroke of fate, a maidservant in Lady Wang's entourage happened to witness the delivery of food to Zhaohua Palace, thus uncovering the secret. Lady Wang, harboring a grudge against Shen Qing, instructed the maid to report back. Lady Wang was already deeply perturbed by Shen Qing's mere presence, particularly after that incident when the emperor had pointedly chosen Shen Qing to attend him in the night, as if delivering a resounding slap to her face. Now, with Shen Qing being a mere commoner, yet receiving preferential treatment in her meals, Lady Wang could not help but feel increasingly resentful. Was it merely due to Shen Qing's serving the emperor on a couple of occasions? The bitterness within Lady Wang grew as she realized her own lack of favor, simultaneously loathing Shen Qing, yet feeling powerless against her. She became increasingly fixated on that day in the imperial garden when the emperor's gaze had rested solely on Shen Qing and had overlooked her. If only the emperor had noticed her instead, would she have been the one to share his bed that night? This thought filled her with an unprecedented urgency for the emperor's affection. Yet, with the emperor's visits to the palace being infrequent, how could she ever hope to gain his favor? How long would she have to endure this waiting game? In a state of despair, a nearby maid softly suggested, "My lady, perhaps it would be wise to pay a visit to consort you." "What?" Lady Wang inquired, perplexed. The maid, Ling Xiang, explained currently, "You reside in the esteemed Qingyun Palace, which is under the auspices of Consort Ru, who is not in favor. Moreover, not only is Consort Ru out of favor, but Consort Chun is also not particularly favored. These two have only attained their ranks due to their long service to Xianyuan Ling and their noble backgrounds, rather than any genuine affection from him. In truth, Xianyuan Ling's visits to the inner court have always been scant, and Consort Ru hardly sees him more than a few times a year, leaving Qingyun Palace rather desolate. In contrast, the situation at Consort Yu's Zanyu Palace is quite different, as Consort Yu is currently with child and unable to attend to the emperor. She is likely in need of someone to offer her attention. If you were to ally yourself with her, the emperor would surely visit her frequently, and you would consequently have the opportunity to see him." Lady Wang's interest was piqued. Yes, a child. Noble Consort Fong had mentioned that unless Shen Qing bore a child, she cannot ascend in rank. If she were to have a child, then naturally, Shen Qing would be unable to surpass her. However, to have a child, she must first secure a chance to meet the emperor. Her desire for this opportunity was genuine. If Consort Ru could not provide it, then she would seek out Consort Yu. Upon approaching Consort Yu, who was nurturing her pregnancy, Lady Wang suddenly presented herself and articulated her intentions. However, Consort Yu's expression darkened. While she could not serve the emperor at present, she already had 2 children in addition to the one she was expecting. The singular honor of being the most esteemed in the harem could not possibly be extended to an ordinary beauty like Lady Wang. It was utterly absurd. Consort Yu chastised Lady Wang soundly, and word of her visit reached Consort Ru. This was audacity. She dared to disregard the authority of the main palace. Consort Ru feigned a smile, yet her eyes betrayed no trace of mirth. "If you desire favors so ardently, why not come to me instead? I can grant you what you seek." To abandon the position of a palace mistress and seek refuge with Consort Yu was a resounding slap in the face. In the palace resided a certain individual, and Consort Ru, feeling indignant, thought to herself that she would not allow a mere beauty to humiliate her so easily. After years in the palace, how could she lack the means to retaliate? Casting a glance at the attendant beside her, she instructed, The filthy item we discovered in Lady Ping's chamber shall be discreetly placed into Wang Marin's wine cup during the grand celebration of the Crown Prince's birthday in a few days. The attendant nodded, understood. However, if this action disrupts the Crown Prince's banquet, Rue scoffed, a mere concubine lacks the power to cause such turmoil. I shall see to it that she is led to the guards patrolling the palace. Then we shall witness her eagerness for male favor. Meanwhile, Shen Qing learned from Chunhua that the Crown Prince's birthday was approaching. The celebration was a significant event in the palace. Although the Crown Prince was not the legitimate son, he held the esteemed title of the eldest, and at 6 years old, being the only prince to have entered the Imperial Academy, he was indeed revered. On the day of the Crown Prince's birthday, the harem buzzed with excitement. Shen Qing arrived early, knowing she could not emulate consort you. Yet she was surprised to find you had also come quite early. It had been a while since Shen Qing had seen consort you, who, now visibly pregnant, cast a casual glance in her direction. Shen Qing lowered her head and respectfully performed her greetings, behaving no differently than before. In public, even you would not be foolish enough to cause a scene. Other members of the harem gradually arrived. Xin Yuanling was still occupied with state affairs, and though he intended to attend, he would arrive at the last moment, leaving matters in the hands of the empress. This was Shen Qing's first encounter with the Crown Prince, who, at 6 years of age, appeared remarkably mature, standing beside his birth mother, Consort Shen. Upon observing him, Shen Qing noted that while his brows and eyes did not resemble Xin Yuanling's, his nose and mouth bore a resemblance, prompting her to scrutinize him several times. When Xin Yuanling finally arrived, the banquet commenced in earnest. Shen Qing remained seated at the lowest position, adhering to the customs of the birthday celebration. She had no significant role and was merely a spectator. As the festivities unfolded, the food was rather ordinary, yet Shen Qing, feeling the tedium, occupied herself with eating to pass the time. Xin Yuanling, casting a casual glance her way, noted her picking at various dishes, chewing thoughtfully before selecting another morsel to sample. Finding it somewhat amusing, he soon diverted his attention elsewhere, choosing to enjoy his wine while the surrounding concubines accompanied him, indulging only slightly. In stark contrast was Wang Marin, who had been feeling quite disheartened of late. She observed the wine being poured continuously, clearly seeking solace in drink, her gaze drifting to the elevated figure of Xin Yuanling. The more she looked, the more her heart ached, yet with each sip, a warmth began to spread through her. Chapter 16. The Emperor's unwelcome advances. The individuals who administered the potion never anticipated that Lady Wang would resort to drowning her sorrows in drink. What was intended to be a single cup sufficient to effect the desired result found her consuming nearly an entire flask in one go. As Lady Wang's complexion grew increasingly flushed, her gaze upon Xin Yuanling became ever more fervent. She remained entranced until the birthday banquet approached its conclusion, at which point a maid bearing a lantern arrived to escort the various noble ladies back to their quarters. Lady Wang, too, had an attendant assigned to her. The maid gently guided her along, fully aware of the telltale blush adorning Lady Wang's cheeks. However, as fate would have it, midway through their journey, Lady Wang caught sight of Xin Yuanling making his way towards the Empress's palace, struggling to suppress the heat coursing through her. Her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Xin Yuanling, consumed by a desire for the Emperor's affection. Upon seeing him, she could not restrain herself any longer. She turned abruptly and approached Xin Yuanling, taken aback by Lady Wang's sudden appearance, furrowed his brow, momentarily failing to recognize who she was. After all, he had only favored her once, and her beauty was hardly remarkable. Yet, his disdain for her was palpable. He was en route to the Empress's palace. What need had he for such an imbecile in the harem? Did she presume the Empress to be a mere puppet, or did she believe that any woman could incite his lust? However, it was unnecessary to lose his temper over a mere woman. Just as he prepared to leave, Lady Wang called out, "Your Majesty." Her voice echoed with an unmistakable allure, reminiscent of whispers shared in intimate moments. The surrounding attendants lowered their heads in embarrassment. Xin Yuanling's expression darkened. To be fair, he appreciated feminine charm, yet charm did not equate to lewdness. Lady Wang's brazen declaration was shockingly inappropriate, akin to a courtesan soliciting customers. "Begone," he commanded with a low voice. Under normal circumstances, such a commanding tone would have frightened Lady Wang. However, having been drugged and emboldened by drink, coupled with her recent frustrations and her longing for the emperor's favor, she was intoxicated in more ways than one. He was right before her, and in her stupor, she forgot to be cautious and rose to her feet. Zhao Hai, astounded by Lady Wang's audacity, recognized that she was indeed the emperor's favored consort, and such advances were not to be hindered without the emperor's word. Thus, Lady Wang boldly approached Shen Yuanling. As he commanded her to leave, she remained unmoved, and he was about to call for her removal when, unexpectedly, she lunged at him, seizing his sash. The eunuchs around them were momentarily stunned, having never witnessed such a display. Not just the attendants, but even Shen Yuanling was taken aback. He could hardly process the audacity of this woman. Had he truly been assaulted in such a manner? Once he regained his senses, his face darkened with fury. Without a second thought, he kicked her away. Royal offspring, even those lacking martial prowess, engaged in physical training for health, and this kick was delivered with force, sending her sprawling far from him. Zhao Hai realized the gravity of the situation. Is everyone dead? Protect his majesty. He could scarcely consider how a consort could behave thus. His cold sweat dripped down as he took stock of the chaos. The surrounding attendants fell to their knees, no longer regarding Lady Wang as the emperor's woman, but rather as a would-be assassin subdued on the ground. Shen Yuanling noticed that his collar had indeed been carelessly tugged by the enchanting beauty amidst the chaos. He could only imagine that had it not been for his timely kick, she might have truly pressed herself against him. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. How could he have ever been infatuated with such a woman? This was enough to disgust the emperor. In a palace so heavily guarded, how could he, as the emperor, allow a concubine to so brazenly take liberties with him? Who would believe such a scandal? He was certainly not an innocent maiden wandering the streets. At that moment, Ding Xiang arrived, and upon seeing Shen Yuanling, she was so terrified that she fell to her knees, hastily pleading for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare me." The beauty drank too much and lost her composure. It was unintentional. Shen Yuanling replied coldly. "Then see to it that she sobers up." He shot a glare at Zhao Hai. "Return to Qianyuan Palace." Zhao Hai quickly directed the attendants to escort Shen Yuanling back to Qianyuan Palace, which was not the Empress's Fengyi Palace. The Empress had been anticipating Shen Yuanling's visit. He rarely came to see her, and after a month, she had made elaborate preparations for his arrival. Yet, just as she was ready, word came that he would not be coming after all. Unthinkable. The emperor never engaged in such blatant acts that would undermine the empress's dignity. The empress immediately dispatched someone to inquire about the situation, only to be left dumbfounded by the news of the beauty's antics. She could not restrain herself and shattered a teacup in anger. Wretched woman. While it was not uncommon for palace intrigues to arise, the audacity of this beauty to present herself so boldly, even to the point of offending the empress, was unprecedented. The emperor's displeasure was palpable, and his absence from Fengyi Palace was not merely a slight against the empress. It reflected her failure to manage the women of the harem. As the matriarch of the palace, any disturbance caused by the women fell squarely upon her shoulders. The empress, known for her grace and propriety, had always managed palace affairs with remarkable order. Shen Yuanling had never held her accountable for any mishaps, but now, due to the disgrace brought by this beauty, she felt her status as empress was tarnished before him. How could she endure such humiliation? Consequently, as the beauty was escorted back, still inebriated, the empress's people arrived to ensure she was thoroughly sobered. Such an incident occurring after the crown prince's birthday banquet was neither trivial nor insignificant. News spread quickly throughout the palace, and it wasn't long before many were aware of the scandal. Shen Qing was equally astonished upon hearing the news. Was this beauty a master of slapping faces in a previous life? Otherwise, how could she have struck so hard? Residing in Qingyan Palace, she had audaciously sought favor in Zhongyu Palace, delivering a fierce rebuke to Rui. After the crown prince's birthday feast, the emperor sought out the empress, only to have this debacle unfold. thus delivering yet another blow to her dignity. Moreover, a throng of guards and eunuchs had failed to prevent a mere woman from getting so close to the emperor, effectively branding them as ineffectual. Although Shen Yuanling suffered embarrassment from this incident, he took no further action beyond serving as a reminder to the empress. However, his inaction only intensified the anxiety among those beneath him. In this way, he had inadvertently offended many prominent figures within the palace. While the beauty had been disoriented when seeking out Shen Yuanling, once she had sobered, her mind became as clear as day. Then she seemed struck by a thunderbolt, astonished at her own actions whilst inebriated. Yet before she could fully comprehend her predicament, the queen's envoy arrived to impart the rules of propriety. Seeking favor among the court was certainly not a grave offense, but a lack of decorum within the palace was indeed a serious flaw. The situation for Consort Wang grew increasingly dire. A few days later, during the morning greetings at Fengyi Palace, Consort Ru lamented to the queen, expressing her disbelief that Consort Wang could behave in such a manner. She even stated that the emperor's infrequent visits to Qingyun Palace were the reason for her inability to retain his affections, pleading with the queen to reassign Consort Wang to a different residence. The emperor had not visited the inner palace in recent days, indicating his genuine disdain for the situation. The queen harbored her own frustrations, and upon hearing Consort Ru's words, promptly responded, "How could there be such a shameless individual? I perceive that this is not merely a case of drunken folly, but rather a sign of some mental derangement. Summon the imperial physician to attend to her, and for the time being, relocate her from Qingyun Palace to a quieter place for her recovery." Meanwhile, Consort Wang, having been removed from Qingyun Palace, was left in a state of bewilderment, shouting to those outside, "I am not mad, I am not." But at that moment, no one was willing to convey her words. Chapter 17. The shuttlecock Shen Yuanling had personally encountered the situation involving Wang Meirun, and thus called upon Zhao Hai to keep watch. Typically, he did not concern himself with matters of the harem, yet the audacity of a mere beauty, intoxicated, was rather unthinkable. Although Zhao Hai had been tasked with investigating the matter, he understood that a complete inquiry was unattainable, yet some level of scrutiny was indispensable. Consequently, Shen Yuanling received word that Wang Meirun had previously sought favor by approaching Yu Fei, even requesting Yu Fei's intervention, and the subsequent encounter with the emperor had been sheer coincidence. Upon digesting this information, Shen Yuanling's comprehension deepened. He let out a cold chuckle. The favor bestowed upon Yu Fei had indeed inflated her sense of importance. Many believed that by aligning themselves with her, they could gain favor. As for Ru Fei, there were countless hands reaching for her, and he need not delve into that. Ru Fei had once received his affections. In fact, she was among the first women he had cherished even before ascending the throne, bestowed upon him by the then non-empress mother. Shen Yuanling's relationship with the empress was complicated, and he had always maintained a lukewarm disposition towards Ru Fei. The resentment he harbored, compounded by the loss of her second princess, left him with a tinge of guilt, leading him to grant her the title of consort upon entering the palace, which was, in a way, an elevation of her status. Little did he anticipate her treachery, which had now turned against him. This incident truly soured Shen Yuanling's feelings towards Ru Fei. As for Yu Fei, he was acutely aware of her growing arrogance since giving birth to twins. While he found her increasingly displeasing, it had not yet crossed into outright disdain, particularly as she was currently with child. "Let it be," Shen Yuanling declared. "Since the empress has permitted her to recuperate, let her do so. The palace can certainly afford to tend to a patient." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai lowered his head even further. The emperor's mention of her as a patient signified that her chances of regaining favor were indeed slim. Even if Wang Meirun were not ill, she would be perceived as such. Shen Yuanling contemplated and remarked, "The empress has exerted herself for the first prince's birthday. I shall send her some nourishing gifts." After all, the empress was but human, with limitations, and this incident had caused her some embarrassment. It was only fitting to offer some consolation. With the emperor's decision to conclude the matter, Shen Yuanling was evidently disturbed by Wang Meirun's actions, his thoughts straying from the harem as he faced pressing affairs of state. As the weather grew warmer, drought struck certain regions, causing unrest in the court. Xian Yuanling busied himself with these matters until they subsided, after which he resumed his engagements with the respectful affairs room. Wang De awaited Xian Yuanling's selection with a green head plate, and while the emperor noticed Shen Qing's card, he instead chose to reveal the card of Fang Guren. This young woman had become quite conspicuous in the harem. Lacking the status of motherhood and unable to elevate herself, her continued favor was indeed a source of scrutiny. That very evening, Fang Guren attended to the emperor's bedchamber. Several days later, he visited Yu Fei to check on the children, returning again the following day before finally making his way to Zhaohua Palace. However, this visit was during the daytime, catching many off guard. Shen Qing continued to live her life in relative comfort, her circumstances having improved significantly since her initial entry into the palace. On ordinary days, with the company of Chanhua and Fan Yun, Shen Qing would often engage in playful activities. Today, however, she felt the urge to sweat and detoxify, prompting her to ask Fan Yun to make a shuttlecock, while she herself joined in the fun of kicking it in the courtyard. When Xian Yuanling arrived, Shen Qing was already engrossed in her game. With little entertainment available, she relished this moment, fully immersed in the joy of the activity. To facilitate her movements, she had her hair styled in a ponytail and wore no skirt, presenting herself like a spirited tomboy. Though Xian Yuanling recognized Shen Qing, he had never encountered a shuttlecock before. Observing her lively jumps beneath the tree, her cheeks flushed with vitality, he instinctively curled the corners of his lips into a smile. It was only when someone came to pay their respects, and the servants promptly knelt in unison, that Shen Qing paused and returned the salutation to Xian Yuanling. Seated on a nearby stone bench, Xian Yuanling curiously examined the shuttlecock. "What is this contraption?" he inquired. Shen Qing replied with a grin, "This is something I devised. Your Majesty, look, it has 3 coins attached." Indeed, upon closer inspection, Xian Yuanling noted the clever craftsmanship. Shen Qing gleefully held up the feathered shuttlecock, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Would your Majesty like to see me kick it? I do it quite well." The young girl was undeniably charming, though her behavior seemed somewhat unorthodox. "Why do not visit? Do you become so lax?" he remarked, his tone slightly reproachful. The surrounding servants lowered their heads. Sensing the tension, Shen Qing instinctively shrank back, as if intimidated, yet she couldn't suppress her excitement, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Would you like to see?" she asked. Xian Yuanling maintained a stern expression. "What if I find it unappealing?" he countered. With a hint of trepidation, Shen Qing replied, "Then, if I do not perform well, will your Majesty punish me?" Was she so bold as to invite punishment, confident that he would not follow through? Xian Yuanling scrutinized her, realizing she was not entirely fearless. Her expression bore a hint of grievance. Who wouldn't feel aggrieved when attempting to share something joyful, only to be met with criticism? Her demeanor drooped. Instead of imposing a direct reprimand, he appeared to soften slightly. "Kick it first," he instructed. Shen Qing complied, and the surrounding servants held their breath, anxious for her performance. As she kicked the shuttlecock, her spirits lifted, and she seemed to shed her earlier distress. Once finished, she turned to Xian Yuanling, who found his mood inexplicably brightened. Puzzled by the sudden shift, wasn't she just feeling wronged? With a gentle smile, she approached him and whispered, "I realized something while I was jumping just now." "Oh," he replied, intrigued. Leaning closer to Xian Yuanling's ear, she continued softly, "In truth, your Majesty does not disapprove of my kicking the shuttlecock. It is your concern for my appearance being deemed improper by others that prompts your sternness, is it not? Even if not out of concern, I cannot believe you would truly be angered by seeing me play with a shuttlecock. If your temper were truly so severe, you would not tolerate the audacity of consort you." Thus, Shen Qing presented herself as agreeable, knowing that any man presented with such a flattering notion would likely temper his anger. Moreover, her earlier assertions were not entirely unfounded. If he had truly harbored disdain from the outset, he would not have taken a seat beside her. Xian Yuanling felt that the gentle voice penetrated his ears and burrowed into his heart. He was indeed somewhat vexed, bewildered by the lack of decorum. However, before his irritation could escalate, Shen Qing took a step back, adorned with a smile that illuminated her face, and knelt before him, placing her hands upon his knees. Her voice, clear for all to hear, declared, "Your Majesty, this humble servant accepts her punishment." Yet, this hardly resembled an acceptance of punishment. It seemed more akin to a reward. Seeing her radiant smile, her eyes twinkling as if filled with stars, and her cheeks flushed from movement, Xian Yuanling's gaze inexplicably fell upon her delicate lips, and a sudden impulse surged within him. The words that escaped her lips were so sweet. He couldn't help but wonder if they were equally delightful to taste. This fleeting thought startled him, and he became acutely aware of his own musings. A tumult of irritation and desire swirling within him, rendering his emotions exceedingly complex in that moment. His expression darkened slightly, attributing her irresistible allure to his predicament. "Go and transcribe the scriptures. Focus on cultivating your composure," he commanded, rising to depart. Chapter 18. Behave yourself. Zhao Hai was taken aback. Everything seemed fine upon their arrival. Yet now it appeared that the emperor was genuinely upset. However, upon observing his master's expression, it did not seem to convey anger. Earlier, Shen Qing had spoken softly, only audible to the two of them, while onlookers noted that Xian Yuanling appeared displeased upon seeing Shen Qing playing with a shuttlecock. Subsequently, they rationalized that Shen Qing was merely acting coy to plead her case, and when it became evident that the emperor was indeed angered, they had no choice but to accept the punishment. Zhao Hai was puzzled. If the emperor had indeed punished her, surely he must be angry? Yet, he did not appear to be so. How strange indeed. Inside, Chunhua and Fang Yun were equally alarmed. Shen Qing, however, shook her head and smiled, declaring, "It's nothing to worry about. In fact, it is quite the good fortune." Xian Yuanling had not visited the inner palace for some time, and his decision to seek out Concubine Fang and consort you during the day was rather unexpected. Had he come to visit her at night, it would have been unremarkable. Yet, he chose to come during daylight hours. Previously, Shen Qing had been subtly gauging Xian Yuanling's feelings beyond their encounters of intimacy, and now she could truly discern a shift in his demeanor. It seemed that Xian Yuanling was beginning to regard her with some concern. However, concern does not equate to affection. The emperor's nature differs from that of ordinary men, as evidenced by his unhesitating visits to other women's chambers. Nonetheless, when he sought her out, he was mindful of her circumstances, ensuring not to complicate matters or draw undue attention to her. Interestingly, he first approached Concubine Fang. Whether this was deliberate or accidental remained uncertain. Among the newly arrived consorts, Shen Qing was the most striking in appearance. Yet Concubine Fang held a more prominent position and was favored more greatly. Viewed as a mere concubine by others, Shen Qing was overshadowed by Concubine Fang's esteemed background and high status. Upon sensing the unusual atmosphere when he arrived, she decided to directly test the waters. Although punished, it was a consequence she had invited upon herself. This evening, if he indeed came to her, Shen Qing would be able to gauge her significance in Xian Yuanling's heart. Naturally, Xian Yuanling did arrive. Upon entering, he found Shen Qing diligently copying scriptures, her focus unwavering, portraying an image of utmost seriousness. Having relinquished her high ponytail, her soft hair cascaded gently behind her, presenting a picture of demureness. As Xian Yuanling's gaze swept across Shen Qing's lips, he found it impossible to suppress the stirrings of desire that had surfaced earlier. There was no need for restraint. He stepped forward, enveloped her in his arms, and lowered his lips to hers, contemplating their sweetness. The movement was seamless. Shen Qing's brush fell from her hand, her eyes widening in surprise. Although they had shared many intimate moments, this was their first kiss. Two individuals devoid of deep affection found themselves unexpectedly moved by the act. When Xian Yuanling finally withdrew, he caught a glimpse of Shen Qing's expression, which seemed to convey a profound sense of grievance as she glanced at the nearly completed scripture she had been writing. Xian Yuanling realized he had acted hastily, unable to wait for Shen Qing to properly set down her brush, resulting in the near destruction of her diligent work. Observing her look of discontent, he felt a rare pang of guilt. The Buddhist scripture was transcribed at his behest, and while she diligently copied it, he suddenly succumbed to desire and summoned her to his side, despite her previous obedience. This punishment, it could be said, was merely to preserve his own dignity. Thus, Xian Yuanling pondered that given her compliance, it would be unjust to cause her distress. I hereby grant you permission to cease your transcription. Surely this brought her joy. After all, it was the emperor himself who rescinded his decree. This marked the beginning of their rapport. Shen Qing, sensing the favorable turn, graciously replied, "Thank you, your majesty," offering him a gentle smile that dispelled any remnants of her earlier discontent. Seeing her rapid change in demeanor, Xian Yuanling recalled her soft-spoken nature and narrowed his eyes slightly. "You have grown bold, daring to speculate on my thoughts and even voice them before me?" Yet, despite his words and actions, this did not necessarily imply that she had indeed guessed correctly. Shen Qing felt a sense of relief, her eyes sparkling with laughter as she gazed at him. "It is simply because I am happy." "Happy?" Xian Yuanling raised an eyebrow. Shen Qing's eyes curved in delight. "It is the first time your majesty has come to visit me during the day. You care for me, and in that moment, I allowed myself to be a little presumptuous." Her daring was merely a test of his affections. Xian Yuanling felt a tightness in his throat, yet her bright smile softened his heart. Such a compatible companion was truly unprecedented. Other consorts sought his favor, yet she found joy simply because he had visited her once during daylight. Moreover, she was astute. Most would be terrified in his presence, but this little maiden, despite her petite appearance, showed no fear. He recalled her earlier antics of playing with a shuttlecock, charming in her attempts to please him. He looked at her, momentarily silent, before finally saying, "Be a bit more compliant." Shen Qing tilted her head inquisitively. "If you are more agreeable, I shall come to see you more often." Her cheerful and lively demeanor, reminiscent of her playful moments beneath the tree, was refreshing, a rare vitality within the palace walls. Though it defied protocol, he found himself inexplicably drawn to it. Upon hearing his words, Shen Qing felt a thrill. She sensed a spark of fondness from him. Of course, not the romantic kind, but in comparison to the other consorts, she had indeed earned his favor. Chapter 19. Shen Liangren's beauty on this day. It was only natural that she would attend to the emperor. After bathing and waiting for the servants to leave, Xian Yuanling suddenly asked, "Are you hungry?" Shen Qing's expression was one of delightful surprise. She had indeed established her character well. The emperor truly remembered her. Looking down at her charming demeanor, Xian Yuanling found it amusing and decided to send for a meal. The two within the chamber were quite harmonious, while outside, Zhao Hai found the situation unbelievable. Punished during the day, yet favored in the evening. What could be the meaning of this? Having been by the emperor's side for so long, he found it difficult to comprehend Xian Yuanling's actions this time. Zhao Hai's confusion did not escape the empress's notice. The emperor's daytime punishments and nighttime affections were not concealed from her. Shen Liangren was indeed beautiful. Her singular visage was unmatched throughout the palace. It seemed the emperor, at least for the time being, could not bring himself to neglect her, even if it was merely due to her looks. The empress, seated before her dressing mirror, was acutely aware of her own position. Though Shen Liangren had gained favor, her rank was low, and relying on her beauty would inevitably lead to new favorites overshadowing her. Her youth would not last long. She could only hope that Shen Liangren would be wise and conceive a child soon, as the empress found herself in dire need of a child to keep by her side. Otherwise, Yu Fei, with her pair of dragon and phoenix twins and another child on the way, would surely overshadow her. This was the first child since the emperor's ascension, a treasure beyond measure. Furthermore, the empress could not allow any disrespect to manifest openly. Her authority as empress was not to be challenged. The following day, Shen Qing awoke to a bright morning, realizing it was already well past dawn. Startled, she summoned Fang Yun. "Where is the emperor?" Fang Yun replied, "The emperor instructed us to serve you well while he attended the morning court." With a smile, she added, "The emperor himself said not to wake you to assist with your morning attire." Fang Yun was genuinely pleased. After all, it was wonderful that the emperor had personally mentioned it. Yesterday's punishment had frightened Shen Qing, but she reassured herself, and indeed, everything was fine. Feeling relieved by his words, she relaxed, although her body ached from the previous day's tension. uncertain if it was due to the taste of kisses experienced the night before. She mused that the emperor had indeed been somewhat wild. Though she might jest, the harmonious nature of their intimate life was beneficial for their relationship. Shen Qing, not one to shy away, would not refuse. However, she contemplated that next time she might not be so accommodating and would seek a little more indulgence. While it was enjoyable to yield to his desires, emotions were not so simple. Cherishing affection was crucial, and she felt the potential to cultivate deeper feelings. When one does not harbor profound affection, it is easy to soften one's heart towards another, and that could lead to a loss in emotional stakes. With these thoughts, Shen Qing drifted back to sleep. By noon, Chunhua brought news from outside to Shen Qing. She heard that when Yu Fei took a stroll, she encountered Fang Guiren. And somehow, Fang Guiren had offended Yu Fei, resulting in the latter being punished to kneel for 2 full hours. Upon hearing this, Shen Qing, the punishment of kneeling serves as a standard means of discipline in palace narratives, and Yu Fei truly embodies the diligent essence of a villain. One might have thought that her pregnancy would afford her some reprieve. Alas, it seems that misfortune has befallen Fang Guiren once again. After 2 hours, her legs must surely feel as though they can no longer straighten. It is not without reason that Xian Yuanling has neglected the inner palace for a span of 10 days or half a month, only to return and overturn Fang Guiren's standing. Consequently, Yu Fei now finds herself in a subordinate position to Fang Guiren, which understandably stirs feelings of indignation within her. It is fortunate that Xian Yuanling did not come directly to her upon his return. Had he done so, it would undoubtedly have been her enduring such a prolonged kneeling. Chapter 20. A particularly poor craftsmanship in the palace of the esteemed Lady Fang. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive. During her punishment of kneeling, Concubine Yu had ensured that someone was watching, displaying an audaciousness that revealed no fear of discovery. Consequently, Lady Fang was unable to even contemplate a moment of respite. With an observer at her side, she endured 2 excruciating hours, her legs now aching as if they might snap. Lying in bed, she found herself unable to rise, and even the simple act of sitting up to sip water felt intolerable. The humiliation of needing assistance for the most private of matters brought tears to her eyes. Those attending to Lady Fang were acutely aware of her predicament, speaking in hushed tones, their demeanor laden with caution. When dinner was served, Lady Fang's gaze fell upon a dish of pork ribs with wood ear mushrooms, and the pent-up anger from the day erupted forth as she swept the bowl to the ground with a resounding crash. How incompetent is the imperial kitchen that they would present wood ear mushrooms to me? Do they presume that since I have been punished by Concubine Yu, I am now out of favor? 3 attendants immediately knelt, pleading for her forgiveness. Lady Fang had no appetite for food, dismissing them with a curt command to leave. However, her bold personal maid, undeterred, approached her directly. "My lady, please do not let your anger consume you. Concubine Yu's arrogance has persisted for far too long. She merely targets those favored in the palace. His Majesty holds you in his thoughts. As long as that remains true, your future may still hold promise." Lady Fang was acutely aware of this truth, yet her heart was heavy with resentment. The grievances of today would remain etched in her memory, unresolved for the time being. In a subsequent assembly for greetings, Shen Qing noted that Lady Fang was absent, rumored to have taken leave. Shen Qing, always cautious, maintained a low profile during her own greetings, recalling the cautionary tale of Lady Wang, whose fate served as a stark reminder of the perils of court life. The Empress, as ever, exuded grace. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching and summer solstice not far behind, the heat is upon us. I have instructed the Department of Attire to provide new garments for all of you, along with some fabric to shield against the sweltering heat. The assembled ladies expressed their gratitude in unison. The Empress's generosity in providing new clothing during the hot season was indeed a blessing, and Shen Qing was among the recipients. Though the fabric of the 2 garments she received was not the finest, the designs were exquisite, suggesting the Empress had put thought into the selection. Shen Qing smiled silently, pondering that these garments would serve her well when she presented herself before the Empress, particularly as she endeavored to curry favor by assisting in her royal duties, especially amidst the tumultuous rivalry with Concubine Yu. While the Empress was not easily swayed, she at least maintained a facade of propriety, refraining from arbitrary punishments or interference regarding Shen Qing's nightly duties. Seizing every opportunity to learn, Shen Qing immersed herself in the art of embroidery and garment making alongside Chunhua and Feng Yun, diligently working with the fabric gifted by the Empress. This was indeed a skill possessed by the original owner. Yet Shen Qing, lacking this concept in her mind, found the distinction between memory and practical application stark. As she learned bit by bit, her progress was rather meager. While engaged in her task, she began to reminisce about modern undergarments, contemplating whether to ask Chunhua to assist her, but ultimately decided it was not the right time. After all, having recently garnered a bit of favor, if she were to don undergarments for Xin Yuanling to see, he might suspect her of being overly ingratiating, which would not bode well. Thus, she resolved to wait a little longer. As evening approached, Xin Yuanling arrived. The sky was still relatively bright, and Shen Qing had not yet abandoned her embroidery practice. Upon entering the room, Xin Yuanling noticed her engrossed in her work and approached to take a closer look. What he beheld was a pair of figures, indiscernible as either ducks or something else, in a rather pitiable state under her hands. Xin Yuanling nearly succumbed to laughter but managed to contain himself, preserving his dignified image. He cleared his throat to prompt Shen Qing to lift her gaze. Feeling a surge of embarrassment, Shen Qing hastily concealed her work behind her back. "Your Majesty has arrived." Xin Yuanling acknowledged her with a non-committal sound. "What are you embroidering?" He genuinely could not discern what it was. Knowing her skill was lacking, he asked, perhaps anticipating a bit of amusement. Shen Qing's gaze wandered slightly, Mandarin ducks. She swiftly shifted the topic. "Has Your Majesty dined yet?" When he replied in the negative, she instructed Chunhua to convey the message to the imperial kitchen. Xin Yuanling easily detected her blatant attempt to change the subject and found it somewhat amusing. Did she truly believe she could evade criticism for her poor craftsmanship? How fragile she was. Suddenly, he decided to press the matter further. "Very well. I shall allow you to send someone to the kitchen, but returning to the topic of those Mandarin ducks, are they for personal use? I fear they may not be presentable." Shen Qing inwardly mused, mutual harm it is. She responded with a slight nod and a bashful demeanor. "I intended them for Your Majesty." Xin Yuanling's response was incredulous. "Is this truly appropriate? Would you have me be the subject of ridicule?" Shen Qing continued, "However, my skills are lacking, and Your Majesty is accustomed to the finest." Her expression reflected a hint of disappointment at this admission. Xin Yuanling surveyed the so-called Mandarin ducks, which were indeed unsightly, yet it was clear she had put effort into them. After a moment's thought, he raised an eyebrow. "Given your current level of skill, it is evident that I cannot make use of them. Such a straightforward man." Shen Qing found herself momentarily speechless. Xin Yuanling, observing her flustered state, raised an eyebrow. "Yet, since these were intended for me, it would be unseemly to give them to another. Once finished, we shall have Zhao Hai store them away. If they cannot be utilized, they may as well be kept." Shen Qing's face lit up as she opened her arms to embrace Xin Yuanling's waist, nuzzling her cheek against his chest. "Your Majesty is truly wonderful." Her sweet, affectionate tone and boldness took Xin Yuanling by surprise. This was not a moment shared in the privacy of their chamber. This was the first time she had so openly approached him. Such joy radiated from her. Xin Yuanling looked down to find her eyes glistening with mirth and instinctively responded with a soft sound of acknowledgement, pulling her closer as he remarked, "Next time, embroider something of higher quality. If the embroidery were done a bit better, it could certainly be put to use, lest she feels wronged, wouldn't it?" Shen Qing. "Has the task been assigned again? This is utterly ridiculous." She was merely indulging in a pastime, and this item was not intended for Xin Yuanling. Was it merely a teasing act? Now, not completing it is no longer an option. How exhausting. Chapter 21. Xin Yuanling's mischief. Fortunately, at that moment, dinner was delivered, and Shen Qing hoped fervently that he would not linger on the matter of embroidery. Thus, during the meal, she displayed an unusual eagerness. However, as the day grew warmer, she was unfortunate enough to have a mosquito bite her on the side of her face. Whether it was due to Shen Qing's delicate skin or the venom of the insects in this season, the bite resulted in a considerable redness, and it seemed likely to swell further. Shen Qing felt an urge to scratch, but Chunhua cautioned her gently, "My lady, do not scratch too hard, or you may break the skin." With Xian Yuanling present, Chunhua was reluctant to remind her too insistently, for it was a great taboo for the women of the harem to be seen in a disheveled state by the emperor. What a stroke of misfortune it was for a mosquito to have bitten her so. The unsightly redness was indeed a source of embarrassment, especially since the emperor was expected to visit her chamber that night. Shen Qing, however, frowned in discomfort. Xian Yuanling noticed her distress and turned to Zhao Hai, saying, "Go fetch the imperial physician." Shen Qing thought it was unnecessary to call the physician for a mere insect bite, but Zhao Hai promptly departed. In her heart, Shen Qing wondered if it was truly necessary to summon the physician for such a trivial matter. Yet, Xian Yuanling regarded her flushed face with a different mindset. He understood that Shen Qing was concerned about her appearance, as any woman in the harem would be. Her rank prevented her from openly requesting the physician, but an injury to her face, no matter how minor, was still a matter of concern. Before long, the physician arrived, examined Shen Qing's face, and took her pulse. He then reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty, it appears that Lady Shun's constitution may differ from that of ordinary people. Her skin is more susceptible to mosquito bites, which can lead to redness and swelling. Applying an ointment will alleviate the swelling and itching. In the future, it would be wise to avoid mosquitoes to prevent further issues." The implication was clear. Would she have to endure such bites in the future? With the summer solstice approaching, the heat would only bring more mosquitoes, making bites almost inevitable. Was there a way to prevent this? The physician suggested, "I can prepare a mosquito-repellent sachet that she can carry to ward off such pests." Xian Yuanling was pleased with this solution. Shen Qing smiled faintly, but the itchiness persisted, so she first attended to her face. To her dismay, the ointment turned out to be a deep black, and once applied, her face appeared darkened and unsightly. She cast a glance at Xian Yuanling, feeling embarrassed. In this state, she was hardly fit to receive him. With a look of sympathy, Xian Yuanling beckoned her closer. Shen Qing approached him cautiously, thinking to herself that in her current condition, even the emperor might be disinclined. Xian Yuanling merely gazed at her face and reassured her, "Do not worry, the ointment will work." Shen Qing blinked a few times and nodded. She had expected Xian Yuanling to leave upon seeing her in such a state, yet he remained, attending to his own needs before settling down to read, having arrived earlier that day. Shen Qing observed that he truly had no inclination towards any mischievous antics, and she felt a twinge of disbelief. Could it be that, after all this time, tonight was the first night they would simply chat beneath the covers? Xian Yuanling read for a while before allowing Shen Qing to assist him in changing into his night attire, and then he climbed into bed. Shen Qing found it rather disconcerting that they were doing nothing. She stole glances at Xian Yuanling and then quietly laughed to herself. Noticing her suppressed mirth, Xian Yuanling raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What are you up to?" Shen Qing, clutching his arm gently, replied, "I'm just happy." Was she truly this joyful, even without the intimacy of their usual routine? Or was it simply the pleasure of his company that brought her such delight? Xian Yuanling did not perceive her clinginess as excessive. After all, she was delicate, and her slightly flushed face suggested she feared his departure. Now that she was assured he would remain, her happiness was palpable. Softening internally, he allowed her to embrace his arm. However, while her face bore the ointment, her body did not, and as she held onto his arm, his sleeve brushed against her soft chest, a sensation he was acutely aware of. Having just assumed the role of a gentleman, Xian Yuanling felt the weight of propriety and could not possibly request her to attend to him in such a manner. He could not lose face like that. "It's time for bed," he said somewhat curtly. When Xian Yuanling awoke, he turned and was taken aback by the sight of Shen Qing's face, half covered in ointment. It startled him momentarily before he recalled they had shared the night together. The ointment, having been rubbed throughout the night, now made her face appear even more disfigured. What had been a small patch was now a considerable area. He reached out to poke her cheek, his finger becoming smeared with the ointment. Initially intending to wipe it off, he was suddenly struck by the contrast of her unblemished side, and he pressed his finger against it, leaving a mark. Xian Yuanling had never engaged in such playful antics before, yet seeing her half-masked face, resembling a little calico cat, he found it unexpectedly amusing rather than repulsive. That day, he refrained from summoning Shen Qing to assist him in donning his formal robes, opting instead to dress in the outer chamber. He instructed Chunhua, "Do not wake her." After all, he had indulged in a bit of mischief, and he was curious to see her reaction upon discovering the fingerprint on her face. The emperor relished the thrill of his little transgression, a smile gracing his lips. Chunhua complied, her worries alleviated after witnessing Shen Qing's state the previous night. She had genuinely feared the emperor would leave abruptly. Zhao Hai, observing the scene, thought to himself how truly favored Shen Qing was. It was evident that the emperor had her in his thoughts, distributing gifts to all the palaces to ensure that Shen Qing did not appear overly singled out. As Xian Yuanling exited the Zhaohua Palace, his spirits remained high, a pleasant disposition that lasted throughout the day. However, when Wang De approached with the green-edged edict, Xian Yuanling glanced around at the various orders, but had not yet made his selection when an announcement rang out. The Empress Dowager has arrived. His hand faltered at the news. Both Wang De and Zhao Hai exchanged apprehensive glances, sensing that the timing of the Empress Dowager's visit portended trouble. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, signaling for the attendants to withdraw. Xian Yuanling, with utmost decorum, bowed respectfully to her. Both mother and son adhered to the protocols, even in private. The Empress Dowager did not deter him, simply stating, "I have come today to inquire about the recent incident involving Concubine Fong, who was punished anew by Concubine Yu. Is the Emperor aware of this matter? I have been preoccupied with state affairs these past few days and have not heard of it." Xian Yuanling's remark nearly left the Empress Dowager at a loss for words. Frowning, she continued, "The one you have indulged, emboldened by her pregnancy, is truly acting lawlessly. It is quite intolerable, and if this continues, she may very well usurp the position of the Empress. Such a disruption of order cannot be allowed to persist." Chapter 22. Xian Yuanling felt troubled. The temperament of Consort Yu was indeed rather ostentatious, which would warrant my rebuke. Xian Yuanling did not offer any counterarguments to the Empress Dowager's statement. The Empress Dowager, unable to articulate her thoughts, remarked, "As long as you understand, I maintain my stance. If the central palace lacks a legitimate heir, it cannot command the multitude of concubines, and the emperor should be cognizant of this." "I comprehend," he replied. The mother and son found themselves at an impasse, leading the Empress Dowager to take her leave. Once she departed, Xian Yuanling's countenance darkened significantly, while outside, the Empress Dowager's expression was hardly more favorable. "The emperor truly seems to regard me with increasing disdain," she mused, reflecting on his perfunctory words, which did not even extend to a simple visit to the Empress's chambers today. The attendant beside her dared not interject. Recognizing the sensitivity of the situation, Xian Yuanling exhaled deeply, adorned with a cold smile. The breach of decorum was evident. He had heard such sentiments since his youth. He had ascended to the throne precisely as she desired, yet she continued to meddle. Was it truly for the sake of having a legitimate heir for the Empress? Would that heir bear her family's blood? After all, he was her son, or was he not? His thoughts then drifted to Consort Yu. The Empress Dowager sought him out, and 7 times out of 10, it was due to Consort Yu's flamboyance. In the past, he had indulged her. She was indeed a favored consort, having given birth to twins, which brought him great joy, and now she was expecting again. However, the earlier incident involving Consort Wang and now the uproar surrounding Consort Fong, which the Empress Dowager used as leverage, suggested he had been overly lenient. Consequently, his fondness for Consort Yu had begun to wane. "Consort Yu seems to be neglecting her pregnancy," he observed. "Inform her to remain in her chambers and focus on her well-being." "Yes," came the reply. In an instant, turmoil erupted in Consort Yu's quarters. She herself was taken aback by the decree, believing that punishing a consort simply warranted confinement. However, while the edict did not explicitly state her confinement, Zhao Hai's message to her to stay put was a veiled warning. Upon receiving this news, Consort Yu interpreted it as the emperor's displeasure, signifying an intention to confine her. As soon as the messenger departed, she shattered a teacup in frustration. When Xiao nearby, cautioned her, "Your Highness, please do not let anger take hold. Consider the little prince within you." Consort, you felt a surge of anxiety. Have I not punished concubines in the past? The emperor has remained silent, even when I did not spare the empress. Yet now, for mere consort, I am confined. I am a child. In recent days, she had taken an extreme measure by punishing consort Fong to kneel, linking this decree with her own treatment. As her grievances grew, she reflected on her fortunate journey thus far, unaccustomed to such indignities. That wretched woman must have poisoned the emperor's mind against me. She seethed, her eyes flashing with resentment. Now that I carry a child, her worthless life pales in comparison to mine. Once I bear this child, there will still be many days ahead. Wen Xiaoxiong sighed in relief, acknowledging the empress's sentiments. Indeed, her health remained paramount, and the favored concubine was of lesser significance compared to the young prince. The empress was undeniably unique in the imperial harem, blessed with the companionship of her 3 sons. Who could rival such fortune? This thought brought a measure of comfort to Yu Fei. The following day marked the 15th, a date of customary significance. As per tradition, Shen Yuanling was to visit the empress in her Fengyi palace, and today was no exception. This practice was a reflection of the emperor's respect and honor towards the empress, and naturally, Shen Yuanling would not neglect this duty. Historically, he had always attended, and this day was no different. Upon entering the Fengyi palace, the empress greeted him with a warm smile. Due to previous matters concerning Lady Wang, Shen Yuanling had refrained from visiting the harem for over half a month, including the Fengyi palace. Thus, his presence today brought joy to the empress. However, Shen Yuanling felt little enthusiasm. After partaking in a meal, he read for a while and suggested that the empress rest. Before long, he succumbed to slumber, foregoing even the pleasure of conversation. This night proved to be a torment for the empress, even more so than the times when the emperor was absent. On the following morning, the empress awoke early to assist Shen Yuanling in dressing before bidding him farewell. Once he departed, the fatigue etched on her face could no longer be concealed. Jin Ji, observing her distress, expressed concern. Why does the empress not engage the emperor in conversation? It will be beneficial. Do you not see that the emperor is unwilling to speak with me? The empress replied, her breath heavy with the weight of her thoughts. I must adhere to the rules. I am the empress, not a concubine. I must maintain decorum and not allure the emperor. Such behavior is reserved for the concubines, not for me. Do you understand? The dynamics of their marital relationship must be governed by protocol. How could they possibly thrive under such constraints? Emerging from the empress's quarters, Shen Yuanling bore a somber expression as well. Zhao Hai, witnessing this, felt weary. It was rare for the emperor to exit the Fengyi palace with a smile. While the empress's occasional actions might displease him, the state of their relationship posed a significant concern. After spending the night in the empress's palace, Shen Yuanling attended to state affairs throughout the day. As dusk approached, he made his way to Shun Pin's quarters. Shun Pin was taken aback. After giving birth to the eldest prince, her health had deteriorated, and her waning vitality had led to her diminished status. It was not often that she encountered Shen Yuanling, making his visit all the more surprising. However, noting the hour, she realized he was not there to stay overnight. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered, she steeled herself, understanding that his presence likely pertained to the eldest prince. Respectfully, Shun Pin greeted him, Your Majesty. Shen Yuanling glanced at her, Yes, rise. I have come to see Mingzhi. Shun Pin replied, The eldest prince is currently studying diligently. She smiled, adding, He is presently engaged with the assignments given by the Grand Tutor. Shen Yuanling nodded in acknowledgement. They proceeded to the eldest prince's study, where indeed, the young boy was engrossed in his work, his earnestness quite endearing. Shen Yunling's lips curled into a faint smile. This son was his eldest, his firstborn. During his time as a prince, there were few heirs in the rear court, and even after becoming emperor, there were only 3 children in the harem. Naturally, he held this eldest son in high regard. At this moment, the crown prince was reciting his lessons. After a brief while, he suddenly coughed twice, then set the book aside, pleading with the palace maid beside him. Nanny, I no longer wish to read. The nanny replied, The empress has instructed that the crown prince must finish this book today. I want a nurse. Your Highness, the Empress has stated that you cannot nurse until you complete your reading. Please continue with your lessons. Shen Qing observed the smile on Xian Yuanling's face fade, and she was taken aback. However, in Xian Yuanling's presence, she dared not express her discontent or reprimand the child. She could only suppress her embarrassment and follow him as he turned away. Once Xian Yuanling had walked a few paces and could no longer see the crown prince, Shen Qing knelt down. I have failed in my duties as a mother. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Xian Yuanling regarded her with an impassive expression, summoned a physician to examine the crown prince. Shen Qing was momentarily stunned. Noticing her surprise, Xian Yuanling's brow furrowed further. It was indeed commendable to wish for one's child to excel, yet when the child was coughing, her only concern seemed to be her own dignity before him, as she merely lamented her shortcomings in parenting, showing no regard for the child's health. At the very least, a pretext that the crown prince was unwell and thus reluctant to study would have been more palatable to Xian Yuanling. As he left Shen Qing, his expression grew increasingly grim. Having already been in a foul mood since departing from the Empress, he had hoped that seeing his child would lift his spirits, but it had only worsened. Zhao Hai observed Xian Yuanling's demeanor, scarcely daring to breathe. Little did he know, upon entering the imperial carriage, Xian Yuanling instructed to Zhaohua Palace. Zhao Hai felt even more apprehensive. While it was evident that Shen Liangrun was favored, such corporeal affection was only granted when the emperor was in good spirits, and, currently, his mood was anything but favorable. Would Shen Liangrun be able to withstand this? Before long, Xian Yuanling arrived at Zhaohua Palace. Shen Qing was engrossed in her embroidery. It was not a mere word from Xian Yuanling that could justify her lack of diligence. If she did not practice earnestly, it would seem she was not serious about winning his favor. However, she had always approached the pursuit of his affection with sincerity. Fortunately, she possessed an eagerness to learn, and her embroidery had proven to be quite engaging, albeit taxing on the eyes. The moment Shen Qing spotted Xian Yuanling, she noticed his pause. His expression was far from pleasant, indicating a troubled mood. She pretended not to notice, greeting him with feigned surprise. Your Majesty has arrived. With that, she eagerly presented her recent work, as if showcasing a treasure. Your Majesty, please take a look. Have I improved? She appeared genuinely pleased. Although Xian Yuanling's mood was not particularly bright, her radiant smile was undeniably captivating. After all, she was a beauty, and her presence brought him a measure of solace. As for her embroidery skills, they left much to be desired, yet she still wore an expression of triumph. He refrained from commenting on her craftsmanship, instead noting her delicate features. Is your complexion better? It appears so. Shen Qing replied, yes, then hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Xian Yuanling. Her lips poised as if she wished to speak, but held back. Xian Yuanling, in a rather foul mood, detested being kept in the dark. Upon seeing Shen Qing's expression, his countenance immediately soured. Speak your mind, he commanded. Shen Qing, with eager anticipation, replied, then I must indeed inquire. Seemingly oblivious to the harshness in his tone, she softly asked, a few days ago, when I awoke, there were 2 distinct marks on the side of my face that had not been bitten by mosquitoes. Xian Yuanling, taken aback, admitted, I had forgotten about that. This revelation rekindled the awkwardness of their previous playful encounter, leaving him unable to maintain his ire. He could only feign anger. What? Am I no longer permitted to touch you? Shen Qing responded, of course you may touch me. I was merely curious. I did not expect it to be you. At this, she laughed again. Her laughter was always sweet, illuminating the space and seemingly bringing joy to Xian Yuanling observing her radiant smile. He found it increasingly difficult to uphold his facade of irritation. He had felt embarrassed by his earlier actions, even leaving without calling her name. Yet here she was, joyfully revisiting the past. Did she truly find delight in his antics? As he gazed at her sparkling laughter, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. And if it was indeed what of it? His tone was markedly softer than before. Shen Qing replied, you are truly wonderful, Your Majesty. What curious words. Xian Yuanling regarded her with intrigue. Noticing the surrounding servants, Shen Qing leaned closer to his ear, whispering, before I entered the palace. I once saw my father asleep in his study with ink nearby. I couldn't resist and drew 2 lines on his face. The mischievous glint in her eyes conjured the image of that previous prank, and Shen Yuanling imagined her father, now a middle-aged man, adorned with those marks. Despite his protest, nonsense. A smile betrayed his amusement. Chapter 23. The Dragon Boat Festival feast. Upon observing the situation, Shen Qing realized that for the time being, she would likely not become the target of his frustrations. It was evident that he was in a foul mood and sought amusement, and if she failed to placate him, she would bear the brunt of his displeasure. The prospect of becoming a mere outlet for his negative emotions was daunting. If Shen Yuanling turned to her during his moments of discontent, what purpose would her existence serve? Shen Qing was resolute in preventing such a fate from befalling her. Successfully averting disaster, Shen Qing proceeded with her evening routine, enjoying dinner and indulging in playful charm. Once they reached the bedchamber, Shen Yuanling, surprisingly, displayed a rare tenderness. Shen Qing felt a twinge of confusion. Had this boorish man altered his demeanor? In truth, Shen Yuanling found her endearing, and after being soothed by her antics, he felt inclined to treat her with greater kindness, leading to a naturally gentler interaction. However, while gentleness had its merits, Shen Yuanling also experienced a newfound sensation, one that he found quite agreeable, as he embraced her tenderly for an extended moment. Any lingering, subtle discontent within him dissipated entirely in that instance. This unexpected display of affection astonished Shen Qing, igniting her curiosity about what Shen Yuanling had endured before arriving at Zhaohua Palace. It was indeed a wearying endeavor. Despite being well-versed in the narrative, Shen Qing should have possessed a clear understanding of the male protagonist's character. Yet, the original depiction of the emperor was shrouded in mystery, exuding an air of being a mere tool. The perspective was primarily from the female lead, Chu Linglong, with the emperor flitting among various consorts, occasionally surfacing when events unfolded, only to later mitigate issues with little regard for his affections towards the female lead, who ultimately deemed him a fleeting fancy. Thus, throughout the narrative, the emperor was portrayed as a cunning and rather unsavory figure, embodying the archetype of a mere pawn. Yet, while one could regard him as such within the confines of the text, Shen Qing, in their genuine interactions, could not simply regard him as a tool. The following day, upon Shen Yuanling's departure, Shen Qing summoned Chunhua to inquire about the reasons behind his discontent. While she had managed to soothe him this time, such success could not be guaranteed repeatedly. Knowing the source of his unhappiness would enable her to navigate future encounters with greater awareness. Chunhua, not wishing to appear overtly inquisitive, casually broached the subject, mentioning how alarming the emperor had appeared during his visit to Zhaohua Palace. Such discussions among palace maids and eunuchs were commonplace and rarely attracted attention, especially given Shen Qing's favorable standing within the palace. Chunhua, eager to glean information, discovered that the Empress Dowager had sought the emperor, who subsequently showed no sign of acknowledgement. On the 15th, when he visited the empress, he was in a notably poor mood, and prior to visiting Shen Qing, he had made a special trip to see Consort Shen and their eldest son. If he had gone to see the child, why then did his spirits remain so low afterward? In the palace of Consort Shen, it appears that those within her quarters have been instructed not to discuss certain matters, and the specifics of what transpired remain unspoken. However, it was noted that Consort Shen had summoned the imperial physician. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow at this revelation. There must be a significant reason for such a call. Could it be that the crown prince has fallen ill, provoking the ire of Shen Yuanling? No, that seems unlikely. If the crown prince were indeed unwell, news of it would have circulated, and Shen Yuanling would have been summoned to attend to him. Furthermore, if Consort Shen had neglected the child, Shen Yuanling would not hesitate to chastise her openly. The absence of any whispers surrounding the situation suggests a deeper, unspeakable cause for Shen Yuanling's agitation. In the original narrative, the Empress Dowager plays no part, at least not after the introduction of the heroine. Shen Qing, unfamiliar with the Dowager, observed her interference in matters as intimate as the emperor's bedchamber. Even after Shen Yuanling ascended the throne, it seemed the Dowager continued to exert her influence, raising concerns about her control during his reign. One might ponder if Shen Yuanling, having been deprived of maternal affection in his youth and constantly urged by the dowager to vie for power, had been further constrained by her machinations. It would not be surprising if the emperor felt a surge of emotions, particularly if the dowager had insisted that he share his bed with the empress. Yet, as a man of propriety, Shen Yuanling adhered to decorum, spending a night with the empress, which only deepened his discontent. Perhaps he had intended to find solace by visiting the child, but instead, he was met with the sight of the crown prince being paraded before him, further aggravating his mood. Reflecting on the subtle hints regarding the emperor's character in the original text, Shen Qing began to grasp the underlying truth. No wonder the emperor sought her company so eagerly afterward, as she had inadvertently lightened his spirits by sharing a joyful moment with her father. Initially, her intention was merely to amuse Shen Yuanling with her playful antics, yet fate had intervened in unexpected ways. Now, Shen Qing comprehends the contradictions that reside within Shen Yuanling. He adheres to the rules, yet cannot tolerate when others strictly enforce them. Thus, on that day, he found amusement in her playful kicking of the shuttlecock, all while donning a facade of displeasure. As the pieces fell into place, Shen Qing mused on the complexities of this perplexing man. It made sense that he had put on such an act from the very beginning. Her initial encounters with him left her with the impression that he was merely playing a role, a reflection of a troubled childhood manifesting in his character. This incident passed without stirring much discord in the harem, and the empress maintained her dignified demeanor, seemingly unaffected. Soon, the day of the Dragon Boat Festival arrived. According to palace customs, the occasion warranted a celebration, albeit less grand than the Spring Festival. It was merely an opportunity for the emperor and his consorts to gather and partake in the festivities. Shen Qing had received a new garment intended for the empress, hoping to demonstrate her obedience. Thus, she adorned herself in this striking attire to attend the Dragon Boat banquet. The outfit was indeed quite eye-catching, especially given her previously modest demeanor, making her stand out even more in the gathering. The gaze of Yu Fei once again drifted towards Shen Qing. Chapter 24. Noble Lady Fang's discomfort. Yu Fei had been waiting for several days for Shen Yuanling to convey a message, feeling increasingly restless as she had not ventured out. Today, she had made a special effort to adorn herself. Naturally radiant, her figure had not changed much despite her pregnancy, her complexion evidently thriving over the past few days. Dressed in a vibrant orange-red palace gown, she exuded an air of confidence, almost daring to overshadow all others in beauty. Given Shen Qing's appreciation for attractive women, she was inclined to admire Yu Fei a bit longer, but circumstances did not permit it. As Yu Fei prepared to engage in a competitive display, Shen Qing felt exasperated, torn between critiquing Yu Fei's relentless pursuit and lamenting her own role as a mere pawn in this game. Fortunately, at that moment, noble Lady Fang arrived. Having sustained a leg injury, she had been confined to her bed for several days, and while she could now walk, her movements were still somewhat awkward. Upon seeing noble Lady Fang, Yu Fei's gaze transformed from simple jealousy over Shen Yuanling's affections to one tinged with resentment. After serving Shen Yuanling for so long, her arrogance had grown, and this reprimand would certainly not be forgotten easily. Shen Qing mused that it was rather entertaining to watch their rivalry unfold, as long as she remained an innocent bystander and not collateral damage. The emperor, as always, was the main character who would make his entrance last. Until then, the concubines were required to greet the empress. The empress, upon noticing Shen Qing's attire, an outfit she had once bestowed, could not help but smile. Her demeanor radiated the grace of a matriarch, and soon after, Shen Yuanling arrived. The interaction between the emperor and empress belied their previous discord. Shen Yuanling offered her respect without reservation, which made Shen Qing wince at the display of pretense. Nevertheless, as Yu Fei and noble Lady Fang were engrossed in their silent confrontation, Shen Qing, much like during the Grand Prince's birthday, maintained a low profile despite her ostentatious attire. The banquet fare was not to be expected as a culinary delight, adhering strictly to protocol rather than Shen Qing's preferences, even if it had been tailored to her liking. The purpose of the banquet was not centered around indulgence, One could nibble on pigs' trotters or partake in hearty meats and wines, but satisfaction was elusive. Thus, she had arrived with a satisfied stomach, now drawn to the cold dishes. Seated at the high table, Shen Yuanling glanced at Shen Qing. Noticing her nibbling on a strand of cucumber, he suddenly recalled that at the Grand Prince's celebration, she had similarly confined herself to cold dishes. This was a clear indication of her refined tastes, suggesting that the offerings did not appeal to her palate. While Shen Yuanling did not perceive any disdain on her face, her subtle discontent was amusingly evident in her actions, particularly when compared to the other concubines. As he observed her, one of the concubines suddenly covered her mouth and retched. This sound drew everyone's attention, including Shen Qing's, who was surprised to see it was noble Lady Fong. Fong Guerin covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock, and suddenly turned to Shen Yuanling. Noticing the emperor's gaze upon her, she hurriedly pleaded for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I do not know how it happened, but suddenly, tears brimmed in her eyes." The empress, taken aback, observed her intently. Among the concubines, those with higher status, particularly Shun Pin and Yu Fei, who had borne children, regarded Fong Guirin's demeanor with differing thoughts. However, no one spoke at that moment. Shen Yuanling furrowed his brow, stating, "If you are unwell, seek the physician." The empress, realizing that Shen Yuanling had not grasped the situation, suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps we should summon the physician?" Coming to the realization that the empress would not be so inconsiderate as to trouble a noble woman, he suddenly wondered if Fong Guirin might be with child. This thought surprised him, and he promptly ordered for the physician to be summoned. At the Duanwu banquet, the physician arrived apprehensively, and upon taking her pulse, he soon relaxed. "I report to your Majesty and the empress, this noble woman is indeed pregnant, already over a month along." It was confirmed, she was with child. As the physician's words sunk in, Fong Guerin transformed her surprise into joy, and envy glimmered in the eyes of the others. Shen Qing cast a casual glance first at the empress, whose expression was inscrutable, even sporting a smile, then to Yu Fei, who appeared ready to break her own nails. Nearly losing her composure had Shen Yuanling not been present. The sentiments among the others were similarly mixed. Shen Qing smirked slightly, joining in the congratulations for the emperor and Fong Guirin. As the first to conceive among the new entrants to the palace, Fong Guirin's pregnancy was indeed precious, especially in a royal family that had not yet seen many offspring. Fong Guirin initially reveled in her joy, but amidst the congratulations, her excitement morphed into anxiety. She had just punished Yu Fei by making her kneel and had been recuperating in bed for several days. It was remarkable that her child had not perished. This anxiety deepened her resentment towards Yu Fei. Initially, Yu Fei held an advantage with her child, and now, while still pregnant, Fong Guirin too bore a child. Time was now on her side. Coinciding with the Duanwu festival, such joyous news made the banquet appear even more festive on the surface. After the gathering, as per custom, Shen Yuanling was obliged to visit the Empress's chamber, just as he had during the first prince's birthday celebration. Shen Qing returned to Zhaohua Palace and drank several cups of tea, as the banquet had provided insufficient refreshments. Chunhua noticed Shen Qing's cheerful demeanor. Earlier, she had seemed resolute, but now she appeared youthful and charming. Once she regained her composure, Chunhua and Fong Yun assisted Shen Qing in her evening routine. Once Shen Qing lay in bed, she stretched and yawned, feeling quite content with the current circumstances. Fong Guirin and Yu Fei could now stand on equal footing. Yu Fei had always targeted her, but now, with Fong Guirin sharing the burden, this pregnancy came at a most opportune moment. That night, Shen Qing slept soundly, yet not everyone was afforded the luxury of restful slumber. When noble consort Fong arrived, she appeared unremarkable, yet when she departed, she was honored with a soft sedan chair, truly a sight to behold. Her countenance brightened, and her complexion improved significantly. It is worth noting that, within the palace, those who could afford to ride in a soft sedan upon departure were none other than Consort Yu and herself, both of whom had borne children, thus holding a precious status. Furthermore, having given birth, the Empress dispatched attendants specifically to ensure her well-being, ensuring that nothing would jeopardize the child she carried. Consequently, The number of servants attending to noble consort Fong increased. Upon her return, noble consort Fong was filled with joy, while consort Yu, in stark contrast, wore a troubled expression. When Xiao feared that consort Yu might become unwell from her suppressed emotions, she harbored a multitude of words of encouragement, yet hesitated, concerned that speaking first might cause her mistress further distress. Ultimately, she could not contain herself, for consort Yu was with child. Suppressing her feelings would not bode well for her health. My lady, please take heart. The fact that you have conceived is indeed fortunate. However, whether the child is born safely depends on one's capabilities. Chapter 25. Individual intentions. If the emperor's child is indeed so precious, then how is it that over the years, he has only fathered 3 offspring? The fortune of conception does not guarantee the fortune of birth. Yu Fei's emotions were tumultuous, and, at this moment, she felt a discomfort in her abdomen, causing her to furrow her brows. When Xiao was alarmed, "Your Highness, what do you feel unwell?" Yu Fei experienced a slight ache in her abdomen, feeling uncertain. It had been a long time since she last saw Shen Yuanling, and now, with Fong Guiren suddenly pregnant, the earlier smile on Shen Yuanling's face at the banquet had pierced her heart. She felt increasingly aggrieved and said, "Go summon the imperial physician." But calling for the physician at this moment would inevitably alert the emperor. With Fong Guiren just having conceived, it was blatantly obvious that this child had caused a stir. When Xiao, being Yu Fei's chief maid, hesitated, knowing that it would not bode well if this news spread. Moreover, the emperor was currently with the empress. Such an interruption might not be wise. "Your Highness, go." Yu Fei glared at her. "Am I unable to command you?" When Xiao replied, "I fear the empress may." Yu Fei interjected. "Calling for the physician is my concern. Whether the emperor stays or goes is the empress's affair." Seeing that her pleas were futile and prioritizing her mistress's health, Wen Xiao hurried to summon the physician. News of the request reached Shen Yuanling almost immediately after he arrived at Fengyi Palace, still settling into his seat when he received word that Yu Fei had summoned the physician. Though he maintained a calm demeanor, his heart was filled with displeasure. Not only had Fong Guiren just become pregnant, but the act of Yu Fei so openly undermining the empress was audacious. Clearly, she had been indulged too much before, leading her to lose all sense of propriety. The empress remarked, "Since Yu Fei is with child, perhaps the emperor should pay her a visit." Her understanding of the situation was commendable. Shen Yuanling was not particularly keen on lingering with the empress. With a nod, the empress graciously sent Shen Yuanling off, feeling somewhat comforted by his acknowledgement, despite her own distress. Once Shen Yuanling left, the empress coolly stated, "Fong Guiren's child arrives at an opportune time." Yet, is it truly timely? Among others in the palace who are pregnant, she could find a way to raise their children under her care. But Fong Guiren posed a unique challenge. According to protocol, once she bore a child, her status would rise. Fong Guiren, already a noble, would ascend to a concubine's rank, allowing her to nurture her child at her side. Thus, the empress's desire for Fong Guiren's pregnancy was futile. However, since Shen Qing had yet to conceive, the empress still aspired for Shen Qing's offspring, as her lower status would make the situation more manageable, and there would be no lingering concerns once the child was born. As the child grew, it would naturally come to rely on her. Yet, should Fong Guiren give birth to a son, her ambitions would be thwarted, and that individual could not remain. Nonetheless, childbirth is fraught with peril, and pregnancy lasts 10 months. There is still time to wait. Shen Yuanling believed that Yu Fei was not genuinely unwell, but rather attempting to create an opportunity. He suspected she had merely sought an excuse to leave Fengyi Palace, not truly intending to visit Zhongyu Palace. Shen Yuanling, unwilling to indulge Yu Fei further, commanded, "Let us return to Shenyuan Palace." "Yes, Your Highness." The servants await the physician's report from Yu Fei. Indeed, Shen Yuanling waved his hand, signaling the carriage to depart. Zhao Hai sighed inwardly, marveling at how Yu Fei continued to create turmoil. Truly, one should not push their luck. If the emperor grows impatient, any hope for favor would be utterly dashed. Meanwhile, Shen Yuanling returned to Qianyuan Palace, given its proximity to Feng-Yi Palace. Immediately, news was relayed to the Empress from both Qianyuan Palace and Zhongyu Palace. The Empress remarked coolly, "It is still uncertain whether she will learn to behave." The Emperor is evidently displeased. "It seems Yu Fei's favor has reached its end. Once punishment is initiated, the past extravagance will surely fade away." The Empress relished such sentiments. Yet the Emperor, despite his obvious avoidance of Zhongyu Palace, had departed Feng-Yi Palace, making his intentions to not stay the night quite apparent. It would be foolish to assume the Empress would be pleased by such behavior. The arrangements made by the people around Feng-Yi were notably stringent, preventing any opportunity for others to exploit the situation. For now, she must ensure the safety of her pregnancy and receive careful attention. Ji nodded. "I have already given instructions. We will not allow anyone to harm Feng-Yi without consequence." The subsequent events were revealed to Shen Qing only upon waking the next day. Chen Hua and Feng Yin had focused their conversation on Yu Fei summoning the imperial physician, noting that Xian Yuanling had not visited her. Shen Qing found this quite acceptable, as it was rather normal. A child who cries receives sweets, but excessive fussiness can be irksome. After the Dragon Boat Festival, the weather indeed grew increasingly sweltering, yet thanks to Xian Yuanling's foresight, ice was utilized in Zhaohua Palace. However, Shen Qing was genuinely averse to heat. Even when the temperature was mild, the slightest warmth would leave her feeling drowsy, and her sleeping hours had noticeably increased. She became lethargic, preferring to remain nestled in the cool confines of her chamber, fanning herself with a cool breeze. Shen Qing found herself unable to bear it any longer. This place lacked air conditioning, and even a simple electric fan was absent. Relying solely on a hand fan, she felt pity for Chen Hua, who was fanning her tirelessly while sweating profusely. "Enough, I shall fan myself," Shen Qing declared. Having spent ample time with Shen Qing, Chen Hua recognized her mistress's intelligence and resourcefulness, genuinely feeling compassion for the servant. Unlike other mistresses who indulged in food like children, seeing Shen Qing suffer from the heat was distressing. "Mistress, allow me to handle this. Fanning yourself will only tire you further, and you will feel hotter." Shen Qing began to resent the palace attire clinging to her due to the humidity. Finding the garments cumbersome, she resolved to remove them until she was left with only her undergarment, instantly feeling much cooler. Chen Hua was taken aback. "Mistress, this is not appropriate. One cannot behave in such a manner, especially indoors." Shen Qing understood the propriety and recognized Chen Hua's concern for her well-being, yet the heat was unbearable. Softly, she implored, "Chen Hua, please let me be. Do not tire yourself with the fan. Let us close the doors of Zhaohua Palace and have Xiao Quan stand guard outside. If anyone approaches, he shall report back immediately." Xian Yuanling happened to overhear this exchange, initially thinking the young lady often spoke to him in a charming manner, only to discover she exhibited the same behavior with her attending maid. Furthermore, knowing it was improper, yet still insisting on such actions and requiring a eunuch to stand watch, it was quite audacious of her to conceive such a plan. Chapter 26. The Fear of Heat as the Atmosphere Turned Tense. The intended lecture was momentarily halted by the sight of Shen Qing's exquisite complexion, deserving of the phrase delicate as a blown silk. During their last encounter, when he attempted to reprimand her for her lack of discipline in playing shuttlecock, he found his resolve faltering, and after more than half a month apart, just hearing her voice evoked thoughts of her charming demeanor. Upon seeing her, the words of admonishment failed to form, and his expression softened considerably. "Is it truly this hot?" Chen Hua gasped and promptly knelt down. Shen Qing, unperturbed by her attire, felt somewhat at ease, knowing that Xian Yuanling had already seen her in less. Besides, she had begun to discern his temperament. As long as she maintained decorum, Xian Yuanling was surprisingly affable within the confines of the room. "I am particularly sensitive to the heat," Shen Qing confessed. Xian Yuanling recalled how she would distance herself from him even when the weather was merely warm. She then took the fan from Chen Hua's hand and waved it gently in his direction. "How generous of your majesty to visit me on such a sweltering day. I hardly dare to venture outside, fearing that the sun would scorch my skin." "Such delicacy," he remarked. "I did not intend to be so dramatic. Look at my arm." She raised her arm, revealing a sunburn from her recent wanderings outside, her skin flushed and tender. Shen Ling examined her arm, which seemed as finely crafted as jade, hardly damaged by the sun. Yet, he acknowledged that a young lady would naturally be more concerned with such matters. I shall have the imperial physician prepare some ointment for your sunburn. Thank you, your majesty. Shen Qing expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her sincerity evident in her demeanor. Shen Ling couldn't help but smile, finding her rather endearing. He pulled her into his embrace, and upon noticing her startled expression, her lips parted slightly in surprise. After a moment of shock, she lowered her gaze, her hand resting against his chest, appearing quite bashful. Seeing her head lowered, with her lustrous black hair cascading down, he felt an irresistible urge to touch it. He did so, and the sensation was delightful. Shen Qing's lips twitched in disbelief at his audacity. Was he treating her like a pet? Yet, she felt powerless to stop him. As he continued, his actions grew bolder, and he cupped her face, planting a gentle kiss upon her lips. Afterward, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of him, yet ignited a lingering desire within him. Observing Shen Qing, who immediately bowed her head in shyness, only intensified his intrigue. This time, she did not flirt back. She feigned modesty, leaving Shen Ling grappling with the realization that engaging in such behaviors in broad daylight was rather inappropriate, a principle he had not breached before. Shen Qing, likewise, did not intentionally entice him under the sun. Thus, Shen Ling maintained a semblance of propriety, spending a languid hour in her company, sharing light conversation, and enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. However, without any further actions, he eventually took his leave. After Shen Qing escorted Shen Ling to the entrance, she returned, feeling that despite his apparent indifference, he would at least continue to shower her with affection. Although her status remained relatively low, such devotion was more than sufficient. After all, it was the absence of favor in the harem that truly signified a lowly position. As Shen Ling stepped out of Zhaohua Palace, a perplexing question flickered through his mind, one he could scarcely comprehend. This was not the first time he had encountered Shen Qing. Logically, the novelty should have worn off by now, considering several months had passed. Curiously, despite being apart for more than half a month, upon seeing Shen Qing again, he felt no sense of estrangement whatsoever. In Shen Ling's heart, Shen Qing's persona had only grown increasingly solidified. Chapter 27. Riding the wave of popularity, she instinctively struck me as a delicate creature, prone to whims and a certain sweetness. Though she exhibited a certain fragility, she understood the importance of decorum in the presence of others. It was endearing to think that she knew when to adhere to the rules, even while requesting someone to guard the gates. Reflecting upon it, the young lady was quite charming, and it was rare to find someone so sensible, aware of what was permissible and what was not. Such charm and understanding made it no surprise that I was unable to resist kissing her or gently ruffling her hair. With her exquisite beauty and sweet disposition, she surely deserved to be cherished and adored. Sitting atop the imperial carriage, Shen Ling couldn't help but smile. His thoughts then turned to her slender wrist. The young lady was evidently vain, and her sun-kissed skin was merely a reflection of her own concerns about her appearance. While he might not comprehend the intricacies of cosmetics, he was not without understanding. He turned to Zhao Hai and remarked, "I recall there being a pair of red jade bangles in the treasury. Do have them delivered." Though he did not specify who the recipient would be, it was evident that Shen Ling had just departed from Zhaohua Palace. Zhao Hai was momentarily taken aback, a sense of panic washing over him. Surely, this was not a request from Lady Shen herself? Lady Shen was too sensible to ask for such things. It must be the emperor's own desire to bestow a gift. When had the emperor ever privately ordered gifts for anyone? Such matters of bestowal were typically handled by the empress, making Shen Ling's thoughts on this matter quite unprecedented. Given Lady Shen's status, the red jade was not appropriate for her to wear. Noticing the emperor's oversight, Zhao Hai deemed it necessary to offer a gentle reminder, albeit limited to minor matters. Shen Ling, however, was captivated by the thought of how the rosy hue of the belly band would complement her fair skin, leading him to consider the red jade. The color was vibrant and rich, and he envisioned it accentuating her wrist's porcelain whiteness. Furthermore, given that she was sensitive to heat, the coolness of the jade would likely please her. It was only later that he recalled such adornments were reserved for the empress, who, as the primary consort, was entitled to wear deep crimson. With a frown, Shen Yuanling dismissed the idea of gifting the bangles. Although he believed the red jade would suit her beautifully, he recognized the impropriety of presenting such a gift. The thought of the empress quelled his desire to offer anything at all. Despite his decision, Zhao Hai noted this development. The novelty of the beauty had faded, and it was clear that the emperor now harbored genuine feelings. In years past, after the favored consort you had garnered attention, the emperor had been equally indulgent for several years. Regardless of who enjoyed favor, it was the emperor's good spirits that made their lives as servants considerably easier. One could only hope that Lady Shen would not become as overbearing as consort you in due course. If Zhao Hai's thoughts extended to the future 2 years hence, then it seemed that Lady Shen would soon encounter a new chapter in her life. Though Lady Shen was not particularly fond of venturing outside, she understood the necessity of paying her respects to the empress. Thus, on this day, she dutifully made her way to the empress's chamber. She arrived early, not solely to present herself as demure and attentive, but also because she carried an umbrella, wishing to avoid any chance encounters that might draw unwelcome attention. The audience was routine, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. Just as she thought she would return afterward, she was unexpectedly greeted by a concubine. The one who greets is Lady Lin, one of the 3 newly entered concubines in the palace. Lady Lin remarks, "The weather is splendid today. I wish to stroll through the Imperial Garden, coincidentally alongside Lady Shen." Lady Shen resides in Zhaohua Palace, not far from the garden, and she often frequents it. As Lady Lin observes Lady Shen closely, she realizes why the emperor is so captivated by her. With such beauty as Lady Shen possesses, which man could possibly resist her allure? Initially, Lady Lin held disdain towards engaging with Lady Shen, yet the fact that Lady Fong is now with child changes the dynamics. The pregnancy of Lady Fong has stirred more than just consort you. It has ignited a yearning among the other concubines, who, having witnessed Lady Fong basking in the favor of the emperor, cannot help but desire the same adoration for themselves. Chapter 28. Lack of insight. Shen Qing felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes. She had initially planned to stroll alone, but with the arrival of Lady Lin, propriety dictated that she must pay her respects. Yet, with the esteemed presence before her, she had to maintain appearances. "Lady, I am quite familiar with this imperial garden, but the sun is particularly harsh today. I have a penchant for medical literature, which suggests that excessive sun exposure, especially for women, can lead to darkening of the skin, thereby causing wrinkles. As such, I have refrained from venturing out for over half a month." Lady Lin could not help but believe her, for Shen Qing's exquisite beauty spoke volumes. In her eyes, such remarkable allure could not be attained without effective beauty regimens. Shen Qing's skin was as delicate as that of a freshly shelled egg, particularly as Shen Qing mentioned her companion, Chunhua, who seized the opportunity to unfurl a hidden umbrella and offer it to Shen Qing for shade. Lady Lin was momentarily taken aback. What woman does not cherish her beauty? Suddenly, her desire to visit the imperial garden diminished. She preferred to return to the palace, knowing that encounters with the emperor would not be limited to just 1 or 2. However, Lady Lin had now discovered a convenient excuse to visit Shen Qing more frequently. "I have long heard of your sister's profound knowledge in beauty treatments. After hearing your words today, I must seek your guidance on this matter. I, unfortunately, did not bring an umbrella today, but I shall certainly come to consult you on these beauty secrets soon." Thus, she had established a connection with her sister. Chunhua, observing that no one else was around, leaned in to whisper to Shen Qing, "Lady Lin has only spent the night with the emperor twice and is not particularly favored. Her approach to you is undoubtedly calculated. In this palace, every intention revolves around gaining favor, and since Lady Lin lacks it while you possess it, she may very well attempt to usurp the emperor's affection through you." Chunhua expressed her concerns. She is still a noblewoman. Precisely because she holds that title, even if she is aware of her ulterior motives, it would be difficult for someone of your status to refuse her. But it matters not. I possess enough confidence. If Shen Yuanling were to approach me, and Lady Lin managed to win him over, that would indeed reflect poorly on me. Furthermore, if Xian Yuanling were genuinely to seek me out, and yet Lady Lin ensnared him, he would have become utterly frivolous. If he were truly that easily swayed, there would be no need for me to employ strategies. All I would need to do is flaunt my allure. Shen Qing dismissed Lady Lin from her thoughts. Yet Lady Lin had not forgotten Shen Qing. The following day, she eagerly sought her out. "Sister, your residence is quite distant, almost bordering the cold palace." Lady Lin had not previously visited, but now she found it astonishing that one could gain favor while residing in such a remote location. It must surely be due to her beauty. "After our conversation yesterday, I found much wisdom in your words and have come specifically to seek your counsel." Lady Lin wore an expression of earnest humility. "Lady, please enjoy some tea." Fan Yin promptly served tea to Lady Lin. After taking a sip, Lady Lin gazed at Shen Qing with eagerness. Shen Qing smiled at her. "Were you saying, lady?" "Chunhua, please bring the recipe to the lady." Chunhua immediately handed the formula to Lady Lin. Lin Gairin initially believed that such a valuable item would not be hastily presented to her by Shen Qing. To her surprise, upon glancing at it, she found it to be quite comprehensive. Observing that Shen Qing displayed no reluctance, she wondered if this had been prepared in advance. Lin Gairin began to suspect that Shen Qing might be aware of her intentions and was merely eager to see her depart quickly. This thought made her feel awkward. While she had indeed taken action, being exposed would present an entirely different dilemma. Coming from a humble background, Shen Qing had a status that Lin Gairin considered inferior to her own. Yet, she found herself reliant on Shen Qing's favor, torn between the desire to seek that favor and the urge to leave swiftly. At that moment, Xian Yuanling arrived. He did not expect to find anyone else present. In the past, he never called for announcements when visiting Shen Qing. Today, however, he encountered Lin Gairin. To Xian Yuanling, Lin Gairin was not much different from Wang Marin. After 2 encounters, she had not left a profound impression. Thus, he simply recognized her as one of his women, momentarily forgetting her identity. Nevertheless, Xian Yuanling greeted them both with customary courtesy, saying, "Please rise." Although he was not well acquainted with Lin Gairin, he naturally spoke to Shen Qing with great familiarity. In truth, Xian Yuanling felt a tacit understanding that their conversation was private and not meant for outsiders to overhear. He inquired, "What brings you here today, so unexpectedly accompanied by a guest?" Lin Gairin responded, "Your Majesty, I have heard that the esteemed Lin Gairin possesses insights on skincare, and I have come today to discuss the matter of women's beauty with her." "Oh, I recall you have a penchant for medical texts. Are you still tending to your mother's ailments?" "Indeed, I have contemplated numerous methods for beauty and skincare." Lin Gairin found herself at a loss for words upon Xian Yuanling's arrival. She had intended to present herself favorably before the emperor, yet now she could scarcely interject. Finally, she managed to say, "My sister is so generous. She even took the time to transcribe formulas for me." Xian Yuanling merely acknowledged her with a non-committal grunt. If Lin Gairin had been wise, she would have taken her leave at that moment, for this was indeed Zhaohua Palace. However, in her nervousness, she failed to recognize the appropriate time to depart and continued to chatter incessantly. She concluded with, "Just yesterday, my sister mentioned that excessive sun exposure darkens the skin and hastens aging. I shall certainly make good use of this formula." Xian Yuanling fell silent. Was there truly a concubine in the harem so lacking in awareness? Shen Qing had remained silent throughout. Lin Gairin desperately sought to steer the conversation. Xian Yuanling's expression grew increasingly somber as he turned to look at Shen Qing, noticing her indifference. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he stated, "I have matters to attend to," and departed. With Xian Yuanling's exit, Lin Gairin felt a weight lift from her chest, simultaneously elated that she had conversed with the emperor for such a length of time. Surely, he would remember her now. What had begun as an awkward desire to leave had transformed into a relief at not having done so. However, with the emperor gone, she decided it was time to take her leave as well, and thus she bid farewell. "My dear, the esteemed Lady Lin has truly vexed me. It is evident that His Majesty has come seeking you, yet she audaciously usurps the spotlight to such an extent." Fan Yin has been observing all this from the sidelines. And she also heard from Chunhua about Lady Lin's recent attempts at conversation. It is infuriating. However, Shen Qing merely chuckled. I believe His Majesty certainly remembers her. Yet, the fondness one holds for someone is entirely different from merely recalling their presence. Chunhua, having discerned Shen Qing's sentiment, also smiled. But she expressed her concern. I hope His Majesty does not harbor any anger. This could indeed implicate you. Chapter 29. A return to the Emperor's bedchamber. Shen Qing remarked, perhaps. A rather oblivious individual had come to visit her. When Xian Yuanling encountered her, he declared that he might not return during the day. Moreover, Xian Yuanling would undoubtedly discern the reason for Lin Gairen's visit. Once he realized it, he would be even less inclined to return. Indeed, Xian Yuanling did not hold a grudge against Shen Qing. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be Lin Gairen for her lack of decorum. However, the awkward conversation initiated by Lin Gairen during the day left Xian Yuanling feeling quite vexed. He sensed that Lin Gairen had deliberately sought out Shen Qing. If they truly had a good relationship, such social missteps would not occur. With Yu Fei preceding her, in Wang, Marin seeking favor by approaching Yu Fei, encountering Lin Gairen while seeking out Shen Qing did little to improve Xian Yuanling's mood. Reflecting upon it, Shen Qing remained the most captivating figure in the harem. Yet if she were to attract attention at her current status, it would indicate that he had been visiting her too frequently, neglecting the other concubines. Consequently, for the next few days, he deliberately avoided selecting Shen Qing. Among the newcomers to the palace, Qiao Marin was, apart from Shen Qing, the most beautiful. Having been summoned a few times prior, she was now favored by the emperor for several consecutive days. However, as the novelty wore off, the emperor's affections shifted once more. Over the following month, Shen Gairen and Zhao Marin seemed to have caught the emperor's eye, compared to earlier, when the emperor had summoned each concubine minimally. It now appeared that Shen Qing had fallen from favor, as the other concubines suddenly found themselves in the emperor's good graces. The empress, who had initially been attentive to Shen Qing, was taken aback by the emperor's sudden change of heart. Whether this brought her joy or sorrow was uncertain. Naturally, most women would be discontent with their husbands favoring another, yet she yearned for Shen Qing's child. Jinji remarked, Your Majesty initially favored other concubines who were less esteemed, thinking that Shen Qing, with her lower status, would be easier to manage. However, now that those other beauties have gained favor, any child born to them cannot be kept close, just the same. The empress understood this truth. Should any of the other concubines conceive, it would remain unchanged. Her affection for Shen Qing was not genuine. She had come to terms with the situation. The emperor's preferences were beyond her control. During a recent collective audience, the atmosphere had shifted slightly among those who had gained favor. Particularly, Qiao Marin had been pampered recently and appeared adorned with exquisite jewelry upon her arrival. The empress observed silently, offering no commentary. But once the audience concluded, several concubines approached Qiao Marin, exclaiming, This is the beautiful jade hairpin bestowed by the emperor. How lovely it is! Shen Qing overheard this remark. She had never shared common ground with these individuals, so she quietly returned to Zhaohua Palace. To her surprise, that evening, Xian Yuanling summoned her card. After a month had passed, Shen Qing found herself once again presented before Xian Yuanling, who remained momentarily speechless upon seeing her. What was this? Xian Yuanling, having caught sight of her, seemed unable to divert his gaze. It has been a month since I last saw His Majesty. Shen Qing gazed at him with longing, as if she wished to etch his image into her heart. Xian Yuanling did not find her behavior presumptuous. This young lady had a knack for being endearing. While many in the imperial harem held him in their thoughts, not all who thought of Xian Yuanling did so with affection. Shen Qing's candid remark struck him as refreshingly charming. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he observed her, freshly washed and devoid of cosmetics, appearing even more youthful than before. However, she seemed to have lost some weight. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. Have you lost some weight? Indeed, she had. After all, summer often dampened one's appetite. Yet, she could not voice such a sentiment. Shen Qing lowered her gaze, her expression somewhat melancholic. Upon hearing that she had not seen him in a month, Xian Yuanling inferred that she had been missing him. and her current despondency led him to associate her weight loss with her longing for him, despite having sought the company of many during this month. Seeing her in such a state left him feeling oddly guilty. This feeling was inexplicably disconcerting. As the emperor, it was entirely normal for him to distribute his affections among the women of the harem. However, the sight of her, cautiously trying to observe him while seemingly fearful of revealing something, was utterly pitiable. Had she grown even more beautiful? Strikingly, she bore no trace of powder. Yet she was presented to him in such a pristine state, her hair not even properly styled, yet her visage radiated an ethereal charm that seemed crafted solely for him. Shen Yuanling felt an odd mixture of exhilaration and vexation. The exhilaration arose from the fact that she was indeed his. The vexation, however, stemmed from the reality that while he could easily disregard the affections of the other women in the harem, Shen Qing's developed form seemed to align perfectly with his deepest preferences, and her delightful disposition made it hard for him to neglect her without feeling wasteful. Thus, he had initially intended to leave her in solitude for 2 months, yet after just one, he found himself drawn back to her. Pondering this, his expression grew somber. Observing his demeanor, Shen Qing sensed that the emperor was lost in thought. She considered it might be better to engage in more intimate moments directly. Yet, she maintained a facade of trepidation. Shen Yuanling, noticing her demeanor, suddenly spoke in a low voice. In the past, when we were privately in Zhaohua Palace, we indulged in many indiscretions. Now that you see me, why do you appear so fearful? His words carried an accusatory tone, yet Shen Qing remained silent, prompting Shen Yuanling to lean down and kiss her. After a month apart, he was unsure if it was pent-up frustration or something more complicated, but his heart raced with impulsive and oddly intricate feelings. Ultimately, it was Shen Qing's irresistible allure that captivated him. Shen Yuanling found himself once again indulging without restraint. However, Shen Qing was no longer passive. If there was a time to stir things up, it was now. Yet, her antics were not of the raucous kind, but rather a display of vulnerability. In such matters, feigning fragility often yielded different outcomes. Thus, in this moment, Shen Yuanling perceived her as somewhat affected, yet it also evoked a sense of tenderness within him. Although he felt somewhat wronged, it was his own doing, and Shen Qing's gaze stirred genuine compassion within him. Recognizing that the storm had passed, Shen Yuanling contemplated for a moment before calling out, "Bring forth the meal." Chapter 30. A narrow path for rivals. Shen Qing lifted her head. Since Shen Yuanling had stated such, she chose not to voice any objections. In truth, before her arrival, she had anticipated that with Shen Yuanling's extraordinary stamina, he might not desire a midnight snack upon returning, opting instead for rest. Yet, it was undeniable that he would still feel hunger, which prompted her to indulge in a hearty meal beforehand. This moment felt akin to her first experience of serving him. Though back then, she had no food, whereas now, she was not famished, two entirely different concepts. At that moment, Shangda, she came bearing a midnight feast, and Shen Yuanling continued to have someone fetch food for Shen Qing. Although she was not hungry, she felt obliged to appease Shen Yuanling. However, the portion was somewhat meager. Shen Yuanling observed this quietly. He refrained from commenting until Shen Qing had nearly finished her meal, at which point, according to custom, she would be expected to return. "Let us rest a while longer," Shen Yuanling suggested. "Your Majesty?" According to tradition, unless the emperor permitted, concubines were not allowed to stay overnight in the Qinyuan Palace. It was entirely forbidden, but since Shen Yuanling ascended the throne, no concubine had ever spent the night in his palace. Understanding that Shen Qing might misinterpret his words, he clarified. She had complained of discomfort due to the jolting of the palanquin, suggesting a momentous respite before departing. Realizing her misunderstanding, Shen Qing leaned closer, sweetly murmuring, "Your Majesty is so kind." Shen Yuanling let out a grunt. "Are you not pleased? Where could I possibly find displeasure?" Shen Qing responded, her expression tinged with innocence. "I would gladly accompany your Majesty." Her words flowed naturally, her gaze imbued with a pitiful charm. Shen Yuanling felt a resurgence of irritation. This little enchantress certainly knew how to entice. Gazing at her innocent facade ignited a fierce desire within him. He playfully pinched her cheeks, the sensation delightfully satisfying. And he grunted again. "Are you trying to amuse me? Is it sincere?" Zhao Hai had never witnessed Xian Yuanling in such a manner. Over the past month, it became evident that the emperor had indeed been preoccupied with Shen Qing. When he dotes, no one else in the palace can compare. Having observed Xian Yuanling's interactions within the harem, Zhao Hai understood that none could evoke the same response from the emperor as Shen Qing did. Thus, unlike others in the palace, he never believed that Shen Qing would fall out of favor. After all, he had personally heard Xian Yuanling express intentions to reward Shen Qing with a red jadeite, a gift the emperor deemed fitting for her stature, reflecting her unique position in his heart. Shen Qing remarked, "I genuinely wish to accompany your majesty, but what?" The emperor was not fond of hearing customs mentioned in his presence, and Shen Qing was wise enough not to commit such a folly. She replied, "I do not wish for another Lin Guiran to linger in my palace for many days." She could neither cite the rules forbidding it nor confess her reluctance to accompany the emperor. Thus, she insisted on her desire to be with him, lamenting that such affection could indeed attract unwarranted attention. Lin Guiran, who did not possess the emperor's favor, might well be used for such purposes. Xian Yuanling felt a twinge of disdain upon recalling Lady Lin. He certainly hoped not to encounter such an insipid individual again. "Had Lady Lin sought you for many days thereafter?" Shen Qing nodded and murmured softly, "Indeed, I have not ventured outside. Yet she continues to visit daily without regard for her own exertion." Her eyes darted towards Xian Yuanling, adding, "The emperor is quite endearing." What a remark! It seemed rather excessive, especially since Xian Yuanling already harbored a distaste for Lady Lin, and her words bore a hint of reproach directed at him. Yet how could such a gaze incite anger? Although Xian Yuanling wore a serious expression, a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. She has become increasingly audacious. Shen Qing tugged at his sleeve playfully, a brief grasp before she released it, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Xian Yuanling gritted his teeth. This enchantress. He glanced back at Zhao Hai, who promptly exited. In the next moment, Shen Qing was suddenly pulled towards him and embraced within the inner chamber. "You dare to entice me, truly believing I cannot handle you?" Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback as Xian Yuanling entered. She rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, "This dog emperor, lacking in willpower, must blame me." By the time she departed, the hour was somewhat late. However, Xian Yuanling's countenance darkened after her departure. "You shall visit the imperial kitchen tomorrow." If he were to neglect her, Shen Qing would surely suffer from poor nourishment, which would explain her weight loss. If it happened again, perhaps a change in staff at the imperial kitchen will be necessary. After all, this had occurred several times. Surely the kitchen staff ought to be more considerate. Yet, it was undeniable that Shen Qing had indeed grown thinner. The following day, Zhao Hai personally visited the imperial kitchen. After so many occurrences, it was prudent for him to ensure they understood the situation. Consequently, Shen Qing received special attention from the imperial kitchen. This time, they even approached her directly to inquire about her dietary preferences, and Shen Qing surmised it must be Xian Yuanling's instructions. Chen Hua rejoiced for her, saying, "The emperor is thinking of you." Previously, she had noticed Shen Qing's waning figure, and though there was silver, Shen Qing was not permitted to order what she wished from the kitchen until she held a more esteemed title. On sweltering days, Shen Qing's appetite dwindled, causing Chen Hua to fret, fearing her fragile health might falter further. However, now that the imperial kitchen was attentive, with nourishing meals provided, the lost weight would surely return. Shen Qing was also elated, for sustenance was indeed of utmost importance. While the atmosphere in Zhao Hua Palace was jubilant, other palaces experienced discontent. Initially, the matter of shared quarters seemed inconsequential, but with Zhao Hai personally instructing the imperial kitchen and their eagerness to serve Zhao Hua Palace, the news spread and gained significance. Qiao Meiren scoffed, "How quaint, truly a person of humble origins. Could it be that she is begging for morsels before the emperor?" In truth, even if she were to solicit sustenance, it was still a matter of addressing the emperor, for jewels and food were of equal standing in such matters. A nearby palace maid comforted, The favored beauty receives attention from the imperial kitchen. After all, Shen Qing is merely a lady of lesser rank. Perhaps her meals were inadequate, prompting her to seek the emperor's kindness. His Majesty, being compassionate, may see her plight. Upon hearing this, Miss Qiao felt a sense of relief in her heart. And the following day, she had the energy to stroll through the imperial garden. It is indeed a twist of fate that they cross paths. Shen Qing, who generally preferred to remain indoors, found that after spending too much time within the confines of her room, the chill in the air became rather uncomfortable. Today, she had specifically ventured out to walk and perspire, hoping to dispel the dampness within her. However, instead of alleviating her discomfort, she unexpectedly encountered Miss Qiao. Chapter 31. The Queen takes charge to say that the paths of adversaries are narrow may be a bit of an exaggeration. It is merely that Xiao Marin finds herself displeased with Shen Qing. Observing Xiao's rather self-satisfied demeanor, Shen Qing feels that while she may not possess the fate of Consort Yu, she certainly embodies her afflictions. With Consort Yu now discreetly pregnant, this individual, having never experienced the discomfort of being overshadowed by her, has taken it upon herself to revel. Strangely, Shen Qing finds herself somewhat nostalgic for Consort Yu. A character like Xiao Marin would undoubtedly face severe repercussions under her scrutiny. Of course, such thoughts are fleeting. Who genuinely wishes to encounter Consort Yu? According to propriety, Shen Qing must pay her respects upon meeting Xiao Marin. Xiao, noticing Shen Qing's earlier discontent, remarks, Shen Liangrun is also present. Though a smile graces Shen Qing's face, her eyes betray no warmth. As Xiao Marin settles into the pavilion, she observes the remaining tea and realizes that Shen Qing had been resting there not long ago, with leftover fish food still uneaten. Suddenly, Xiao Marin declares, I am feeling a bit parched. Shen Liangrun, please pour me some tea. Springhua, quick to respond, offers. This servant will serve tea to the Marin. Xiao Marin shoots her a glare, yet Springhua proceeds to pour the tea. Although Xiao Marin is dissatisfied, her status prevents her from imposing punitive kneeling. Thus, she concedes, Mingluo, why have you not instructed Shen Liangrun? The palace maid, compelled by Xiao Marin's command, finds herself in a precarious position, caught between obedience and offense. She purses her lips, preparing to grab Shen Qing's hand. What are you doing? Springhua gasps, astonished that she would force Shen Qing to serve tea. Shen Qing frowns, while Springhua blocks Mingluo. Sensing Xiao Marin's gaze upon her, Mingluo pushes Springhua aside, causing her to stumble and fall, her palm meeting the ground painfully. Shen Qing's expression darkens immediately. Xiao Marin, there are still passers-by in the imperial garden. It would not be wise to create a scene. Xiao Marin is not unaware of this truth, yet her heart is heavy. Observing Springhua on the ground, she huffs disdainfully, turns her nose up, and departs. Shen Qing watches her retreat with a foul expression, reaching out to assist Springhua, who stands on her own, though her hand is grazed and beginning to bleed. My lady, this Xiao Marin is exceedingly arrogant. We may have to tread lightly around her in the future. Tread lightly? Shen Qing replies, glancing at Springhua's injury. Be sure to tend to that wound properly. Yes, she has learned to navigate around those who are difficult. For who could blame her for being a target, a scapegoat that everyone seems eager to trample upon? Yet, she muses, one cannot allow every Tom, Dick, and Harry to step all over her. How could she continue living like that? In the following days, Shen Qing carries on with her life as usual. As the month draws to a close, she prepares to pay her respects to the Queen. Arriving early, she presents herself with utmost sincerity, always sitting at the back. While others engage in conversation, she remains silent, only speaking when directly addressed, and, as the gathering nears its conclusion, she turns to find herself locking eyes with Xiao Marin. Immediately, Xiao's gaze drops, and she quickens her pace, seemingly afraid of being pursued. How could Xiao Marin not notice Shen Qing's peculiar demeanor? Once they exit Fengyi Palace, Xiao Marin huffs. What is wrong with Shen Liangrun? Is she pretending not to see me? Shen Qing could only halt her steps and cautiously say no. I merely wish to avoid offending the beauty's eyes. Upon hearing this, Lady Qiao became infuriated, exclaiming, What do you mean by that? The words escaped her lips, igniting an uncontrollable rage within her. She reached out, attempting to pull and tug at Shen Qing, who stumbled and fell to the ground. Observing Shen Qing sprawled on the floor, Lady Qiao boldly declared, "You wretched creature, the Emperor may be enchanted by your feeble appearance, but I am not." With that, she raised her hand to strike. Chunhua stepped in front of Lady Qiao at that moment. Suddenly, a stern voice resounded. "What is the meaning of this, Lady Qiao?" Jinji emerged from the Fengyi Palace, her expression severe. "You and Shen are both consorts. If there is a grievance, the Empress is present, and you may clarify matters before her." Shen Qing, with Chunhua's assistance, got back on her feet, her eyes glistening with tears. With Jin Ji's admonition, Lady Qiao felt a twinge of anxiety, regretting her outburst at the gates of the Fengyi Palace. But it was too late to retract her actions, as she had already exited and re-entered the palace. Upon re-entering, the Empress wore a stern expression. "What on earth is happening here?" Lady Qiao replied, "Shen provoked me, and I could not stand by idly, hence I sought to teach her a lesson." "Oh." The Empress turned her gaze to Shen Qing. "Is this true, Shen?" Shen Qing was on the verge of tears. "I did not provoke Lady Qiao. I fear her. How could I dare to provoke her?" The Empress furrowed her brows. "Without cause. Why would you fear her?" Shen Qing bit her lip, appearing at a loss for words. The Empress thought to herself that Shen Qing was exceedingly timid, utterly unfit for her position, and then turned to Chunhua. "Speak." Chunhua began, "Not long ago, Lady Qiao encountered Shen in the Imperial Garden, where she commanded Shen to serve tea, speaking in a manner that was somewhat intimidating. Shen, being timid, thereafter secluded herself, and now, upon encountering Lady Qiao again, she was filled with dread, wishing only to return to Zhaohua Palace, unaware that Lady Qiao would approach her once more. The Empress frowned. What transpired at the entrance earlier? Summoned the maid who was stationed there. Jin Ji called for her, and the maid knelt before the Empress, truthfully recounting. "I did not overhear Shen speaking. I merely witnessed Lady Qiao suddenly confront Shen, who then halted her steps. Subsequently, Lady Qiao tugged at Shen, causing her to fall. The Empress spoke in a low voice. Lady Qiao, do you have anything else to say?" Initially filled with anger, Lady Qiao was taken aback. "It was not like that, Your Majesty. It is this vixen who does not understand decorum, passing by without a proper greeting." The Empress interjected, furrowing her brows. "You are merely a beauty. Do you believe that all other consorts must bow to you? Or is it because Shen holds the title of consort that you feel entitled to strike her?" Lady Qiao panicked. I did not mean it that way." This foolish and arrogant demeanor had somehow earned her the Emperor's favor for a few days, reminiscent of Concubine. Chapter 32. The Queen's ascendancy and the Emperor's favor. The Queen held a particular disdain for Concubine, yet her affections had inexplicably shifted. "Qiao, my dear, you exhibit a profound ignorance of courtly decorum. It appears you must dedicate yourself to mastering the rules of this palace. Otherwise, should you inadvertently offend the Emperor, even I shall be unable to intercede on your behalf. For now, I shall revoke your green insignia. Reflect upon your actions within the palace. Once you have sufficiently grasped the necessary protocols, only then shall your insignia be reinstated." This decree effectively barred her from serving the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I am aware of my transgressions," Qiao pleaded, her eyes wide with distress. "I shall not err again. I beseech you to forgive me." The Queen, uninterested in her pleas, commanded that Qiao be taken away. Shen Qing bowed respectfully to the Queen, expressing her gratitude. The Queen, not holding Shen Qing's lack of assertiveness against her, remarked with a smile, "This matter arises from her own ignorance. I have punished her. Her presence shall deter others from troubling you." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Shen Qing responded, "Since my arrival in the palace, Your Majesty has shown me such kindness. I am truly at a loss for how to repay your generosity." The Queen bid farewell to Shen Qing with a smile. Once outside Fengyi Palace, Shen Qing turned back to Spring Hua and smiled. "Let us return to the palace." Spring Hua, holding the umbrella, appeared somewhat furtive, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. "Be cautious of your footing, my lady. The revocation of the green insignia may not seem significant, but the Department of Imperial Affairs would undoubtedly take note." Xian Yuanling, known for his keen memory, quickly recognized the absence of a green insignia, inquiring, "Whose insignia has been revoked?" Wanda replied, "Your Majesty, it is Concubine Qiao's. Today, the queen herself ordered its removal, stating that Concubine Qiao assaulted Shen Qing at the gates of Fengyi Palace." Zhao Hai raised an eyebrow. Intrigue, how audacious. This certainly evokes memories of Concubine Yu. In truth, the emperor had previously tolerated a degree of arrogance, as Concubine Yu was far more imperious than Concubine Qiao and had enjoyed the emperor's favor for many years. However, it became evident to Zhao Hai that the emperor's taste had shifted since Concubine Yu fell out of favor. The nature of men, when they are enamored, even flaws appear endearing. Yet, once their affection wanes, they become irksome. While the emperor's feelings towards Concubine Yu had diminished, they had not reached a level of disdain, particularly as she was with child. But what of Concubine Xiao? Xian Yuanling scoffed. The queen has executed her duties with commendable precision. Such a disposition indeed necessitates a thorough understanding of the rules. Let those in the lower ranks take heed that if they fail to learn, they need not present themselves before me. Zhao Hai noted the significance of this pronouncement. The queen's order to revoke the green insignia would not remain permanent. Yet the emperor's remark about those who fail to learn was a stark shift. What constituted not learning? What defined proper conduct? If those beneath were to present Concubine Xiao again, and she were to offend the emperor, would they not also face repercussions? Who could guarantee that Concubine Xiao would truly master the rules? Indeed, after issuing his commands, Xian Yuanling instructed, "Go and check on her." After a brief pause, he added, "Bestow some gifts to soothe her spirits." Although he did not specify what gifts, Zhao Hai wasted no time in making the necessary arrangements. Upon arriving at the Zhao Hua Palace, Zhao Hai noticed the flickering candlelight within. As he entered, he encountered Fang Yun, who inquired about her husband's well-being. Fang Yun, already aware of the incident concerning the beauty Qiao, responded, "Thanks to Her Majesty's just intervention. Although my husband fell and sustained some bruises." "Oh, a genuine injury?" Zhao Hai exclaimed, hastily adding, "The emperor has sent me to check on him. Do go in quickly." Initially reclining on the couch, Shen Qing felt obliged to rise upon Zhao Hai's arrival, given his esteemed position. However, Zhao Hai preemptively remarked, "Let your husband rest. Do not get up. Be cautious of your health." In former times, even Yu Fei would not have dared to be dismissive in Zhao Hai's presence, and someone of Shen Qing's standing would have been expected to pay her respects. Yet the dynamics had shifted significantly. Shen Qing instructed, "Please serve tea to the chief steward." Fang Yun had already prepared the tea, which was steeped in etiquette. The act of receiving or refusing it was laden with significance. Zhao Hai, being a favored individual of the emperor, could not be easily flattered. Nevertheless, when he accepted the tea, it bore a certain meaning. Shen Qing observed this closely and remarked, "The chief stewardess visit at this late hour." As Zhao Hai explained, "The emperor has heard about the incident involving Xiao, and, upon learning of your husband's injury, has sent me to check on him." As he spoke, a young eunuch brought forth a gift from the emperor, who wished to reward for the grievances suffered. "Thank you, your majesty," Shen Qing expressed, not forgetting to acknowledge Zhao Hai. "Thank you for your efforts in coming here." At that moment, Chunhua promptly presented a large purse. Zhao Hai accepted it graciously, adding, "If your husband feels unwell, do call for the physician." Shen Qing replied, "It's merely some external injuries. I have already applied medicine." Zhao Hai discerned that the situation was not dire and smiled. "Then I shall report back that your husband should rest well." As Shen Qing was indeed injured, she could not accompany him out, so she had Chunhua see him off. Zhao Hai's visit to Zhao Hua Palace had not gone unnoticed. The empress was already aware and smirked. The emperor is strict about rules. There are always some in the harem who lack foresight. With Qiao's severe punishment, perhaps there will be a period of peace. Within the harem, the openly acknowledged secrets were no longer secrets at all. The news had spread like wildfire. It was said that the palace was a place that devoured its inhabitants. In the few months since entering the palace, 2 of the 8 new beauties had already fallen from grace. Now, only 6 remained, and among them, Fangue Run was with child, leaving just 5 who could hope for favor. While most would refrain from gloating over the misfortune of others, they could not help but feel a sense of relief at the reduction of competition. Yet, Some, like Shen Qing, sensed something amiss. Although Qiao's actions were indeed inappropriate, the matter was trivial enough to be handled by servants. Not only did the empress take it upon herself to deal with it, but she also imposed a rather harsh penalty. Shen Qing, being of lower rank yet possessing beauty, is still so fiercely protected by the empress. Surely, there must be deeper implications at play. Chapter 33. Jealousy. The following day, Shen Qing was recuperating from her injuries, mindful of the fact that appearing too lively in front of Zhao Hai would be inappropriate. Engrossed in her medical texts, she requested Xiao Quan to procure some storybooks. For as a eunuch, he possessed more knowledge of the world outside than the palace maids. True to his reputation, Xiao Quan returned with a collection of popular novels. Shen Qing had previously indulged in literature pertaining to the knowledge of this world, and had even practiced her calligraphy in her spare time, fearing that she would regret not having sufficient reading material when the time came. After months of self-study, she finally found a balance between labor and leisure. Xiao Quan presented the books enthusiastically, stating, "My lady, these are the latest popular novels from outside. I have gathered all that is available in the markets for you to peruse." Shen Qing rewarded him with a smile, and Xiao Quan beamed with delight. Thus, she immersed herself in the stories, which were surprisingly well-crafted, full of twists and turns. The narratives, though brief, captivated her much like a television drama, providing a welcome distraction in such an uneventful place. However, as night fell, she refrained from reading further, aware that it strained her eyes. After dinner, Xian Yuanling arrived unexpectedly. Shen Qing was taken aback by his visit, as she had believed that being injured would preclude her from his company. Upon entering, he noticed her wide-eyed gaze, which bore an expression of confusion, an unintentional reaction to his sudden appearance. This displeased him slightly. He had come to check on her injuries, yet he sensed her surprise. In a moment of impulsiveness, he playfully swatted her behind, eliciting a frown from Shen Qing. Ouch! She pouted, her brows knitting together. Xian Yuanling, upon seeing her discomfort, recalled her injuries. "What is it?" he inquired, his tone laced with concern. Shen Qing, her voice trembling with a hint of grievance, replied, "It hurts." How pitiful she appeared. Xian Yuanling could not remain irritated at her plea, yet his tone remained stern. "Am I here to make you unhappy?" Zhao Hai, observing the scene, noted that this single phrase seemed to ease the emperor's mood. If only he possessed such skill, life by the emperor's side would be far more pleasant. As the servants discreetly withdrew, Shen Qing softly murmured, "I am happy, truly. I just didn't react quickly enough." Xian Yuanling, unimpressed, retorted, "So I should not have come? Shall I take my leave then?" Naturally, she could not allow him to depart discontented. Shen Qing, being quite astute, recognized his genuine concern for her well-being. The emperor's unexpected thoughtfulness touched her deeply. She had not anticipated such tenderness from him. To soothe the moment, she reached out, wrapping her arms around Xian Yuanling's, clinging to him. "Your Majesty, please do not go. That was not my intention." He pressed. "Then what do you mean?" Shen Qing hesitated, lowering her gaze, her expression dimming slightly as the atmosphere shifted. In a whisper, she confessed, "I merely do not dare to hope." Her voice was tinged with vulnerability, her lashes fluttering as if weighed down by trepidation, unsure of what else to say. She could only voice the words she had kept hidden within her heart. Shen Qing had always been radiant, and Xian Yuanling cherished the sight of her joyful demeanor. Yet now, she was undeniably burdened by sorrow. What weighed upon her heart, Xian Yuanling could discern with a mere fleeting thought, albeit with a tinge of astonishment. Was it a reluctance to harbor any hopes? A fear that he might genuinely come to inquire about her well-being, merely out of concern for her wounds? Xian Yuanling felt her grip upon his arm, tight yet hesitant, as if she feared to grasp too firmly. He gazed down at her cautious expression, noting her internal struggle before she finally spoke. "When I entered the palace, my mother advised me to regard His Majesty with reverence and admiration, urging me to guard against jealousy, for the harem is filled with beauties, and the emperor's affections could not possibly rest solely upon me." As she spoke, a profound sadness enveloped her, yet she persevered. "However, since my arrival, His Majesty has treated me with great kindness. Each time I see him summon me to his chambers, my heart swells with joy. Yet, when he visits, I cannot help but entertain thoughts that stray beyond mere admiration. I am acutely aware that His Majesty does not belong to me alone. Yet with each visit, I find myself yearning for the next encounter, unable to comprehend this overwhelming desire within me. Shen Qing lamented her own predicament. Thus, I find myself both longing for His Majesty's presence and fearing that his visits only deepen my attachment. While I behold him approaching, I am filled with astonishment and disbelief at how benevolent he is towards me. Yet this kindness stirs something uncontrollable within my heart. What am I to do? Chapter 34. The incident with Yu Fei Xian Yuanling was well aware of the affections the young girl harbored for him. Her previous actions had made it abundantly clear. Now, with her heartfelt declarations laid bare, he found himself stirred, realizing the depth of her feelings. Her infatuation had reached a point where she could no longer contain herself. He suddenly felt an understanding of his own desires, recognizing that his yearning for her had been unrestrained, perhaps a bit excessive. Initially, he had harbored some grievances towards Shen Qing for being so alluring and for possessing a nature that was equally captivating. Yet unbeknownst to him, Shen Qing was grappling with her own turmoil. Her words were indeed painfully poignant. Xian Yuanling's last remnants of hesitation concerning Shen Qing had been dispelled. Her beauty had captivated him to the extent of losing control. Did she not desire to see him again? With that, any lingering doubts vanished. A smile instinctively tugged at his lips. Observing Xian Yuanling's comprehension, Shen Qing gazed at him eagerly and inquired once more, "Your Majesty is more learned than I. What should I do?" "I shall certainly obey your wishes." Hadn't she previously displayed such boldness? In a good mood, Xian Yuanling playfully pinched her nose. This gentle gesture flushed her cheeks with a rosy hue, enhancing her already striking beauty. Xian Yuanling felt as though his heart was enveloped in warm water, completely at ease, and upon witnessing her delicate demeanor, he found himself unable to resist, leaning down to plant a soft kiss upon her lips. With a swift motion, he enveloped her entirely in his embrace, akin to cradling a child, and guided Shen Qing to sit upon his lap, showering her with tender kisses. As he kissed her, he murmured, During the shuttlecock game, in front of so many witnesses, you dared to whisper to me. You dared to be picky in my presence? Were you not afraid of the heat and disdain for me? Where has your courage gone?" With her hand resting against Xian Yuanling's chest, she shyly confessed, "I am timid." Her words melted his heart. Though she had yet to utter a direct proclamation of affection, every phrase was steeped in care and fondness. Xian Yuanling's spirits soared, dispelling any remnants of earlier frustration, replaced entirely by elation. He teased, "Your nature is indeed delicate and possessive. I can only assume your mother recognized your temperament and advised you accordingly. Yet, you have failed to heed her words, unable to manage even this small matter." Shen Qing appeared visibly disheartened. Xian Yuanling erupted into laughter, and Shen Qing internally mused, "The wicked emperor has a malicious heart." Nevertheless, she resigned herself, thinking that as a grown man, he surely would not hold her accountable for such trivialities. Shen Qing's charm only intensified with his laughter. Xian Yuanling had no intention of behaving like a beast. He had come to genuinely see Shen Qing and had not originally planned to stay overnight. However, upon reflection, he decided to linger. The following morning, as Xian Yuanling prepared to attend the morning court, he noticed that Shen Qing remained asleep and chose not to rouse her. When Shen Qing eventually awoke and learned that Xian Yuanling had already departed, she nodded and proceeded to summon breakfast. As she ate, her thoughts wandered. Previously, she had understood that Xian Yuanling had an unfortunate childhood, bound by rigid rules that he both detested and felt compelled to obey. However, things had changed. Last night, Xian Yuanling had tacitly acknowledged her capriciousness and even deemed it a trivial matter. He seemed to believe that her jealousy was not a significant issue either. This marked a considerable advancement. Indeed, perseverance was essential. Shen Qing, in this regard, was quite inspirational. There were perceptive individuals in other quarters as well. The beautiful Qiao had bullied Shen Liang, and while she had not left him severely injured, the ensuing quarrel had resulted in such a harsh penalty that it suggested Shen Liang was indeed favored. It was evident that the imperial kitchen was particularly attentive to Shun Liang's needs. Setting aside the pregnant Yu Fei and Fong Guiran, the fact that the kitchen was concerned with Emir Liang was the best testament to his favor. Nevertheless, speaking of Fong Guiran and Yu Fei, their experiences during pregnancy were vastly different. Fong Guiran approached her pregnancy with discretion, valuing it highly. Despite her enmity with Yu Fei, revenge was not her immediate concern. What mattered most was ensuring a safe delivery, and her companions encouraged her to remain oblivious to external matters. In contrast, Yu Fei, although aware of the significance of the child within her, was not new to pregnancy and found her thoughts wandering to the emperor. It had been quite a while since she had seen Xin Yuanling, and she could not help but seek news of him, which invariably brought her sorrow. Whom he favored today or tomorrow, and the severe punishment meted out to Qiao brought her a sense of satisfaction. Even within the harem, favor was often fleeting. However, it was particularly troubling to hear that Shen Qing had been injured. The emperor's visit was understandable, but his decision to stay overnight was alarming. From the outset, Yu Fei had recognized that Shen Qing's beauty was appealing even to men, which was why she had initially harbored disdain towards her. Yet, to her surprise, Shen Qing had grown so audacious in her absence of favor. In her frustration, Yu Fei shattered an object. Whether it was anger or the force of the throw that caused it, she felt a dull ache in her abdomen, prompting her to frown and instinctively press her hand against her belly. When Qiao, witnessing her gesture, grew anxious. "Your Highness, is your stomach unwell? That wretched girl has caused me distress." Yu Fei's discomfort was fleeting, and soon she felt better, attributing it to her agitation. Observing the shards of the teacup and pot she had broken, she found them bothersome and impatiently declared, "I wish to take a stroll. Arrange it." When Qiao remained apprehensive, "Your Highness, perhaps we should summon the imperial physician to examine you? This child has been stable for over 4 months. It is of no concern." Yu Fei genuinely believed this, as she had safely delivered twins before and was not a novice in childbirth, which granted her a measure of confidence. When Qiao understood that Yu Fei would never jest about her child, so she promptly went to prepare the palanquin. Before long, eunuchs carried Yu Fei to the imperial garden to admire the lotus and feed the fish, for encountering living creatures always lifted her spirits. Dismounting from the palanquin, Lady Yu gracefully approached the pavilion. At that moment, she unexpectedly stepped on a round object, causing her foot to slip, despite Qiao's attempt to steady her. She fell to the ground. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through her abdomen, and an overwhelming sense of terror enveloped her heart in an instant. Chapter 35. The Queen's calculations. The fall of Concubine Yu was indeed severe, and when Qiao dared not move. Yet, she could not allow Concubine Yu to linger in the imperial garden. While summoning a physician, she ordered the attendants to carry Concubine Yu towards the nearest Zhaohua palace. Disregarding any superstitions, Shen Qing had not anticipated such an incident. However, with the situation at hand, she could not deny entrance to anyone. She even relinquished her own inner chamber. In truth, she did not reside in the main hall of Zhaohua Palace due to her lesser status. But since it was unoccupied, she could not allow Concubine Yu to be taken there. Stepping outside, Shen Qing observed Qiao arranging for the physician and notifying the emperor and empress. She felt as though she was merely a pillar standing idly by. Initially, she had thought that Concubine Yu would not bear this child, and perhaps it would all resolve itself in time. She hoped to remain uninvolved. Yet here, in the imperial garden, an incident had occurred that directly involved her, a most unfortunate stroke of fate, indeed. The physician rushed in, sweat glistening on his brow, barely having time to compose himself. Hearing Concubine Yu's cries from within, Shen Qing furrowed her brow. It seemed the child could not be saved after all. The empress arrived swiftly. Despite her disdain for Concubine Yu, protocol dictated that she must oversee matters when a concubine was in distress. Upon the empress's arrival, Shen Qing immediately bowed in respect. What transpired? The empress inquired, her brow furrowing. Shen Qing, flustered, shook her head. "I am uncertain, your majesty. A maid from Concubine Yu's side brought her here directly, and I saw Concubine Yu clutching her abdomen." The empress's frown deepened. "Where is the physician?" "He has entered," Shen Qing replied. The empress did not exhale in relief. She called for Wen Qiu to emerge. Wen Qiu knelt before the empress, trembling. "Your Majesty, please allow me to explain the situation regarding Concubine Yu." Wen Qiu was drenched in cold sweat, and at that moment, Shen Yuanling arrived, his expression grave. It was unfathomable that someone in such a condition could have experienced a miscarriage, and the severity of the situation was apparent. "What has transpired? What did the physician say?" The empress responded, "The physician has yet to emerge. I am currently inquiring with Wen Qiu." Under the empress's piercing gaze, Wen Qiu was unable to withstand the pressure. The emperor's authority was far beyond that of an ordinary maid. With everyone watching, she dared not speak carelessly. Today, Our Lady felt a sense of discomfort and thought to take a breath of fresh air in the imperial garden. However, upon reaching the pavilion, she slipped. Shen Yuanling was truly incensed. It was her own carelessness that had led to this calamity. Did she not know to exercise caution while with child? At that moment, the physician emerged and knelt before Shen Yuanling. "Your Majesty, the lady is in excruciating pain and has begun to bleed. I administer medicine, yet the effects were not notable. Acupuncture has failed to alleviate her condition. It appears the child is in jeopardy. I fear Concubine Yu's pregnancy cannot be sustained." The implication was clear. The child could not be saved. Shen Yuanling's voice turned icy. "Do everything in your power to save her. Your Majesty, should we proceed to induce labor, we may ensure the lady's safety, though it is unlikely both she and the child can be preserved," the physician cautioned. Shen Yuanling inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. "Then let us induce labor." Upon receiving his command, the physician promptly re-entered. Shen Yuanling's countenance was grim, and after uttering his words, he had no desire to linger any longer. The precious life he had so diligently nurtured had vanished so abruptly that he could not bear to see the Concubine Yu. The empress, adhering to protocol, escorted Shen Yuanling, for she had to attend to Concubine Yu, who could not be left unattended. Shen Qing also needed to bid farewell. When Shen Yuanling cast a glance her way as he departed, his mood soured even further upon witnessing her frightened demeanor. Although she herself had not fully recovered from her injuries, she remained silent. After Shen Yuanling exited, Shen Qing continued to remain composed. Inside the chamber, Concubine Yu still endured pain, yet the physician, upon entering, offered no words of comfort. The pallor of her face spoke volumes about her deteriorating condition. As expected, after being administered medicine, she soon felt something expel from her body. The abdominal pain gradually subsided, but what emerged was unmistakably a fully formed fetus. At over 4 months, the tiny hands and feet were discernible, bloodied and lifeless, leaving Concubine Yu with a heart equally drenched in sorrow. She cast a glance at the lifeless form, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Initially, her sobs were audible, but soon she lay on the bed, silently weeping, tears flowing without a sound. It was not until when Qiu entered and tenderly supported Concubine Yu that she murmured, "Your Highness, be cautious of your health." With eyes red and heart aching, Concubine Yu regained a fragment of her composure and gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe that a mere fall could have caused my child to perish. It has been over 4 months. The child was stable. Investigate." I distinctly recall stepping on something at that moment. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Has there truly been no unusual activity in Fengyi Palace recently?" Her disbelief lingered. She could not accept that her child had been lost so easily. There must be an underlying issue. If anyone within the palace wished her ill, it was undoubtedly the empress. With her misfortune, the first to be suspected would naturally be the empress. When Qiu, recalling her earlier urgency, quickly responded, "I shall ensure a thorough investigation." The empress remained behind to care for Concubine Yu, and when arrangements were made to return her, she would naturally follow suit. After exiting Zhaohua Palace, the empress exchanged a glance with Jin Ji, and only upon returning to Fengyi Palace did she inquire, "Has everything been handled discreetly?" Jin Ji assured her, "Your Highness, rest assured, all has been managed with utmost caution. We did not employ harsh measures. The miscarriage should not have occurred until 6 months. Yet, Concubine Yu's fall was fortuitous, a consequence of her own actions, which assured the success of our plan. Moreover, it has rendered her distasteful in the emperor's eyes, truly a double victory." The empress sighed in relief. This precious child, not residing in concubine Yu's womb, brings me unparalleled joy. Jean nodded in agreement. As for the child within noble consort Fong, the empress interjected, let us keep it safe. One never knows when it may prove useful. Chapter 36. The unforeseen calamity of noble consort Shen with the loss of her child. Consort Yu found herself in a surprisingly good mood. As the empress finally released a pin-up breath she had held for years, the atmosphere in Zhaohua Palace was unusually lively. As Consort Yu prepared to depart, it was customary for her to pay her respects, but she was reluctant to tempt misfortune at that moment. Fortunately, Consort Yu was preoccupied and paid little mind to her, leaving the matter of her departure irrelevant to Shen Qing. Springhua, noticing Consort Yu's exit, promptly called upon Fan Yan, and together they proceeded to change the linens and bedding in the inner chamber. This spectacle was the first of its kind for both Springhua and Fan Yan, leaving them somewhat astonished. Shen Qing reassured them, stating, this is of no concern to us. She merely borrowed our space in Zhaohua Palace. It would be unjust to suggest that I caused her miscarriage. You need not dwell on this matter. Springhua nodded, acknowledging we understand, but the fact remains that Consort Yu suffered a miscarriage here, which is inauspicious. I shall incense the room and cleanse it thoroughly to prevent any mishaps. Shen Qing contemplated the situation. She had anticipated that Consort Yu would not carry this pregnancy to term, yet it still struck her as peculiar. Was it truly just a simple misstep? She sensed a conspiracy lurking beneath the surface, though it remained merely conjecture. If anyone stood to gain from Consort Yu's loss, it was undoubtedly the empress. Yet, who could truly discern the motives of those in the harem? If Consort Yu had any inkling of the truth, she would likely investigate. Shen Qing thought, let them investigate as they wish. It bore no relevance to her. She was simply an unfortunate bystander caught in the turmoil of Consort Yu's miscarriage. To avert any potential complications, she instructed Springhua and the others to thoroughly inspect Zhaohua Palace, ensuring there was nothing unusual or unsightly, thus allowing her to remain uninvolved. Her current stance remained firm. She would not entangle herself in this affair. Given Consort Yu's volatile temper, such involvement could prove perilous. Shen Qing understood the grave consequences of being implicated in such matters. Yet, ironically, it was someone else who found themselves ensnared, none other than the empress herself. The inquiry into the incident began with Consort Yu's own assertion that she had stepped on something. Indeed, she had, amidst the chaos that ensued. However, due to the suddenness of the event, the imperial garden had not been cleaned, and it was not until Wang Qiu conducted an investigation that something was uncovered. It turned out that Consort Yu had inadvertently stepped on a pearl. But how had a pearl found its way into the imperial garden? The investigation ultimately revealed that some days prior, noble Consort Shen had been wearing a pearl bracelet that had mysteriously snapped, leaving one pearl behind for Consort Yu to tread upon. When Consort Yu received this news, she was nearly driven to the brink of despair. Just days earlier, noble Consort Shen's bracelet had broken, and a careless servant had failed to retrieve the fallen pearl, leading to this unfortunate incident. While this occurrence could hardly be construed as a deliberate act on noble Consort Shen's part, the timing was cruelly ironic. With Consort Yu's recent loss weighing heavily upon her heart, she found herself irrationally harboring resentment towards Shen Qing. Countless times she pondered, had it not been for that single pearl, she would not have fallen. Had she not fallen, her child would still be alive. Yet, her inquiries did not end with this revelation. The inquiry initiated by Consort Yu caused quite a stir. Everything inside and outside the Zhongyu Palace, including the servants, was thoroughly examined, ultimately revealing some troubling issues. There was a problem with the pregnancy-preserving medicine used by Consort Yu. Although the remnants of the medicine were nowhere to be found, the jar remained. Consort Yu pondered deeply, realizing that the items ingested must be treated with utmost caution. Thus she instructed that the lid of the jar be preserved. She even summoned several imperial physicians, separating them for identification. Under the pressure of Consort Yu's coercion and inducements, the physicians reluctantly admitted that the lid bore the scent of bamboo yellow grass, an ingredient not present in the original prescription. This revelation was serious enough to alarm Xin Yuanling. His countenance shifted dramatically. Should Consort Yu have accidentally lost her child, he would have shown indifference. However, if someone else was responsible, he would not tolerate such treachery. This was the first time Consort Yu encountered Xian Yuanling after her miscarriage, and tears welled in her eyes. Despite his disdain for her previous arrogance, witnessing her in such a pitiful state softened his heart, and he refrained from reprimanding her. Take care of yourself. If someone intends to harm you, I shall ensure justice is served. Consort Yu's heart felt torn. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xian Yuanling commanded Zhao Hai to investigate, meticulously tracing the medicine's journey and all those who had handled it, leaving no one close to Consort Yu unexamined. Upon hearing this news, the Empress's face turned pale as she shot a glare at Jinji. Jinji knelt, filled with remorse, every time I instructed someone to dispose of the remnants. The jar belonged to Consort Yu's palace. It was too risky to take it out or destroy it. I never anticipated this would expose the flaw. What about other areas? Are there any additional weaknesses? The Empress inquired. Jinji replied. The servant responsible for preparing the medicine has already been replaced, and the matter has been handled discreetly. The physician's family has been warned not to speak out. According to protocol, the Empress was responsible for matters within the harem, and thus she bore some culpability for any incidents that arose. Consequently, upon receiving the news, the Empress immediately made her way to Zhongyu Palace. When Xian Yuanling saw the Empress's impassive expression, he remarked, I have already dispatched Zhao Hai to investigate. Since the Empress is here, let us await the outcome together. The Empress nodded and took a seat nearby. She observed Consort Yu sighing and reassured her. Dear Sister Consort Yu, do not fret. With the Emperor present, justice will surely be served. I shall not let those with such a malicious heart harm our imperial heirs go unpunished. Consort Yu responded with a cold smile. I thank the Empress for advocating on my behalf. Xian Yuanling felt exasperated by the tension in the air. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Hai returned with a report. Your Majesty, I have interrogated every servant who had access to Consort Yu's pregnancy-preserving medicine. However, one of the young apprentices from the pharmacy has mysteriously gone missing. After an extensive search, we discovered him dead in a desolate well in the cold palace. In his quarters, we found documents containing curses directed at Consort Yu. Zhao Hai presented the papers to Xian Yuanling. They revealed that Consort Yu had once punished his sister over a trivial matter, indirectly causing her demise, which led him to secretly administer poison in hopes of inducing a miscarriage for Consort Yu. Xian Yuanling cast the paper before Yu Fei with a decisive gesture. Examine it yourself. Upon reading, Yu Fei's heart sank in shock. I am innocent. Xian Yuanling inhaled deeply. Let this matter cease here. Those who serve Yu Fei but fail in their vigilance shall face punishment. One by one, those in Yu Fei's entourage bowed their heads to the ground. Although Yu Fei harbored the belief that this incident was intricately linked to the Empress, Xian Yuanling had already spoken, and with the witness now silenced, further investigation would yield no results. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. As Xian Yuanling exited the Zhongyu Palace, a dark cloud hung over his countenance. This situation, devoid of tangible evidence, left them with little recourse. How could a mere apprentice from the pharmacy possibly evade the numerous checkpoints to deliver the toxic miscarriage-inducing medicine to Yu Fei? Shifting perspectives, one must consider who within the harem harbored animosity towards Yu Fei and possessed the capability to orchestrate such a scheme. The newly arrived concubines, despite their desires, lacked the influence to extend their reach so far. Thus, the individual who wished to see Yu Fei's pregnancy thwarted could only be one, the Empress. Chapter 37. Affection and indifference. The incident involving Consort Yu had escalated significantly, and news of it reached Shen Qing. Upon discovering that Xian Yuanling had traced the matter to a mere apothecary and ceased his investigation, she understood. Xian Yuanling had discerned who was behind the machinations. As for the identity of the culprit, it was evident that it was someone so formidable that even after losing an heir, Xian Yuanling had refrained from taking action. This time, the Empress had revealed her true colors. The fact that no public scandal ensued indicated that Xian Yuanling still considered the Empress's dignity. However, this preservation of her dignity was not an act of protection, for without concrete evidence, it would be unreasonable to act solely on conjecture. Since he chose not to act, It was a gesture of respect towards the empress, as well as a subtle warning. Regardless, consort Yu had lost her child, and the empress emerged from this ordeal with no advantage. Ironically, the previously unassuming noble lady Fong found herself in a fortuitous position. Her child, previously insignificant in comparison to consort Yu's, had now gained substantial value in light of consort Yu's loss. Moreover, with consort Yu's child gone, the empress, chastened by this turn of events, would undoubtedly protect noble lady Feng's unborn child from any misfortunes. Of course, these developments had little to do with Shen Qing. Once the focus of consort Yu's scrutiny, she now found herself shielded, as the empress and noble lady Feng were preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving Shen Qing in a surprisingly secure position. As for the intricacies of the situation, with Xian Yuanling having made his determination, no one would dare to voice their opinions publicly, not even consort Yu. For many years, consort Yu had enjoyed Xian Yuanling's favor. However, when it came to matters of royal dignity, he would neither investigate deeply nor allow the situation to escalate, a clear demonstration of imperial affection. Xian Yuanling was a paradox. While he could be tender-hearted, he could also be ruthlessly indifferent. Shen Qing mused that, following such an event, it was likely that Xian Yuanling would refrain from visiting the inner palace for some time. Her intuition was correct. He harbored a profound disdain for the manipulative tactics employed in the palace, particularly those that harmed children, which he found utterly abhorrent, a violation of his principles. This latest incident was undoubtedly instigated by the empress, who, although she could not be directly accused, had orchestrated a vile act against consort Yu's child. The very thought of such malice, stemming from her own fear of being overshadowed by consort Yu's potential for motherhood, was repugnant. Xian Yuanling had not graced the empress's quarters even once during the month, a clear indication of his disfavor towards her. As Xian Yuanling continued to withhold his regard from the empress, consort Yu grew increasingly audacious. Having lost her child, she attributed her grievances to the empress. And once she had recuperated, she eagerly sought to pay her respects to the empress. However, this visit was anything but sincere. Consort Yu's demeanor was laced with sarcasm, taunting the empress for her inability to bear children and subtly insinuating her waning youth. Whatever displeased her, she would counter with veiled barbs. Shen Qing, having witnessed this a few times, could not help but admire consort Yu's audacity. Her courage was truly remarkable. Although she spoke with a sarcastic tone, she maintained a measure of decorum, never openly challenging the queen, who could only endure with a composed facade. Shen Qing silently reflected on the difficulties of being a queen, especially with someone like Yu Fei beneath her, who could easily cause years of vexation. However, as long as the flames of conflict did not reach Shen Qing, she could relish the drama from a distance. Gradually, the hottest 2 months passed, and the weather began to improve. With the change in climate, Shen Qing found herself more comfortable, and her days became increasingly pleasant. Yet, while her situation thrived, Shen Ren's was less favorable. Yu Fei not only harbored animosity towards the queen, but also directed her ire towards Shen Ren. While her sarcasm was reserved for the queen, she launched a full-blown attack on Shen Ren, who, after all, was merely a noble consort. Consequently, she ordered the servants around Shen Ren to be punished. Initially, Shen Ren was unaware of the circumstances and attempted to defend herself. But when Yu Fei's people claimed that her miscarriage was caused by stepping on a pearl she had carelessly left in the imperial garden, Shen Ren felt a chill run down her spine. What could she do? She could only submit to Yu Fei's reprimands and was further compelled to transcribe scriptures as punishment. This incident left Yu Fei harboring resentment towards her. With no other recourse, Shen Ren had to endure this silent humiliation. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanling, having neglected visits to the queen and caught up in his own affairs, recalled Shen Qing as he considered the many in the harem eagerly awaiting his favor. His memories of Shen Qing were predominantly pleasant. She possessed grace and charm. When he thought of her, he envisioned her exquisite beauty and instructed Zhao Hai to retrieve the red jade bracelet. Zhao Hai was momentarily taken aback, as it was the second time the emperor had mentioned the bracelet. Previously, he had intended to gift it to Shen Ren, but now, having grown distant from the queen, he seemed poised to appease her. However, Zhao Hai quickly realized he was overthinking, as Xian Yuanling then commanded him to proceed to Zhaohua Palace. The red jade bracelet, suitable only for the queen, was now intended for Shun Liangren. Zhao Hai refrained from protesting, recognizing the emperor's resolute intention. He considered that gifting it was ultimately harmless. Shun Liangren was not one to lack propriety and would likely refrain from flaunting it. He silently accepted this notion. Thus, Xian Yuanling arrived at Zhaohua Palace, wearing a smile upon his entrance. Noticing his cheerful demeanor, Shen Qing deduced that his mood was favorable. Just as she was about to have dinner, she invited him to join her. "Your Majesty, please dine with me." Xian Yuanling placed a box before her. Shen Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. What a lovely surprise. Is there a gift? Let us take a look. Xian Yuanling gazed at her intently, wondering if he had personally selected this treasure. Shen Qing felt a twinge of curiosity, and as she opened the box, her lips parted slightly in astonishment. Before her lay two exquisite red jade bracelets, their luster and clarity unmistakably indicative of their extraordinary value, even without being removed from their velvet confines. Their vibrant crimson hue was striking. Why, she pondered, would Xian Yuanling present her with such a remarkable gift? Chapter 38. Lady Shen Qing's expression was somewhat perplexing. Xian Yuanling, noticing her demeanor, felt a tinge of displeasure. What is the matter? Do you not like it? Shen Qing resolved to be candid. The bright red one. It was an obvious statement. Such a vivid hue could only be worn by the Empress. How could she possibly desire it? To accept it would be akin to courting disaster. Xian Yuanling understood that although she was a bit mischievous within the confines of Zhaohua Palace, she adhered to decorum outside of it. He was aware that this bracelet was inappropriate for her to wear publicly, yet he yearned to gift it to her. Furthermore, her adherence to rules only made him more eager to bestow gifts upon her, for it signified that she was indeed worthy of his affection. "I grant you permission to wear it for my eyes only," he declared. Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback. Was he implying that she should wear it for him? She feigned ignorance. Xian Yuanling, observing her innocence, felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her lips, but fortunately, dinner was served at that moment. Shen Qing, seemingly oblivious, began to serve him dinner. She relished her meal and enthusiastically shared her recent culinary preferences, extolling the virtues of the dishes before them. Xian Yuanling noted that this little imp, though enjoying her food, had not forgotten about him. However, as her lips glistened with oil from the meal, they appeared more delectable than the food itself. He thought to himself that she was quite alluring, yet she was merely indulging in her meal, devoid of any intentional seduction. His gaze deepened as he watched her eat, patiently waiting for her to finish. At last, when Shen Qing had had her fill, Xian Yuanling swept her up into his arms. She let out a small gasp of surprise. The servants nearby quickly turned their backs, exchanging glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they witnessed the emperor carry her towards the inner chamber. Zhao Hai, in contrast to the bashful Spring Hua and Fang Yun, was far more astonished. After all, the emperor was known for his strict adherence to propriety. Yet today, having gifted her the red jade, he was behaving so intimately. Xian Yuanling was indeed a man of decorum, but he had reached a breaking point. Somewhere in his heart, he felt that within the closed doors of Zhaohua Palace, a little leniency in rules was permissible. This thought had emerged, leading him to indulge in his desires. He laid her upon the bed, and without hesitation, adorned her wrist with the red jade bracelet. The vibrant hue accentuated her fair skin, and while such adornments could easily overshadow their wearer, on Shen Qing, her porcelain complexion rendered the bracelet secondary. It was undeniably beautiful. Xian Yuanling leaned closer, fully embracing her. Shen Qing marveled internally. What new passion had she unlocked? Just moments ago, she had thought she had misinterpreted his intentions, yet it appeared she had not. He truly wished for her to wear the bracelet while in bed with him. In her urgency, her clothes remained unremoved, for they had both been restrained by the tension of the meal for too long. This encounter was fervent. Xian Yuanling, being youthful and having neglected his harem for some time, was indeed a bit wild. Once everything had settled, he called for water, and as they lay together on the bed, he turned to find Shen Qing lazily squinting her eyes, already on the brink of slumber, the red jade bracelet still adorning her wrist. An idea struck him, and he grasped her ankle, raising it playfully. Shen Qing jolted awake. "Your Majesty?" Her delicate ankle appeared scarcely thicker than her wrist. "I shall craft a chain for you as well," he said with a mischievous glint in his eye. Desiring gold, binding it around her ankles would undoubtedly create an exquisite appearance. Shen Qing felt a tinge of frustration. Did the emperor regard her as a mere caged bird? Why was he still contemplating her confinement? Xian Yuanling, sensing the hint of resentment in her words, mused that this little creature possessed quite a temper. Yet he felt no anger. "I do not consider you a mere animal. However, your enchanting form truly seems suited for such adornment." Shen Qing shuddered at the thought. Had the emperor developed an unusual penchant? In truth, Xin Yuanling had not awakened any peculiar interests. He remained quite conventional, having been molded by rigid decorum throughout his life. He genuinely believed that a gold chain would beautifully complement Shen Qing's delicate ankles. Perhaps there was an allure to it? Lost in thought, Xin Yuanling again pressed her down. By this time, Shen Qing truly found herself exhausted. Xin Yuanling, at the prime age of 26, while her body was merely 16. In the modern world, he would be considered at least 3 years her senior. She was still growing when he had already overwhelmed her, leaving her utterly fatigued. Observing Shen Qing curled up in sleep, seemingly fearful of his return, Xin Yuanling felt a pang of guilt and gently covered her with a light blanket. Between them, he regarded her as a temptation, while she perceived him as a source of relentless exertion. Yet, Xin Yuanling felt a twinge of pride. The following morning, he awoke first, his biological clock attuned to the early court assembly. However, today he was free from duty, and upon glancing at Shen Qing, who was sleeping soundly, he allowed himself to rest a little longer. It was not until Shen Qing awakened, groggy and instinctively snuggling against him, that she found herself once again entangled in his embrace early in the day. This time, she was truly awake. Shen Qing could hardly believe it. Had Xin Yuanling broken his self-imposed restraint? Had he indulged in debauchery during daylight? Her incredulity was evident, and Xin Yuanling, both angry and flustered, muttered through gritted teeth, "You little imp, always sneaking about and engaging in improper conduct. I fear you have led me astray." Shen Qing found his accusation amusing. How could this possibly be her fault? Who initiated the actions? Yet, he was the emperor, and whatever he said was deemed correct. What could she do? With a reluctant sigh, she acquiesced. After they finished breakfast together, Xin Yuanling left, a smile gracing his face. With each encounter, he began to appreciate the thrill of Shen Qing's clandestine pleasures. It was rather delightful to maintain a facade in public, only to relax in private where no eyes could judge. However, he also felt a twinge of guilt. After years of adhering to strict protocols, he sensed a descent into moral laxity. Upon exiting Zhaohua Palace, he proceeded directly to the imperial study. Shortly after his departure, another figure emerged, noble Lady Shen, en route to the imperial garden. To be candid, these past few days have been exceedingly difficult, as Yu Fei had been an insufferable source of torment. While her circumstances were not dire, they were certainly challenging. Returning to her own palace meant facing constant harassment from Yu Fei's entourage, rendering her life quite unbearable. Thus, she sought refuge in the secluded imperial garden. As she wandered through the imperial garden, she beheld a tapestry of blooming flowers, yet her thoughts wandered to herself, akin to a wildflower unnoticed amidst the splendor. Her heart, consumed by a yearning for favor, became ensnared in a web of desire within this palace. It was the lack of affection that marked one as lowly. And if one were to speak of those who garnered favor, it was evident to all that although Shen Qing remained a mere wife for now, her esteemed position was destined to rise, for she was elevated by 2 ranks above the common wives. In truth, she found herself genuinely envious of Shen Qing. Chapter 39. The Emperor's Concern Upon Arriving at the Imperial Study. Xin Yuanling recalled the conversation from the previous night regarding a request to the Sijun room for the crafting of a chain. Zhao Hai, perplexed, inquired about the nature of the chain desired by the emperor. Xin Yuanling replied, "It is to be worn around the ankle." After a brief pause, he added, It would be best if it could jingle when it moves. Zhao Hai was taken aback. An anklet was quite different from a bracelet, and it was likely that the treasury did not possess such an item. It was indeed rare for the emperor to still remember to have the Sijun room create one. Hastily, he lowered his head to conceal any inappropriate expression, and, not daring to summon others, he proceeded alone to give instructions at the Sijun room. Mount Delu, the steward of the Sijun room, was quite surprised to see Zhao Hai. "Zhao Gonggong, what brings you here today?" he asked, knowing that someone of Zhao's status rarely visited. "Zhao Hai Ziplit, I have matters to attend to. The emperor has requested an anklet. Please oversee its creation." "An anklet?" Mao Delu asked. "What design did the emperor specify?" Zhao Hai's expression was somewhat difficult to interpret as he stated. He mentioned it should jingle when it moves. Mao Delu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Hai, and with a craftsman's perspective, he suggested, "If it is to jingle, I have a design in mind. However, I fear the anklet may lack the charm of a bracelet." Zhao Hai responded, "I am not well versed in these matters. Please create several designs, and the emperor can choose from them later." Understanding Zhao Hai's intent, Mao Delu promptly summoned the artisans of the Sijun room to sketch and discuss designs. They worked swiftly, and within half a day's time, several styles were prepared and delivered to Shen Ling by afternoon. When Shen Ling examined the gold anklet, he noticed that a small golden bell dangled from it, producing a clear and crisp sound with the slightest movement. The design resembled anklets worn by toddlers learning to walk, yet it was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate patterns that evoked elegance rather than childish charm. He envisioned how lovely it would appear when worn, the anklet dancing with each step. The artisans of the Sijun room demonstrated their skill well. Shen Ling instructed, "Have them create a matching bracelet to accompany the anklet." Although he had recently gifted a red jade bracelet, he found the craftsmanship appealing and saw no harm in adding another for Shen Qing. Zhao Hai acknowledged the request and sent Xiao Xiazi in his stead. With a slight smile, Shen Ling remarked, "Once completed, have someone deliver it to Shen Liangren." The following day, Shen Qing received the anklet and bracelet delivered by Xiao Xiazi. Initially, when Xiao Xiazi had conveyed messages on behalf of Zhao Hai, he had done so with a hint of deference. Now, however, he was markedly more respectful. In truth, Shen Qing remained a favored consort, yet circumstances had changed. Xiao Xiazi stated, "The emperor specifically instructed me to deliver these to you, and he mentioned that you may wear them often in the future." Shen Qing naturally expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, and my appreciation to eunuch Xiao Xia for making this trip." Initially, when Zhao Hai instructed Xiao Xia to deliver the rewards, special consideration was given to the presentation of these gifts. Following that, every time Xiao Xia visited, Shen Qing would bestow a reward in return. This occasion was no exception. Xiao Xia understood that Shen Qing was quite magnanimous, and thus he was always more than willing to come to Zhaohua Palace with these gifts. It was not merely for the monetary compensation. Even the generous Yu Fei would not bestow gifts without a sense of cordiality and acknowledgement. After all, despite being a servant, he was still human. After exchanging a few auspicious words, Xiao Xia left with a smile. Chunhua quietly remarked, "The emperor truly thinks highly of you," sending gifts once more. Xiao Xia had not disclosed the contents, but upon opening the package, Shen Qing found a pair of gold bell anklets along with matching bracelets. Has the emperor developed some peculiar fascination? Can I even wear these? She pondered, deciding to set them aside for now. Chunhua, without suspicion, took the items to store them properly. After finishing her lunch that afternoon, Shen Qing planned to take a leisurely stroll, as the proximity to the imperial garden was a small advantage. She wandered around for a while, and as she prepared to return, unexpectedly encountered Noble Lady Shen. Noble Lady Shen was still evading misfortune, increasingly unable to withstand the blatant behavior of Yu Fei. Seeking refuge, she had retreated outside. After all, Yu Fei would not resort to cornering her. Having survived the day, she felt some relief, though the servants attending her would inevitably suffer the consequences in her absence. Shen Qing offered her respects. Noble Lady Shen supported her, saying, "No need." Shen Qing replied, citing their differing ranks and the importance of maintaining decorum. Noble Lady Shen discreetly assessed Shen Qing. Having heard of the trials Noble Lady Shen faced under Yu Fei, Shen Qing did not expect that today, merely crossing paths, would provoke Yu Fei's ire against her as well. However, noble Lady Shen bore no such intentions. They were merely acquaintances, and after exchanging pleasantries, Shen Qing took her leave. Once Shen Qing exited the imperial garden, the smile vanished from noble Lady Shen's face, leaving no trace. With a stoic expression, she walked through the flower-laden garden, its beauty only amplifying her desolation. She sighed, "Others come to the imperial garden for leisure, while I come merely to evade disaster." The maidservant by noble Lady Shen dared not respond. Should I truly remain at the mercy of Yu Fei? Noble Lady Shen gazed into the distance. The maidservant, filled with trepidation, wished to offer some words of comfort, yet felt utterly powerless. The high status of Yu Fei rendered them helpless, leaving them with nothing to do but endure. As she pondered, noble Lady Shen declared, "Let us return. My lady, if we return now, Yu Fei's people may still be present," the maidservant cautioned. Noble Lady Shen replied, "We must return. We cannot avoid it. If we cannot evade it, we shall confront it head-on." With such thoughts in mind, Lady Shen's expression hardened somewhat. On that day, she had been reprimanded by Concubine Yu according to the rules. However, when Concubine Yu summoned her again the following day, Lady Shen declared that she was unwell and unwilling to attend. But Concubine Yu was not one to believe such words. Chapter 40. Lady Shen's counterattack. Lady Shen was brought before Concubine Yu, who gazed down upon her from her elevated position, noting the disheveled state of the newcomer. Lady Shen bowed, offering her respects. "I pay my respects to your highness." Concubine Yu made no acknowledgement of her greeting, instead casually inquiring, "I have heard that you are unwell." Lady Shen replied, "Indeed. What ails you? I see your hands are fine, and your complexion is not lacking. You simply do not wish to transcribe the scriptures, and now resort to subterfuge." Concubine Yu scoffed, "I commanded you to transcribe the scriptures as a means of atonement. Is there any dissent from you?" "I do not dare," Lady Shen murmured, her head bowed low. Concubine Yu continued, "Since you do not dare, then proceed with your task. You were negligent in your duties within your own palace. Now I shall observe you, as you transcribe here." Tears welled in Lady Shen's eyes, observing her pitiful demeanor. Concubine Yu narrowed her eyes. "Lady Shen, do you refuse?" With trembling lips, Lady Shen responded, "I am willing. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall kneel while I write." Concubine Yu, languidly sipping her tea, fixated her gaze upon Lady Shen, who began her transcription. After a brief time, Lady Shen coughed softly, unable to stifle the sound, her form swaying precariously. Concubine Yu, recalling the frailty of Shen Qing, found herself frowning at this new spectacle. Are both of them so weak? She pondered, her eyes narrowing. She silently mused, "I wonder if Lady Shen will faint as well?" When Xiao had witnessed Shen Qing's collapse firsthand, and now, observing Lady Shen's plight, memories of the past resurfaced. Indeed, both mistress and servant found themselves thinking along the same lines. Lady Shen's appearance grew increasingly haggard until at last, she could endure no longer. Her brush clattered to the ground. When she attempted to retrieve it, her fingers trembled so violently that she could not even lift the brush. Concubine Yu's gaze shifted slightly as she suddenly declared, "Enough, we shall conclude for today." She signaled to Wen Xiao, who understood immediately, "I shall escort Lady Shen out." Lady Shen, shaking, made her way toward the entrance of Zhongyu Palace. Wen Xiao followed her, but did not leave immediately. After a moment's contemplation, she trailed behind, observing as Lady Shen staggered toward the entrance of Feng Yi Palace, where she suddenly collapsed at the threshold. Wen Xiao was momentarily stunned, her mistress now lying on the ground, prompting the palace maids at Feng Yi Palace to gasp and rush to assist her. Wen Xiao hurried back to Zhongyu Palace to report the incident. Upon hearing the news, Concubine Yu slammed her hand on the table. "She is fainting." "I share that sentiment," Wen Xiao replied. Previously, Concubine Yu had speculated whether Lady Shen might faint. After all, Shen Qing had collapsed within Zhongyu Palace. However, Lady Shen had outdone herself, fainting right at the entrance of Feng Yi Palace. This incident at the entrance of Feng Yi Palace was no trivial matter. It was a matter concerning the Empress. As soon as the Empress received the news, she summoned the imperial physician. Shortly thereafter, a maid from Lady Shun's palace arrived, her face ashen, devoid of vitality, appearing utterly pitiable. The empress frowned upon seeing her. "What has happened? What is wrong with your mistress?" The palace maid knelt before the empress, fervently bowing her head. "I beseech your majesty to take charge. The concubine you has driven both myself and the esteemed lady to the brink of despair." The empress, taken aback, demanded, "What on earth has transpired? Speak to me in detail." The maid lifted her garment, revealing her arms marked with deep and shallow welts, a sight most distressing. The empress furrowed her brow. "Did concubine you inflict these injuries?" "I would not dare to slander concubine you," the maid replied. "However, just days ago, the esteemed lady endured punishment and was forced to transcribe scriptures under concubine you's orders. Now, she finds herself in ill health, unable to withstand such torment. I implore your majesty to intercede on her behalf." The empress's expression darkened immediately. "Concubine you has always been somewhat overbearing and her words harsh. I have tolerated her behavior, considering she is the mother of the second prince and the third princess. But to endanger a life, this I cannot abide. Summon concubine you at once. I shall demand an explanation from her. I wish to see what justification she possesses for tormenting Lady Shun to such an extent." "There's no need." A voice interrupted as concubine you entered. She glanced disdainfully at the kneeling maid and kicked her, exclaiming, "You dare to scheme against me? What audacity!" The maid fell to the ground, unable to rise. The empress was enraged. "Concubine you dare to act so recklessly in my presence. Do you believe I cannot control you? If so, I shall summon the emperor." Concubine you was momentarily startled, but quickly regained her composure, a cold smile gracing her lips. Shen Ling, already disdainful of the affairs within the harem, was further incensed by the empress's summons. Is the empress, as the sovereign of the 6 palaces, incapable of managing such trivial matters? Jinji, kneeling on the ground, bit her lip before speaking. "This concerns concubine you, who is the mother of the princes and princesses. If the empress acts unilaterally, it may tarnish the reputation of the royal offspring, hence the need to consult the emperor. The empress, childless and unable to assert authority over concubine you, found herself in a position where she had to allow a mere concubine to walk over her." Shen Ling, both frustrated by the empress's ineptitude and unwilling to provide her with a child, felt compelled to intervene upon witnessing such an incident. Yet, his anger was directed solely at concubine you. The emperor arrived at Fengyi Palace, where all present immediately knelt. The empress promptly offered her apologies. "This humble servant is incompetent. I beg for your majesty's punishment." However, Shen Ling could not lay blame upon her at this moment. "Rise." As the empress stood, Shen Ling did not even cast a glance at concubine you. This caused her countenance to stiffen, her complexion paling, and her grip on her handkerchief tightened. "What of Lady Shun?" the emperor inquired. The empress replied, "She remains unconscious. I observed her pallid face, her lips devoid of color, and her knees bruised and blue. I cannot fathom how long she has endured such punishment to arrive at this state." She then beckoned the maidservants attending to Lady Shun, who had gathered around, 4 in total, each revealing their arms, marred by wounds and bruises before Shen Ling. Shen Ling's expression instantly turned grim. It is not uncommon for servants in the palace to face punishment, yet the imperious temperament of concubine you has always led her to mete out penalties such as kneeling. Now, her cruelty has escalated to the point of inflicting severe injuries upon others, which is truly merciless. He had just begun to feel a sense of revulsion towards the idea of marrying a woman capable of endangering pregnant women. And now, concubine you has come to embody that very sentiment. Moreover, concubine you is unlike the empress. The empress has genuinely never enjoyed Shen Ling's affection, while concubine you has indeed been favored by him in earnest. It is reminiscent of the time he had favored Lady Wang, which now fills him with disgust. And witnessing concubine you only amplifies his aversion. Chapter 41. The confrontation. Shen Ling inquired sharply of Yu Fei. "What is the matter?" Startled, Yu Fei could hardly fathom why Shen Ling was so stern over a few servants. Moreover, she found herself genuinely ensnared in a conspiracy, feeling a twinge of grievance. She replied, "Your Majesty, please see clearly." It was that Lady Shen who deliberately fainted at the gates of the Empress's palace, intending to tarnish my reputation. What? Xian Yuanling's brow furrowed in disbelief. Yu Fei hastily continued, "I too summoned a physician who is currently waiting outside. Although I punished Lady Shen by making her kneel, it is curious that she chose to faint right at the entrance of the Empress's Fengyi palace. There is something amiss, and my actions towards her were not without reason." With a pained heart, Yu Fei recounted, "On that day in the Imperial Garden, I stumbled upon a pearl that Lady Shen had carelessly dropped, which caused my fall. I dealt with those around Lady Shen because they failed to adequately search for her when they knew her bracelet had broken. This incident has led to my misfortune, and I beseech your Majesty to investigate." She added, "Furthermore, my punishment of having her copy scriptures was in remembrance of my ill-fated child. Today, Lady Shen claimed to feel unwell and was reluctant to copy, which is why I summoned her to my chamber. Although I ordered her to kneel, I have never laid a hand on her. Should the physician find that she was indeed well from the beginning, then today's episode was a deliberate ploy to provoke my actions against her, allowing her to seek vengeance through the Empress." Xian Yuanling narrowed his eyes. "Send someone to examine Lady Shen." The Empress felt a shock. The Emperor believed Yu Fei. The physician Yu Fei had brought soon entered to examine Lady Shen. After a while, he emerged to report to Xian Yuanling, "The lady is somewhat weak, and the bruises on her legs are a result of her punishment. But they will not lead to lasting ailments. It is merely fatigue without any other issues." Upon hearing this, the Empress furrowed her brow. Xian Yuanling, filled with rage, laughed ironically. "Ah, my harem is indeed abundant with talent. Each one, it seems. Yu Fei has tyrannized Lady Shen, yet Lady Shen is no meek character. And now she has ensnared Yu Fei in the Empress's grasp. What a splendid spectacle. Calm yourself, your Majesty." At this moment, both the Empress and Yu Fei knelt before him. Xian Yuanling sneered. Yu Fei. Regret flooded Yu Fei's heart. She had not anticipated the Emperor's fury to escalate to this extent. However, it was too late to retract her actions, and she could only brace herself to endure. "I am here. If your heart is not at peace, do not have others copy scriptures. Instead, take it upon yourself to reflect and write more diligently. I see your mind is unsettled. If this happens again, I shall not feel assured with the second prince and the third princess in your care." Yu Fei was taken aback. "Your Majesty? Are you planning to take the second prince and the third princess away from me?" Suddenly, she prostrated herself before Xian Yuanling, completely shedding her usual arrogance. "I shall not repeat this mistake. I will ensure the proper upbringing of the second prince and the third princess. And I will not disappoint your Majesty." Xian Yuanling gazed at her and was reminded that despite her somewhat domineering nature, she was exceptionally kind to her children. After all, she had borne 2 children and had recently endured the profound sorrow of losing one. This situation was indeed a calculated move against her. When he spoke those words, it was not from the heart, but merely to intimidate Yu Fei into behaving herself. He despised mothers who used their children as pawns. Yet the way Yu Fei cared for her children softened his heart. Xian Yuanling reached out to support her. Yu Fei's eyes were already red. "Your Majesty, please rise." Her lips trembled slightly. "Yes." Xian Yuanling said, "Let's return." Yu Fei dared not linger. As she stepped outside, the chilling weight of Xian Yuanling's words lingered in her heart. She truly felt cold. Although Xian Yuanling had not showered her with affection as he once did, she had never imagined a day would come when he would suggest sending the second prince and the third princess away. Filled with trepidation, she now wondered if she had indeed angered him. Initially, she thought that noble consort Shen was merely feigning faintness. She would certainly not let her off easily. And she also recalled Shen Qing, who had previously pretended to be innocent, deceiving others. She had even considered taking action against Shen Qing. However, after Xian Yuanling's recent statement, she found herself hesitant to entertain any such thoughts. For the time being, she knew she should refrain from any actions. Even if Xian Yuanling had only intended to frighten her, she was unwilling to gamble with her children's future. Meanwhile, in Fengyi Palace, Xian Yuanling turned with an expressionless face. "Empress." The Empress's heart skipped a beat. "I am here." Failing to manage even such trivial matters was indeed a dereliction of duty. The charge of negligence against the empress was a grave one. "I acknowledge my faults," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, fearful of inciting Xian Yuanling's anger. Xian Yuanling regarded her coldly. The atmosphere in this imperial harem grows increasingly murky. In the past, when there were fewer people, things were manageable. Yet, since the arrival of new faces merely months ago, the schemes have persisted without end. The empress, who has always valued propriety, has allowed the harem to descend into such chaos. Is it now the norm for concubines to plot against one another? Or is it that the upper echelons are corrupt, leading to a decay below? The empress felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. Ever since that day when Xian Yuanling declared he would not investigate, she had been unable to find peace. As the emperor had not visited, she had continued to deceive herself, believing there was no evidence. Though Yu Fei suspected her, she could do nothing about it. Even if the emperor held doubts, he would prioritize the dignity of the imperial family and would not take any action. But now, with Xian Yuanling's words about corruption at the top leading to chaos below, the empress struggled to breathe. Her voice was parched. "Is my failure?" The empress's adherence to rules is commendable. Understanding the rules only emphasizes what should and should not be done. "I do not wish to witness any further transgressions on your part. Let today's events serve as a lesson for you, and I hope to see no repeat in the future." The empress fell silent. "I understand." Only then did Xian Yuanling depart. The empress, however, watched him leave with a bittersweet smile, and Jin Ji stepped forward, concerned, to support her. "Your Highness." "I am fine," she replied. The empress mused. The emperor's intimidation was no different from how he had just frightened Concubine Yu. Such words, though spoken, provide me with greater reassurance than his inaction. Indeed, articulating my thoughts is preferable to silence, yet uttering them may wound the bond between husband and wife. The empress pressed her lips together, feeling a profound discomfort within her heart. Chapter 42. A stable life since the imperial physician came to examine her. Noble consort Shen sensed impending doom, and her heart began to tremble with unease. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within her until Jinji, the queen's attendant, approached with an expression devoid of emotion and stated, "Noble consort Shen, this matter has been resolved. You may return to your quarters to rest." In that moment, Shen's heart plummeted. She had been discovered. Her complexion turned ashen, and a heavy sorrow weighed upon her spirit. However, she bit her lip and refrained from uttering any pleas for mercy. To her astonishment, Yu Fei reacted with remarkable swiftness, immediately summoning the physician to reassess her condition, something she had never anticipated. At this juncture, Shen was unaware that the fainting ruse had already been employed by Shen Qing, which enabled Yu Fei to swiftly discern her feigned frailty and the scheme behind it. The sole silver lining in this episode was that Yu Fei, having endured such an ordeal, would likely be subdued for a time, sparing Shen from daily punishments. Initially, she had hoped that revealing her innocence to the emperor would elicit his sympathy, thereby allowing her to outmaneuver Yu Fei and gain the emperor's favor for future prospects. However, with her pretense now unveiled, she felt a profound sense of grievance. She was left with no recourse against Yu Fei's overwhelming dominance, save for resorting to the queen's influence. When Shen Qing learned of noble consort Shen's predicament, night had already fallen. Chen Hua remarked, "It is said that the emperor was disturbed by the incident, and they carried noble consort Shen back to her quarters." Yu Fei was also reprimanded by the emperor. Shen Qing found this rather curious. Had she truly collapsed at the gates of Feng Palace? Chen Hua affirmed, "Indeed, many witnessed it, contemplating noble consort Shen's appearance." Shen Qing mused that the consort was undeniably audacious. However, in the end, no one emerged unscathed from this affair, and the emperor was likely to harbor further displeasure towards the harem. Chen Hua remained somewhat perplexed, as the emperor had little patience for the intrigues that plagued the palace. Shen Qing chuckled softly. It appeared that Xian Yuanling, having witnessed the court intrigues of the Empress Dowager in his youth, had developed a form of PTSD. Although he understood that the harem could never be entirely devoid of corruption, he still yearned for a semblance of purity. Yet, how could a truly innocent woman survive in such a treacherous environment? Conversely, if one were to genuinely fail, to comprehend Shen Yuanling's sentiments. They would likely find their novelty wearing thin over time. Take Yu Fei, for instance. She was a mere shadow of her former self since her entry into the palace. It was rather ironic to consider that a man often idealizes the gentle and understanding type. Yet, as with all humans, one tends to become complacent and arrogant when favored. Especially women. Even the most demure individuals, when constantly adored, eventually develop divergent thoughts. The emperor may not cease his physical affections for other women, yet he internally demands that one woman maintain the qualities he cherishes most. How could such a demand be realistic? To genuinely love someone is to inevitably harbor jealousy. Once jealousy takes root, one can no longer remain unchanged. Unless, of course, affection is merely a facade. Genuine passion is but a pretense. And only those who do not truly care for the emperor can effortlessly embody his ideal image without being swayed by envy. She found it somewhat ironic that true feelings were never rational, yet the emperor disdained such irrationality. Therefore, she resolved not to inflict suffering upon herself. Indulging in good food and drink was the reality. Discussing genuine emotions with the emperor? Had the delicacies of the imperial kitchen lost their allure? Nevertheless, for a while, Yu Fei would find stability, and so would the empress. With the two most prominent women in the palace at ease, Shen Qing's heart also found tranquility. In the days that followed, Shen Qing's assertions were indeed validated. Shen Yuanling felt that the affairs of the harem had been rather unpleasant, as he had not set foot in it for several days. Until, 7 days later, he returned to Zhaohua Palace, only to discover that its grand doors were firmly shut. After several days of absence, he finally came back, only to be met with a closed door. Zhao Hai, witnessing the scene, felt apprehensive and hurriedly approached to knock. Upon hearing the commotion, Fan Yin opened the door and was so startled to see Shen Yuanling that she immediately knelt. With a dark expression, Shen Yuanling strode inside, pondering whether this young lady was concealing something unspeakable within. Why, in broad daylight, would they close the doors so tightly? Shen Qing, upon seeing Shen Yuanling's arrival, appeared flustered, her thoughts evidently racing. Shen Yuanling, displeased, was aware of Shen Qing's occasional indiscretions, yet he had not indulged her without limit. It was acceptable for her to be discreetly observed from outside, but to have the doors shut completely was another matter. What was she implying? Was she guarding against him? My intentions were not malicious. Please do not be angry, Your Majesty, she stammered, sensing his irritation. As if to appease him, Shen Qing's movements became hesitant and cautious. Shen Yuanling spoke in a low tone. Confess honestly. What have you been up to in secret? I haven't done anything, Shen Qing quickly protested, wanting to explain, but struggling to articulate her thoughts. Finally, she whispered, a few days ago, there was news in the harem about Consort Shen reprimanding Yu Fei. Since my quarters are near the Imperial Garden, people frequently come and go, which is why I close the doors during the day, thinking that should you summon me, someone would surely notify you. At this point, she felt compelled to clarify, I always open the doors again by dinner time. In essence, she was asserting that the closure of the doors was not to keep him out. Shen Yuanling discerned her fear of being implicated alongside Yu Fei, prompting her to shut the doors. This revelation eased his heart somewhat. Chapter 43. Has the concubine you ever punished you? Shen Yuanling gently guided her to sit on the couch, reassuring her. What are you afraid of? Is someone coming to seek you? He caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. It was not their first encounter, and her beauty aside, she truly was a delightful scent. Having not seen her for several days, he noticed she had changed her hairstyle, adorned in flowing azure sleeves, with not a single jewel in her hair, emanating an indescribable allure. Shen Qing appeared somewhat vexed, replying, staying in the palace minimizes unnecessary troubles. Shen Yuanling found her surprisingly composed, yet he mused that such a face might incite envy. Suddenly, he inquired, has the concubine you ever punished you? Shen Qing was taken aback, nearly kneeling, but with Shen Yuanling holding her, she could not. Was she truly so fearful? In her heart, concubine you must have transformed into a fearsome figure. Shen Yuanling found it somewhat amusing. Punished you? Shen Qing replied, no, yet her countenance betrayed her, revealing that she indeed feared to speak the truth. Xian Yuanling furrowed his brow. Considering her status, he deemed it unwise for her to openly discuss concubine-use discipline. Shen Qing appeared genuinely afraid, hesitant to utter another word. Though concubine Yu was not a mere figure, she had been genuinely favored by Xian Yuanling and was the mother of his 2 children. Xian Yuanling felt a sense of disdain. While he despised others' meddling, they must weigh their own worth. Very well, Xian Yuanling declared, if it is not so, then it is not. Observing Shen Qing's demeanor, he comfortingly patted her back, genuinely feeling compassion for her. She even had the consideration for concubine Yu's dignity, refraining from revealing her grievances, despite having ample opportunities to do so. In contrast, Shen Qing, when wronged, would scheme against concubine Yu, truly vindictive. After offering her reassurance, Xian Yuanling took her hand and noticed she was not wearing the bracelet he had gifted her. Narrowing his eyes, "What is this? Do you dislike the bracelet I bestowed upon you?" Shen Qing retorted, "Who would wear such a heavy gold bracelet all day? Am I a nouveau riche?" Xian Yuanling playfully pinched her wrist, asking, "Isn't it meant to be worn when you are with the emperor at night?" His casual inquiry led him to remember the allure of her presence in bed. This was not their first encounter of this nature. She had an irresistible charm. He pulled her onto his lap, playfully teasing her before leaning in closer. Shen Qing, speechless, reflected on how Xian Yuanling had seemingly opened a door to a new world since their last public display of affection. Who would have imagined he once held back his desires until nightfall? However, this time, their daytime dalliance did not reach its full potential, as Xian Yuanling had pressing matters to attend to, having merely stopped by for a brief visit and a bit of teasing before taking his leave. When they were together, the atmosphere was quite pleasant, and Xian Yuanling departed with a smile. Shen Qing, now devoid of the burden of feeling overly seductive, found their interactions to be more harmonious. After a prolonged period of tranquility, Shen Qing, since the departure of Xian Yuanling, had ceased to confine herself behind closed doors. Growing somewhat weary of the imperial garden, she decided to explore a peach orchard within the palace. The peaches hung delicately from the branches, still somewhat green and not yet fully ripened, yet their fragrant aroma was enticing, making her crave them. Shen Qing found herself captivated by the sight, despite knowing that these ornamental peach trees bore fruit that might not be palatable. Springhua, observing her fascination with the peaches, couldn't help but chuckle, noting her childlike demeanor. Consequently, Springhua took it upon herself to instruct the kitchen to prepare a sweet peach soup, bringing along some silver as well. The kitchen, upon receiving Springhua's request, promptly added an extra serving of the sweet peach soup, while Shangda, she felt that Shen Qing was indeed quite well-mannered. After all, she had received the emperor's favor for some time. Despite her lowly rank, she was still cherished, unlike many others who would let their pride swell from such affection. Shen Qing maintained her humility and composure in the face of the emperor's adoration. The kitchen, skilled in their craft, prepared the sweet peach soup that satisfied Shen Qing's cravings. However, after 3 consecutive days of indulgence, her desire waned, and she ceased to visit the peach orchard. Xian Yuanling was not frequently present in the inner palace. For someone like Shen Qing, who found favor, her service to him amounted to only a few occasions each month. Many other concubines might not see him even once in that span. In times like these, one must look forward to the festivals. In just over 10 days, the Mid-Autumn Festival would arrive. While it is a significant celebration for the women of the inner palace, it held little meaning, as they could not reunite with their families. The emperor's birthday that followed was of far greater importance. During the customary morning greetings from the empress to the various concubines, she brought up this matter, serving as a reminder for everyone to prepare gifts that the emperor favored, ensuring he felt at ease, given his general disinterest in the inner palace. This gathering was merely routine. The empress, anticipating the Mid-Autumn Festival, had arranged for some rewards for the concubines. Naturally, Shen Qing received her share. The greeting felt akin to a perfunctory meeting, and once concluded, she departed, observing Shen Qing leave without engaging in conversation. The other concubines couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. What sort of person was Shen Qing, who seemed to navigate life in solitude? Chapter 44. A chance encounter with Qiulu, there is no necessity for a beloved to depart at such a hurried pace. Chunhua noticed the lingering gazes of others directed towards her. Shen Qing remarked, "It is better to walk briskly and maintain distance. We are not truly bound in sisterly affection." A group of people attending to a single man, addressing each other as sisters. What a repugnant spectacle. She had no desire to partake in such frivolity. Shen Qing preferred to lead her own quiet life. On the other hand, Yufei had been frightened by Xian Yuanling and had settled down for a few days. However, upon reflection, she realized that Xian Yuanling had merely intimidated her. The very next day, in an effort to soothe her emotions, Xian Yuanling sent Zhao Hai to visit her. Yufei soon understood that the emperor was displeased with her for escalating the situation. Such escalation was unacceptable. The emperor did not favor it. Yet, Shen Guiran had plotted against her, and naturally, she felt a sense of revulsion whenever Shen Guiran was mentioned. Indeed, there were no punitive measures taken against Shen Guiran. Instead, in front of everyone, it was stated that Shen Guiran had feigned a fainting spell in the empress's palace, urging the other women of the harem to be cautious, lest they inadvertently offend Shen Guiran and become victims of her schemes. This declaration made it clear to the other women in the harem that Shen Guiran had intentionally collapsed to complain to the empress. Consequently, sympathy for her plight against Yufei dissipated. While Yufei was known for her arrogance, the others had previously steered clear of her. However, the dynamics had shifted. Although one cannot say that Shen Guiran brought this upon herself, it certainly left a lingering sense of trepidation. If she could orchestrate schemes against Yufei, who could predict whether she might suddenly turn her machinations towards others? In summary, Shen Guiran quickly fell out of favor within the harem. Furthermore, Yufei's revelation of Shen Guiran's schemes took place at the entrance of Fengyi Palace, clearly indicating that her intent was not solely to chastise Shen Guiran, but also to tarnish the empress's reputation. The empress was aware of this, but felt powerless. The emperor was already informed of Shen Guiran's actions, and there was little she could do to restrain Yufei. Moreover, her feelings towards Shen Guiran were not particularly favorable. Thus, it was as it was. Despite Shen Guiran's own schemes, the consecutive misfortunes had agitated Yufei greatly. She had, without a doubt, offended both the empress and Yufei, the two most significant figures in the palace. One could only conclude that a single misstep had led to a cascade of errors, and the waters spilled could not be retrieved. It was too late for regret. After their initial encounter, Xian Yuanling resumed her previous frequency of visits to the harem. It was essential for her to maintain a presence in the empress's palace. Otherwise, it would jeopardize the stability of the harem and give rise to various speculations among others. Consequently, Xian Yuanling did not neglect the empress any longer and finally paid a visit to her. The empress understood that the emperor harbored no complete resentment towards her. Yet he remained suspicious of her machinations against Yufei. After having been admonished previously, she considered this visit to be a step forward. However, she was acutely aware that the emperor would not easily dismiss the matter from his mind. The empress dared not be complacent. Xian Yuanling inquired, "How is Lady Fang's pregnancy progressing?" Caring for the women in the harem who were with child was indeed the empress's responsibility. However, at this moment, when the empress was asked, she understood his meaning. Noble consort Fang was already 5 months pregnant. She was indeed fortunate, as the child had not caused her any distress. I had specifically instructed the imperial kitchen to take good care of her, and the imperial physician checked her pulse every 2 days. From what I observed, she was in excellent health and would surely give birth safely. Xian Yuanling listened and accepted this information. Yet, the empress was calculating the time. In a little over 4 months, noble consort Fang would deliver, and there were no other women in the harem with child. It was evident that the emperor's trust in her had waned. She had initially intended to claim noble consort Fang's child, aiming for a mother to leave a son. But the current situation made such plans unwise. The emperor was watching closely, and should there be another opportunity, it was likely that it would not be handled so delicately as this one. It seemed that she might truly be cast aside. The emperor and empress seldom exchanged many words, and after this inquiry, the conversation faded away. Xian Yuanling, lying beside the empress, found himself devoid of interest in any affairs and soon drifted into slumber. The empress gazed at his sleeping visage, gently reaching out to touch him. Tonight would again be a sleepless night. The following day, as Shen Ling exited the empress's palace, he still bore a rather sour expression. The empress, weighing the situation, dared not meddle with noble consort Fang's pregnancy any further. Today was a day of rest for him, and, thinking of noble consort Fang, he decided to pay her a visit. While it had not been long since Shen Ling last saw her, she could not serve him due to her condition. Although he had sent someone to check on her, he rarely visited in person. Now, seeing him approach brought her great joy, and after offering her some comforting words, he took his leave. Turning to Zhao Hai, he instructed, "Let us go to Zhaohua Palace." Zhao Hai was taken aback, and then heard Shen Ling continue, "Never mind. If I go now, it may stir unwanted thoughts in her heart." Zhao Hai could not decipher this, though he thought to himself that it was indeed peculiar. Having just left the empress's palace, visiting noble consort Fang was understandable given her pregnancy, but Zhaohua Palace, where consort Shen resided, had a lower status and no children. This would certainly raise eyebrows. However, let us see that the emperor first blurted out his intention to visit consort Shen, which indicated he was indeed thinking of her. Otherwise, he would not have gone. In this palace, it seemed that consort Shen was the first to capture the emperor's genuine concern. Shen Ling, despite his words, ultimately headed to the imperial study. This matter was unknown to Shen Qing. The weather had been remarkably pleasant these past couple of days, neither too cold nor too warm, making Shen Qing feel entirely at ease. Such fine days were indeed wasted indoors, prompting her to consider a stroll in the imperial garden to feed the fish. In this palace, the only creatures that could bring joy were the fish, a group of beautiful koi swimming about, eagerly opening their mouths for food, which made for a delightful pastime. She crushed the pastries into tiny pieces and began to feed them, watching the koi compete for each morsel. As she observed, she suddenly felt a craving for lotus root. Turning to Chunhua, she remarked, and Chunhua chuckled, "I thought you would be wishing for fish instead." Since their previous encounter with the empress, Chunhua and Shen Qing had grown closer, and such words now flowed easily between them. Shen Qing, unfazed, replied, "Fish have bones. You know, she indeed delights in consuming fish, yet she detests the act of spitting out the bones." While the two were engaged in conversation, a voice suddenly resonated. The servant pays her respects to her esteemed master. Shen Qing glanced over and beheld a figure kneeling outside the pavilion, none other than Qiulu, who had once requested to depart from the Zhaohua Palace. Chapter 45. A plea for assistance. Shen Qing observed that Qiulu was now dressed as a laundry maid, and she thought to herself that it was rather disheartening to see her reduced to such a role. While lost in contemplation, Qiulu knelt before Shen Qing, pleading for her to save her from her plight. Chunhua furrowed her brows and instinctively stepped in front of Shen Qing. However, Shen Qing waved her hand, signaling Chunhua to refrain from obstructing the situation. "You serve in the palace by your own choice. You are no longer my maid, and I cannot dictate your fate," Shen Qing stated firmly. Qiulu bowed her head in reverence, exclaiming, "It was indeed Mama Li who sought me out. I feared offending her, as it would be detrimental for me to remain in the palace. Though I served you for only a few days, I am aware of your benevolence. Now at the laundry bureau, I toil from dawn until dusk, and I am subjected to their bullying. Please look at my hands." Qiulu extended her hands towards Shen Qing, revealing the damage caused by prolonged exposure to water, red and peeling, a far cry from the delicate hands of a young lady. Shen Qing examined them briefly, recognizing the ploy for sympathy. Would she soften at the sight? She felt no compassion. People choose their own paths, and Qiulu, who had once looked down upon her and hastily departed, now sought her assistance. As Qiulu awaited Shen Qing's response, her heart raced with anxiety. After leaving, Mama Li had arranged for her to work at the laundry bureau, and her spirits had already been low. Months of waiting, with little news from the inner palace, had finally yielded a promotion from a mere laundry maid to one who delivered garments to the various chambers. Yet, she had heard of Shen Qing's rise to favor, which had occurred shortly after her departure. Regret gnawed at her insides. Reflecting on the vast Zhaohua Palace, there were only 2 maids to attend to Shen Qing. With her newfound favor, Shen Qing would soon ascend in rank, and Qiulu could potentially become her chief maid. At the very least, she would no longer have to endure disrespect from other palace maids and eunuchs. Thus, she seized the opportunity when others were distracted and hurried to inquire about Shen Qing's whereabouts in the imperial garden. Having listened to Qiulu's entreaty, Shen Qing chose not to dwell on the past and replied calmly, "However, I already have Chunhua and Fanyan by my side. You are aware of the propriety surrounding my status. Having an additional maid would not be in accordance with the rules." Qiulu quickly interjected, "I understand that you value propriety, my lady. However, given your esteemed status, a mere word to Mama Li would greatly improve my circumstances. If you assist me today, I shall remember your kindness and pray for your continued favor," hoping for the early arrival of an imperial heir. In truth, she was merely painting a rosy picture, leveraging Shen Qing's ascent for her own benefit. Chunhua hesitated, uncertain whether to speak out, but upon seeing Shen Qing's expression, she chose to remain silent. Shen Qing smiled gently, "I understand." Qiulu's heart soared with joy. "Thank you, my lady," she exclaimed before taking her leave. After Qiulu departed, Chunhua hesitated and said, "My lady, do you truly intend to help her? Now that she has come forward, I have already given her my word. Relaying a message is not a significant matter. Indeed, it is not a matter of great significance. Those in the harem will bend as the winds blow. Presently, se ne indiois considerable favor." Yet it must be noted that the situation merely involves the reassignment of a maid, hardly a significant affair. Chunhua, however, harbors some concern, hesitatingly expressing, "I understand that my esteemed one possesses a kind heart, yet this matter offers little benefit to you. It may provide others with a reason to label you as soft-hearted. You are, after all, still my esteemed one. While currently favored, your position remains what it is. To use your influence on behalf of a former servant who voluntarily departed seems rather unwise. Although Aunt Li would certainly oblige, it inevitably paints Shen Qing as somewhat easy to manipulate. Such an image may lead others to underestimate you in the future." Shen Qing chuckled softly, "My dear Chunhua, why the haste? She merely wishes to relocate. Let her do so." Chunhua, not lacking in discernment, quickly grasped the intent. "Your wisdom is evident. I have been overly concerned." Shen Qing smiled. "It is good that you can think of it this way. You shall delegate this task to Fanyan." Chunhua pressed her lips together, feeling a twinge of emotion. This gesture from her esteemed one acknowledged her previous association with Qiulu. Albeit brief, it still constituted an acquaintance. Had she concealed this and sent Fanyan to act, it would have implied distrust. Now, by clarifying her intentions and assigning Fanyan, it demonstrates consideration for her. One must recognize the nuances of closeness and distance. Qiulu is not a loyal or honest individual, returning without shame after departing. Chunhua recalled how Qiulu had urged her to leave, masking her true intentions with sweet words, fully aware of the deception, though she had chosen not to voice her displeasure at the time. However, silence does not equate to a lack of resentment. Upon returning, Chunhua relayed the matter to Fanyan, marking Fanyan's first official task from Shen Qing. Fanyan approached the matter with utmost seriousness and, having confirmed Shen Qing's wishes, proceeded to Aunt Li's quarters. Aunt Li, surprised by Fanyan's visit, inquired, "What is it? Does my esteemed one have instructions?" Fanyan promptly presented a pouch to Aunt Li, stating, "Yesterday, Qiulu unexpectedly sought an audience with our esteemed one, lamenting her current hardships and requesting, in light of her past service, to be transferred to a more favorable position." Aunt Li was taken aback. The esteemed one's intention is. The implication was clear. Qiulu had a thoughtful disposition, since she found her current position in the laundry room unsatisfactory and longed for her time serving her master. It was only reasonable for Aunt Li to facilitate her request for a better placement. Understanding this, Aunt Li accepted the pouch with a smile, resolving to examine its contents once Fanyan had departed. It is often said that Shen Qing possesses a gentle temperament, allowing 2 maids to behave without decorum. In days past, there was little regard for hierarchy, relying solely on the emperor's favor, particularly from the imperial kitchen. After all, It is only the thoughtless who would return to a former master in such a manner. When one departs during a fall from grace, it is expected that they would not seek to undermine you upon your return to favor. Yet, here we are, with Chulu openly requesting a better position. I cannot afford to be negligent in my duties. Chapter 46. Another twist indeed. Madame Li found herself equally disgusted by Qiu Lu. It was Qiu Lu who had initially sought her out, and given her temperament, Madame Li had assumed she would not wish to remain in her company, thus sending her to the laundry bureau. Little did she anticipate that this troublesome girl would return to seek out Shen Liangren. Madame Li had orchestrated the arrangements, yet she feared Qiu Lu had spun countless tales behind her back. It was truly vexing to be the one facilitating matters only to be disparaged in return. Furthermore, having received her payment, Madame Li coldly proceeded with the task at hand. As Shen Liangren aptly observed, Qiu Lu seemed to yearn not for laundry duties, but for the pleasures of serving her mistress again. If that was the case, then let her serve. On the other hand, Qiu Lu awaited news, wondering where she would be assigned. In truth, the palace of noble consort Fong was the most desirable, for she was with child and held great promise. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Yun Yi, one of Madame Li's subordinates, approached with a smirk that was almost mocking. Qiu Lu hurried to greet her. Aunt Yun, what brings you here personally? The pretense was rather obvious. Having already heard the unfolding events from Madame Li, Yun Yi held Qiu Lu in disdain. Madame has decreed that you need not remain in the laundry bureau any longer. Follow me. Elated, Qiu Lu accompanied Yun Yi, only to feel something amiss as they walked. Instead of heading towards the inner palace, they seemed to be moving towards the palace gates. Alarmed, Qiu Lu exclaimed, Aunt, where are we going? Yun Yi wore a sarcastic smile. Did you not express your discontent with the laundry bureau, yearning to serve your mistress? There are many women in the inner palace, yet the estate in the eastern part of the city lacks hands. Since you so desire to serve, it is fitting that you go there. Qiu Lu's complexion drained of color. But, isn't that where one serves the eunuchs? She dared not voice her thoughts. Yun Yi replied in a mocking tone. Those are the few head eunuchs left over from the previous emperor's reign, now requiring attendance. To serve them is indeed a privilege. The eunuchs who had once held significant power in the palace could no longer remain there. Such is the way of power shifts. However, these elderly servants had devoted their lives to the former emperor and could not be treated lightly. Thus, a specific area was designated for their care, where attendants would always be present. Yet, few of those eunuchs retained their sanity, especially those once wielding great authority. Their tempers were notoriously difficult to manage. Qiu Lu had heard whispers of a few notorious eunuchs known for their violent tempers, inflicting torment upon others, an unbearable fate. Now, she was to serve such individuals? She cried out, I refuse to go. I refuse. Yun Yi, having anticipated this reaction, promptly silenced her, and with assistance from both sides, they escorted her out of the palace. This incident was, in essence, trivial. Once resolved, it would soon be forgotten. When Shen Qing learned of the affair, she felt no particular concern. The news came from Fong Yun, who had orchestrated the matter and was now reporting back to confirm its successful execution. Shen Qing felt no pity for Qiu Lu, who in the imperial harem was not deserving of sympathy. Even the empress, in her solitary chamber awaiting Xian Yuanling, was to be pitied. Yet human hearts are fickle, and one could hardly blame the difficulties that lay ahead. Having swiftly dealt with Qiu Lu, Xian Yuanling proceeded to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. It was customary for the emperor to visit the Empress Dowager, a ritual not as frequent as the visits to the empress's palace, which occurred bi-monthly at a minimum. According to filial piety, daily visits were permissible. However, the relationship between the emperor and the Empress Dowager had always been somewhat strained, so 2 visits in a month were considered a significant concession. Upon learning of the emperor's visit, the Empress Dowager promptly ordered her attendants to dress her in her resplendent royal attire. As Xian Yuanling approached, he performed the formalities with due reverence, for she was his biological mother, and even as emperor, this was no exception. Yet, as he completed his bow, the Empress Dowager, perceiving his abruptness, felt a twinge of displeasure. Emperor, please take a seat, she commanded. Xian Yuanling replied, I have state affairs to attend to and shall not disturb you further. He turned to leave, prompting the Empress Dowager to feign composure. What urgent matters could possibly take precedence over a conversation between mother and son? Zhao Hai, attending nearby, nearly bowed his head to the ground in trepidation, fearing the Empress Dowager's ire. "Your Highness, please do not cause a scene," he dared to think. However, Shen Yuanling, upon hearing her words, paused and inquired, "Is there something else you wish to discuss, mother?" Previously, she had urged him to frequent the Empress's palace. Yet he had not only neglected this request, but had seemingly distanced himself from her altogether, even abstaining from visits on significant days. "Are you intentionally defying me?" she accused. The Empress Dowager had shattered several teacups upon receiving news of the Empress's mismanagement, leading to the loss of Yu Fei's child. Had it not been for her attendant's counsel, she would have vocalized her outrage. Although this matter had been relegated to the past, Shen Yuanling's demeanor reignited her concerns. "Is it not just to hold the Empress accountable for the loss of Yu Fei's child? You have not publicly acknowledged any of the Empress's merits to spare her dignity. Yet you still question me," she retorted coldly. "Are you implying that Yu Fei's own misfortune should be blamed on the Empress?" Shen Yuanling countered. "I see you have been blinded by her charms." His indifference to the Empress Dowager's concerns was evident. She was primarily preoccupied with whether the Empress could bear children. The Empress, as the mother of the nation, holds dominion over the harem. The child in Yu Fei's womb was of imperial lineage. It was her duty to safeguard it. How could she evade responsibility for its loss? The Empress Dowager recognized the Empress's culpability, but insisted, "This does not excuse your avoidance of Feng-Yi Palace." Shen Yuanling scoffed, "I have grown weary of the Empress. Perhaps you could oversee my affairs and find me a younger, more beautiful consort?" Such audacity in their exchange left those present aghast, wishing for a chasm to swallow them whole. How could a subject dare to utter such words? The tension was palpable, nearly overwhelming the Empress Dowager, who felt faint, supported by a matron who gently patted her back to restore her composure. "Perhaps we should summon the imperial physician," Shen Yuanling suggested, glancing at Zhao Hai. "Go fetch the doctor," he remarked to the Empress Dowager. "I shall not intrude upon your consultation any longer." The Dowager, in her fury, pounded the table and hurled objects, her anger rendering her vision nearly black. After Shen Yuanling exited, his expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. As he walked, he suddenly pondered, does she only fixate on whether the Empress can bear a legitimate heir? After all, my birthday is approaching, and the entire palace is in a flurry. Can she truly be so oblivious? Even if she feigned acknowledgement, he would accept it. He could certainly play the dutiful son. Zhao Hai, unable to respond to this sentiment, pressed his lips together and remained silent. Shen Yuanling harbored no expectations for Zhao Hai to articulate anything profound, merely sneering. Indeed, when she summoned me during the bitter cold of winter, forcing me to wear damp clothes until I fell ill, all for the sake of having father see her, she likely did not consider that I am her son, nor would she remember such trivial matters as my birthday. Chapter 47. The facade. Zhao Hai closely followed, his heart oscillating between trepidation and resignation. He had witnessed the emperor's tribulations over the years and found it difficult to offer judgment. Perhaps this was the essence of familial bonds within the imperial family. Lost in thought, he noticed the emperor heading towards the imperial study and promptly informed Xiaozai to alert the attendants on duty today. The emperor was in a foul mood, and those beneath him needed to remain vigilant. Otherwise, they might inadvertently incur his displeasure, which could lead to dire consequences. The last incident with Shen Qing was a testament to this. Reflecting on that occasion, Zhao Hai recalled Shen Qing, who had previously rendered assistance. He wondered if she could provide help once again. Zhao Hai remained wary, yet before long, Shen Yuanling hurled a memorial to the ground. The drought had been addressed, but now there were reports of a resurgence, which had been escalated. The imperial study was filled with kneeling servants, and Zhao Hai felt an overwhelming urge to weep. It seemed trouble had indeed arrived. At that moment, a servant from Feng-Yi Palace entered. The empress had prepared a list regarding the arrangements for the Mid-Autumn Festival and the emperor's birthday celebrations. Shen Yuanling, already in a sour mood, glanced at the list and cast it to the floor in disdain. The eunuch delivering the list, Su Changming, realized the gravity of the situation upon witnessing the sea of kneeling figures and felt utterly despondent. While the common folk struggled to meet their basic needs, the Empress was extravagantly planning for the festivities. The Empress was, in truth, adhering to the rules, but the timing was ill-fated. Under normal circumstances, the Emperor would not openly rebuke her, even if displeased. He would merely instruct someone to advise the Empress against excess. If she were less rigid in her adherence to protocol, it might not have been an issue, but the present circumstances were different. Zhao Hai pondered the Empress Dowager's insistence on having children, which only served to vex the Empress further. Did the Dowager not comprehend that men, particularly someone as exalted as the Emperor, detest being coerced into action? Even at the pinnacle of power, the expectation to produce an heir under duress was intolerable. The Emperor's pent-up frustration, ignited by the memorial, was only exacerbated by the Empress's list, effectively directing his ire towards her. Xian Yuanling exclaimed. With both the mid-autumn and birthday celebrations, the Empress will likely struggle to manage alone. Let Consort Yu and Consort Chen assist her. He had not forgotten the last incident involving roof phase machinations. Upon hearing this, Su Changming felt a tremor of apprehension. He could hardly bear the thought of how to report back to his master. Yet, he knew he had to relay the message. When Su Changming conveyed this to the Empress, her complexion instantly paled. What did this mean? Was she murmuring to herself or questioning Jinji? I have acted according to protocol. How has it come to this? We're consorts Chun, and you must assist. Does this not strip me of my dignity as Empress? Jinji, observing her distress, ventured, perhaps the Emperor is concerned for your well-being. Even she found it hard to believe her own words. And how could the Empress accept such a notion? With a weary smile, the Empress replied, concerned? Is it not true that the Emperor, due to the recent events, has grown even more disdainful towards her? Now, it is Yu Hui and Chuan Fei who are summoned to assist her. Will they soon bypass her entirely and appoint Yu Hui to take charge? In the past, the Emperor at least afforded her some semblance of respect in public. Yet, she harbors no regret for her machinations against Yu Hui's pregnancy. Had that child remained, the Emperor would undoubtedly have held Yu Hui in even greater esteem. Should another prince be born, a consort with 2 sons would overshadow a childless empress, rendering her position precarious in the eyes of the ministers. This woman, who has enjoyed the emperor's favor for years and has 2 children, remains a significant threat to the empress. However, beyond the overt challenge posed by Yu Hui, there lies the formidable presence of the Empress Dowager. I nearly forgot that today marks the day the emperor pays his respects to the Dowager. How unfortunate that the list was sent at such an inopportune moment. Jinji is well aware of the rift between the Dowager and the emperor. It is no secret. The Dowager, however, remains oblivious, suggesting, perhaps your majesty could discuss this with the Empress Dowager. The Empress scoffs coldly. The Dowager would never permit me to interject. I must rely upon her. She can never forget the first time she incurred the Dowager's wrath, pleading for favor only to be met with humiliation. A veiled insult likening her to a hen that cannot lay eggs. This matriarch is both the most advantageous support for her Chun family in court and a double-edged sword. They say a daughter-in-law eventually becomes a mother-in-law. Even if the emperor disdains the Dowager, he still pays her respects, and, as her daughter-in-law, must she bear the stain of unfilial conduct? Once the officials had concluded their discussions, Xin Yuanling contemplated visiting Yu Hui. His true desire was to see the child and to subtly remind Yu Hui of her obligations to the empress. This was a moment of misplaced ire on his part, too blatant in his disregard for the empress. He could not allow Yu Hui to further affront her. His visit to Yu Hui was also to send some nourishing supplements to the empress, a gesture of goodwill. It served to convey to the entire palace that the assistance of Chuan Fei and Yu Hui was not due to the empress's inadequacies, but rather the emperor's concern for her well-being. Zhao Hai breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor's actions indicated that his anger had subsided. Meanwhile, Yu Hui received Xian Yuanling with unbounded joy, despite his verbal admonishments. The emperor's disdain for the empress was evident, and Yu Hui relished in the opportunity to vex her. Thus, that night, Xian Yuanling naturally chose to rest in Zhongyu Palace. Chapter 48. Illness in just a couple of days. The mid-autumn festival banquet would commence, and Shen Qing began to ponder what attire would be appropriate for the occasion. Having previously donned the garments bestowed by the empress, perhaps this time a more understated choice would be wise. Shen Qing, always conscientious about punctuality, set out early, and soon after her arrival, others began to gather. The festival, as per tradition, allowed all concubines of the palace to attend. Notably, Lin Garen and Zhao Marin arrived together, leaving one to wonder how those two had come to associate. Following them was the expectant Fang Guren, with Yu Fei arriving shortly thereafter. Once Yu Fei made her entrance, Shen Qing chose not to observe her, simply noting that the assembly was gradually complete. Both Yu Fei and Chun Fei were resplendent in their attire, having been informed of their roles in assisting the empress. It was only fitting that they exuded a certain flamboyance. As Yu Fei passed by Shen Gueren, she cast a sideways glance at her. After Shen Gueren had previously schemed against her, leaving Yu Fei startled by Shen Yuanling, she was wary of engaging further, though disdain lingered in her gaze. Shen Gueren, with pursed lips, pretended not to notice. In such a public setting, her discomfort was palpable, stirring a deep unease within her. Not long after, Shen Yuanling arrived, clearly demonstrating his respect for the empress. Despite the fact that the empress, alongside Chun Fei and Yu Fei, had orchestrated the banquet, her authority remained undeniable. Once the empress took her seat, those around her exhibited greater deference, whereas the emperor was known for his customary late arrival. Shen Qing, indifferent to these proceedings, awaited Shen Yuanling's arrival to join the other concubines in their salutations. Once the formalities concluded, the festivities devolved into the usual performances devoid of novelty. The Mid-Autumn Festival was fundamentally a celebration of moon gazing, and as Shen Qing gazed at the resplendent full moon in the sky, a stir of emotion swept over her. Despite her intention to refrain from dwelling on her family or her parents, biting her lip, she acknowledged her lack of appetite. The banquet had never been about satisfying hunger, yet now she found herself devoid of even the desire to eat. With a forlorn expression, she stared at the dishes before her, looking somewhat pitiable. Shen Yuanling glanced over and noted her discontent, but after a mere moment, he diverted his gaze. Once the banquet concluded, Shen Yuanling dutifully approached the empress, adhering to tradition. He was keen to honor her, and she met him with a radiant smile. As the gathering drew to a close, everyone began to depart. Shen Qing, feeling somewhat despondent, cast one last glance at the moon, silently chiding herself for indulging in such melancholic thoughts. What could she possibly do now? Return home? With her thoughts tangled, she made her way back to Zhaohua Palace. Meanwhile, Shen Yuanling, having spent the night in Fengyi Palace, had not forgotten Shen Qing. He turned to Zhao Hai and inquired, "Has the imperial kitchen been attentive to Zhaohua Palace?" Hearing this for the umpteenth time, Zhao Hai wondered what was amiss. Why was the emperor concerned about Shen Qing's well-being? He and T noticed her presence the previous day. Unable to visit Shen Qing himself due to pressing matters, Shen Yuanling instructed Zhao Hai, find someone to inquire. If she is unwell, summon a physician to attend to her. Zhao Hai clicked his tongue in disbelief, reflecting on how truly esteemed Shen Liangren had become in the imperial harem, not merely in rank, but in the way she occupied the emperor's thoughts, a rarity indeed. He dared not be negligent, fearing an unclear response should the emperor inquire, so he made his way personally. Initially, he believed there would be no significant issue, but upon arrival, he found Chunhua in a state of urgency, preparing to leave. Surprised by Zhao Hai's presence, Chunhua hastily performed her courtesies. "What is the matter? Why such haste? Liangren has fallen ill. I was just about to report to Her Majesty the Empress to request a physician to attend to Liangren," Chunhua replied, her anxiety palpable. Zhao Hai was taken aback. She is truly ill? The emperor's foresight was accurate? Indeed, Chunhua confirmed, her distress evident. Yesterday, when Shen Qing returned, she was in low spirits, sitting alone in the courtyard, gazing at the moon. I wonder if she caught a chill then. Afterward, she retired, and when I went to call on her this morning, I sensed something was amiss. Upon touch, her body was burning with fever. Zhao Hai arrived at an opportune moment. Observing Chunhua's demeanor, he immediately instructed a young eunuch following him to fetch assistance. knowing the lad would be swifter than Chunhua, decided to take a glance inside. Zhao Hai found Shen Qing lying in bed, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion flushed, yet her lips were unnaturally pale. Was she suffering from fever? His brow furrowed in concern. How had the emperor discerned yesterday that Shen Liangrun would fall so gravely ill? If her condition were not serious, it would suffice for him to report back. However, given her current state, it would be inappropriate for him to leave. Fortunately, the physician arrived promptly. Upon seeing Zhao Hai present, the physician expressed surprise, yet prioritized the patient, immediately taking Shen Qing's pulse. What is the prognosis? Zhao Hai Ingui, esteemed eunuch. The physician replied, Liangrun has caught a chill due to the wind, compounded by overwhelming sorrow. The illness has taken a severe turn. I will need to prescribe a remedy and administer acupuncture to stabilize her condition. Chapter 49. A troubling dilemma. Why is it that one can be overwhelmed by thoughts and worries when everything seems perfectly fine? Zhao Hai furrowed his brow as he turned his attention to Chunhua. Chunhua replied, I only noticed that my lord's mood was not quite well during the mid-autumn banquet last night. Prior to that, I had seen no signs of distress. However, when he gazed at the moon, I boldly speculated that he might be missing his family, who are far away. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai found the explanation rather plausible, prompting him to report to Xian Yuanling. Xian Yuanling had merely felt a sense of unease upon witnessing Shen Qing's lack of appetite the previous night, but he never anticipated that she would actually fall ill. Is it serious? He inquired. It appears to be quite severe, the servant replied. She has developed a high fever, and the physician has diagnosed her with a wind-induced ailment, compounded by excessive worries weighing on her heart. The illness has come on rather aggressively. Xian Yuanling frowned at this revelation. What has caused her to be so troubled? Zhao Hai, knowing the emperor would undoubtedly ask, responded. Chunhua mentioned that she had been well until last night, which was the mid-autumn festival. It is likely that Lady Shen is feeling homesick. Xian Yuanling was taken aback. The image of that young girl, so joyfully smiling, had brought him much delight, yet he had forgotten that she was still quite young and far from home. A single mid-autumn festival without joy had surely left her feeling despondent. Homesick indeed. Xian Yuanling recalled the way Shen Qing had cautiously approached him that night, as if he were her sole support within the palace. Let us proceed. Meanwhile, Chunhua and Fang Yun stood vigil by Shen Qing's bedside, their expressions troubled. They had not realized the extent of their concern until they saw her unresponsive form. It was more than mere master-servant loyalty. After all, bonds of affection inevitably form through shared experiences. When Xian Yuanling arrived, the physician, having considered Zhao Hai's words, awaited outside. However, Xian Yuanling entered the room to see Shen Qing. Zhao Hai thought to advise against overstaying, yet seeing the emperor enter, he refrained from saying anything further. Xian Yuanling observed Shen Qing and frowned. She lay there, appearing much smaller and more fragile than usual. Her typically rosy lips were now pale, while her cheeks burned with fever. How had she fallen so ill? When would she awaken? Xian Yuanling found it difficult to bear her stillness. Chunhua quickly reassured him. The physician said that once the medicine has taken effect and the fever subsides, she should awaken. However, my lord requires further comfort for her troubled heart. Yes, take good care of your mistress, he replied, to which Chunhua promptly agreed. He certainly did not linger, for he would not abandon state affairs for the sake of a woman. Staying here would ultimately be detrimental to her. After Xian Yuanling departed, Chunhua and Fang Yun prepared the medicine. They tended to Shen Qing, administering the medicine, and after more than an hour had passed, her fever gradually began to recede. Although she had yet to awaken, they felt a sigh of relief. At that moment, Shen Qing felt unwell. The ground beneath her seemed unsteady, and she was lost in a haze, vaguely hearing something akin to the sound of a heart monitor, yet it seemed both distant and near. She yearned to see clearly, yet found herself engulfed in obscurity. It seemed she could hear her parents' voices, but could not discern their words. She longed to speak, but found herself utterly voiceless. Time slipped by, and the surroundings remained shrouded in a gray haze, reminiscent of a nightmare. With remarkable determination, Shen Qing urged herself to awaken, to truly awaken. In the next moment, she was jolted awake, letting out a startled cry. She nearly leaped from her bed, startling Fang Yun, who had been vigilantly by her side. As Shen Qing surveyed her surroundings, confusion washed over her. She could not ascertain whether she was in the modern world or the ancient one. The voices of her parents had faded, and Fang Yun approached, saying, "My lady, you have awakened at last. It has been an entire night." Shen Qing had been ill, lying unconscious throughout the night, and now it was already midday of the following day. She stared blankly at Fang Yun, momentarily lost in thought, when suddenly tears began to stream down her face. She realized she had not returned. She was still here. This time, her tears were genuine, and for the first time, Shen Qing truly felt vulnerable. Her sobs were profoundly sincere and heart-wrenching. Thoughts of her parents flooded her mind, memories of modern life, and the abrupt halt of her existence in this world weighed heavily on her. She reflected on the wretched life within the palace, fraught with scheming and the need to curry favor with the emperor, bereft of even the freedom to step outside. Though she had once felt stifled without shedding tears, today's experience compelled her to release all the sorrows of her journey through time. As Xian Yuanling approached, he was met with the sound of her weeping, which caused him to pause momentarily. He had thought of her pitiable state from the day before and had come to check on her, only to find her in tears. He stepped inside, and upon witnessing her overwhelming sorrow, Shen Qing could not hold back any longer. Her cries grew louder as she beheld him, reflecting on her tumultuous existence. Xian Yuanling was taken aback, and as he observed her tears flowing freely, he felt a twinge of agitation. Yet, strangely, he did not feel annoyed. Instead, for the first time, he found himself grappling with an unfamiliar emotion towards a woman. What was he to do in such a situation? Chapter 50. Mutual Benefit. Shen Qing, having wept profusely, gradually regained her composure. After all, she possessed a rational mind. Once she had vented her emotions, calmness returned. As her tears subsided, she ceased to cry. Xian Yuanling, noticing her change in demeanor, inexplicably felt a sense of relief. "Are you all right now?" he inquired. Shen Qing, hearing his words, lifted her gaze to meet his. Tears still lingered on her cheeks, and her expression was one of poignant vulnerability, yet she nodded in affirmation. Her delicate demeanor was utterly endearing, prompting Xian Yuanling to soften his tone. "Do you still feel unwell?" he asked gently. She shook her head and nestled against his chest, appearing exceptionally docile. A girl so fragile, now seeking comfort from him, elicited a desire to indulge her whims. He pondered whether her time in the palace had grown tedious. "On account of the Mid-Autumn Festival, I find myself missing my parents," she admitted, a truthful sentiment. Yet, it would be unwise to directly express her discontent with palace life. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Xian Yuanling, observing her countenance, suddenly inquired, "Do your parents treat you well?" Shen Qing understood that the emperor likely lacked parental affection himself. How should she respond to such a question? After careful consideration, she replied, "My mother is rather strict, while my father is more indulgent. Though I have a younger brother at home, I must confess to your majesty that my parents do favor me somewhat more, believing that my brother needs more discipline." Her words contained an element of truth, deftly shifting the focus away from whether her parents were kind to her by emphasizing her brother's need for growth. Xian Yuanling appeared to concur with her assertion. Indeed, a son requires ample honing. The two engaged in a light conversation for a while longer. Noticing her improved complexion, Xian Yuanling decided not to linger, as he had matters to attend to. "I must take my leave now. Should you feel lonely tonight, have your two maidens keep you company to prevent any further distress." As he spoke, he observed the reluctance that crossed Shen Qing's face, as if she wished for his company to continue. Her clinginess, evident before, seemed heightened in her current fragile state. The sight of her, so small and vulnerable, stirred his compassion. He offered her a comforting assurance. "Once you have recovered, I shall return for you." Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback. "Your Majesty, was this a promise?" It was indeed a first for her, akin to a reassurance that she would not fall out of favor. A flicker of joy illuminated her expression. His words compelled her to feel happiness. Xian Yuanling, noticing her delight, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, and with that, he took his leave. Left in solitude, Shen Qing remained quiet for an extended period until Chunhua arrived with porridge, urging her to eat. It was then that she realized her hunger. Having endured a fever throughout the day, the rice soup and medicinal broth had proven insufficient. After consuming a few spoonfuls, she declined Chunhua's offer to stay the night. Outside, darkness had enveloped the world, and Shen Qing, who had succumbed to illness suddenly, now found it challenging to drift into slumber after a day of sleep, her thoughts wandering back to modern life. Without delving into other matters, I have vented my feelings today. The pent-up frustration from my past life has significantly alleviated. Although I previously endeavored to live on, I was ultimately evading the memories that haunted me. Now, after this cathartic release and shedding tears, I feel a notable lightness within. However, while the emotional turmoil has subsided, my physical ailments persist. I have indeed caught a chill, and in this era where even a minor cold can prove fatal, I dared not neglect my health. Despite the bitterness of the herbal concoction, I continued to partake of it. After several days of recuperation, I finally regained my strength. Nevertheless, I refrained from wandering outside, opting to rest within the confines of Zhaohua Palace. The little servant, Quanzi, proved to be quite resourceful, fashioning a swing in the courtyard, which allowed me some amusement. As foretold by Xin Yuanling, once I had recovered, he once again sought my presence. I was not particularly surprised. However, I had not anticipated that his promise would linger in his thoughts. There exists a distinction between merely remembering and actively yearning. Once he yearned for me, his impatience became palpable. Xin Yuanling fixed his gaze on the eunuchs as they carried me and set me down, and before I could utter a word, he seized my lips with his. My eyes widened in shock as I barely managed to utter a single word. Pain. The ravenous emperor bites. Xin Yuanling, tempering his fervor, used his lips and tongue while his hands busied themselves, pulling me from beneath the covers, followed by an onslaught of affectionate caresses. Observing his eager demeanor, I realized he had been holding back for quite some time, yet he expected me to endure, a memory of my past injuries still fresh in my mind. Your Majesty, be gentle. Xin Yuanling heard my plea. Though he was anxious, he remained rational. Noticing my trepidation, he bore a hint of masculine pride, mixed with a touch of exasperation. Delicate, I see. He maintained a sense of integrity with me. Having made promises, I believed in him. Xin Yuanling wished for my happiness, and I was equally inclined to bring him joy, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. Chapter 51. Preparing for the autumn hunt, the two shared a natural and harmonious connection, mutually affectionate. Previously, Xin Yuanling had been rather impatient, eager to embrace her. But now that the matter was settled, a semblance of restraint returned to him. He held the young lady close, engaging her in conversation. It must be said that Shen Qing was remarkably pleasant to hold, soft and fragrant. She appeared obedient now, a stark contrast to her earlier troubled demeanor. Yet, had it not been for her recent illness, he might have remained oblivious to her longing for her parents. Xin Yuanling nuzzled her shoulder and said in a few days, "We shall embark on the autumn hunt together." Considered a respite, his breath brushed against Shen Qing's ear, prompting her to shrink her neck slightly. The autumn hunt was an annual royal event, a tradition aimed at foretelling a bountiful harvest for the coming year. It was a significant occasion, not merely a matter of the harem, but a state affair attended by civil and military officials alike. Stealing a glance at Xin Yuanling's expression, Shen Qing noticed that he was also observing her, his gaze reflecting her own image. This expression was becoming somewhat familiar to her. Having not seen Shen Qing for several days, Xin Yuanling had initially intended to wait before discussing this matter with her. However, the thought had slipped out unexpectedly. Now that it was spoken, it seemed trivial, yet Shen Qing remained silent in her gratitude. Xin Yuanling felt a twinge of disappointment. He had considered her feelings, yet wondered if she was unhappy about being permitted to leave the palace. Shen Qing nearly succumbed to laughter at his gloomy demeanor. She deliberately chose not to acknowledge his thoughts immediately, allowing him to stew in his discontent for a moment, a tactic of feigned restraint before eventual elevation. However, she could not let him remain in a state of gloom indefinitely. Raising her hand, she cradled Xin Yuanling's face and remarked on his contradictory nature. before planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Taken by surprise, his heart fluttered. After the kiss, she smiled brightly at him, brimming with joy. "Thank you, Your Majesty," she exclaimed. He merely responded with a soft sound, prompting her to tease him further. Shen Qing leaned in to plant another shy kiss on his other cheek, inquiring, "Your Majesty, could it be that you noticed my homesickness and illness, and thus wish to take me out?" Her words carried an air of playful speculation, infused with eager anticipation. Faced with such enchanting eyes, Xian Yuanling found it hard to maintain his composure, and any thoughts of reproach dissipated. How could he not indulge such a charming girl? He chuckled softly, leaning down to kiss her forehead. "You think too much," he said, as he leaned in to seek her lips. The heat of their connection reignited, flowing naturally between them. This time, Shen Qing took the initiative. Xian Yuanling realized he would need to do more to bring joy to Shen Qing in the future. After all, the quick return of affection made him feel that indulging her was worthwhile. The more he pampered her, the more obedient she became. Of course, Shen Qing could not spend the night at Qianyuan Palace. She was soon carried back. Nevertheless, she felt a spark of anticipation for what was to come. Yet, the imminent event was not the autumn hunt, as Xian Yuanling's birthday was the very next day. The birthday banquet was held in close proximity to the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Xian Yuanling had previously expressed a desire for simplicity, resulting in a modest celebration. The concubines of the harem were eager to showcase themselves before Xian Yuanling. In such circumstances, Shen Qing found herself with little to prove. She had no intention of drawing attention to herself, as it was evident that Xian Yuanling was not particularly elated about his own birthday. After all, birthdays were typically associated with the Empress Dowager. As expected, the Empress Dowager's arrival cast a pall over the atmosphere. She usually refrained from attending such events, having previously skipped the Mid-Autumn Festival due to health issues. However, her absence from her son's birthday banquet was somewhat inexcusable. Xian Yuanling exchanged some formalities with the Empress Dowager, and the banquet commenced. Unlike the previous Mid-Autumn Festival, this birthday celebration was indeed a vibrant display, with concubine Yu adorned in splendid attire and others following suit. Shen Qing chose to remain low-key, understanding that everyone was tacitly aware that they must avoid provoking Xian Yuanling's displeasure. Thus, each focused on showcasing their own beauty, but the Empress Dowager's presence subdued the atmosphere, causing the once radiant beauties to adopt a more demure demeanor. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Xian Yuanling followed tradition and made his way to the Empress's palace. The Empress Dowager appeared quite pleased, and the thoughts of those present were varied and unspoken. It was indeed a rare moment of harmony during the evening feast. Following this, preparations for the autumn hunt began, with half a month remaining until the event. The Empress was truly occupied, needing to consider who would accompany the Emperor and present a suitable list to Xian Yuanling. She decided on Noble Lady Lin, Beauty Li, Beauty Zhao, and Shen Qing. Although Shen Qing held a lower status, she was currently favored as the newest addition to the harem, having spent the most time in the Emperor's presence, making her attendance essential. The Empress submitted her proposed list to Xian Yuanling, only to find upon its return that Noble Lady Lin's name had been crossed out. The Empress was perplexed. What grievance could Noble Lady Lin have caused the Emperor? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. If the Emperor disapproved, her exclusion was inevitable. A few days later, during a collective audience, the Empress addressed the group regarding the autumn hunt and mentioned the names of those who would attend. Shen Qing had anticipated her inclusion and made an effort to display her delight in front of the Empress, though she was cautious not to appear overly joyful. For those who were not named bore a distinct look of disappointment, much like Noble Lady Lin. Chapter 52. On the road in the beginning, Lady Lin had garnered a fleeting glimpse of favor before Emperor Xian Yuanling, yet subsequently she found herself devoid of any affection. Although her attention had been scant, she at least received a visit once a month, but now months had passed in utter silence. This time, during the autumn hunt, she was once again overlooked. Lady Fong, being with child, did not attend. Lady Shun had offended concubine Yu, and both Lady Qiao and Lady Wang had been rendered nearly irrelevant. Yet, who had she offended? After much contemplation, it was evident that it was related to Shen Qing. Thus, before Shen Qing even reached Zhaohua Palace, Lady Lin confronted her directly. With a fierce glare, she demanded, "Speak. Did you utter anything nonsensical in the presence of the emperor?" "What are you talking about, my lady?" Spring Hua had already positioned herself protectively before Shen Qing. Shen Qing exchanged a glance with her, prompting Spring Hua to discreetly step aside. It was unwise to provoke Lady Lin in such a public setting. However, Lady Lin, infuriated, insisted, "Clarify this for me. Is it true or not? I am but a lowly concubine. How could my words alone reach the ears of both the emperor and the empress?" "You are mistaken about me." Lady Lin was nearly beside herself with rage. "If Yuan Ti poisoned the emperor's mind against me, why would he neglect to seek me out? It must be you." A worried maid beside Lady Lin urged her, "My lady, be cautious not to let your anger harm your health." Although Shen Qing's status was lower than that of a lady, the dynamics of the palace were complex. Favor and rank were not synonymous. Shen Qing, who saw the emperor several times a month, stood in stark contrast to Lady Lin, who hadn't seen him in 2 months. Yet, Lady Lin would not relent, her fury growing as she pointed at Shen Qing, declaring, "Who do you think you are? You are merely a lowly concubine, the lowest in status within this palace. How dare you think you are worthy of attending the autumn hunt?" Unmoved, Shen Qing replied, "If Lady Lin has any doubts about my attendance at the autumn hunt, I suggest you turn back now. I am certain the Empress in Fengyi Palace is still present. You may have her strike my name from the list, and I shall no longer be a bother to you." With that, she turned to leave. "How dare you walk away?" Lady Lin shouted, but was restrained by the maid behind her. The maid was genuinely anxious. After all, what reason did Shen Qing have not to leave? The example of Lady Qiao loomed large. Once they had distanced themselves, Spring Hua asked, "What shall we do about this matter?" "No need," Shen Qing replied. "There is no necessity for deliberate action against someone like her. Why bother? Lady Lin might very well bring about her own downfall. After all, Lady Qiao at least had the sense to be wary of those who might manipulate her. But Lady Lin, in her inept rage, seems to think she can act without consequence." Spring Hua paused, realizing that she had encouraged Lady Lin's unbridled fury. However, she quickly understood the situation. Indeed, Shen Qing soon cast aside the incident, knowing that Lady Lin would not approach the Empress. She would certainly attend the autumn hunt, and unless Emperor Xianyuan Ling had a sudden change of heart and decided to favor her again, Lady Lin's fate was essentially sealed. So why concern herself with such trivialities? Instead of plotting against Lady Lin, it would be far more prudent to contemplate what to have for lunch that afternoon. Lin Guiran, furious, shook off the hand of the palace maid, exhaling sharply, "Vixen." The maid, having been forcefully released, tumbled to the ground, her palms scraped and bleeding. Enraged, she reflected on her own lack of favor and the trouble it brought, knowing that in the end, it would be those who served her who would suffer the consequences. Her disdain for Lin Guiran deepened, yet she recognized the inevitability of her fate. Having such a mistress meant she must rise and soothe. "Do not be angry, esteemed one. If not this time, there will be another opportunity. You still have the chance to share the emperor's bed. For now, take care of yourself and strive to bear a son for his majesty. That is far more important." This counsel did indeed calm Lin Guiran. Yes, she should focus on winning favor and conceiving. She pressed her lips together, mentally noting the incident and attributing the blame entirely to Shen Qing, thinking to herself, "Time is on my side. I truly do not believe a noblewoman like me can be outdone by a mere commoner." The palace maid, unaware of Lin Guiran's thoughts, felt relieved to see her quiet down. Being favored was certainly safer than provoking others. Shen Qing turned her thoughts to food, realizing that although the autumn hunt was mentioned, it would not commence so soon. Preparations would take over 10 days. She continued with her own life, which passed swiftly, and soon the day of departure arrived. The day began unusually early, with Chunhua rousing her from a hazy slumber. Upon awakening, she noted that dawn had yet to break, and her initial excitement about leaving the palace dimmed considerably. However, once she stepped beyond the palace walls, her spirits lifted. The sight of the blue sky and white clouds was far more delightful than what could be glimpsed from behind the palace walls. She boarded the carriage bound for the hunting grounds. Shen Qing was not alone in the carriage. She was accompanied by Li Meiren and Zhao Meiren. The three of them, of lower rank, sat together at the back, while the palace maids followed behind. In front of them were Yu Fei and Shun Pin, with the emperor seated ahead. Shen Qing had previously encountered Li Meiren, but Zhao Meiren had remained quite low-key. When Shen Qing glanced at her, she met Zhao Meiren's gaze, who smiled warmly in return. Their exchange was friendly, and the atmosphere was pleasant. They were not at a loss for words. Zhao Meiren eventually remarked, "Is that garment you wear crafted by your own hands, Shen Liangren?" Shen Qing replied, "I designed it, and had one of the palace maids create it." She smiled again, adding, "My embroidery skills are lacking." Zhao Meiren complimented, "It is beautifully unique. If you do not mind, I would be delighted to have someone deliver one to you." Their conversation was merely a leisurely exchange, a way to pass the time on the journey. Chapter 53. An unexpected encounter. Although Shen Qing was not well acquainted with Lady Zhao, the conversation flowed effortlessly once initiated. Lady Zhao inquired, "Might it be that you are proficient in horseback riding, given your attire?" Shen Qing chuckled at the question, recognizing that Lady Zhao must also possess riding skills. Nearby, Lady Li discreetly scrutinized Shen Qing, pondering how someone of such delicate stature could ride. Shen Qing, aware of Lady Li's gaze, paid it no mind. After all, their interactions had been limited, and she was not particularly inclined to engage with her. Lady Zhao remarked, "Had I known, I too would have donned simpler garments." Yet, the attire of a lady was hardly a hindrance. They were not embarking on a hunt, and her outfit sufficed. At this juncture, Lady Li could no longer contain herself. "We are here to serve the emperor, not to ride horses." Though her words were assertive, a flicker of doubt gnawed at her. Had she perhaps dressed inappropriately? The hunting grounds were a considerable distance from the palace, and their journey, having commenced in the morning, had only reached its destination by noon. Surrounded by patrolling guards, the emperor's outings were always grand, meticulously planned in advance. As they arrived at midday, their first order of business was to partake in lunch. Given their lower status, Shen Qing and her companions were not permitted to join the royal family members, which included the emperor's princes and uncles, among others. The empress had organized the consorts and officials' families separately, while the emperor dined with other nobles, delineating clear divisions. After their meal, the group was granted leisure time. The men ventured forth to hunt, while the women congregated to chat and relax. Consorts Yu and Shun were accompanied by their children, attended by numerous servants, while Shen Qing had but one attendant, Chunhua. The resting area had been prearranged, as this was the royal hunting ground, complete with a temporary palace where Shen Qing, Lady Zhao, and Lady Li were housed together. Upon entering their quarters, Chunhua began to massage Shen Qing's legs. After a brief period of relaxation, Shen Qing instructed Chunhua to cease, for the autumn hunt spanned 3 days. They were merely there to witness the spectacle rather than engage in hunting themselves. Shen Qing requested Chunhua to inquire about opportunities for horseback riding. She felt invigorated and eager to ride after a prolonged confinement within the palace walls. With a longing for the exhilarating sensation of galloping freely, she was delighted to discover that the expansive stables offered ample room for her desires. After Chunhua gathered the necessary information, Shen Qing decided to seize the day and experience the thrill of riding. Thus, the two of them made their way to the stables at the rear, where the men had already departed for the hunt, leaving the area deserted. Upon arrival, the stable hand presented her with a gentle mare, which Shen Qing mounted with grace. Chunhua, initially apprehensive, was taken aback by Shen Qing's confident posture as she settled into the saddle, her beauty strikingly evident. Shen Qing galloped alone, the wind whipping against her face. As she relished the long-awaited sense of liberation, an exquisite feeling indeed. Just as she was immersed in her enjoyment, another horse suddenly joined her. Shen Qing turned her head to find a young man unexpectedly riding alongside her. Frowning, she decided to dismount immediately. The young man also halted, gazing at her with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Why have you stopped riding? I notice your equestrian skills are quite impressive. Which family do you hail from?" Shen Qing pivoted and offered a respectful bow. "I am Shun from the Liang family. It is an honor to meet the prince. You are the esteemed companion of my royal brother," Xian Yuan remarked, unfazed by the revelation. Clever of you to discern my identity as a prince. It was hardly a surprise. His royal attire left little to the imagination. Shen Qing, without further ado, replied, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I must not intrude upon your leisure. I shall take my leave." Given her status, it was unwise to engage too closely with a man outside her family. Xian Yuan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the implication in her words. Naturally, he could not compel her to stay. After all, she was the woman of his royal brother. Shen Qing swiftly departed, only to encounter Lady Li in the distance. Acknowledging her with a nod, she returned to her quarters without waiting for Lady Li's response. This encounter was merely a fleeting episode. Once back in her courtyard, she summoned Chunhua to fetch some snacks, indulging briefly before evening fell. With the emperor and others gathered ahead, she would soon be permitted to join them in accordance with tradition. This night marked the first of the hunt, and the spoils shared among the women present would be plentiful. Shen Qing preferred to remain unobtrusive. Why draw attention to herself in such grand company? Freshly hunted game was prepared on the spot, and the imperial chefs worked diligently, producing delightful flavors. After savoring a few bites, Shen Qing retreated to her quarters. Shortly thereafter, a messenger arrived, announcing the emperor's summons. She tidied herself and proceeded. Xian Yuanling, having hunted that day and indulged in wine, appeared somewhat different than usual as he reclined on a couch, propped up on one arm. Upon her entrance, he lifted his gaze, and the previously restrained intensity in his eyes surged forth. "Ah, have you had a bit to drink?" Shen Qing approached, and he pulled her into his embrace. Squinting as he inquired, "Are you happy? Did you get to enjoy some time outdoors today?" "Indeed," she replied, her face alight with a smile, her voice sweet and gentle. "I even went for a ride." Pausing, she added, "I happened to encounter a certain prince." Upon hearing this, Xian Yuanling tightened his grip around her, a strange sensation stirring within him. "A prince? Which one? Did you converse?" He scrutinized her expression and noticed her frowning, realizing he had clasped her too tightly. His possessiveness was glaringly apparent. This captivating young woman had caught his eye during the selection process, and despite her humble lineage, she had been chosen for the palace. After all, who else could claim her presence in the royal chambers so frequently? If she spoke with another prince, what could that signify? They had exchanged only a few words. She did not divulge which prince it was. Xian Yuanling understood Shen Qing to be a woman of decorum and merely acknowledged her with a grunt. Without further ado, he swept her up and tossed her onto the bed. On that night, Xian Yuanling was particularly wild, whether it was due to the alcohol or not. He seemed to completely abandon himself, uttering flirtatious remarks with abandon. Shen Qing had grown accustomed to Xian Yuanling's demeanor, yet he unexpectedly altered his behavior, leaving her nearly at a loss for words amidst the banter in bed. When the following day dawned and Xian Yuanling awoke, he could not recall much, but he did remember to inquire of Zhao Hai, which prince was not out hunting yesterday. Chapter 54. Boldness. Zhao Hai was taken aback by the emperor's inquiry, quietly pondering the implications, yet he responded candidly, "It is Prince Cheng." Xian Yuanling believed that his question was merely a formality. There was no one else in mind. Zhao Hai thought to himself that indeed, among all the officials, only Prince Cheng had the audacity to undertake such actions. After all, the late Empress Dowager had harbored deep concern for the prince she had raised since childhood. The late emperor had even instructed before his demise that although Prince Cheng had a rebellious nature, he was fundamentally well-intentioned and had not committed any grievous transgressions. For the sake of the Empress Dowager, leniency ought to be extended. Xian Yuanling's spirits lifted slightly. He felt reassured by Zhao Hai's words, believing that the prince harbored no ulterior motives. As he reflected on this, Xian Yuanling squinted his eyes, realizing that it had been some time since he had contemplated the complexities of Shen Qing's emotions. The young lady had always had a way of putting him at ease, yet now he found himself burdened with an inexplicable sense of discontent. Recalling the previous night's liberating abandon, Xian Yuanling's cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. How had he allowed himself to indulge to such an extent? In the past, he had never behaved in such a manner towards Shen Qing, and yet last night's escapades left him feeling like a beast. He faintly remembered her crying out in distress. Had he inadvertently caused her harm? Following that, Shen Qing had sent someone to escort him back, and he had fallen asleep, blissfully unaware. It was indeed inappropriate to summon her now, especially given that the Empress and Concubine you were present. He felt a swell of frustration. Zhao Hai, observing the prince's troubled demeanor, found it intriguing and recalled the pitiful state in which Shen Qing had been seen leaving last night. He silently concluded that the prince was evidently distressed over her well-being. Meanwhile, Shen Qing was inwardly cursing Xian Yuanling, her heart filled with resentment. How could he have taken advantage of her in such a state of inebriation? What a scoundrel! Encountering the prince should not have been such a significant issue. Her mention of it was merely a response to Lady Li's observations. Such interactions with men could be trivial or significant, yet she felt it was better for her to speak of it than Lady Li. Yet, the emperor had succumbed to drunken folly, overtaken by possessiveness. Chunhua, upon seeing the marks left on Shen Qing's body, felt a pang of sympathy and distress. My lady, I have no medicine at hand. Who could have anticipated that the emperor would leave her in such a state? She had always believed that the emperor cared for Shen Qing, yet now, despite her unspoken grievances, she felt a chill in her heart. If he truly valued her, how could he prioritize his own pleasure to the point of causing such harm? I must seek the empress to request a physician. The emperor was always accompanied by a physician, yet Chunhua, due to her position, could not summon one without the empress's permission. Thus, Chunhua approached the empress. The empress had previously harbored some discontent towards Shen Qing, as protocol dictated that it was not her place to attend to the emperor last night. However, upon hearing Chunhua's urgent plea, she was taken aback. What has happened to Lady Shen? Chunhua replied, My lady has sustained injuries and is unable to rise from her bed. There is even some bleeding. The empress's expression momentarily became inscrutable. Very well. You may convey my command to summon the physician to attend to Lady Shen. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jinji observed the expression of the empress, this Shen Liangren. The empress remarked, Perhaps I have overthought it. I initially believed that the emperor's affection for Shen Liangren bordered on excessive, yet upon closer inspection, it appears that he regards her merely as a plaything. The empress felt considerably more at ease. Otherwise, despite her internal reassurances that it was for the sake of her child, could she genuinely harbor no disdain towards the woman favored by her husband? Matters had improved. Sent some nourishing gifts to Shen Liangren. She remained the virtuous empress. At this moment, Jinji contemplated and suddenly interjected, I have heard that those who suffer injuries in their youth find it difficult to conceive. The empress was struck by realization. No wonder Shen Liangren has not become pregnant despite receiving the emperor's favor for so long. This provided a plausible explanation for Shen Qing's infertility. On Shen Qing's side, she had summoned the imperial physician, while Xian Yuanling frowned upon hearing the news, but ultimately refrained from calling Zhao Hai to take a look. As for Li Meiren and Zhao Meiren, who were closer to Shen Qing, Li Meiren displayed no sign of concern and even seemed somewhat gleeful about Shen Qing's plight. Zhao Meiren did visit Shen Qing once, but upon seeing her lack of vitality, she merely glanced and departed. Shen Qing was truly vexed. Xian Yuanling was young and impetuous, and while it was natural for him to exhibit such fervor, his behavior last night had been utterly despicable. Watching Xian Yuanling's relaxed demeanor after venting, she felt a fleeting moment of resentment. She refused to be the outlet for someone else's emotions. Before the autumn hunt commenced, she had hoped for better times. Yet now she felt utterly stifled. She had sustained injuries and could not ride, confined to her bed for several days. Subsequently, Xian Yuanling did not seek her company. What had begun as a promising autumn hunt concluded abruptly on the very first day for Shen Qing. Upon returning to the palace, Shen Qing required the support of Chunhua to mount the carriage, appearing woefully disheartened. Even with cushions in the carriage, she found no comfort and returned to the palace with a cold expression. After several days of recuperation, Shen Qing's health improved, and when the green head plate was hung once more, Xian Yuanling took notice and became animated again. Xia Kunzi, from the Respectful Affairs Room, was dispatched to convey the message. However, when the news reached Zhaohua Palace, Shen Qing informed Xia Kunzi, My health has not yet recovered. I cannot attend to the emperor. Chapter 55. A disgrace to the emperor. Xiao Chunzi pondered aloud, yet the green head plate has already been displayed. The imperial physician has examined her. Only when her health is restored can this green head plate be presented. We cannot allow the emperor to be presented with a sick person's plate. That would reflect poorly on the respectful affairs room. Thus, if you intend to feign illness, it is all too apparent that the emperor will see through it at a glance. Shen Qing coughed discreetly and remarked, I fear I may have contracted a chill. I cannot risk passing my illness on to the emperor. Xiao Chunzi was at a loss for words. He turned to report to Wang De. Guande, equally astonished by Shen Qing's audacity, contemplated the implications. Surely, this would cause the emperor's displeasure. However, what could be done? If the emperor desired something, a concubine could scarcely refuse. Did she imagine she was married to an ordinary man who would be inclined to placate her in times of discord? This was the emperor. After all, he could easily replace her with another woman. Such was the nature of the court. In his heart, Wang De surmised that Shen Liangrun would likely fall from favor. Yet he knew he must report the matter nonetheless. Meanwhile, Shen Yuanling fell silent upon hearing Wang De's report. The green head plate had been displayed. Yet she claimed to be unwell. Was she attempting to avoid his presence any more overtly? As Shen Yuanling contemplated, both Wang De and Zhao Hai lowered their heads. It was evident that the emperor had grasped the situation. Zhao Hai had not anticipated Shen Liangrun's boldness. On the day when Shen Yuanling had been inebriated, he had observed Shen Qing's demeanor as she departed. It was clear she bore resentment. Whether the emperor would be inclined to soothe her was uncertain. In recent days, Shen Yuanling had been aware of her injury. Although her favored status had been conspicuous, the thought of her being unable to serve due to her ailment had rendered him somewhat reluctant. He felt a twinge of embarrassment for his previous indiscretion, which had caused her distress. Now, seeing her green headplate reinstated, he genuinely wished to see her. Yet, this uproar had transpired. Shen Yuanling felt a tinge of disdain, and an unfamiliar sense of rejection washed over him. Had his own woman begun to find him distasteful? This was a far cry from when Shen Qing had expressed her discomfort due to the heat and had been reluctant to approach him. This was a refusal to share his bed. Which woman in the harem would dare behave in such a manner? Did she think that after he had wronged her, she could simply turn her back on him? How could she presume to act thus? Such behavior was unheard of. Shen Yuanling's expression darkened. What audacity! Both Wang De and Zhao Hai promptly knelt. Yet, as they knelt, Shen Yuanling recalled that she had indeed suffered and was genuinely hurt. It had been many days since he had mustered the courage to visit her. Today, she had stirred up this commotion, clearly seeking his affection. She was accustomed to being pampered. Did she believe he would send someone to reprimand her instead of seeking her out? Ultimately, he could not bring himself to act in such a manner. Thus, Wang De and Zhao Hai listened as Shen Yuanling, after a prolonged silence filled with tension, finally uttered, "Have the imperial physician examine her again and ensure she receives proper treatment. Additionally, grant her some nourishing supplements." Wang De and Zhao Hai exchanged glances, silently questioning whether the emperor was aware of the contradictions in his own words. Of course, while they held such thoughts, they dared not voice them. As Wang De emerged from within, he found the world to be quite surreal. Indeed, it was evident that Shen Liangrun had been publicly humiliated, yet the emperor, in a fit of anger, turned around only to pacify her moments later. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai also stepped out, and the two exchanged a glance. Realizing they still had to arrange for restorative supplies and summon the imperial physician to continue their services. In the Zhaohua Palace, aside from Shen Qing, who remained composed, the hearts of the other three attendants were in turmoil. Shen Qing's calmness was genuine. Her earlier fury had subsided, and with her wounds healed, her rationality returned. Had she served Shen Yuanling on the previous day, she would have endured the torment in silence, bearing her grievances while swallowing her pride. In this palace, her life held little value. If it were not for the emperor's favor, she would be easily manipulated by others. Her efforts to gain affection were not without purpose. She sought a life of comfort. After all, she had suffered injuries due to someone else's drunken antics, and now she had to bear this silent humiliation. Feigning ignorance while attempting to placate Shen Yuanling, times had changed. Her prolonged service had not been in vain. Although Xin Yuanling could be a beast while intoxicated, he was still a man when sober. Given Shen Qing's understanding of Xin Yuanling over these days, she decided to test the waters, risking herself to ascertain where his current limits lay concerning her. Before long, Xiao Xiaozi arrived with restorative gifts, signaling to Shen Qing that her probing had advanced further. The emperor felt a sense of guilt towards her. Meanwhile, Shen Qing's refusal to serve the emperor could not remain hidden from the other members of the harem. It was a significant matter for the emperor to summon her for bedchamber duties and be met with refusal. Yet, astonishingly, he did not express anger. Instead, he rewarded her. The empress furrowed her brow upon hearing this. How dare Shen Liangren act so boldly? Had her audacity grown? Jin Ji remarked disdainfully that perhaps the emperor's affection had clouded his judgment. The emperor was indeed indulgent, choosing not to punish her, but rather to bestow gifts. The empress felt a heavy weight in her heart. Shen Liangren was indeed beautiful, which made the emperor so lax in his discipline. However, as the empress, it was her duty to maintain order. Though the emperor was rewarding her now, she could not afford to let Shen Qing's behavior go unchecked. Surely, after Shen Qing's next attendance to the empress would confront her, fearing that without reprimand, Shen Qing's ambitions would only grow. Chapter 56. After the beating in the days that followed, Xin Yuanling refrained from seeking the company of anyone in the palace. Many were observing, curious about the emperor's intentions regarding this Shen Liangren. As time passed, Xin Yuanling attended to the eldest prince, the second prince, and the third princess, and soon 3 days had slipped by unnoticed. Once these 3 days had elapsed, the emperor called for Shen Liangren again, yet there was still no response from her side. The emperor did not summon any other concubines either, and the situation became rather stagnant. Xiao Chunzi inquired, "Master, what do you think the emperor truly intends for Shen Liangren?" On that day, he did not enter to report, feeling that although Shen Qing had received a reward, she was under the constant care of the imperial physician, and thus could not be presented. Without her presence, the emperor's attention eluded her. The concubines dismissed the matter, believing that Shen Qing had lost her sanity, while the servants were left perplexed. Wangda refrained from answering, as everyone in the palace was trying to decipher the emperor's thoughts, which were notoriously difficult to interpret. However, reflecting on the day's events, he mused that it seemed implausible. It appeared as though the two were in a contest of wills, a dynamic that left him a mere servant, baffled. How could the emperor, with his esteemed position, be so embroiled with a mere concubine? Naturally, such thoughts were best kept to oneself, for there were certain matters in the palace that were not to be spoken of. Meanwhile, the Jingshi Fong and the empress were both observing the situation. They had intended to summon Shen Qing for a stern reprimand after the next encounter, but the emperor, under the physician's advisement, refrained from further action. The emperor declared her unwell, and thus she was beyond reproach. In truth, the empress found it disheartening to treat men as mere playthings. However, within the confines of the palace, the emperor's whims dictated the reality, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, it was a matter of youth and naivety. Having experienced a few days of favor, Shen Qing had lost sight of her place. Let her be, the empress thought. It was a pity that such favor could dissipate so quickly, leaving Shen Qing to rely on the unborn child of Fong Guiren for her future. This, indeed, was a risky venture. The empress remained conflicted about whether to take action. While she decided against any immediate measures towards Shen Qing, others in the harem were unable to remain idle. Among them was Lin Guiren. Having missed the autumn hunt, she attributed her absence to Shen Qing's machinations and harbored a grudge against her. When Shen Qing returned to the palace, she was carried back, and Lin Guiren learned that the emperor had taken a liking to Shen Qing for quite some time. The sentiment was clear: if one truly cared, one would not treat another so callously. It was evident that the emperor regarded Shen Qing as a mere plaything, and now this very plaything dared to repeatedly defy him. Lin Guiren felt a cold smile spread across her face as she contemplated revenge, believing that an opportunity had finally presented itself. She could not fathom that Shen Qing could rise again from this predicament. Thus, as everyone in the palace remained still, after 3 days, Lin Guiren concluded that Shen Qing was unlikely to regain her standing. She decided to take matters into her own hands, despite the entreaties of her subordinates to refrain from such actions. Her servants could only console themselves, believing that Shen Liangren's current turmoil meant she would likely never regain favor, and thus the implications for them were minimal. Lin Guiran made her way directly to Zhaohua Palace, only to find that the person she sought was absent. To her astonishment, Shen Qing, who had publicly embarrassed the emperor, seemed to have the leisure to wander in the imperial garden. Unperturbed by the inconvenience, Lin Guiran ventured to the garden. It was there that Shen Qing encountered her. Upon seeing Shen Qing, Lin Guiran smiled, her expression laced with a hint of mockery that she did not bother to disguise. She remarked, "Ah, is that not Shen Liangren? I heard you were unwell and unable to serve the emperor, yet here you are, idling about. Do you understand the concept of treason against the emperor?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qing thought to herself that Lin Guiran had indeed made some progress. Although she lacked the discernment to choose her battles wisely in front of the onlookers, she was aware enough to invoke the notion of treason. Shen Qing replied, "Perhaps you should go and report me to His Majesty instead. He is fully aware of the situation. If you dare to make such a report, I fear your intellect might be as diminutive as a mung bean." However, Shen Qing did not anticipate that some individuals, while perhaps simple-minded, were physically formidable. Lin Guiran had previously endured Shen Qing's sharp retort, and, having not dared to seek a hunting quota from the empress, found herself provoked once more. In a fit of anger, she lunged at Shen Qing, delivering a resounding slap across her face before Chunhua could intervene. Shen Qing felt a searing pain across her cheek, as her entire face was turned askew by the blow. Chapter 57. A boundless future since Shen Qing traversed here. Although she has endured much, kneeling and being subjected to the whims of Concubine Yu, being struck across the face was an unprecedented experience for her. The moment she was slapped, her mind was instantly engulfed by a surge of fury that overshadowed any semblance of decorum. Without hesitation, she retaliated with a resounding slap to Lin Guiran. Still unsatisfied, she delivered another blow from the left. While it was unexpected for Lin Guiran to strike Shen Qing's two slaps in return took everyone by surprise. Lin Guiran stood in shock, as did the maid beside her, and even Chunhua was taken aback. The audacity of this woman was remarkable. Lin Guiran, covering her face, gazed at Shen Qing in disbelief. "You dare strike me? Why would I not?" The innate demeanor of a young lady of high birth radiated from Shen Qing. Though her appearance was delicate and alluring, when her expression turned fierce, she exuded an extraordinary presence. Coldly, she regarded Lin Guiran, who seemed to wince at the lingering pain from the slap, instinctively taking a step back. This retreat placed her at a disadvantage, and Lin Guiran, determined to reclaim her dignity, gritted her teeth and attempted to strike back. As she lifted her arm, Chunhua, now alert, swiftly grasped Lin Guiran's wrist, resolutely preventing her from reaching Shen Qing again. The maid accompanying Lin Guiran attempted to push Chunhua aside, resulting in a standoff. "You still dare to act so arrogantly?" Lin Guiran glared at the tense scene, exasperated. "What do you think you are? Merely a mere lady. You dare to defy the emperor's face, and you shall certainly find yourself out of favor. Though I may not be a formal mistress, a Guiran is still merely a Guiran. Whether I fall out of favor is not for you to determine." Shen Qing retorted with a cold laugh. "What? Do you believe you can supersede the empress to deal with me? If so, let's pay a visit to Fengyi Palace right now. Do you dare?" Lin Guiran was taken aback. "How dare you? If the empress learns that you sought me out deliberately, you will gain nothing good from it." At this moment, genuine fear gripped her, though she attempted to maintain her bravado. "You would not dare, for the empress will punish you." "Oh, do you think I'm afraid?" The maids were now intimidated by Shen Qing's commanding presence. How could she not be bold? After all, she was one who dared to contradict even the emperor himself. It was astonishing that she still had the audacity to act so brazenly in her current predicament. Hastily, one of the maids pulled Lin Guiran away, realizing that their encounter had already crossed the line. If it escalated before the empress, Shen Qing might lose her favor, but Lin Guiran would find her path even more arduous. It was not worth the risk. Lin Guiran, panting in frustration, felt the unsettling aura of Shen Qing, barefoot and fearless, instilled a sense of trepidation in her heart. Though she had sought to vent her anger today, she did not find the satisfaction she craved. And Shen Qing only exacerbated her discontent. Even Lin Gairan, despite her foolishness, understood that the Empress would not support her. Gritting her teeth, she could not muster a single word and, in a sudden flare of indignation, flung her sleeves. You wait for me." With that, she turned, fleeing as if escaping a storm. Following the words of the palace maid, a sense of embarrassment enveloped her. Having sought misfortune, she was instead met with punishment and sent away in disgrace. How unfortunate to have such a troublesome and ineffectual master. Beside her, Chunhua, filled with concern, supported her. "It is my fault. I have allowed my lord to be harmed. Perhaps it serves as a lesson. Initially, I did not regard this Lady Lin with the seriousness she deserved. But I never anticipated that the first slap she would deliver upon entering the palace would be directed at her. How utterly absurd." Chunhua continued. "This Lady Lin appears to be a paper tiger. Her words are sharp, and her heart is petty. Now that she has frightened my lord away, one cannot guarantee there won't be a next time." "There will be no next time," Shen Qing retorted coldly. Truth be told, her arrival was rather timely. Indeed, it was not merely a coincidence. She had intended to withdraw gracefully, knowing that Xian Yuanling was the emperor and all matters require moderation. She had hoped to stir up some trouble so that Xian Yuanling would no longer underestimate her, believing that a little reward would suffice. But she certainly did not wish to court disaster. Lady Lin had simply been in the right place at the right time. "My lord?" Shen Qing glanced at Chunhua. "Go find Zai Kunzi." Upon seeing Chunhua's arrival, Zai Kunzi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chunhua slipped some silver into Zai Kunzi's hand. "I am grateful for your assistance. My lord is now in good health." Wang had been keeping an eye on the happenings at Zhaohua Palace, and with Chunhua's arrival, it seemed that Shen Qing's temper was about to settle, and Zai Kunzi took this opportunity to report back to Wang De. Upon hearing the news, Wang De too felt relieved. "So she has finally softened. This Shen lady has quite the temper. I had not noticed it before." Compared to her, even Concubine Yu's arrogance seems trivial, as her defiance is not directed at the emperor. Yet, one wonders if this newfound humility would be accepted by the emperor. Wang De pondered. After all, this was a blatant affront to the emperor's dignity. Would he not feel slighted? Although he had thought that Shen Qing's antics would not lead to her downfall, surely the emperor would not tolerate such disrespect. With these thoughts in mind, that evening, Wang De placed Shen Qing's green nameplate prominently. When it came time to reveal the nameplates, Xian Yuanling indeed noticed Shen Qing's. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired of Wang De, "Is my lord in better health?" Wang De quickly replied. It was Miss Chunhua from Zhaohua Palace who conveyed the message, asserting that my lord is now quite well. Wang De's detailed account led Xian Yuanling to understand that Shen Qing had indeed humbled herself, and he felt a sense of relief. Despite her delicate demeanor, she possessed a fierce temper and had not spared his feelings. However, it was ultimately he who had acted forcefully while inebriated, and one must remember that the emperor's pride is not easily assuaged. Even in her submission, she required a proper admonishment. Thus, neglecting her nameplate would not suffice. With a demeanor reflecting the chill of impending winter, Xian Yuanling turned over Shen Qing's nameplate. Wang De, upon exiting, was met with Zai Kunzi, who was about to relay a message, but Wang De shot him a glance. "I shall go personally. This time, it does not fall to you." Xiaoqun was taken aback. "What is the emperor doing?" Wang De remarked. "Did you see that?" The moment this was presented, the emperor turned over. "From now on, be a little more respectful. If this person remains unyielding after today, it will truly be a departure from the past." Chapter 58. This time it is like this time, the occasion for Shen Qing's visit to the emperor's chambers was modest. Yet the reverberations were loud enough for all the women in the palace to take notice. Wang De's personal attendance made them incredulous. They had thought that once the rewards were given, there would be no further developments. After all, to refuse a summons to the emperor's bedchamber was tantamount to slapping his face. Some observed that this particular visit was indeed unusual. The empress sensed the peculiarity as well. Given the emperor's temperament, How could he endure Shen Liangren's audacity? The emperor was a man who held decorum in the highest regard. Shen Qing had her attendants cleanse and prepare the bed, but this time, Xian Yuanling was conspicuously absent from the room. It was a blatant rejection. Shen Qing exhibited no signs of trepidation. It was akin to the emperor's relationship with the empress. He was acutely aware of her malicious intent towards Concubine Yu's child. Yet for the sake of the imperial family's dignity, he could not pursue a thorough investigation or allow the matter to surface. This internal conflict would only foster a growing disdain for the empress within him. In the current situation, it was quite satisfactory. He had wounded her feelings, which instilled a sense of guilt in him. She retaliated with that guilt, and while he felt anger, he was also inclined to unleash it upon her. The ability to express anger was not a negative attribute. In fact, it was beneficial. Thus, Shen Qing awaited Xian Yuanling with a lightened spirit. When he finally arrived, he found Shen Qing reclining on the bed, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at him, devoid of any semblance of anger. Initially, she appeared joyful, but soon her gaze lowered, hinting at a semblance of fear, rendering her utterly pitiable. He halted in his tracks, his expression still grave. Yet the sternness in his eyes crumbled almost instantaneously. After these past days, he had come to recognize her spirited defiance. Could she truly be frightened? She was merely feigning it. Yet, at this moment, she appeared so forlorn that Xian Yuanling could only offer himself solace. At least the rules remained intact. She knew how to humble herself and present herself to him. In truth, they had been awaiting this moment, both avoiding one another. He had sent the royal physician to treat her, yet her green badge of rank remained unbestowed. Having presented her with rewards was already a concession on his part, but he also required dignity. As an emperor, how could he allow a lowly concubine to undermine his authority without her yielding? Your Majesty, Shen Qing initiated the conversation, perceiving his silence. With everyone present, she propped herself up, the blanket draped across her chest, revealing her porcelain shoulder and the delicate curve beneath it. She bit her lip, casting a slightly anxious glance at Xian Yuanling. Xian Yuanling grunted, refusing to let his gaze linger on her fair form. He had intended to assess her reactions, but upon closer inspection, he noticed something amiss on her face. His brow furrowed in concern. "What is the matter with your face?" A red mark marred one side of Shen Qing's countenance, not swollen, but the stark contrast of her pale skin against the flush was evident. She lowered her head, biting her lip, appearing woefully pitiful. "It's nothing," Xian Yuanling responded sternly. "Shen Qing." She lifted her head, her lips parting slightly, and then swiftly gathered the blanket, kneeling on the bed before him. "Please punish me, Your Majesty. I have erred once more." "Once more? What have you done?" With an expression of utmost innocence, Shen Qing gazed longingly at Xian Yuanling and confessed, "I struck Lady Lin." Her demeanor was both innocent and unapologetically brazen. Xian Yuanling, however, found himself strangely amused rather than irate. It could only be said that Lady Lin had left quite an impression on him. His mind was filled with disdain for her. Had it been anyone else, he would not have been inclined to laugh. Yet with Lady Lin, Shen Qing's character was not one to instigate violence without cause. She was not so foolish. It was evident that the other party had provoked her first, leading to a direct slap. Shen Qing's beautiful visage bore the marks of injury. Her cheeks flushed and pitiable. Once again, Xian Yuanling's disdain for Lady Lin deepened. Previously, it was merely a matter of her lack of awareness. This time, it was clear she had misjudged the situation. Xian Yuanling understood why she dared to strike Shen Qing. She believed Shen Qing had fallen from favor due to her recent antics and thus felt emboldened to inflict harm. Xian Yuanling maintained a solemn facade, though he refrained from publicly reprimanding Lady Lin in Shen Qing's presence, knowing it would undermine his authority if she witnessed such a display. After all, if she dared to defy him, how could he afford to defend her? Shen Qing appeared genuinely fearful, confessing, "I simply couldn't restrain myself." As she spoke, she cautiously observed Xian Yuanling, noting with relief that he was not angry. Encouraged, she extended an arm toward him, her voice sweetly coaxing a hug. It was a deliberate invitation, and Xian Yuanling clenched his teeth. Could he really succumb to such a temptation? Shen Qing noticed his fingers twitching, clearly struggling with his composure. She pressed on, adopting a look of both fear and grievance. "Your Majesty, I truly felt great pain that day. I pleaded for mercy, yet your Majesty would not listen. My heart is heavy. I never intended to avoid you. Each time I recall your expression on that day, I feel terrified." She had brought it up herself. Shen Ling inhaled deeply, his tone rigid. "You possess remarkable audacity." Shen Qing's gaze remained pleading. "I recall your expression that day, and it pains my heart. The harem whispers that I am a mere plaything, a woman of pleasure." With a hint of defiance, she continued, "I may be a woman of pleasure, yet I am yours, and you do not perceive me in such a manner, do you?" Shen Ling was still restraining himself, already feeling the weight of guilt. How could he maintain his composure when she revisited old wounds? Her eyes brimmed with tears, red around the edges, as if she might weep at any moment. She was such a delicate creature, and he was the cause of her fear. Shen Qing wondered why he continued to hold back. Finally, she relinquished the blanket that enveloped her and, with a swift motion, leapt into Shen Ling's embrace. Caught off guard, he fumbled for a moment, astonished that she would take such an initiative, for such displays were rare from her. As the engagement ceremony commenced, Shen Ling could still perceive the triumphant smile gracing her lips after their intimate exchange. His mind buzzed momentarily before he drew her closer, disregarding all else to envelop her in a fervent kiss. After loosening his hold slightly, he sighed and managed to utter, "No." "What do you mean, no? I do not perceive you in such a manner. I do not regard you as a mere plaything to be trifled with." Upon hearing his words, Shen Qing remained cautious and hesitant. Shen Ling sighed again, recalling how he had indeed frightened her previously, and he hoped it had not left any lingering psychological scars. He had no intention of pushing her to the brink of despair. Ultimately, he desired to bring her joy. In the aftermath, Shen Ling lay in bed, momentarily lost in thought while holding this enchanting creature. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth in frustration. As an emperor, he was accustomed to being attended to in matters of intimacy, yet this delicate sprite had bewitched him, compelling him to seek her approval. Astonishingly, he found no shame in his actions. After all, bringing her delight had fostered a deeper harmony between them. In truth, during their time together, Shen Qing had subtly accustomed him to her playful whims, and he had unconsciously accepted her capricious nature. His guilt over having caused her pain further intertwined their fates. And within the confines of their private world, her unrestrained ideas had taken root in Shen Ling's heart. Their interactions had evolved instinctively, shaking the very foundations of the rules that had once been ingrained within him. Chapter 59. The Emperor's Dignity After Serving the Emperor. Shen Qing naturally had someone escort her back. However, this time, Shen Ling's complexion was rather poor. Zhao Hai observed this with a sense of perplexity. He truly could not comprehend the situation. The emperor had shown her favor and did not appear to have been overly critical. Surely, this would signify a reconciliation? Yet, why did he still seem displeased? What had Shen Qing done this time? He needed to inform Wang De to revoke Shen Qing's green head plate. Zhao Hai zet pointed out fi mai si, his mind swirling with confusion over the twists and turns of this affair. What was the emperor implying? Surely, he wouldn't simply forget about her now? If that were the case, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to bring her back, would he? After all, Shen Qing had softened her stance, and the emperor should have reciprocated by showing her some leniency to instill a sense of fear in her, ensuring she wouldn't behave so recklessly in the future. Wasn't he still concerned about her? Yet, as soon as she relented, the emperor acquiesced, and she was brought back. Upon reflecting on this, Zhao Hai suddenly understood the situation. Shen Qing, after twice refusing to serve the emperor, had finally acquiesced and completed her duty. Many observers were keenly aware that Shen Qing had yielded and that the emperor had accepted her submission. Initially, it seemed the matter would conclude there, but unexpectedly, it took another turn at the climax. The other ladies of the harem, who had previously thought that Shen Qing's defiance would go unpunished, were now wringing their handkerchiefs in distress as the emperor abruptly revoked her green head plate. Seeing this, the ladies were elated. She had dared to defy the emperor, and now she had softened her stance. The emperor would no longer entertain her. In the harem, this revocation was tantamount to a death sentence. This news quickly reached the empress. She had been closely following the situation, and it was evident that the emperor's summons of Shen Qing was not a trivial matter. Indeed, the green headplate had been withdrawn. Jinji remarked, surely the emperor was merely waiting for Shen Qing to relent. Had she not done so, it would have reflected poorly on his authority. The empress conceded this point. Jinji continued, the emperor's dignity is not something a mere consort can challenge. Now that she has yielded, he likely finds the situation uninteresting, hence the withdrawal of her green headplate. Shen Qing's display of temper has undoubtedly offended the emperor. The empress did not dwell on it further, thinking, if the emperor has decided to revoke it, so be it. As for any reprimand, there is no need at this point. Jinji chuckled. Indeed, I imagine Shen Qing is filled with regret at this moment. Relying on a modicum of favor to act so recklessly, she has come to realize that the emperor holds absolute authority in the palace, and it is too late for her to amend her ways. At this moment, countless individuals within the harem were secretly reveling in Shen Qing's predicament, thinking to themselves that she would likely be unable to sleep peacefully tonight. Little did they know, upon returning from serving the emperor, Shen Qing slept soundly. Upon waking, she felt a pang of hunger, and only when she noticed Chun Hua and Fang Yan looking at her with concern during breakfast did she smile and inquire, "What's wrong? Are you worried that I would be upset about losing my green head plate? I am not distressed. It is merely a temporary withdrawal. As long as the emperor is content in his heart, that is sufficient." Chun Hua does not quite comprehend what it means for the emperor to be satisfied. Shen Qing chuckled lightly, saying, I value my dignity. Hence, I made a trip to the autumn hunt to have myself carried back. Being the subject of laughter from so many, I shall cast the emperor's displeasure upon him in return. If the emperor allows me to express my disdain, would he not be inclined to vent his frustration upon me? This was merely a facade. In truth, Xin Yuanling had also regained his composure through her actions. But this scene hardly constituted anger. By doing so, he not only salvaged his own dignity, but also shielded her. Otherwise, given the tumult she had caused, if she were to continue in favor and scathe, how much resentment would that attract? Shen Qing smiled. In light of the protection you afforded me this time, I shall overlook the grievances from that day. At times, one must not cling to a single matter, having achieved the desired outcome. It is best to let go and move forward. Shen Qing, feeling uplifted, resumed her activities after the meal. Always adept at finding tasks to occupy herself and enrich her knowledge since entering the palace. After all, she now had ample leisure. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanling, enjoying his breakfast, suddenly contemplated that this incident had escalated. With her green head plate revoked, some might take the opportunity to strike. Ensure that the imperial kitchen does not fall short in providing for Zhaohua Palace. Xian Yuanling casually instructed. Zhao Hai, having anticipated this, was not at all surprised and immediately complied, only to hear Xian Yuanling add, the weather is quite pleasant today. Let us take a stroll in the imperial garden shortly. At this hour, Zhao Hai sensed a subtle intrigue, but proceeded to arrange it nonetheless. The imperial garden being in close proximity to Zhaohua Palace meant that the emperor's presence would naturally be noticed. As Xian Yuanling strolled, Shen Qing also received the news. Upon learning this, Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, thinking, how fortunate that we are so close. It would be a pity not to chance upon the emperor. Xian Yuanling arrived at the imperial garden, pretending to leisurely wander, with only Zhao Hai accompanying him. Zhao Hai soon noticed Shen Qing approaching unexpectedly. Shen Qing, upon seeing Xian Yuanling, feigned surprise, gracefully curtsying before him, sweetly proclaiming, I pay my respects to your majesty. Xian Yuanling felt a delightful warmth in his heart. Chapter 60. The division of the emperor. After completing her curtsy, Shen Qing approached Xian Yuanling, exclaiming, what a coincidence it is to encounter your majesty here. Coincidence? Xian Yuanling regarded her with a bemused expression, then responded with a nonchalant hum. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Shen Qing's face radiated with a smile as she inched closer to him. Xian Yuanling watched her advance, amused by her endearing demeanor, which softened his heart considerably. Realizing his sudden vulnerability, he quickly adopted a stern expression. At this moment, Shen Qing looked at him with innocent eyes and asked, "Your Majesty, shall we continue our stroll?" Feigning seriousness, Xian Yuanling replied, "I have memorials to review shortly." Ah, still putting on airs, she thought with a hint of disappointment, her eyes full of reluctance. "Then I shall bid you farewell, Your Majesty." Xian Yuanling, bemused, thought to himself, "I said shortly, not now." He found himself both frustrated and amused. "Shen Qing, was that intentional?" "Your servant is present," she chirped, her eyes sparkling with delight as he acknowledged her. The way she gazed at him, as if he were the sole focus of her world, was undeniably charming. Xian Yuanling gritted his teeth. What was this little enchantress up to? Had she grown even more beautiful in just one night? Yet, as an emperor, he should not allow himself to be so easily captivated. Feigning anger, he admonished, "Who permitted you to enter the imperial garden? After I revoke your green card, you should reflect on your actions, not flaunt yourself." Upon hearing this, Shen Qing's expression turned slightly aggrieved. "Your Majesty." She drew closer to tug at his sleeve, employing her usual tactic. Xian Yuanling, determined not to yield, waved his hand dismissively. However, his gesture inadvertently sent Shen Qing stumbling back with a startled gasp. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, and in that moment, she fell into his embrace. Frozen, Xian Yuanling had not intended to touch her, yet now she was nestled against him, her face alight with joy. "You are truly wonderful, Your Majesty." His hand rested awkwardly on her waist, leaving him in a state of indecision, whether to release her or not. Just as he struggled with his thoughts, Shen Qing's laughter grew even more captivating. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Release me." Xian Yuanling found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Shen Qing feigned fear, saying, "Your Majesty, I shall never dare again. I will take my leave now." As she spoke, she loosened her grip. Suddenly, he felt the emptiness as she stepped away, and instinctively, he reached out again, only to realize his actions. A dark cloud settled over his expression. Shen Qing, sensing the shift, decided to withdraw gracefully, her demeanor a blend of trepidation and regret. "Then I shall take my leave," she stated softly. Xian Yuanling's frown deepened, his displeasure evident. Zhao Hai, witnessing the emperor's unusual behavior in Shen Qing's presence, could hardly bear to watch. If he truly intended to maintain a cold demeanor, why had he specifically visited the imperial garden today? Understanding the proximity of Zhaohua Palace to the imperial garden, it was inconceivable that Shen Liangren remained unaware of the emperor's significant visit. Rather, she seemed eager to ascertain whether the withdrawal of the green headplate had unsettled her. To her amusement, it appeared that she was not perturbed at all. Indeed, it was the emperor who found himself in an awkward predicament. Zhao Hai, with a peculiar sense of humor, found the emperor's discomfort somewhat amusing, though he quickly admonished himself for such thoughts, realizing the need for reverence toward the sovereign. As Shen Qing stepped out, she could hardly contain her laughter, covering her mouth in disbelief at witnessing Xian Yuanling's evident vexation, a sight so rare that it was almost tragic to behold only once. Should such an incident recur, it might genuinely provoke his ire, necessitating a more conciliatory approach next time. Nonetheless, it was simply too humorous. Chunhua, having been informed that Xian Yuanling was indeed frightened, felt a pang of anxiety regarding Shen Liangren's potential confinement. Yet, upon seeing Shen Qing's mirthful demeanor, she stood frozen in shock. Xian Yuanling exhaled deeply and instructed Zhao Hai to restrict access to Zhaohua Palace, forbidding her from coming out. Zhao Hai promptly complied, internally questioning the necessity of such measures, as it was clear that Shen Liangren would naturally refrain from appearing in light of the emperor's direct reprimand. The intent was not merely to confine Shen Liangren, but to deter any other indiscreet individuals eager to take advantage of her sudden fall from favor. Ultimately, this action could be interpreted as a protective gesture from the emperor towards Shen Liangren. After issuing the order to confine Shen Qing, Xian Yuanling had no intention of visiting her. Coincidentally, it was the 15th of the month, prompting Xian Yuanling to visit the empress's quarters. As the matriarch of the harem, the emergence of such a situation with Shen Qing reflected poorly on her governance. Addressing the emperor, the empress took responsibility, confessing, It is my failure to properly instruct Shen Liangrun, leading her to offend your majesty." Xian Yuanling maintained a stoic expression. Learning that Shen Liangrun had audaciously ventured to the imperial garden that day, the empress assured, "I shall ensure she is better educated on the palace's regulations. Rest assured." "Your majesty." Xian Yuanling glanced at her, stating, "I have already penalized her." The empress's heart sank at this revelation, interpreting it as a clear sign of the emperor's disdain. With the withdrawal of the green head plate and her confinement, it seemed evident that he had grown weary of her. Yet, his actions now appeared to defend her. "I acted on my own accord," she admitted. Xian Yuanling replied, "There is no need to mention her unless necessary." The empress, perplexed, was left pondering whether the emperor was still irked with Shen Liangrun. Unable to comprehend the situation, she resolved to dismiss it from her mind, having intended merely to comfort the emperor, only to inadvertently provoke his ire. Henceforth, she would regard Shen Qing as if she did not exist. Meanwhile, confined to her quarters, Shen Qing found herself surrounded by a veritable fortress of guards. Both Fang Yun and Shen Hua were genuinely concerned, yet Shen Qing appeared utterly unfazed, inadvertently transmitting her nonchalance to them. Although they harbored worries, after some time, life resumed its course. Shen Qing even took it upon herself to teach Shen Hua and Fang Yun the intricacies of Go, engaging them in turns, which not only passed the time, but also stimulated their minds. An idea sparked in her. Perhaps they could introduce mahjong into their repertoire, and with a few more players like Xiao Quanzi, they could easily form a 4-player table. Thus, Shen Qing's days of confinement unfolded with unexpected enjoyment. While the other concubines in the harem eagerly awaited Xian Yuanling's attention, each delighting in their own pursuits. In the days when Shen Qing was favored, the emperor would devote half of his time to her each month. Now that she has fallen from grace, does that not mean that this portion of his time has shifted to them? Chapter 61. Demoted to a loyal subject in the present day, within the imperial harem. It is undeniable that every concubine yearns for favor, yet 2 individuals stand out in their fervent desire for such attention: Lady Lin and Lady Shen. Since Lady Shen's scheme against Consort Yu was publicly exposed, other concubines have regarded her with disdain, as if she carried a taint. Although Consort Yu, having been momentarily intimidated by Xian Yuanling, has not regained her former favor, she possesses the invaluable asset of offspring. With children comes nobility, ensuring that those beneath her are inclined to serve her, even if unprompted by the empress, seeking to curry favor in her presence. Lady Shen's situation, while not worse than during the time she faced Consort Yu's hostility, has not significantly improved. She longs for the emperor's affection, but understands that the current stalemate cannot be easily resolved. Desiring a child to secure her position, she is acutely aware that the emperor is unlikely to forget her previous machinations against Consort Yu anytime soon. Should this continue, she must devise alternative plans. For instance, the empress is in need of a child. However, would she truly accept a child born of a rival? Lady Shen yearns to survive within the harem, to carve out her existence. On the other hand, Lady Lin, having been thwarted by Shen Qing on multiple occasions, is filled with pent-up frustration. Her mind is consumed by the pursuit of favor, knowing that without it, her future is bleak. Therefore, Lady Lin's efforts to attract the emperor's attention are fervent and straightforward, relying on the fabrication of chance encounters. As she fears that the emperor may forget her amidst the throng of the harem, she resolves to seek opportunities to be seen by him. Thus, she begins to take regular strolls within the palace, following the emperor's movements, hoping for a moment of recognition. After several days of this routine, she has yet to encounter the emperor face to face. The best she has managed is a distant glimpse as he passes by. She has seen Xian Yuanling, but to her dismay, the latter has not acknowledged her presence. Lady Lin's attempts to orchestrate these encounters are no secret. The other inhabitants of the harem are keenly aware of her efforts. After a few days of observation, news spreads that the emperor has summoned Lady Lin. This revelation catches the onlookers by surprise, some even regretting their own reluctance to lower their pride. Even the empress could not have anticipated such a turn of events. Who in the harem would have guessed that Lady Lin's clumsy attempts at courting favor would capture the emperor's attention? Furthermore, the fact that he actually summoned her is astonishing. Zhao Hai and Wang De, who witnessed the event, were equally perplexed. Zhao Hai, though not entirely familiar with Xian Yuanling, found Lady Lin's lack of discernment to be quite memorable. He mused that with someone like Lady Lin, it was improbable the emperor would bestow further favor upon her. Meanwhile, the inner court promptly informed Lady Lin of her summons, and her heart raced with excitement at the prospect of being acknowledged after so many days of striving for recognition. Thus, she was escorted to Qian Yuan Palace, her heart fluttering with a mix of shyness and anticipation as she awaited Xian Yuanling's arrival. Xian Yuanling had not returned to his quarters. He was still engaged in reviewing memorials. After a while, he casually instructed, "Lady Lin shall be demoted to a commoner and placed under house arrest for 6 months." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai was taken aback. Was this not a deliberate effort to address Lady Lin's indiscretions? It was true that Lady Lin had exhibited a lack of discernment, yet this punishment seemed excessively harsh. He was only aware of her shortcomings, oblivious to the fact that Shen Qing had, under duress, brought matters to Xian Yuanling's attention. Though surprised by the emperor's severity, Zhao Hai dared not delay. "This servant shall convey your orders at once." Lady Lin had been anticipating news, and when the messenger arrived, Zhao Hai delivered the emperor's decree. By imperial command, Lady Lin is to be demoted to a commoner and placed under house arrest for 6 months. Escort her back. The expression on Lady Lin's face turned to one of disbelief. Her mouth agape. She could not fathom how she had been reduced to a commoner. She had yet to serve the emperor in any capacity that could warrant such a demotion, and she held commoners in disdain, considering them the lowest rank within the palace. How could she now find herself among their ranks? Observing her shock, Zhao Hai signaled to his aides to take her away, hoping to avoid any further commotion. He feared that in a moment of desperation, she might cry out for mercy, which would surely incur the emperor's wrath upon him for failing in his duties. Thus, he disdainfully ordered her removal. This incident stirred considerable unrest. The empress was the first to receive the news, and her reaction was one of amusement, tinged with genuine mirth. Indeed, it was quite laughable. The emperor could hardly tolerate such behavior, even if she had been favored. It was likely that he had grown weary of the commotion surrounding Lady Lin and had sought an opportunity for her punishment. In the inner palace, Yu Fei had been disgusted by Lady Lin's recent encounter with the emperor, which had left her unsettled for days. Shen Qing was detestable, but those who sought to ingratiate themselves were even more revolting. Yu Fei realized that the emperor had likely not yet quelled his anger towards Shen, and seeing someone in the harem so exuberantly celebrating the news only irked her further. With a slight curl of her lips, her mood lightened. Thus, Lady Lin's predicament brought a moment of joy to both the empress and Yu Fei, proving to be a considerable source of satisfaction. Chapter 62. Deceived by the emperor, Xian Yuanling did not hold Lin Gaorun, or rather now Lin Liangrun, in any regard. After giving a casual order, he dismissed her from his thoughts. The following day, Xian Yuanling summoned someone to convey that he would dine in the Zhongyu Palace that evening. Although he no longer held the same affection for Yu Fei as before, she was still the mother of the imperial children, and he would not deny her the respect she deserved. Consequently, Yu Fei was pleased to witness Lin Gaorun receive her punishment, and that evening, the officials from the palace came to notify her. She was elated, and the entire Zhongyu Palace resonated with joy. Even when Xiao could not suppress her smile. "Your Highness, shall we use the fragrant lotion today?" Yes, indeed. The fragrant lotion was the same formula given by Shen Qing. And despite her disdain for Shen Qing, Yu Fei, being a woman herself, could not resist its allure after realizing its effectiveness in enhancing beauty. This fragrant lotion, when applied, enveloped her in a delightful aroma, one that she presumed would please the emperor as well. Yu Fei meticulously adorned herself, gazing into the mirror for quite some time, ensuring that she appeared flawless, eagerly awaiting Xian Yuanling's arrival. For many years, Yu Fei had been favored by Xian Yuanling, which had fostered her somewhat domineering nature. Yet, in his presence, she always maintained her charm, never daring to display any arrogance. As she awaited in tranquility, Xian Yuanling indeed arrived for dinner, and the evening meal was served. Yu Fei always devoted herself to attending to Xian Yuanling during meals, and her attentiveness earned her a slightly warmer demeanor from him. However, as she leaned closer, Xian Yuanling could not help but detect a different fragrance. What was this scent? It had not been present before, particularly not one so familiar. Feeling somewhat bashful, Yu Fei lowered her head, and the emperor, noticing, inquired, "What is this?" "It is a new fragrant lotion I acquired. It makes me smell delightful all over," she replied. Xian Yuanling refrained from asking further, but found his thoughts wandering to Shen Qing, questioning why this familiar scent had suddenly conjured her memory. Yu Fei, oblivious to his thoughts, continued to serve him during the meal. After finishing, Xian Yuanling requested to play with the two children briefly before they were sent away, leaving him to settle in for the night. Yu Fei, having served Xian Yuanling numerous times, was quite at ease, and he had grown accustomed to her presence. After bathing, he retired to rest. Lying contentedly in Xian Yuanling's embrace, Yu Fei gazed at his features, feeling a twinge of bitterness despite the recent intimacy. Such feelings occasionally surfaced, uncontrollable, for her husband was surrounded by so many other women. She often wished he had only her, but that was not to be. Before long, they both drifted into slumber. But in the latter half of the night, a torrential downpour erupted outside, accompanied by a loud clap of thunder that startled Yu Fei awake. She quickly looked over at Xian Yuanling, who was also disturbed by the thunder, perhaps still subconsciously thinking of Shen Qing. In his daze, he held her close and murmured, "Do not make a fuss." Yu Fei's heart softened, and she believed him to be awake as she gently called out, "Your Majesty." Xian Yuanling was enveloped in a profound slumber, and at that moment, the clamor outside was unwelcome. With a stern tone, she commanded, "Shen Qing, cease your antics." A thunderclap resounded, causing Yu Fei's complexion to turn ashen. She gazed at Xian Yuanling in disbelief, who lay beside her, calling out, "Shen Qing?" In truth, Xian Yuanling was merely half awake, not fully comprehending the implications of her words, having been struck by a sense of familiarity. However, this utterance struck Yu Fei like a bolt from the blue. She dared not weep aloud, yet tears streamed down her cheeks as her mind replayed Xian Yuanling's words. "Shen Qing," over and over. In an instant, her animosity towards Shen Qing eclipsed even her resentment towards the empress. It was a humiliation of the highest order. What could be more degrading than having a man beside you while harboring thoughts of another woman? Yu Fei never imagined she would experience such a betrayal, for she and Shen Qing were worlds apart. In her torment, she realized it must be due to that fragrant oil. It was nothing extraordinary, merely an ordinary scent, yet she had never given it much thought. Was it wrong for a woman to wish to enhance her beauty with such fragrance? But had that very oil caused the emperor to think of Shen Qing? What a schemer Shen Qing was, to orchestrate such humiliation upon her. She would not rest until this was settled. Unbeknownst to Xian Yuanling, her restless dream had stirred such turmoil, while Shen Qing remained blissfully unaware in her slumber, oblivious to the hatred the emperor had directed toward her. That night, as storms raged outside, the atmosphere within the dwelling appeared serene. Yet it was fraught with undercurrents as tumultuous as the weather beyond. The following day, Xian Yuanling attended the morning court as usual, while Yu Fei dutifully assisted him in donning his ceremonial robes. Once Xian Yuanling had departed, Wen Xiao, observing Yu Fei's demeanor, expected to see her in good spirits. Instead, she was met with the sight of Yu Fei's reddened eyes and swollen eyelids. Having hardly slept throughout the night, Yu Fei turned to Wen Xiao and commanded, "Dispose of those items. Cast them all away." Wen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Yu Fei hissed through clenched teeth, "From this day forth, nothing associated with Shen Qing is to remain in Zhongyu Palace." Wen Xiao's face drained of color, panic setting in as she wondered what had transpired. She dared not contemplate further, immediately returning to discard all remnants of fragrant oils and masks. Upon hearing Wen Xiao's report, the fire within Yu Fei's heart refused to abate. She would not let this matter rest. "That impertinent Shen Qing, go fetch her. I shall teach her a lesson." "My lady?" Wen Xiao, alarmed, interjected. "The emperor has instructed that the movements around Zhao Hua Palace be closely monitored." In that moment, Yu Fei grasped the implications. The emperor's surveillance of Zhao Hua Palace was a means of protecting that wretched woman. How had they all been deceived by the emperor's actions? What they perceived as neglect was, in fact, indulgence and protection. The emperor still held Shen Qing in his thoughts. The green headplate mattered little. If the emperor desired to reinstate her favor, it could be accomplished with but a word. Yu Fei's heart ached, fixated on a singular thought. As a consort, did she not have the right to confront a wayward lady? Her eyes glinted with malice. Bring her here at once. When Xiao, witnessing Yu Fei's fervor, dared not oppose her wishes, she feared that Yu Fei might faint from anger. Thus, without issuing any orders, she personally led a group to Zhaohua Palace. Chapter 63. A nonsensical affair when Qiushi felt a sense of unease. After Yu Fei had made her peace, she began to care for the children in Zhongyu Palace. Over these days of tranquility, when Qiushi came to understand that the emperor disapproved of Yu Fei being overly ostentatious within the harem. Yet just when things seemed stable, the emperor had returned, stirring up trouble once more. Now, contemplating the situation, when Qiushi could only think of Shen Qing, who had fallen from grace, surely the emperor could not be provoked to further anger Yu Fei. When Qiushi knew there were obstacles, and she discreetly handed a pouch to someone, Our Lady requests the presence of Lady Shen. After all, Yu Fei commanded respect, and few dared to offend her, especially when there were benefits involved. Xiao Quanzi, who happened to be in the courtyard, recognized when Qiushi instantly and hurried to inform Chanhua. Upon hearing the news, Chanhua quickly related to Shen Qing. Shen Qing frowned, pondering why Yu Fei would summon her at a time when she was out of favor. Since the incident with Shun Guiran, Yu Fei had been quite subdued. She had been focused on her children in the palace. It had been ages since she caused any disturbance, merely giving Shen Qing a cold glare now and then. What could have prompted this sudden change? Even with Shen Qing's clarity of thought, she could not fathom how Xian Yuanling's dream could have incited such animosity. At that moment, when Qiushi entered and bluntly stated, Lady Shen, please accompany this servant. The lady has summoned you. Shen Qing sensed an inappropriate tone in her words. Aunt One, I am currently under house arrest, as per the emperor's orders. Without his express command, I cannot leave. Did Shen Qing believe she could leverage her confinement to sway Yu Fei? When Qiushi was not one to let Shen Qing's refusal deter her. Seeing that those outside were allowed to pass, and noting that Xian Yuanling had obstructed access to Zhaohua Palace, ostensibly as a punishment, yet effectively preventing anyone from approaching, it was clear that the eunuchs on guard dared not act against Yu Fei. Indeed, for someone of her rank, it was all too easy to manipulate those of lower status. Shen Qing found herself with no choice but to comply, and, as she exited Zhaohua Palace, she noticed the guards. She felt reassured, knowing this matter would eventually be reported to Xian Yuanling. Her intuition was correct. This incident would indeed reach Xian Yuanling's ears, as he had imposed the house arrest, and any summons would inevitably require notification. However, the guards were cautious not to offend Yu Fei directly. They reasoned that if Yu Fei had disciplined someone only to return them, it would be best to avoid any confrontation. In truth, the methods of punishment within the harem were limited, and they believed there was little risk involved. Meanwhile, Chanhua and Fan Yun, witnessing the lack of urgency from the guards, grew increasingly anxious. Being taken away in such a manner could hardly bode well. At this moment, Xiao Quanzi remarked, I am not an official from Zhaohua Palace, but merely a lowly cleaner. I can go out and report this. Upon witnessing the guards, it became evident that one among them was unafraid of offending others. Little Quan intended to send word, which was indeed fortuitous. Should the Empress Yu lay blame, it would not pertain to them. As Shen Qingyi was led out of Zhaohua Palace, she made her way towards Zhongyu Palace, all the while being scrutinized intently by Wen Xiao, still perplexed by the inexplicable madness of the Empress Yu. Upon her arrival at Zhongyu Palace, Shen Qingyi was struck by the realization that the Empress was indeed unhinged. The instant Yu spotted Shen Qingyi's absence of an escort, her eyes blazed a fierce crimson, suffocated by an overwhelming jealousy. Despite Shen Qingyi's claims of confinement, her demeanor was remarkably untroubled, confirming Shen Qingyi's suspicions that the emperor had discreetly arranged for her care. Otherwise, how could one under such restrictions appear so vibrant? With gritted teeth, the empress commanded her cohorts, strike her, let her feel my wrath. Shen Qingyi furrowed her brow, retorting, "Your Majesty, surely a reason must be provided for such punishment?" The Empress, unwilling to entertain further discourse, was consumed by thoughts of Shen Qing's face, which reminded her of Xian Yuanling's utterance of Shen Qing's name, igniting a fury within her. Surely, the emperor had been beguiled by this enchantress. Yes, it must be her allure that ensnared him. With a low growl, she demanded, "What are you waiting for? Strike!" To Shen Qing's astonishment, the empress was resolute in her disregard, her command eliciting immediate action from the two attendants wielding rods. Two eunuchs from the empress's retinue swiftly seized Shen Qing, and as she struggled to comprehend the empress's sudden ferocity, the rod came crashing down upon her abdomen. A searing pain surged from her core, causing her to double over. Yet another strike followed, aimed again at her midsection. Helpless against the assault, she felt her strength wane. The eunuchs, sensing her collapse, tossed her aside, and the rod struck her back and waist. Lying on the ground, she curled up, her mouth bloodied from biting her own flesh, filled with animosity. Unjustly, the empress could inflict such brutality upon her merely due to her lower status and lack of powerful kin to defend her. No justification was required for this cruelty. Shen Qing had endured humiliation before the empress, yet here she was subjected to further degradation. Damn it, what a farce, she thought, determined not to succumb without a fight. With steely resolve, she fixed her gaze on the empress, awaiting the opportune moment. Previously restrained, she now sensed the waning grip of her captors. The empress, reveling in her torment from a distance, bore a triumphant expression. Summoning her remaining strength, Shen Qing seized the moment, pushing herself to rise. In a sudden burst of defiance, she lunged at the empress, catching everyone off guard. The two attendants were momentarily stunned as Shen Qing seized the empress by the throat, delivering several swift strikes to her face. When Xiu cried out, "Someone pull them apart. Why hasn't anyone intervened?" She cried out that she had already gone to pull Shen Qing, but at this moment, Shen Qing was resolutely resigned to her fate, enduring excruciating pain throughout her body. Regardless of how others tried to pull her away, she continued to grip Yu Fei's neck tightly. Then, Yu Fei witnessed a scene that would haunt her in nightmares for the rest of her life. Shen Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, grinning menacingly at her and declaring, "If I die, you shall accompany me into the abyss." Chapter 64, all executed by Rod Yu Fei's heart trembled. The fearsome visage of Shen Qing, like a vengeful specter, sent shivers down her spine. The grip around her neck rendered her voiceless, and darkness clouded her vision. When Xiu observed as Yu Fei, on the verge of unconsciousness, struggled against Shen Qing's hold, unable to pry her away. In a moment of desperation, she snatched the rod from the hands of a nearby eunuch, who was equally bewildered by the unfolding chaos, and struck Shen Qing's arms. Instantly, Shen Qing's strength waned, and she was propelled by Wen Xiu to the ground. Lying there, Shen Qing writhed in agony, fully aware that Yu Fei would not let her escape. With great effort, she struggled to her feet, her hands trembling, her spirit aflame with a desire for vengeance. Yu Fei, still reeling from her near demise, glanced at Shen Qing and, in a fit of terror, shrieked, "Kill her! Quickly! Execute her!" Xian Yuanling arrived just in time to hear Yu Fei's outburst, his fury igniting at her audacity. The sight of the emperor stunned everyone present. They had not anticipated his arrival, and in an instant, they all knelt before him. Zhao Hai, following closely behind Xian Yuanling, realized that Yu Fei had likely sealed her own fate. Although punishing a favored consort was not unusual, the emperor held Shen Qing in high regard, and thus, he reported the incident directly to him rather than to the empress. One might presume that such an affair would prompt the emperor to merely inform the empress. However, he chose to attend personally. Yu Fei's actions were a blatant affront to the emperor, especially given his discreet watch over Zhaohua Palace. Shen Qing lay on the ground in a pitiful state, her hair disheveled, her adornments scattered, and her arms hanging limply at her sides, clearly gravely injured. "Physician!" Xian Yuanling bellowed at Zhao Hai, who immediately dispatched a young eunuch to summon aid. Upon seeing Xian Yuanling, Shen Qing, consumed by anger and despair, felt as though a flicker of hope ignited within her. Despite the torment she had just endured, not a tear had fallen. Yet, upon encountering Xian Yuanling, her eyes brimmed with tears that cascaded down like pearls. She faltered, unable to maintain her balance. Xian Yuanling instinctively stepped forward to catch her, only to feel her trembling form. "It hurts." Shen Qing's voice quivered, laden with pain. The last time he had seen her cry for so long, he had been unable to console her. This time, her injuries were far more severe, and he could only imagine her suffering. "Your Majesty," Yu Fei screeched, her voice shrill. Having instigated Shen Qing's terror, she now witnessed the emperor holding the injured consort, her heart racing as she gasped, "She assaulted me. She seeks to end my life. Your Majesty." Silence. Xian Yuanling glared at Yu Fei, rendering her momentarily speechless. The emperor, in defense of a consort who had only been in the palace for half a year, publicly stripped her of her dignity. At that moment, Shen Qing coughed, the pain searing through her body, particularly her abdomen, which had been aching intensely since the ordeal began. The more it hurt, the more her heart seethed with hatred. With trembling hands, she grasped the hem of Xian Yuanling's garment, reminiscent of her usual playful demeanor. Her breath unsteady, she spoke with a mixture of indignation and confusion. "What have I done to deserve this? Why does she wish to kill me?" Xian Yuanling's heart was tightly constricted. Shen Qing shouted at Yu Fei, "Tell me, what have I done wrong? Why do you want to kill me?" Normally, a mere commoner would dare not raise their voice at a consort in front of the emperor, for it would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, in her current predicament, Xian Yuanling disregarded all decorum and solemnly asked, "Yu Fei, why do you impose such severe punishment on Shen Qing?" How could Yu Fei possibly voice her true feelings in front of so many? To admit that after the emperor had favored her last night, she had cried Shen Qing's name? Shen Qing's inquiry did not disturb her, but Xian Yuanling's question pierced her heart, leaving her in pain. She could not provide an ungrounded reason, so she suppressed her anguish and stated, "This humble servant has learned that Shen Qing feigned illness to avoid the emperor's favor and thus disrespected his majesty, warranting the execution of palace regulations." Xian Yuanling's expression darkened upon hearing this. Did she truly believe you would accept such a flimsy excuse? "I have already dealt with the matter. Do you find my actions inappropriate? Or do you presume the empress is no longer present?" Yu Fei gritted her teeth. This humble servant dares not. But this person so blatantly disrespects the emperor's grace. "I only acted in consideration of his majesty. I implore you to see my sincerity." She implied that her actions were driven by a heartfelt loyalty to the emperor. Xian Yuanling furrowed his brow, about to retort when Shen Qing coughed twice, drawing his attention to her. Shen Qing gazed at him, filled with reluctance and concern. "Am I going to die?" The look in her eyes tightened Xian Yuanling's heart. "No, the physician will arrive soon." Shen Qing appeared unconvinced. She bit her lip and wept, her gaze sweeping across Yu Fei and the servants who had just assaulted her. Her eyes filled with unmasked hatred. They hit me, it hurts so much." Xian Yuanling followed her line of sight and saw those servants now lying down, looking extraordinarily obedient, his eyes turning chillingly cold. Those wretched servants trembled in fear. At that moment, Shen Qing fainted. Xian Yuanling's heart lurched. Shen Qing. Zhao Hai was startled. If she were to perish, it would be a grave matter. He looked at Yu Fei, realizing her position was precarious. Xian Yuanling could not restrain himself and reached to check her pulse, relieved to find it still present. At that moment, the physician finally arrived. "Heal her." Xian Yuanling commanded the physician sternly. "If you fail, you shall face severe consequences." The physician, drenched in sweat, dare not delay. In the ensuing chaos, Shen Qing could not be moved and had to be treated nearby in Zhongyu Palace. While she was being attended to, Xian Yuanling's gaze shifted back to Yu Fei and the servants. He had no interest in hearing any further justifications from Yu Fei. His anger flared within him. The servants beside Yu Fei are useless. If the master cannot control them, they deserve to die. Execute them all. Yu Fei nearly lost her voice, and it was only when Wen Xiao, who had stood by her side, was dragged away to be punished that she cried out, "Your Majesty!" Xian Yuanling cast her a frigid glance, as if looking at a complete stranger. That gaze caused Yu Fei to collapse to the ground, as if plunged into an icy pit. At this moment, the queen finally arrived. After receiving the news, she did not set off immediately, not out of a lack of desire to rescue Shen Qing, but rather because she believed that the sudden actions of Consort Yu would not result in a fatal outcome after some deliberation. Although Shen Qing had suffered injuries and fallen from grace, the turmoil instigated by Consort Yu would undoubtedly displease the emperor. The queen was already troubled by the matter of Consort Yu's reinstatement, and now this unexpected turn of events had unfolded with remarkable timing. However, upon her arrival, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Consort Yu was collapsed on the ground, disheveled and lost, with no one to offer her assistance. The servants of Zhongyu Palace were all howling in pain, and some had already drawn their last breath. What on earth was happening? Chapter 65. The queen takes the blame. After the queen paid her respects to Xian Yuanling, she stole a glance at Yu Fei, who appeared utterly lost. Xian Yuanling coldly regarded the queen without uttering a word, his attention shifting directly to Shen Qing. The queen felt a chill run through her as Xian Yuanling's gaze pierced her. Although she was unaware of the unfolding events, it was evident that something significant had transpired. On the other side, inquiries were made of Zhao Hai, who, out of respect for the queen, divulged everything. However, he could not help but perceive that the queen had intentionally arrived late. Otherwise, the emperor would have reached the imperial study before her. It was clear that the emperor had also grasped the situation. Upon hearing this, the queen's heart sank, sensing that the emperor might have caught on. Yet at this moment, such concerns seemed trivial. Finding an excuse for her tardiness was of little consequence. What truly astonished her was Yu Fei's audacity. Had she truly overstepped her bounds to such an extent, believing herself to be the one in control of the harem? Surely, the queen could not execute a palace concubine without justification. Was Yu Fei out of her mind? Regardless of Shen Qing's standing, resorting to violence against a concubine while the emperor still held her captive was utterly presumptuous. Yet, considering the emperor's disposition towards those who had been executed, it did not align with the treatment of a despised concubine. This revelation prompted the queen to reflect upon the peculiarities surrounding Zhaohua Palace's confinement. Meanwhile, Shen Qing, in a daze, was carried to the side hall of Zhongyu Palace, where the court physician promptly took her pulse. His expression shifted to one of alarm. "Your Majesty, the injuries sustained by Lady Shen require the attention of an experienced matron." Fortunately, there was indeed a seasoned matron available, as the previous attendant who had assisted Yu Fei during her miscarriage was still present. Thus, the matron was summoned. Upon her arrival, the matron trembled at the sight of the unclean blood outside Zhongyu Palace. Although she was affiliated with Yu Fei, she dared not show any negligence at this moment and immediately began to inspect Shen Qing's injuries. To her dismay, Shen Qing's body was marred with bruises on her waist, abdomen, and back, each varying in severity. The matron's shock escalated when she examined the lower half. There, on Shen Qing's undergarment, was blood. The matron's heart sank. This revelation could not be withheld. She whispered her findings to the physician. Upon hearing this, the physician's suspicions were confirmed, and a weight settled in his heart. He had detected internal injuries when he first checked her pulse. External wounds were one matter, but this. Panic surged within him as he prepared to report to the emperor, choosing to convey only the most reassuring news. Lady Shen's life is not in danger. Xian Yuanling exhaled in relief. As long as she was safe, his thoughts could drift elsewhere. He had noticed the injuries on Yu Fei's face as well. Given the prior incident involving Lin Guerin, it was not surprising that she would retaliate against Yu Fei for such unwarranted violence. Had Shen Qing not been so gravely injured, it would have been reasonable to punish her solely for harming Yu Fei, regardless of her status, for the sake of their children and Yu Fei's family ties. As I pondered, the imperial physician hesitated, saying, "However, Lady Shen has sustained an injury to her lower abdomen. Moreover, I have observed traces indicating that she has previously ingested contraceptive medicine. The use of such medicine inherently harms a woman's body, and now, with this injury to her belly, the nurse has reported that she is experiencing bleeding below. Henceforth, it is likely that she will face difficulties in bearing offspring." The gravity of this final statement was indeed alarming and fraught with difficulty. The Empress, having punished Consort Yu, naturally wished to visit Lady Shen. When a palace maid errs, she must be reprimanded. However, since the Emperor intervened, her punishment was mild, merely house arrest and contemplation of her transgressions. Yet, this was secondary now, for upon her arrival, she heard such disquieting news. Startled, she caught a glimpse of Shen Ling, her heart racing. How could there be traces of contraceptive medicine within Lady Shen? I have read the historical records, and there has been no instance of the Emperor bestowing such medicine upon her. Shen Ling's expression darkened. His breath caught in his throat as his tone sharpened. He regarded the Empress, stating, "Indeed, I have never granted any contraceptive medicine. How could there be traces of it within Lady Shen?" The Empress was taken aback. After the incident of Consort Yu's miscarriage, the Emperor had already harbored suspicions towards her. Now, with this tone, did he suspect her involvement in this matter? But she truly knew nothing of it. She hastily inquired of the physician, "Was it taken recently? Could it be that Consort Yu audaciously administered medicine to Lady Shen?" The physician replied, "No, Your Majesty. The traces within Lady Shen are accumulated over several months." Several months. The Empress was genuinely astonished and immediately proclaimed with righteous fervor, "I implore Your Majesty to allow me to conduct a thorough investigation. If anyone in the harem dares to commit such an act, it is a grave matter indeed that Lady Shen may suffer in her ability to bear children. This must be investigated thoroughly." Her assertion was most earnest. It reminded Shen Ling of the day when Consort Yu miscarried and the Empress had rushed to investigate, asserting that she would not let anyone in the harem harm the imperial heirs. Shen Ling cast a lingering gaze upon the Empress, then let the investigation commence. The Empress found her heart racing at the weight of Shen Ling's gaze, a chill running down her spine. Upon taking her leave, she bit her lip, recalling the Emperor's concern for Lady Shen and the physician's words. The prospect of difficulties in bearing children loomed ominously. Initially, she had thought that with the Emperor's favor, Lady Shen would eventually rise in status despite her current lowly rank. But now, with the revelation of her potential infertility, the Empress resolved to avoid any future entanglements with Lady Shen. Given the Emperor's evident anger, a favored consort without children was no longer worthy of her concern. Yet, the Emperor truly did not trust her, perhaps convinced that she was behind this incident. "Jinji, investigate this matter thoroughly. I must provide an explanation to both myself and the Emperor." It was astonishing that someone could operate under her very nose without her knowledge. No wonder Lady Shen had remained childless for so long. Was this individual targeting Lady Shen, or did they know her intentions and aim to undermine her? Should this matter befall the Emperor, it may well result in the relinquishment of her esteemed position as a consort, and she could lose her authority over the 6 palaces entirely. Within the chamber, Shen Ling maintained an impassive demeanor as he instructed the physician, "Tend to her external injuries. As for the rest, ensure she receives proper care." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Indeed, is it true that progeny may be a challenge?" The physician, sweating profusely, hesitated. After all, Shen Liangrun is still quite young. With careful nurturing, as she matures, is possible. He dare not speak with certainty, for who could predict the future? At present, she enjoyed the Emperor's favor, yet in a few years, should her fortune wane and she remain childless, it would bear no consequence for him. Shen Ling responded with an emotionless instructing, "For now, do not disclose this to her." The physician was taken aback. In the imperial harem, a woman unable to conceive would undoubtedly lose her favor, and yet they were to keep such a matter concealed. The Emperor seemed particularly concerned for Shen Liangrun. Hastily, he returned to attend to Shen Qing, administering needles and medicines with utmost diligence, not daring to show any negligence. However, it was not long before Shen Qing succumbed to a fever, a common reaction following injury, prompting the physician to respond with great caution. After issuing his commands, Shen Ling departed. Upon exiting the Zhongyu Palace, he instructed Zhao Hai to inquire when she might be able to move, fearing she would be disinclined to remain in the palace after this incident. He also requested that her 2 attendants be summoned to attend to her. "Zhao Hai Gong Li," albeit with a sigh, reflecting on the emperor's troubled expression. Such a beautiful individual, facing the hardship of bearing children, was indeed a lamentable circumstance. Meanwhile, Chunhua and Feng Yun, summoned to serve, were taken aback upon seeing Shen Qing lying on the bed. Despite their preparations, they were still frightened. Tears streamed down their faces, for when the young Quanzi had gone to relay the news, it had regrettably been too late. Both felt a mix of remorse and guilt. Yet while they remained in Zhongyu Palace, they could utter no words, only bow their heads in service to Shen Qing, fervently praying for her swift recovery. Chapter 66. The favor has come to an end after suffering from a fever. Shen Qing gradually regained consciousness. Her body ached tremendously and her mind felt somewhat clouded. However, upon seeing Chunhua's expression of surprise, she exhaled softly, her memories and reasoning slowly returning. A glance around at the unfamiliar decor made it clear that she was no longer in Zhaohua Palace. Has the emperor dealt with Concubine Yu? Was the first question she uttered. Chunhua immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Yun, who promptly took her position at the door, as they were in Zhongyu Palace, a place filled with Concubine Yu supporters. The empress has punished Concubine Yu by ordering her to transcribe scriptures and confine herself for self-reflection, Chunhua revealed cautiously, her heart aching for Shen Qing. The life of a mere servant had been extinguished, while the instigator faced only confinement and penance. Although Concubine Yu justified her actions by claiming adherence to palace rules, it was evident that her true aim was to eliminate Shen Qing. Yet, to spare Shen Qing from further distress, Chunhua added, any servant who has harmed a favored individual has been executed. Chunhua anticipated that Shen Qing would be devastated. But to her surprise, Shen Qing smiled upon hearing the news, not because of the fate of the servants, who were merely following orders, but because it signified the end of Concubine Yu's favor. The emperor's disdain for the empress would now extend to Concubine Yu, who, in his eyes, had become irrevocably associated with malice. The only reason she had not been punished was her status as the mother of a prince, her noble lineage shielding her from dire consequences. In contrast, Shen Qing was merely a favored concubine. Furthermore, Concubine Yu had concocted an excuse that portrayed her actions as protective of the emperor's interests. Should this matter be investigated, it could be framed as Shen Qing's offense against divine favor. Xin Yuanling understood this well. His reluctance to investigate was to prevent Concubine Yu from exploiting the situation, knowing that ultimately it would be Shen Qing who would bear the brunt of the punishment. Yet today, as events had indeed struck Concubine Yu a severe blow. Previously, the empress had been unable to assert her authority over Concubine Yu, but from this day forth, the balance of power had shifted. Taking a deep breath, Shen Qing asked Chunhua, what transpired after I lost consciousness? Tell me everything, in detail. Chunhua hesitated, fully aware that there was something she must conceal. As Shen Qing's gaze sharpened, demanding the truth, Chunhua faltered, I did not intend to hide it, but the physician has said that it may be difficult for you to bear children in the future. She feared that after enduring such an ordeal, Shen Qing would be unable to withstand the heartache of potentially never having children again. Shen Qing's heart raced at this revelation. Does the emperor know? The emperor is enraged, and the empress has already begun her inquiries. It remains unknown who has secretly harmed you. This is my failing. I was unaware of the dangers you faced, Chunhua lamented, her heart aching as she watched Shen Qing's expression darken. Chunhua quickly returned to Zhaohua Palace and retrieved the small porcelain vial from the indentation on my bedside. Dispose of it in a secluded place, Shen Qing commanded, her face pale with urgency. Chunhua was momentarily stunned, but then comprehension dawned, overwhelming her with disbelief. Shen Qing's unwavering gaze held her firm. With a dry throat and a heart tumultuous with emotion, she abruptly stood up. I shall go at once. At the entrance, Feng Yun remained, her reaction slower than Chunhua's. Observing Chunhua's expression, it was evident that she had grasped the gravity of the situation and was left utterly bewildered. Shen Qing silently regarded her. Choosing not to utter a word, Feng Yun turned and knelt before Shen Qing, exclaiming, my lord, I. At this moment, Shen Qing was still in pain and lacked the energy for lengthy discourse, replying, there is no need for words. Given the dire circumstances, she had essentially staked her life and fortune on this matter, if it were to reach the emperor's ears. Contemplating Xianyuan Ling's unyielding nature, she mused that if he learned of her betrayal, he would not be excessively furious. Perhaps he would even protect her. Men, especially those inclined towards vulnerability, possess an innate desire to safeguard a woman they hold dear. Thus, she feigned helplessness to elicit sympathy during his arrival. However, should he discover her secret contraceptive measures, she feared he might allow her to perish from illness. She never forgot that he was not merely her current lover, but, most critically, the emperor. A single word from him could determine the fate of one or even thousands as effortlessly as drawing breath. The fate of those servants executed in Zhongyu Palace attested to this truth. Before long, Chunhua returned, promptly kneeling before Shen Qing. "I have disposed of the vial, ensuring no one will suspect anything," she stated, her complexion pale and shaken. Fortunately, no one would immediately suspect Shen Qing of secretly hoarding medicine. If the empress sought to investigate, her first step would involve sealing Zhaohua Palace and examining items Shen Qing typically utilized, primarily those related to ingestion. The imperial kitchen and apothecary had been thoroughly searched, yet no one had taken the liberty to inspect beneath her bed, as Shen Qing was regarded as a victim. And Zhaohua Palace was not a place for indiscriminate searches. "Well done," Shen Qing acknowledged, looking at her. "If you have questions, feel free to ask." Both Chunhua and Fang Yun were at a loss for words, yet, witnessing Shen Qing's composure, they lowered their heads. "I have pondered much on this journey. Life in the palace is arduous for my lord. The empress, being the most favored, likely senses that my lord should bear a child." Chunhua ventured, her typically reserved nature giving way to directness in this grave moment. Fang Yun, upon hearing Chunhua, grasped the critical nature of the situation, gazing at Shen Qing in disbelief. Shen Qing allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. "You speak wisely. This is merely my second night of service, and the empress has already hinted that I should seize her favor and bear a dragon's son promptly." Tears welled in Chunhua's eyes. "My lord suffers greatly in this palace. You understand, truly do. The empress's formidable presence and the arrogance of Concubine you rendered my lord's position precarious, with anyone capable of manipulating her. Lin Gairan and Xiao Marin, who wouldn't seize the opportunity to undermine my lord if she gained favor. How could she not seek self-preservation? Yet my lord is a good person." Chunhua observed the other palace servants. They served my lord, and whenever she was displeased, they bore the brunt of it. However, Shen Qing had never treated her that way, always welcoming her with a smile, which is why Xiao Qian was willing to risk offending others to deliver news on her behalf. Chapter 67. A visit. As Chunhua spoke, her heart ached increasingly. She bowed deeply to Shen Qing, resolutely declaring, "I swear, I shall never speak of this matter, even if it costs me my life." Fang Yun trembled in her heart and followed suit, bowing heavily as well. "If I were to disclose this, may I suffer a wretched fate and be reborn as a pig or a dog." In the palace, discussing death was highly taboo, especially for Fang Yun, who even cursed her next life. Shen Qing curled her lips in a faint smile. "Rise, both of you. After all, I have spent the most time with you, so how can I not know your characters?" The emperor's swift arrival bears some credit to Xiao Qian, who will also receive rewards upon returning to Zhaohua Palace. "We shall enjoy a hearty meal together. Were it not for the emperor's presence, by the time the empress arrived, her body would have grown cold." Chunhua and Fang Yun nodded with tears in their eyes. Naturally, the news of Shen Qing's awakening reached Xianyuan Ling by evening, prompting him to visit Zhongyu Palace once more. Upon hearing of his arrival, Yufei stood at the door, having removed her hairpin as a gesture of contrition. Upon seeing Xianyuan Ling, she immediately knelt. He cast a fleeting glance at her demeanor before turning to leave. Yufei's lips trembled. She could hardly believe that Xianyuan Ling had averted his gaze so quickly, her heart constricting with an icy dread. She had served him for quite some time, and if he were to show anger, it would be better than this chilling indifference. Previously, when she had been with child, he had imposed confinement without hesitation, but now he was merely cold. Though Yufei was consumed by jealousy, she was deeply invested in matters concerning Xianyuan Ling. In this moment, she felt a surge of fear. The Empress had punished her, yet the Emperor had not. She knew that if he were to erupt in anger, she would indeed face consequences, but eventually, things would pass. However, the indifference he had just shown her felt eerily reminiscent of how he treated the Empress. She had witnessed it. He regarded the Empress with a semblance of respect, yet maintained that same coldness. Yu Fei clenched her fists, her expression composed while her heart was in disarray, unable to act. She could only grit her teeth and mutter, "Wretched woman! Wretched woman! How could she cause the Emperor to turn his heart away from me?" Wang Jiao, too, felt a sense of urgency. The Emperor was still present, and she worried about potential complications. "Your Highness, please rise. That Shen lady is in a precarious state. The Emperor does show some concern, and this is also for the sake of the Empress. Consider, if that Shen lady were to perish within our palace, it would bring ill fortune. The Emperor may not punish the Empress, yet he must display a semblance of care towards Shen, lest her turmoil reflect poorly upon you. Is that not true?" These words brought some comfort to Yu Fei. She mustered the strength to rise, and only after witnessing Shen Yuanling enter the side hall did she despondently retreat to her quarters. Shen Qing was gravely injured. Her condition rendered her unable to move, and lying in bed, she found herself unable to sleep, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling as though she were a corpse. It was then that Shen Yuanling walked in and beheld her lifeless form. Certainly, in Shen Yuanling's eyes, it was not merely a state of stupor. Her pallid complexion and vacant gaze fixated on the ceiling rendered her a shadow of her former self, devoid of vitality. Shen Yuanling found her appearance somewhat distressing, particularly when juxtaposed with her prior innocent and aggrieved demeanor. He was unaware that Shen Qing was merely lost in thought, unable to rouse herself from an excess of slumber. "There's nothing wrong." Shen Yuanling's voice shattered the silence. Upon turning to see him, Shen Qing's eyes welled with tears. "Your Majesty." Shen Yuanling halted in his tracks, overwhelmed by her pitiable state. Observing Shen Qing struggling as if to rise from her bed, he feared that his distance might be misconstrued as anger, prompting him to hasten towards her. "You're still injured. You shouldn't move. Don't you wish to recover?" His words bore a hint of urgency. Exhaling softly, he wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "I understand. This matter is indeed the fault of Concubine Yu." Shen Qing, taken aback, pouted slightly. Shen Yuanling's hand caressed her cheek, while she gazed at him with wide eyes before lowering her gaze. The sight of her downcast eyes was both delicate and tender. Such a obedient girl would surely raise a similarly gentle child, he mused, his thoughts spiraling. Since the physician had mentioned the challenges Shen Qing would face in bearing children, Shen Yuanling had initially felt little concern. He had never contemplated the notion of her motherhood, believing himself not in want of offspring. Despite having the first prince, second prince, and third princess, and the losses of the previous first and second princesses, he still considered himself young, with ample time to welcome new faces into his harem. After all, as an emperor, he was surrounded by women capable of bearing him children. However, the thought that she might never bear children weighed heavily on him now. He was acutely aware of the precarious position a woman in the palace faced without children to secure her status. If he did not protect her, she would truly be left vulnerable. This realization filled Shen Yuanling with remorse. He had promised to safeguard her, yet allowed her to suffer such harm. He had underestimated Concubine Yu's audacity, mistaking her for merely arrogant when, in truth, she had become dangerously ruthless. Despite his disdain for Concubine Yu, his tone softened as he addressed Shen Qing. "Does it hurt?" "It does," she replied, biting her lip. "It hurts so much." With a sigh, Shen Yuanling's heart melted as he reached out to soothe her. Zhao Hai, observing from a distance, lamented the situation, recognizing that if she could have borne children, her future would have been vastly different. Alas, without that possibility, the outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 68. Do not reckon with Concubine. Shen Yuanling massaged her for a while, observing her pitiful demeanor, a situation entirely brought on by Concubine Yu. Not merely feeling wronged, there was also a hint of hatred, was there not? "I shall have those who struck you executed," he declared suddenly. "Are you afraid?" This question was not easy to answer. To admit fear would seem insincere, while to deny it would appear obstinate. Concubine Yu's cries for violence were indeed unreasonable. It was evident the emperor held no fondness for her. Yet had he not repeatedly stated that Concubine Yu was in the wrong? Shen Qing gazed steadfastly at Xian Yuanling, asserting, "I am not afraid. I only harbor resentment. For I am innocent, yet have faced ruin. I loathe those who conspired with cruelty. I am profoundly grateful for your majesty's support." Xian Yuanling had not anticipated such defiance from Shen Qing. Just as she had once dared to confront him in anger, he was caught off guard by her current resolve. His gaze deepened as he uttered, "Shen Qing." Startled, Shen Qing responded, "I am here. Do not engage in schemes against Concubine Yu." His words were strikingly direct, causing Shen Qing to momentarily falter. Xian Yuanling tenderly caressed her cheek. She was not foolish. On the contrary, she was quite astute and adept at maneuvering. Had she not previously withheld her affections from him, deliberately punishing him for his actions? He was fully aware of this. It was precisely because he understood that he did not blame her for expressing her hatred toward Concubine Yu. To claim she felt no animosity would be utterly disingenuous. He would not resent being unjustly beaten. He genuinely felt pity for her, yet there was an inexplicable complexity to his emotions. "I promise you, no matter who enters this palace henceforth, even if you bear no children in the future, I shall not neglect you." As he spoke, he regarded her with a seriousness that surprised even him. It was only then that Shen Qing seemed to awaken to the gravity of his words. "Your Majesty." She appeared somewhat irritated, turning her head away, but soon cautiously looked back at Xian Yuanling, assuring him, "I will not." Xian Yuanling smiled faintly, thinking how endearing she was. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned down and kissed her forehead. Shen Qing's lashes fluttered. Xian Yuanling gently stroked her hair, saying, "Take good care of yourself. Do not be critical of Zhongyu Palace. Concubine Yu will not dare to disturb you. Once your health improves, I shall have you carried back to Zhaohua Palace." Shen Qing obediently nodded, "I understand. I shall visit you again soon," Xian Yuanling declared as he rose to leave. As Shen Qing watched him depart, she found his recent words quite remarkable. Setting aside their authenticity, it seemed he genuinely wished to avoid further schemes and deceptions within the harem. Yet, would he truly extend such assurances to others, encouraging them to remain placid? Concubine Yu had once enjoyed such favor. Had Xian Yuanling acted in this manner then, she would not be in her current predicament. However, while this sentiment might elicit gratitude from an ordinary concubine, Shen Qing merely smiled at his words. However, it could be said that he felt somewhat reassured. She had become adversaries with Yu Fei. As long as Yu Fei did not encounter any issues in the near future, that would be acceptable. Yet if something were to arise, it would not bode well for Xian Yuanling to bear the brunt of it. When Xian Yuanling emerged, Yu Fei still came to see him off, maintaining her usual demeanor. Xian Yuanling did not spare her a glance and strode directly out of Zhongyu Palace. He then emotionlessly instructed, "Proceed to Feng Yi Palace." Today was neither the 1st nor the 15th of the month. And when Zhao Hai dispatched his messenger to Feng Yi Palace, the empress found it difficult to believe. Given that the matter regarding Shen Qing and the contraceptive medicine had yet to reach a conclusion, how could the emperor possibly come? The empress felt a sense of unease, yet still ordered arrangements for the evening meal. When Xian Yuanling arrived, the empress regarded him with utmost reverence. She presumed that he intended to inquire about the investigation into the contraceptive medicine, yet she was at a loss for words. Despite her exhaustive efforts to uncover the truth, she had not been able to find even a trace of evidence. With her numerous informants within the inner palace, it was alarming that not a single clue had surfaced. The empress herself was anxious. Who could possess such ruthless and formidable capabilities? Her fear stemmed not only from the lack of clarity surrounding this matter, but also from genuine apprehension of the person behind it. The ability to render Shen Qing childless for such an extended period. What if such methods were to be directed against her? The mere thought filled the empress with dread. Xian Yuanling had never once dined comfortably in the empress's presence, yet it mattered little. He was not there to partake in a meal. "I intend to make a move regarding Shen Qing's status. What is the empress's opinion?" The empress was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and began to deliberate. given that Shen has unjustly endured such suffering. It is only fitting to offer her some consolation. I propose to elevate her status by 2 ranks, promoting her to the rank of Guerin. What does your majesty think? After all, she had garnered the emperor's attention. Previously, she had been protected, and now that she was unable to bear children, he was still contemplating her elevation. Yet, since there would be no offspring in the future, the empress was willing to grant Shen Qing this favor. Indeed, Xin Yuanling replied, bestow her title as well. The empress was genuinely astonished. The emperor had always held to strict protocols. Now, with Shen Qing being childless and having only been in the palace for a little over half a year, her earlier suggestion had merely been a pretense of generosity. She had thought that perhaps the emperor might consider a reduction in rank. Yet to her surprise, not only would he not reduce it, but he also intended to bestow a title. It was worth noting that even Feng Guiren, who was with child, had not yet been promoted. This, I shall instruct the Ministry of Internal Affairs to draft a title. Shen Liangrun will surely be delighted to know, she offered. No need. I've already decided. Xian Yuanling stated. Let the title be Shi. Chapter 69. Noble consort Shi. The empress was momentarily taken aback. Shi? Is it merely a reflection of the auspicious connotation of Chengxi? The empress was indeed stunned. This character seems rather heavy. I believe it would be more fitting to choose Ning, which also embodies tranquility. Given that Lady Shen has just endured such a grave trauma. Before she could finish her sentence, Xin Yuanling cast her a glance. The empress felt a chill in her heart. Lady Shen is a virtuous person, quite content in her ways. It is only right that she receives some compensation for this calamity. I shall instruct the Ministry of Internal Affairs to take care of it. Very well, Xin Yuanling replied. Rising to his feet, he had come at this hour, yet would not be staying overnight. I humbly see the emperor off. The empress thought bitterly, feeling helpless. Her only consolation was that Consort Yu had also fallen from grace and would not fare better than she did now. Within the imperial harem, the greatest threat remained Consort Yu, primarily because she was the only one with 2 children by her side. Jinji observed the empress reaching out to support her. From now on, Lady Shen shall be known as Noble Consort Shi. The empress replied, her expression devoid of emotion. The emperor elevates her too highly. At present, he is indeed concerned for her, and it is only natural that he wishes to compensate her. This does not undermine Consort Yu. It is likely intended to pacify her, to ensure she refrains from causing trouble in the future. However, given the difficulty of bearing offspring, let it be this way. A favored consort without children will certainly not pose the same threat as Consort Yu. As long as she did not pose a similar threat to the empress's position, the empress felt no fear. She had already decided not to interfere with Shen Qing in the future. It was necessary to maintain a good rapport with her before the emperor. Jinji nodded in silence. Xin Yuanling acknowledged the empress and did not show any negligence. After all, an elevation of 2 ranks in the harem would certainly draw attention. Others, unaware of the intricacies, only knew that Lady Shen had been confined and that Consort Yu had beaten her, leaving her barely alive. As the situation unfolded, news of Lady Shen's elevation spread rapidly. Not only had she been promoted, but she had ascended 2 ranks. Speculation arose. Was the emperor elevating her to prolong her life? However, as days passed, no news of Lady Shen's demise emerged. It was originally intended for her to be moved from Zhaohua Palace, but the empress, with the intention of ensuring Shen Qing's peace of mind, recalled that Shen Qing had previously declined relocation. Moreover, Xin Yuanling had designated Zhaohua Palace for noble consort Shi. Thus the matter was dropped. The empress even went so far as to have Zhaohua Palace renovated, presenting it as a thoughtful gesture, claiming that it would bring joy to the consort upon her recovery to witness the palace's transformation. Yet, this news reached Consort Yu in Zhongyu Palace, who perceived it as a direct affront, feeling openly mocked. She had initially thought that even if the emperor favored Shen Qing, he would not elevate her significantly. Yet, the promotion had indeed occurred, and it was 2 ranks higher. At this moment, she remained unaware that Shen Qing had received a title. The empress had not disseminated this information, clearly indicating her intention to elevate Shen Qing further. Yu Fei was engulfed in a tumult of heartache and fury. shedding tears for Shen Ling in the solitude of the night, while during the day, her gaze persistently fixated on the direction of the side palace. Her heart heavy with sorrow. The emperor had elevated Shen Qing, yet the empress was embroiled in turmoil, and here was a noble woman creating such a spectacle, even going so far as to renovate Zhaohua Palace, evidently a slap in her face. The emperor ought to have come to see her by now. Why had he not? Shen Qing still resided in the side palace, and the court physician advised that it was best for her not to be moved at this time. Word soon reached them that a beloved had been promoted to noble status, which brought a bittersweet joy to Chunhua and Fangyan. Despite the good news, it was indeed uplifting, and they should not feel disheartened. As the regulations were established, the eunuchs from the Ministry of Internal Affairs hurried to congratulate Shen Qing. The empress had instructed that the news of this title should not be disseminated, yet she also deemed it necessary for the noblewoman to be informed. Especially since she was recuperating, it would be best for her peace of mind. Thus, upon the eunuch's arrival, he addressed Shen Qing with a bow. This servant wishes to pay respects to noble Lady Shi. After lying down for several days, she was now able to recline with the help of a cushion, expressing her gratitude. I appreciate your efforts in delivering this news. After a moment's pause, she added, I had not heard of any title being conferred. The eunuch, brimming with joy, replied, The empress has decreed that the formal announcement shall be made upon noble Lady Shi's return to Zhaohua Palace. But the Ministry of Internal Affairs has already prepared the auspicious garments for the noble lady, hence my visit to convey the tidings. Which character is she? She inquired. The eunuch explained, The emperor himself has chosen this title, signifying great prosperity and abundance. It is indeed a source of great joy. Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced her face. Isn't it a joyous occasion? Thank you for bringing such delightful news. Chunhua promptly gifted a purse to the eunuch, who, upon receiving it, was struck by its weight. He had often heard tales of Shen Qing's generous spirit. Today, his visit had certainly proved worthwhile. After exchanging a plethora of auspicious phrases, the eunuch took his leave. Once he was gone, Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, then chuckled softly, shaking her head. Great prosperity and abundance? Such titles, imbued with the essence of perennial wisdom and virtue, are hardly befitting for a woman. Yet, there was truth in what the eunuch had proclaimed regarding the joy of the title. With such a designation, none among the noble women, nor even the concubines, would dare to act with impudence in her presence. Thus, she mused, Am I to be cherished as a talisman? Despite her musings, Shen Qing recognized this was Shen Ling's way of compensating for her future childlessness. While most would find despair in the absence of offspring, she herself felt no such gloom. Though previously her choice to avoid pregnancy had been influenced by the empress, she had not genuinely yearned for children. She understood that a woman in the harem without children would lead a life of insignificance, yet she felt she had options. After all, Chu Linglong had yet to enter the palace, and there was still time. Resolutely, she resolved to engage in her struggles. Yet her heart was not so hardened as to wield a child as a bargaining chip for her future. Deep down, she believed that children should be the fruits of love, and what kind of love did she truly share with Shen Ling? Now, she finds herself devoid of any aspirations, no longer entangled in the dilemma of whether to bear a child. Though she cannot admit it, a sense of relief washes over her. After all, if she were to conceive, she could not simply dispose of the child. The notion of a boundary becomes increasingly tenuous, for having a child brings an entirely different reality. The intrigues of the harem are exhausting. Would she not come to resent concubine you? It is impossible not to harbor hatred when one is struck, and such feelings inevitably lead to thoughts of vengeance. She fears that one day she might succumb to the very environment of the harem, transforming into something unrecognizable. What if, in the future, she finds herself compelled to exploit the child for her own purposes? Presently, she realizes she cannot accept that prospect. Yet what if her perspective shifts in time? Without a child, at least she would not be inclined to use one for any ulterior motives, which, in itself, is quite preferable. In the following days, Shen Ling refrains from entering the harem, yet Zhao Hai occasionally visits to inquire about Shen Qing's condition. When the physician declares that Shen Qing is now able to move, she promptly expresses her desire to return to Zhaohua Palace. She has never been fond of residing in Chongyu Palace, a sentiment that Xian Yuanling anticipated. After all, in his heart, he cannot bear to see Shen Qing suffer. It is unjust that she has endured such a lengthy stay in Chongyu Palace, sharing proximity with Concubine Yu. Even without direct encounters, how could their relationship possibly thrive? Upon hearing Zhao Hai report her intentions, Xian Yuanling immediately arranges for her return. Upon her arrival, Zhaohua Palace has undergone a remarkable transformation. Chapter 70. Return to Zhaohua Palace. Shen Qing, still nursing her injuries and not yet fully recovered, could manage to walk with some effort. But it was clear she should not be left to traverse the distance alone. Zhao Hai reasoned that it would be unwise to let her walk, as any further exacerbation of her condition would undoubtedly incite the Emperor's wrath. Consequently, he took the sedan chair directly to the front of her residence before calling for Shen Qing to descend. Throughout the journey, Zhao Hai remained at her side. Previously, Shen Qing would have found some pretext to send Zhao Hai away. After all, she despised trouble above all else. However, now she smiled and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, Chief Steward Zhao." Zhao Hai responded, "The Emperor has decreed that you must not endure any further harm. The imperial physician will continue to care for your recovery." Shen Qing's smile blossomed even more radiantly, her demeanor reflecting sheer delight, as if she had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The Zhaohua Palace had been renovated and appeared entirely transformed, a stark contrast to its previous state. In just a few days, Shen Qing found herself quite pleased with the preserved swing set. As she still could not move about freely, she returned home to rest, adhering to her need for recuperation. By afternoon, Xian Yuanling arrived. Upon seeing him, Shen Qing's face lit up with joy, her voice sweet enough to send shivers down one's spine as she greeted, "I pay my respects to the Emperor." Her usual formalities seemed to take on a more eager tone, her eyes fixed on him with anticipation. Xian Yuanling found himself quite parched from the allure of her charms. This little one had always possessed a knack for captivating attention, but now, having suffered an injury and feeling wronged, her tone had grown even more delicate. With a sidelong glance, she beckoned him closer. By the time Xian Yuanling realized what had transpired, he had unconsciously seated himself beside her bed, their hands intertwined, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Shen Qing," he said, his voice suddenly stiffening, his gaze warning her against further enticement. Sensing the tension in his expression, Shen Qing felt a thrill of satisfaction. She had long desired his affection. Now, with this turn of events, guilt and tenderness intertwined in her heart, lowering his defenses. Thus, she not only refrained from withdrawing, but, emboldened by her incapacity to fulfill her duties, she clung to him even more tightly, their hands still entwined. Xian Yuanling, caught off guard, forgot to release her grasp. Shen Qing playfully began to tickle his palm with her delicate fingers. He felt an itch in his hand and instinctively attempted to pull away, but she held on firmly, having previously let go of her in the imperial garden, resulting in her nearly losing her balance. He was hesitant to exert force against her fragile state. It must be said that Shen Qing's performance of vulnerability was remarkably effective, compounded by her injuries, convincing Xian Yuanling of her fragility. He found himself unable to withdraw his hand. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "Impudent." Yet, the severity of his tone was lacking. Shen Qing tilted her head, appearing utterly unafraid of his admonition. The authority he had attempted to project dissipated entirely, and ultimately, he remained silent, permitting Shen Qing to continue squeezing his palm and playfully bending his fingers. She manipulated his hand with delight, and with a mischievous smile, she drew it closer to her lips, planting a gentle kiss upon it. The sound of a kiss echoed, and she smiled at him with a playful grin that was simply irresistible. Xian Yuanling had never imagined that he would one day be captivated by a girl a decade younger than himself. Had she become increasingly audacious? Was she indulging in her favored status? The example of consort use served as a caution. He could no longer afford to be lenient. After all, she had already been granted her title, and it was necessary to impose some discipline to ensure she remained within proper bounds. Yet there was Shen Qing. gazing at him with those sparkling eyes. She seemed perplexed by his stern demeanor and tilted her head, sweetly inquiring, "I merely thought the emperor's hands were beautiful. Did I offend?" Shen Yuanling's seriousness did not waver. His expression darkened as he commanded, "Let go." This time, Shen Qing complied, seemingly intimidated, and became cautious once more. Shen Yuanling felt an emptiness in his grasp, his hand stiffening momentarily as he instinctively reached for something. This involuntary reaction filled him with embarrassment. He had told her to let go, yet he found himself reluctant to do so. Consequently, he tightened his own grip and turned to leave. Outside, Zhao Hai was taken aback by the sight of Shen Yuanling leaving with a gloomy countenance. Had he not seemed indifferent before? What had transpired? Had consort she provoked the emperor? Unable to resist, he glanced back at Shen Qing, only to find her leaning against the bed, laughing with abandon, her mirth causing her to furrow her brow, inadvertently aggravating her injury. Upon returning to Zhaohua Palace, the emperor immediately sought out Shen Qing. The inner court was already abuzz with the news of her recent elevation, and now it was in a state of astonishment. Reflecting on the events, it was evident that Shen Qing's journey from favor to injury, then to disdain, and ultimately back to even greater favor, was a tumultuous saga that left outsiders baffled as to how a mere commoner could so profoundly capture the emperor's attention. Initially, whispers in the harem suggested that Shen Qing's fate was grim, that the emperor had bestowed upon her a promotion out of pity. Yet, with Zhao Hai accompanying her back to Zhaohua Palace, jealousy and admiration surged among the courtiers. It was undeniable. Everyone in the harem recognized that consort she was genuinely favored. Unlike before, she had risen to prominence, eclipsing even the pregnant consort Fong. In response to the reports from her subordinates, Consort Yu began to shatter objects in a fit of rage, leaving her in a state of disarray, isolated and unapproachable. The empress, upon hearing the gossip from the harem, did not attempt to quell it. Instead, she felt elated. This was the outcome she desired. Shen Qing's rising popularity overshadowed Consort Yu's, and the empress relished the opportunity to feel vindicated, especially after enduring countless veiled barbs from Consort Yu. With Shen Qing's ascendance, the empress found herself in a rare moment of satisfaction, reveling in the discomfort of Consort Yu. Consequently, the empress's spirits soared, and she did not mind Shen Qing's elevated title too much. After all, Shen Qing struggled to bear children, yet she could serve as a means to undermine Consort Yu. Such a person would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Chapter 71 Farewell to Lady Shen Qing had been in the palace for over half a year, and this time she had risen in rank. The imperial kitchen was now at her service, and the royal physicians attended to her daily. Those who interacted with her had all adopted a different demeanor. Indeed, the harem was filled with individuals of remarkable talent. Although she had previously enjoyed favor, her low rank had prevented anyone from currying favor with her. Now, however, the Zhaohua Palace had become quite lively. She had no real connections with anyone in the harem, yet her newfound status attracted visitors without invitation. The concubines maintained their airs, but they also sent gifts, ostensibly to congratulate her on her promotion and to express sympathy for her injuries. Among the gifts was a large Ganoderma mushroom, and upon realizing it was sent by the pure concubine, she understood the unspoken bond of shared suffering, as the pure concubine was also unable to bear children. Shen Qing felt as though she had not just turned the tide, but had transformed entirely, akin to donning a suit of exquisite armor. Shen Yuanling, who had previously harbored reservations, now felt assured that she would not conceive, and thus, the empress would not take an interest in her. The bestowal of a prestigious title was a clear indication of affection, signaling to all that she was under the emperor's protection, rendering her untouchable. After all, the status of Yu Fei had diminished precisely because she had fallen out of favor. The other inhabitants of the harem were understandably cautious, recognizing that they could not act recklessly towards her. Gone were the days when the likes of Qiao Meirin or Lin Geirin would foolishly approach her. Shen Qing found this amusing. It seemed that Shen Yuanling was indeed invested in her well-being. Aside from the pure concubine, who refrained from bestowing gifts, the other concubines who had entered the palace alongside her came to congratulate her. Naturally, Their congratulations were tinged with curiosity regarding the extent of her injuries. They wondered what misfortune could have warranted such a swift elevation in rank. Among them, Li Marin secretly hoped that Shen Qing had sustained a facial injury, believing it would hinder her ability to captivate the emperor's attention. Rising 2 ranks, especially as the first among the new entrants, was bound to evoke jealousy. The Zhaohua Palace buzzed with activity, transforming from its usually secluded state into a bustling hub. Excluding Lin Liangrun, who was confined, Xiao Meiren, who had yet to learn her place, the ailing Wang Meirun, and the pregnant Fang Guiren, everyone else had arrived. The atmosphere was filled with polite exchanges and insincere smiles, a common occurrence in the harem. The only one who caught Shen Qing's attention was Lady Shen, whose attire was rather unremarkable. It couldn't be labeled as shabby. Yet she wore the same outfit as before, adorned with only a few pieces of jewelry, revealing that her resources were indeed limited. Shen Qing realized that Lady Shen's circumstances had deteriorated significantly, leaving her with little hope. Although she had entered the palace as a noble, witnessing the festive atmosphere of Zhaohua Palace now made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles, burdened by months of suppressed frustration. At first, Shen Qing was merely a commoner, and even then, she realized that everything she wore and used was superior to her own status. In a short span of time, her position had ascended above that of others. Lady Shen found the surrounding festivities painfully glaring, as the crowd celebrated openly, yet she could barely muster a smile. The fade of joy had become utterly unattainable for her, and in this moment, she recognized that even if she refrained from pretending to share in others' happiness, no one would notice her absence. She felt like an outsider, utterly disregarded, and perhaps, one day, her death would go unnoticed. A dull hum filled Lady Shen's ears. She could no longer absorb the words spoken around her. Initially, she had yearned for favor, but now her heart harbored but a single thought. Perhaps it was better not to be favored at all, for that would prevent the emperor from completely forgetting her. If that were to happen, she would truly be unable to endure. Lady Shen observed Shen Qing, who had garnered favor and was covertly supported by the empress. But why did the empress support her? In truth, Lady Shen was among the few who had discerned the empress's motives from the beginning. Shen Qing, still recovering, was not one to entertain guests. After exchanging pleasantries and receiving gifts, the matter of her elevation in rank came to a temporary pause. They awaited the day when she would fully recover and don her noble garments to pay her respects to the empress. While Shen Qing engaged with others, she was not oblivious to Lady Shen, for this particular Lady Shen was quite adept at maneuvering against Concubine Yu. Now, having fallen from grace, Shen Qing doubted she would not attempt to salvage her situation. As time passed and conversations dwindled, the guests began to take their leave. Shen Qing watched them depart, and once they were gone, she too allowed herself a moment of rest. Meanwhile, Lady Shen exited the Zhaohua Palace, supported by palace maids. Upon reaching a fork in the path, she paused. "Lady?" The maid looked at her in confusion, but Lady Shen turned on her heels, not toward her own quarters, but towards the Empress's Feng-Yi Palace. Chapter 72. The schemes of noble consort Shen. The servants in the Feng-Yi Palace promptly reported to the Empress. Recently, she had been utterly perplexed regarding the mysterious person behind the contraceptive poison administered to Shen Qing. Feeling somewhat irritable, she was interrupted by Jin Ji's announcement. "Your Highness, noble consort Shen requests an audience." "What does she seek?" The Empress, presently devoid of the inclination to engage in any matters, pondered. Having witnessed Shen Qing return to the Zhaohua Palace and relished a moment of satisfaction at Yufei's misfortune, she also recognized that her own time was dwindling. The Emperor awaited her report, after all. Jin Ji observed, "Noble consort Shen appeared rather unwell, yet she insisted on meeting your Highness." She merely stated that there were pressing matters to discuss. Given her recent hardships, I surmised that she would not have dared to approach the Empress without significant cause. Indeed, the Empress had previously exposed Shen's schemes to undermine Yufei, and it was unlikely that an ordinary person would have the audacity to approach her under such circumstances. The Empress contemplated bring her in. Thus, noble consort Shen was ushered into the Feng-Yi Palace, where the Empress received her in the inner chamber. The moment Shen laid eyes on the Empress, she promptly knelt and performed a profound bow. Typically, concubines were not required to offer such grand gestures unless in formal settings. However, noble consort Shen respectfully bowed her head 3 times. "One does not speak in riddles," the empress remarked, observing Shen intently. "Your servant wishes to serve the empress," Shen declared candidly, catching the empress off guard. Jinji swiftly dismissed the attendants, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The empress's mind raced as she narrowed her eyes. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Taking a deep breath, Shen replied without hesitation. "Having reached a resolute conclusion, I can no longer endure this torment within the palace. I desire a child." She lifted her gaze, assertively stating, "This child can be raised by your highness." A flash of sharpness crossed the empress's eyes, only to be followed by a smile. "Noble consort Shen, please rise." Shen did not feel relief at the empress's smile. She had laid bare her understanding of the empress's intentions regarding the acquisition of another's child. After the incident involving Shen Qing and Xiao Marin outside Fengyi Palace, when the empress favored Shen Qing, noble consort Shen had discerned the underlying motives. Realizing it was implausible for the empress to shower Shen Qing with affection without reason. Considering the empress's lack of offspring and Shen Qing's favored status, if Shen Qing were to become pregnant, the child would inevitably be raised within the empress's domain, given Shen Qing's lower rank. Alternatively, if Shen Qing were to lose a husband, the empress would gain a child without further concern. After all, the status of Fengyi did not permit the empress to rear her child. This was also why she had endured such frustration for so long without daring to approach the empress. She did not wish to be left childless. She desired to live, even if life were to be arduous. Yet now, she had made her decision. Entrusting a child to the queen is fraught with difficulty. However, it may lead to a more favorable existence. Bearing the title of the mother of the royal heir, one can hope that the emperor will remember her. And with that memory, the possibility of another child may arise. I do not wish to continue in this manner, and I implore your majesty for assistance. I shall not disappoint you. Though the queen lacks favor, she wields authority over the inner palace. If she chooses to assist me, opportunities will surely arise, such as accompanying her on autumn hunts or summer retreats. What I lack most is opportunity. Even if it means displaying my charm through dance, I require arrangements. For without opportunities, I shall languish in this palace. The queen, however, remains calm. "Lady Shen, you are astute. I shall dispense with pleasantries. I do indeed desire a child, but you are already a favored lady. Once a favored lady bears a child, she is promoted to a concubine, a child the queen cannot claim. You have made this clear, and it is not your intent to perish." The queen narrowed her eyes. "How can I trust that you will not seek favor and retain that child for yourself? It is a precarious position without leverage. Indeed, the worst has come to pass." Lady Shen bitterly smiles, realizing each misstep leads to another. Had her previous scheming against Lady Yu not been discovered, the queen would not have adopted such a high-handed stance. She is well aware of the queen's desperation for a child to solidify her position. Yet, now, she fears Lady Shen's ulterior motives, preferring to relinquish a choice so close at hand. The queen cannot act against Lady Feng, who has presented herself only to be rebuffed. Lady Shen feels a profound sense of irony, yet she understands that in offering herself, she has already sunk to the depths of despair, with no retreat. "I swear," Lady Shen declares, "that even if I am elevated to concubine, I will raise the child in your majesty's palace, demonstrating my sincerity." Her words resonate with unwavering conviction. Feigning indifference, the queen responds, "In that case, I shall await your actions." As Lady Shen exits the Phoenix Grace Palace, dusk begins to envelop the sky, painting the horizon in crimson hues. The setting sun casts a blood-red glow in her eyes. She exhales deeply, stepping towards the west, marking her first stride forward. Inside the palace, the queen observes her departure while leisurely sipping tea, attended by Jinji. After setting her teacup down, the queen glances at Jinji with a smile. "What is your opinion of Lady Shen?" Jinji replies, "I believe it would not be detrimental for your majesty to accept Lady Shen. She has come seeking your favor and would likely not dare to betray you. Moreover, with the matter of Lady She's contraceptive drugs remaining undiscovered, Should your majesty publicly embrace Lady Shen, the emperor will surely comprehend your intentions. Perhaps, understanding the queen's desire for a child and recalling how she previously showed great concern for Lady Shen, it is evident that the queen wishes for Lady Shen's offspring. Thus, the emperor would not suspect the queen of administering contraceptives to Lady Shen, as such a revelation would surely lead to disdain. Ultimately, the queen's desire for another child pales in comparison to the repercussions of being implicated in Lady Shen's situation. With this turn of events, noble Lady Shen has alleviated the empress's pressing concerns. How could the empress have overlooked this? Yet, a hint of a smile played upon her lips, though her eyes betrayed no mirth. What she had just uttered was undoubtedly the truth. However, lacking any tangible evidence left Her Majesty feeling uneasy. Ji understood. What did the Empress imply regarding noble Lady Shen's potential actions? The Empress squinted slightly. Let's observe. She is aware of my intentions. I hold no regard for Concubine Yu, and she has been subjected to Concubine Yu's machinations until now. Since there exists animosity, I am indeed eager to see what surprises she may bring forth. In contrast to the tense and intricate atmosphere surrounding noble Lady Shen, the Empress's palace was rife with undercurrents. After receiving a plethora of gifts today, Shen Qing returned to her recuperation, following a period of rest spanning over 10 days. Her condition visibly improved, and after so many days of confinement, she was finally able to take a leisurely stroll outside. Chapter 73. Reunion with Concubine Yu. Though it was termed a leisurely stroll, the distance traversed was not extensive. After the renovation of Zhaohua Palace, Shen Qing had yet to thoroughly explore its surroundings. As she meandered around Zhaohua Palace, she happened upon Xiao Quanzi engaged in conversation with a newly arrived eunuch. By now, Shen Qing had ascended to the status of a noblewoman, and her retinue had increased from 2 to 6 attendants. Originally, she had 2 servants in the palace, and with Xiao Quanzi added, the imperial household department had dispatched 3 more, 2 maidservants and 1 eunuch. Presently, Chunhua and Feng Yun remained by her side. With the arrival of the 2 new maidservants, their workload had lightened, as had Xiao Quanzi's. Since her return, Shen Qing had expressed her gratitude for his timely message by rewarding him generously, which led to his official status as a member of Zhaohua Palace. Xiao Quanzi bowed respectfully. Greetings to the noblewoman. Shen Qing noticed him digging in the ground behind him and inquired, What are you doing? With a somewhat naive smile, Xiao Quanzi, who was merely 15 years of age, replied, I intend to plant a patch of flowers here to create a vibrant display that will add a touch of brightness to Zhaohua Palace. Shen Qing pondered this notion and found it quite appealing. It was uncommon for servants in the inner palace to contemplate such endeavors. Xiao Quanzi, however, seemed to possess a flair for living well, displaying a certain romantic sensibility. Having previously set up a swing and now planning to plant flowers, he had proven to be quite thoughtful when Shen Qing had sent him out of the palace with a message. What kind of flowers are you planting? She asked, reporting to the noblewoman. They're called Nightfall Golden Coins. I'm not particularly skilled in gardening, but these flowers require little care, just watering and fertilizing. They will bloom splendidly. And I have heard from my compatriots that they symbolize good fortune and carry the meaning of celestial maidens scattering gold coins during the moonlit nights. Nodding in approval, Shen Qing grew weary from standing for too long and decided to sit nearby. Xiao Quanzi hurried over, extending his arm to assist her. Observing the freshly turned soil, she smiled and glanced at the new eunuch, who was also selected by the imperial household department. He appeared even younger and more inexperienced than Xiao Quanzi. She advised, You should follow Xiao Quanzi closely from now on. This signified that Xiao Quanzi was now the chief eunuch of Zhaohua Palace. The young eunuch promptly knelt, yes. Xiao Quanzi followed suit, expressing, I am grateful to the noblewoman. Shen Qing shook her head, it is only fitting. Suddenly, Xiao Quanzi interjected, I have a request to make. Shen Qing was somewhat taken aback. Speak. Bowing his head, he stated, I wish to ask the noblewoman for a name. Shen Qing paused, sensing the gravity of his request. She had not renamed Chunhua and Feng Yun upon their arrival, as some might do out of superstition, which signified their allegiance to her household. However, Shen Qing believed that loyalty was not contingent upon a name change. Since he had brought it up, she would not refuse. Bending slightly, she encouraged him to rise. What was your original surname? My original name is Wang. In my family, I am called Liuzi. From this point forward, you shall be addressed as Wang Lu, which feels rather more endearing. Wang Lu immediately expressed his gratitude, genuinely delighted, for upon entering the palace, he had severed all ties with his family, leaving behind any lineage. Now, being bestowed with such a name, he felt a lingering connection to his roots, preventing him from drifting aimlessly. He still carried the surname Wang, as if he had returned to his origins. Contemplating this made Wang Lu's eyes brim with tears, which he hastily concealed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was a rare occasion to receive a name, yet on the other side, Chunhua and Fan Yun remarked, "The noble one shows favoritism, granting Wang Lu a new name while ours remain unchanged." This comment was made by Chunhua, who was typically composed, yet on this occasion, her request bore a hint of playfulness. Shen Qing could not help but chuckle. "Chunhua, are you feeling jealous of Wang Lu? Your names are quite melodious as they are, so there is no need for alteration. Moreover, I have grown accustomed to calling you as such." Fan Yun, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "Indeed, the noble one shows favoritism." Shen Qing's laughter brought joy to the group, as they exchanged light-hearted banter, creating an atmosphere of merriment. Yet ultimately, Chunhua and Fan Yun's names remained unchanged. Now that Shen Qing was able to take strolls, she intended to pay her respects to the Empress at Fengyi Palace, and tomorrow was the perfect opportunity. Rising early, she made her way towards Fengyi Palace, arriving as she always did, the first to arrive. The only difference this time was the early appearance of Yu Fei, who had come to pay her respects surprisingly early. Upon encountering Yu Fei, Shen Qing momentarily halted. Yu Fei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she observed Shen Qing, who, despite having lost some weight over the past few days, appeared increasingly delicate, exuding an air of fragility akin to a willow swaying in the breeze. Shen Qing respectfully performed a curtsy, and without waiting for Yu Fei to speak, she entered Fengyi Palace. With gritted teeth, Yu Fei thought, "What propriety is this? Has noble lady she become so arrogant due to her favor?" Shen Qing paused and turned back, offering a cold laugh. "I would not dare." If Yu Fei accused her of arrogance, she truly did not possess such audacity. Rather, she felt a sense of shame. Yu Fei began, but Shen Qing interrupted, her expression impassive as she addressed Yu Fei. "I have offered my respects. Whether your highness accepts them is your concern. I am still recovering, and should anything unfortunate occur, it would become your responsibility, would it not, your highness?" "Why you?" Yu Fei was nearly driven to fury. Shen Qing interjected once more. "If your highness continues, I may be compelled to act rudely. If it were not for the formality of the curtsy, I would refrain from this tedious custom altogether." Xin Yuanling warned that she should not provoke her at this moment, yet a friendly demeanor from Yu Fei was out of the question, as the entire palace was aware of their enmity. This remark prompted Yu Fei to recall the time when Shen Qing had coughed up blood in a fit of rage, wishing to strangle her. For several nights, she had been unable to sleep soundly, plagued by dreams of either the emperor's icy gaze or Shen Qing's murderous expression, leaving her mentally exhausted and with a throbbing headache. Yu Fei's temper was such that had Shen Qing spoken to her in this manner previously, she would have had her punished. However, as Shen Qing concluded her speech and turned to enter Fengyi Palace, Yu Fei seethed with indignation, unbridled insolence. All around, the attendants wiped their brows in trepidation, fearing that Yu Fei might lose her composure once again. It is indeed a troubling time. The emperor has been neglecting the empress's admonishments regarding Yu Fei these days, which fills him with trepidation. Yet, he must still placate Yu Fei, making the situation exceedingly arduous. Chapter 74. Recovery. As Shen Qing entered Fengyi Palace, the attendees soon gathered. Today, Consort Shen was also present. With Shen Qing's elevated status, her position for greetings was naturally more prominent. Despite being subjected to the schemes of Consort Yu, Consort Shen remained an esteemed figure, and she now stood closer to Shen Qing. Shen Qing glanced at Consort Shen, who was adorned in one of her usual garments. After exchanging formal greetings in accordance with protocol, The two women did not engage in further conversation. Shortly thereafter, the Empress made her entrance, and everyone respectfully paid their respects. Observing Consort Yu's demeanor, the Empress found it amusing and somewhat ironic. She had never been one to adhere to decorum, often arriving late and even using the Emperor's lingering presence to vex others. Now, having suffered a significant setback, she had learned to show respect. The Empress pondered whether her recent compliance would allow the Emperor to overlook the matter entirely and return to the previous state of affairs. Such a notion seemed implausible. With her thoughts racing, the Empress maintained a composed smile as she addressed everyone, her gaze settling on Shen Qing with a hint of surprise. "Why is noble lady she here?" Shen Qing respectfully performed her curtsy. "I'm now able to walk, and the physician has advised a few more days of recuperation for complete recovery. Naturally, I must pay my respects to your majesty." The Empress noted that the physician's report had yet to be submitted, yet Shen Qing had already come to pay her respects, demonstrating considerable deference. While it could be said that the Empress had her own motives, her public display of respect was indeed commendable, especially in front of so many witnesses. Moreover, the Empress recognized that Shen Qing was particularly useful at this moment. "You should take a few more days to rest," the Empress advised, gesturing for Shen Qing to take a seat, her expression radiating concern. Turning to Consort Yu, she remarked, "Consort Yu has exhibited much more propriety today. It was high time for such decorum, especially after the ordeal noble lady she has endured." While others were aware of the underlying tensions, none dared to voice their thoughts openly, yet the Empress had boldly highlighted the matter. Previously, Consort Yu had flaunted her status as a mother, casting aspersions on the Empress for her lack of offspring. Now, the tides had turned. Shen Qing mused inwardly, wishing that she were not being used as a pawn in this political game. Nevertheless, she found a certain satisfaction in witnessing the Empress confront Consort Yu, even as she maintained a facade of trepidation. Others observed the scene, each harboring their own thoughts. Consort Yu seethed internally, labeling Shen Qing as the Empress's lapdog. Upon exiting Fengyi Palace, her expression reflected her deep displeasure. Wang Zhao, sensing the tension, quickly attempted to placate her. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. The Emperor is still in a foul mood." After all, he did return after a similar period of time on another occasion. The priority now is to care for the second prince and the third princess. The Emperor is surely concerned for the two young masters and will undoubtedly come back. Consort Yu clenched her teeth in response. Wang Zhao continued to smile obsequiously. If the Emperor visits a few more times and the anger subsides, this situation will eventually resolve itself. Only then did Consort Yu manage to suppress her frustration. Yes, as long as the Emperor did not hold her accountable, she could endure everything else. Shen Qing remained disinterested in forging connections with others. Once her respectful visit concluded, she returned to the Zhaohua Palace. As the mid-autumn festival passed, the weather gradually turned cooler, and Shen Qing's constitution was not what it once had been. Chunhua draped a cloak over her shoulders, supporting her as they made their way back. Following this visit, Shen Qing enjoyed a few more tranquil days. Out of boredom, she finally decided to break out the mahjong set. Wang Lu, adept with his hands, crafted a set of wooden tiles based on the designs Shen Qing had drawn. And soon enough, the four of them gathered around a table. Having not played for a long time, Shen Qing found herself unable to stop once she began. The Zhaohua Palace offered an abundance of food and drink, and with no obligation to attend to the Emperor, she felt as though she were enjoying a leisurely retirement. Quietly contemplating, she mused that if only she were outside the palace, able to travel and explore the world, her experience of crossing over would not have been in vain. Yet, fate had dealt her a poor hand, landing her directly in the imperial palace. However, she quickly dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that dwelling on them only muddied her mind. A few days later, the court physician finally presented the pulse report, which was duly communicated to the Department of Ceremonies. The department understood, and Shen Qing's green headplate was once again reinstated. These days, Xin Yuanling was indeed preoccupied, so much so that he had not visited the harem. Even Wang De from the Department of Ceremonies feared the repercussions that might follow. The Emperor's failure to act upon the green headplate could be attributed to their own shortcomings. Now that Shen Qing's plate had been re-established, Wang De pondered whether the emperor would indeed take notice. That day, driven by curiosity, he brought the green head plate before Xian Yuanling. The emperor had been busy for a while, entangled in matters concerning Concubine Yu and the queen's ongoing investigation into the origins of the contraceptive herbs found within Shen Qing. Intending to admonish the queen, he had refrained from visiting the harem, and thus he did not seek out Shen Qing, as he did not wish to experience regret once more. Upon seeing Shen Qing's green headplate reinstated, Xian Yuanling raised an eyebrow and waved Wang De away. Just as Wang De was about to feel disappointed, he heard the emperor instruct, "Let us proceed to Fengyi Palace." Zhao Hai promptly made the arrangements. Upon exiting, Wang De noticed Shen Qing's green headplate and thought, it seems Concubine she still holds sway. The emperor had not visited the harem in quite some time, which indicated he was considering revisiting, albeit with reservations. Given his long absence, if he were to return and choose Concubine she's plate, the queen would be unable to justify it. Thus, Wang De decided to make a trip to Fengyi Palace today, ensuring he could visit Zhaohua Palace the following day. Zhao Hai shared similar thoughts with Wang De, reflecting that a visit to Fengyi Palace would spare the emperor from a foul mood the next day. He mused that Concubine she ought to pamper the emperor well, allowing their lives to be less fraught with anxiety. Shen Qing, unaware that she had become a lifeline for Zhao Hai and Wang De, learned of the emperor's impending return to the harem. Knowing that Xian Yuanling had gone to the queen's quarters indicated he was paying her respect, and she could only twitch her lips, realizing that her days of recuperation were drawing to a close. The following day, indeed, Xian Yuanling summoned the Department of Ceremonies to convey that he would be dining at Zhaohua Palace that evening. Shen Qing wore a cheerful smile on her face, yet internally she was seething with frustration. She was genuinely reluctant to serve, not merely because her health had not yet fully recovered, but primarily due to the fact that Xian Yuanling, that insufferable schemer, had once again created trouble for her. After visiting the empress, she would return to Zhaohua Palace the following day. Who would not realize that it was merely a token gesture towards the empress? Did he truly believe that the empress was a person of great magnanimity? Chapter 75, Sweet Moments in Her Heart. Shen Qing was pondering over Xian Yuanling. At that moment, Xian Yuanling was engrossed in reviewing official documents when, inexplicably, he let out a sneeze. Zhao Hai felt a twinge of concern. "Your Majesty, should we summon the imperial physician?" Xian Yuanling furrowed his brow, replying, "There is no need. It is merely a sudden sneeze." However, the weather had indeed turned noticeably cooler. He suddenly recalled that the young lady was quite sensitive to heat. He wondered if she was now also susceptible to the cold. The temperature had dropped significantly. "I remember there is a snow mink cloak in the treasury." "Indeed," Zhao Hai responded, well aware that it was a delicate item intended for women, which the emperor had not yet bestowed upon anyone. Initially, he had speculated whom the emperor might choose to gift it to. Now, with this unexpected inquiry, he thought to himself, could it be that the emperor intends to present this exquisite piece to Consort Shi? Today, word had spread that she was to serve the emperor. As anticipated, Xian Yuanling instructed, "Bring it here shortly." Zhao Hai was taken aback. The emperor's affection for Consort Shi was evidently unrestrained. He felt a pang of regret, recognizing that in the future, with the challenges of bearing children, what could the emperor offer her aside from affection? Yet, it was indeed a pity. Given the emperor's feelings for Consort Shi, should she conceive, her prospects would surely be brighter. Presently, one could hardly predict how long she would enjoy such favor. Zhao Hai, possessing keen insight, understood that the imperial harem was not lacking in women. A woman unable to conceive might find her favored status fleeting. On Shen Qing's side, she lamented for a moment, but would never be foolish enough to reject Xian Yuanling's advances, especially since it had been quite some time since she had last shared his bed. While one might argue that such intimacy was non-essential, she felt that prolonged abstinence could indeed strain their relationship. Now that Xian Yuanling was intent on showering her with affection, how could she possibly dampen his spirits? Of course, she could not refuse him. As for the empress, if need be, she could always feign being unwell tomorrow, ensuring the empress would not trouble her. the sacrifices she made for this capricious emperor. As dusk approached, Shen Qing took time to adorn herself beautifully. Yet, the wait for his arrival grew tedious, prompting her to swing on the swing set. While soaring high, she called out for Chunhua to push her higher, reveling in the delightful experience. When Xian Yuanling arrived, he found her swinging to great heights, exclaiming, "Chunhua, push me higher." He watched in alarm as Shen Qing seemed on the verge of soaring into the sky. He stepped forward, intending to call her down, but fearing that his voice might startle her and cause her to fall, he refrained from speaking, opting instead to glare at Chunhua. Startled, Chunhua knelt, realizing the emperor's presence and the lack of prior announcement. Zhao Hai moved to assist, but without a moment's hesitation. Xian Yuanling seized the swing as Shen Qing swung back toward him. The sudden jolt nearly sent her tumbling off, but thankfully, Xian Yuanling's quick reflexes saved her. His expression darkened as he said, "How long has it been since you last behaved so recklessly?" Shen Qing's mouth fell slightly agape, as if she had never seen him before. Xian Yuanling felt a surge of irritation at her expression. How could she fail to recognize him after such a brief separation? He grasped her arm firmly and led her inside. This is indeed a peculiar understanding. Xian Yuanling still remembers that matters concerning Shen Qing should not be discussed publicly. He forever recalls the day she playfully kicked a shuttlecock outside, teasing him to the point of embarrassment. Thus, it is far preferable to spend time with this young lady indoors. Upon entering the room, Shen Qing blinked her eyes a couple of times. This could be considered a form of concern from him. Without waiting for Xian Yuanling to speak, she leaped into his embrace, nuzzling her small head against his chest, murmuring, "Your Majesty, I am worried." Xian Yuanling felt somewhat deflated. "Do you think I would be pleased to see you fall?" Shen Qing stood on her toes, attempting to reach his neck. While it was not difficult to reach when seated, standing, she was significantly shorter than him. Xian Yuanling could tell that this little lady was attempting to charm him, and having not been charmed in some time, he felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. However, as Shen Qing stood, reaching for his neck on her tiptoes, she clearly sought to steal a kiss, yet fell short. With a gaze full of reproach, she looked up at Xian Yuanling and refused to move. "Your Majesty, could you lower your head a little? I can't reach." Though he verbally dismissed her, he felt a strange satisfaction and, instead of bending down, he simply scooped her up into his arms, allowing her to sit comfortably in his embrace. At that moment, she was actually taller than him, which could be considered rather audacious as she looked down upon him. Feigning ignorance, Shen Qing cupped his face and leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth, sweetly saying, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." Xian Yuanling, feeling her hands on his face, remarked, "Weren't you just enjoying yourself? How can you express gratitude to me? When the emperor cares for his servant, it brings her joy." She replied. Xian Yuanling found himself charmed once more. Having not entered the palace for quite some time, seeing her again stirred an inexplicable tenderness within him. Perhaps it was the shock of their recent encounter that made holding her feel so light. She had almost slipped away from him. It was indeed time to keep a closer watch over her. However, she truly had lost weight. He gently set her down, suggesting, "Let us dine first." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Has the imperial physician provided any dietary recommendations?" They only mentioned avoiding greasy foods and suggested a lighter diet for easier digestion. "For the time being, I have been consuming primarily noodles," she replied. Remembering how particular this little one was about her food, he decided to accompany Shen Qing outside and instructed, "Have the kitchen prepare lighter dishes with smaller portions but a greater variety." Shen Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. Her gluttonous expression made Xian Yuanling chuckle. "What is it? Has the kitchen not been attending to you properly?" With her eyes gleaming, Shen Qing looked up at him eagerly, pulling at his larger hand with her small one. "Your Majesty's orders will surely make the meal even more enjoyable today." Xian Yuanling felt a surge of affection as he shot her a playful glare. "What mischief are you up to in public?" But seeing the joy in her eyes, it was as if his presence alone had brought her immense happiness, leaving Xian Yuanling feeling as though he were enveloped in a warm embrace, truly a haven of tenderness. Chapter 76. The swing. Xian Yuanling gazed at Shen Qing, feeling a sigh welling up within him for reasons he could not quite fathom. His gaze settled upon her. Shen Qing. Shen Qing lifted her eyes to meet his. Xian Yuanling lowered his voice. Qing Qing. The tone was deliberately hushed, whispered close to her ear. Shen Qing blinked, a tingling sensation brushing against her ear as his words wove their way into her consciousness. Her heart skipped a beat. She was unexpectedly stirred, for it was usually she who played the provocateur. How curious it was, indeed, that the tides had turned. However, she quickly bit her lower lip, her eyes shimmering as she regarded him. Xian Yuanling found it somewhat amusing. Was she shy? In the next moment, though, he stiffened as her delicate hand slipped from his grasp, tracing along the broad sleeve of his garment and up his wrist. At the same time, her cheeks flushed crimson as she tilted her head back to look at him, her eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement, though predominantly filled with restrained bashfulness. Xian Yuanling felt parched, yearning to withdraw his hand, but with so many onlookers, how could she dare to tease him so brazenly in public? Such audacity, such a lack of decorum. He was on the verge of irritation. Yet, Shen Qing flashed a playful smile, leaving him feeling helpless. How could she be so playful? At that moment, the kitchen had prepared all the dishes, and Shen Qing turned eagerly towards the food. Xian Yuanling's teeth were on edge. Yet he could not allow her, still recovering from her injuries, to go hungry while he indulged. Nevertheless, his appetite had waned, and he found himself more inclined to watch Shen Qing eat. Shen Qing seemed entirely unconcerned with Xian Yuanling's gaze. She simply wished to eat, which was hardly unreasonable, for she understood that neglecting her meals would diminish her strength. Xian Yuanling observed her, noting how she had taken several bites of a crystal-skin shrimp dumpling, having devoured 3 already. He had always adhered to a rule of moderation, never consuming more than 3 portions, yet she was reaching for a 4th. The dumplings were small, easily devoured in 1 bite, and he made no attempt to stop her. Rather, he felt it was commendable for her to enjoy her favored dish. Before long, Shen Qing set down her chopsticks. Xian Yuanling scrutinized her closely. She had not eaten much, merely 4 dumplings, while sampling a variety of other dishes, though her selectiveness had evidently intensified. Previously, she had avoided what she disliked. Now, she refrained from even touching what displeased her. Among the spread of dishes, she had taken only a few bites. Frowning, he picked up a piece of pumpkin and offered it to her, recalling that she had previously taken a bite of it, which surely could not be something she abhorred. Shen Qing replied, "I cannot eat anymore." Noting the frown on Xian Yuanling's face, she softly explained, "The physician advised against overeating. 6 parts full is sufficient, as overeating would be detrimental to my stomach. Given my recent injury, smaller, more frequent meals will aid my recovery." Xian Yuanling acquiesced to her reasoning. Upon finishing their meal, they did not immediately retreat to the inner chambers. Perhaps it was Shen Qing's mention of the physician that quelled the fire of desire ignited within him. It had been a long time since such feelings had stirred, and he could not risk her further discomfort, especially after a meal followed by vigorous activity. A gentle stroll to aid digestion seemed prudent. Shen Qing was somewhat surprised, though he was not in haste. She had anticipated that her playful teasing would have him eager to pursue her. The act of digestion is quite pleasant, particularly when one is not accompanied. Shen Qing had initially strolled outside with Xian Yuanling, as the emperor desired solitude for his digestion, thus instructing the servants to strategically place lanterns along the roadside, creating a visually appealing ambience. As they meandered, they found themselves at the swings. Suddenly, Shen Qing stumbled, and Xian Yuanling caught her effortlessly. "What a clumsy way to walk," he remarked. "What do you mean by that?" Shen Qing retorted, her expression lit by the lantern's glow, revealing a hint of indignation that amused Xian Yuanling. "Your temper seems to have intensified. Is it impossible for you to refrain from speaking such words?" Shen Qing, feigning innocence, playfully reached her hand into his ample sleeve under the dim light. Xian Yuanling stiffened at her touch, only to hear her say, "The emperor bullies me. How can my temper be so fierce?" He had only just begun to consider her well-being, inviting her out for a leisurely stroll, when she provoked him instead. "Let us return," he suggested, "so I may tease you." "No," Shen Qing replied, tilting her head and narrowing her eyes. I wish to remain outside. The moonlight is exquisite tonight. Shen Qing. Xian Yuanling called her name, momentarily distracted by her admiration for the moon. We should return. Her delicate hand caressed his arm, and in the next instant, the lantern slipped from Xian Yuanling's grasp, extinguishing the light. Shen Qing gasped, her voice barely a whisper, as Xian Yuanling felt himself on the brink of madness. This was outside, in the open air, yet the darkness enveloped them and there was no one around. In that moment, something within Xian Yuanling seemed to fracture, prompting him to gather Shen Qing in his arms and seat her upon the swing, before leaning down once more. Chapter 77. A courteous visit. Xian Yuanling, after all, was still a man concerned with his reputation. If he were to be seen outside in such a manner, he would find it hard to reconcile with himself, especially since he had recently been a figure of propriety, refraining from any intimacy with the concubines during the day. Yet the urge was overwhelming, and in a sudden fit of impulse, he swept Shen Qing into his arms and returned. Zhao Hai had been watching from a distance. Upon witnessing the palace lantern extinguish, a sense of turmoil stirred within him, only to see the couple return moments later. Around them, the servants hastily knelt in reverence. Chunhua and Feng Yun exchanged glances filled with concern, which Zhao Hai interpreted as admiration for Shi Gairen's ability to teach her servants, as most would only seek to please their own masters. Xian Yuanling intended to demonstrate his affection for Shen Qing, but upon sensing the atmosphere, she quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor. Xian Yuanling's expression darkened. How thoughtless. Oh, so she flirts only to rebuff him afterward? How spoiled she has become. He truly felt a surge of irritation. However, Shen Qing noticed that beneath his fierce gaze, his grip was not as harsh, indicating a lingering consideration for her feelings. This realization brought her a measure of comfort, prompting her to play along and further enhance her pitiful act. In this exchange, she seized the initiative, rendering the emperor somewhat passive. Yes, Shen Qing had indeed strayed from convention, yet overall, after a long separation, their shared night was quite satisfying for both. Having not held Shen Qing while sleeping for a considerable time, Xian Yuanling found comfort in embracing her form as they drifted into slumber together. The following morning, as he prepared to depart, he noticed that Shen Qing had yet to awaken. In her presence, he had abandoned the habit of requiring her assistance in donning his morning attire, given the presence of servants. It seemed more considerate to allow her to rest a while longer. Not long after Xian Yuanling left for the morning court, Shen Qing awoke. Chunhua expressed curiosity. Why does the noble lady not sleep a little longer? Shen Qing, burdened by her thoughts, found it impossible to linger in slumber. With matters weighing on her mind, she had risen early, only to discover that Xian Yuanling had already departed. Please assist me in preparing, she instructed, for I must visit Feng Yi Palace. Meanwhile, the Empress was summoning Jinji to assist her with her own preparations, though her countenance appeared less than favorable. At that moment, a palace maid reported, Your Highness, Shi Guiren has come to pay her respects. The Empress's eyes narrowed with intensity. Let her in. Jinji cast a subtle glance toward the entrance. Upon Shen Qing's arrival, she performed the customary greeting. This humble servant pays her respects to Your Highness. What brings you here today, Shi Guiren? The Empress inquired, a hint of amusement gracing her features. Shen Qing, displaying utmost obedience, dared not sit, but remained standing. You have fully recovered, and just yesterday you attended to His Majesty, which demonstrates his continued favor, the Empress remarked with a smile. What matters compel your visit today? I have come specifically to express my gratitude. Your Highness, Shen Qing replied, kneeling once more. Having been absent from His Majesty's side for so long, I am deeply appreciative of Your Highness's care. It is through your intercession that His Majesty has remembered me after my entry into the palace, and I am profoundly grateful for your kindness. In her sincerity, she inadvertently credited the Empress for Xian Yuanling's favor, her demeanor earnest and heartfelt. The Empress, upon hearing this, immediately responded, Why kneel again? Jinji, assist Shi Guiren in taking a seat. Jinji hurried to assist Shen Qing, who then rose to her feet. Jinji had just been arranging the Empress's hair, which was now elegantly styled, though though the hairpins had yet to be chosen. Shen Qing, observing this, suggested, "Would it not be better if I adorn Her Majesty with flowers?" The Empress, noticing Shen Qing's attire, recalled her adeptness at embellishment. Even during her time as a concubine, she managed to stand out with her modest adornments. Now elevated to a noble status, she had received numerous gifts, yet her embellishments remained tastefully understated, with a few ornaments enhancing her ethereal beauty. The Empress nodded in approval. With a smile, Shen Qing began to beautify the Empress. Upon completion, the Empress was thoroughly pleased and even engaged in a brief discussion regarding which hairstyle suited particular face shapes. Only after this did Shen Qing exit the Fengyi Palace with a smile. Although the Empress felt a twinge of irritation due to the Emperor's blatant favoritism, his visits to the pregnant consort Feng followed by a visit to Shen Qing were particularly disheartening. She refrained from taking any immediate action, recognizing Shen Qing's value. However, Shen Qing's humble demeanor had alleviated some of the Empress's discontent. Consort, she was well versed in etiquette, demonstrating an understanding that was commendable. She did not act improperly despite her favored status, and even expressed her gratitude, which was admirable. As Shen Qing left the Fengyi Palace and traversed the palace path, she unexpectedly encountered the imperial carriage of Xin Yuanling, likely just returning from court. At that moment, however, Xin Yuanling's countenance was far from pleasant. During the morning assembly, a group of elder officials had insisted, citing filial piety as paramount, that for the Empress Dowager's 45th birthday, a grand celebration was in order. Xin Yuanling, recognizing the motives behind this proposal, knew well that those advocating it were connected to the Chun family. The implications were all too clear. His mood had soured since the assembly, and Zhao Hai dared not utter a word. As he returned to the study from the palace walkway, he encountered Shen Qing, who had just emerged from the Empress's palace after paying her respects. Spotting Shen Qing leisurely walking along the path, he halted and inquired, "What brings you here?" Shen Qing, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding Xin Yuanling and his entourage, replied earnestly, "I came to pay my respects to Her Majesty." Understanding the situation, Xin Yuanling felt a pang of longing after not seeing her for a while, which made him anxious. He had been somewhat dismissive towards the Empress, and this little one had surely noticed. Today, she had gone to appease the Empress. Though he was preoccupied with pressing matters, it did not diminish his appreciation for Shen Qing's cleverness and thoughtfulness. Her subtle strategies, while perhaps a tad manipulative, did not displease him, as long as she adhered to the established decorum. Chapter 78. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor Xin Yuanling did not engage in much conversation with Shen Qing. After their brief exchange, he took his leave. The smile on his face gradually faded as he headed towards the Shoshang Palace. Zhao Hai, observing from the sidelines, found himself wishing that Shen Qing would speak with the Emperor a bit longer. He sighed internally, recognizing that the Emperor would certainly arrange for the Empress Dowager's 45th birthday celebration. However, the Emperor's personal intentions to plan the event, coupled with the Empress Dowager's lack of communication with him, forced the court officials to pressure the Emperor to make it a grand affair. This was a different matter altogether. Why did the Empress Dowager always prefer to act in such a manner? Previously, she had compelled the Emperor to visit the Queen's palace, and now, as she prepared to celebrate her birthday, there seemed to be no reason for her not to communicate openly with her son. If she desired a more lavish celebration, discussions could have been held, rather than conspiring with the court officials to create difficulties for the Emperor. Such actions almost suggested a direct accusation of filial impiety against him. Upon arriving at Shoshang Palace, the Emperor naturally sought an audience with the Empress Dowager. She rarely ventured out, and aside from the Queen, only a few consorts, such as Consort Yu and Consort Chun, held enough rank to pay their respects. While the Emperor occasionally visited for such formalities, it was a rare occurrence, much like his fixed monthly visits to the Queen. At present, the palace matron felt increasingly anxious upon seeing the Emperor's arrival. She recalled the Empress Dowager's private remarks about the Emperor's lack of filial piety, and feared he would be angered. Today, he had indeed come, which only heightened her distress. Xin Yuanling entered the Shoshang Palace with a grim countenance. The Empress Dowager, sipping her tea, frowned upon his arrival. He remained silent, but inwardly he was already displeased. Every time he returned, his expression was so sour. Did he truly not regard her as his mother? There was no semblance of respect. The emperor had come quite early today. Suiyun, pour the emperor a cup of tea, she instructed. Suiyun, feeling apprehensive, steeled herself to comply. She was acutely aware that the emperor likely had little desire for tea at the moment, especially since this particular brew was from Qianzhou. The emperor recalled that this year, due to the flooding in Qianzhou, with incessant rains and treacherous mountain paths, he had exempted them from tribute. Xian Yuanling glanced at the Empress Dowager, noting that he himself had not even had the chance to taste the Qianzhou tribute tea, yet the Empress Dowager was enjoying it. Upon realizing this, the Empress Dowager's mood soured. In the days of the late emperor, this tea was never absent from my palace. Now that you are emperor and I am the Empress Dowager, am I to be treated with less regard than when I was merely a consort? Xian Yuanling set the teacup down with force. As today pertains to the matter of your birthday celebration, I have come specifically to inquire, Mother, why do you conspire with the court officials to pressure me? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. She recognized that her actions had not been entirely justifiable. Yet she could not bear the entire burden of blame. Your Majesty, you seldom attend to formalities, and the Queen has no legitimate offspring. At such a time, if you do not make a show of your intentions, how shall the world perceive you? The late Emperor's benevolence and filial piety are well known, yet you. As her words continued, the servants around them appeared increasingly alarmed, with Xun and Zhao Hai feeling as if they might collapse under the weight of the tension. Ready to kneel. Enough. Xian Yuanling truly let out a cold smile. Since the Empress Dowager wishes to celebrate grandly, I shall naturally make the arrangements, so that everyone may witness the benevolence of a mother and the filial piety of a son. The last few words were spoken through gritted teeth, dripping with irony. As he led the way out of the Shouxiang Palace, the Empress Dowager, seeing his abrupt departure, was infuriated, her head spinning, and her vision darkening. Cui Yun hurried to support her, feeling anxious at the sight of the Empress Dowager's condition. Your Highness, why must you act this way? The Emperor is the Emperor. What can you gain by contending with him? The Empress Dowager's fingers trembled. What an unfilial child I have borne. Had he not distanced himself from me and favored the Empress, would I need to resort to such measures? Instead of expressing gratitude, he dares to blame me. Cui Yun hesitated to speak, aware that the Emperor was no longer the child easily manipulated by the Empress Dowager. She refrained from voicing this thought, knowing her temper. The more she urged, the more she feared it would provoke her further. It was best to placate her for now, especially since the Emperor had assured her that he would handle the matter. Indeed, the Emperor still cared for the Empress Dowager, hoping she would soon awaken to the truth, that the Emperor's mother is the Empress Dowager, not her own lofty status, which is what grants her the Emperor. Meanwhile, as Xian Yuanling exited the Shouxiang Palace, he sent word to the Empress, stating that the Empress Dowager's birthday would be celebrated extravagantly, for all to witness their affectionate mother-son relationship. He could only scoff at the irony. She seldom pays her respects, and the Empress has no legitimate heir. Is she not afraid that my disposition might influence the fortunes of the Qin clan? Zhao Hai, feeling the weight of his position, dare not respond. Yet Xian Yuanling inquired of him, do you know why I do not allow the Empress to bear a child? Zhao Hai felt too intimidated to answer. I fear immensely that the tragedy I endured may repeat itself in my offspring. Does she think I am unaware of how many times I fell ill in my childhood, many of which were due to her actions? She claimed it was to protect me, as I was frail and weak, preventing harm from befalling me. As Xian Yuanling reflected on this, he couldn't help but chuckle. She only shows concern for me in front of my father. Aside from urging me to make him proud, she taught me that without striving, there is no path to retreat. How can our relationship resemble that of a mother and son? She does not embody the role of a mother. How can I fulfill my duty as her son? In hindsight, her only kind words came just before my ascension to the throne. With a cold smile, he continued, the Empress's nature is likely even more ruthless than the Empress Dowager's. A parent's love for their child often entails deep-seated strategies. Once the Empress bears a child, the palace intrigues will multiply exponentially. As for any future offspring I may have, I fear none shall fare well. just as many children perished in the palace conflicts during the reign of the late Empress Jingxian. The status of a legitimate heir is indeed supremely exalted. Even though he was aware that the empress had no legitimate heir, it could not eliminate the future power struggles in his heart. Not to mention, the Empress Dowager's unwavering demand for a legitimate heir would only exacerbate matters. What if the empress truly bore a legitimate son? Might she then expect to wield power behind the throne? Zhao Hai felt a pang of sympathy. The emperor's childhood was fraught with difficulty. Had he not been so deeply affected in his youth, why would he still cling to the past so tenaciously? This weighs heavily on my heart, an inescapable burden. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor are, after all, a complex knot that remains unsolved. As Shen Yuanling sat in the royal carriage en route to the imperial study, a sense of frustration enveloped him. Yet there was only one person in the study diligently reviewing memorials. When the time came to turn them, he ultimately could not resist. As he flipped it, an image of Shen Qing, who had come to pay her respects to the empress that morning, unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. In the end, it was indeed Shen Qing's that he turned. On Shen Qing's side, upon observing the silence of Shen Yuanling's attendants, she sensed that something was amiss. She instructed Wang Lu to inquire further and soon learned of the Empress Dowager's birthday celebrations. This revelation left her perplexed. How had the Empress Dowager, with such limited intelligence, managed to survive the previous palace intrigues? Chapter 79. A quickened heartbeat. Shen Qing mused briefly, not giving it much thought. That night, to her astonishment, the emperor summoned her once more. It was rather unexpected, although Shen Yuanling had become somewhat unrestrained with her. He had seen her pay her respects to the empress earlier that morning, and thus knew the reason for her visit. This evening's turn of events was rather out of place. However, Shen Qing quickly considered that the emperor might be feeling displeased due to matters concerning the Empress Dowager. Was his mood soured? That night, she had someone carry her to the emperor's side. By then, Shen Yuanling was still engrossed in reviewing documents and only arrived after a while. Now that she held a noble rank, the privilege afforded her was that she was not presented in a state of undress. She wore a thin garment, specifically designed for intimacy, which hardly seemed proper. Shen Yuanling lifted her chin with a finger. You just spent the night with me, and this morning you paid your respects. Is your body not feeling well? Not at all, Shen Qing replied softly, casting a glance at him before lowering her gaze. Your Majesty was quite gentle yesterday. Shen Yuanling had intended to seek solace in her company, but found himself intrigued by her words. Yet before he could respond, Shen Qing leaned closer. Are you very busy today, Your Majesty? He was not particularly pleased to hear this, but before he could silence her, her delicate hand found its way to his furrowed brow. Do not frown, Your Majesty. Shen Yuanling paused, almost as if compelled, and took her hand in his, holding it firmly as he settled beside her, drawing her into his embrace. He gently squeezed her hand, choosing not to speak of the past dynasty or the Empress Dowager, instead casually remarking, Have you become bold enough to concern yourself with whether I frown? Shen Qing replied, I dislike seeing you frown. I hope for your perpetual happiness. Shen Yuanling regarded her with a soft gaze. You truly know how to comfort someone. Not at all, she murmured. I speak sincerely. She genuinely wished to alleviate his burdens. Sometimes, when one is troubled, they do not necessarily seek validation for their actions or a debate about right and wrong, nor do they require advice. Rather, they desire to witness beauty in the world, which can ease the heart and remind them that life is not devoid of joy. Though it was a knot in his heart, it had been tied for many years, and it was not the first time he recognized her nature. Shen Qing spoke not a word about the past dynasty or the Empress Dowager, engaging instead in light-hearted conversation with Shen Yuanling. They had never shared such leisurely moments in bed before. As he listened to her discuss various stories she had recently read, he reflected on her perceptive nature. Despite being a woman, she displayed a profound understanding of emotions. In the past, when her status was the lowest in the palace, he had not thought to protect her. Yet she had navigated her life with grace and had found ways to enjoy her days. He realized that she possessed a clarity he did not. With this thought, his own worries began to dissipate, and as he held her close, he felt a serene sense of time gently passing. Xian Yuanling rarely engaged in casual conversation with her, pondering aloud. Why do most stories feature scholars encountering fairies? Why not an emperor? Shen Qing chuckled, responding, because those tales are penned by scholars themselves, who yearn for romantic escapades. Moreover, how could one write about an emperor? His Majesty commands such authority that evil cannot approach him. Nonsense. Do you think scholars value their lives so lightly? How many would dare to portray an emperor? Evil cannot approach. Xian Yuanling cast a glance at her. Shen Qing sensed a hint of mischief in his gaze. Then, somewhat uncertainly, she inquired, Your Majesty, are you referring to me? Xian Yuanling, amused by her expression, realized that this little creature possessed a sense of self-awareness. Shen Qing's cheeks puffed slightly in indignation as she gazed at Xian Yuanling with a look of reproach. No. Xian Yuanling, noticing her defiance, playfully retorted, Indeed. Qing is not. Shen Qing seemed to take delight in this exchange. With a rather formidable temperament, she dared to confront him. Yet he chose not to hold it against her. Shen Qing smiled as if she had successfully pulled off a mischievous act. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not holding my small transgressions against me. You are truly magnanimous. She appeared endearingly acquiescent, making one feel that even her occasional tantrums were inconsequential. Observing her demeanor, Xian Yuanling mused, how could she not be a little fairy? He couldn't help but think of the historical records detailing monarchs captivated by feminine charms. Had those enchanting women possessed qualities akin to Shen Qing, who could resist their allure? Xian Yuanling had long since transcended the phase of self-denial regarding his infatuation with Shen Qing, which he once deemed a moral downfall. Since bestowing upon her the title of noble consort, he genuinely harbored the desire to cherish her, imagining her future devoid of offspring or support, leading him to resolve to lavish her with affection. Thus, he no longer resented her charm. Instead, he embraced it, believing that if he did not cherish her, who else would? She was indeed deserving of his affection. Clever and enchanting, she possessed an innate understanding of propriety and never burdened him with troubles. How could she be so obedient? Unlike the empress or other consorts, there was indeed something different about her. Xian Yuanling gazed at Shen Qing. Her reflection etched in his eyes as she smiled back at him, soft, delicate, and a touch mischievous. What was she like in front of the empress? Was she submissive and compliant? It was curious. Despite Shen Qing's humble origins, Xian Yuanling increasingly felt that such behavior did not suit her. Though evidently not of noble birth, he perceived an innate elegance and pride in her demeanor. She was deserving of adoration, and others should cater to her whims rather than the other way around. Such thoughts began to take shape in his mind, making him feel that he should not forget to show respect to the empress, and that she should not have to seek the empress's favor. Shen Qing deserved to be at ease, even in her favored position, without the worry of being schemed against. As these thoughts crystallized, Xian Yuanling held her a little tighter. Your Majesty? Shen Qing noticed that Xian Yuanling seemed lost in contemplation and called out to him. Yet he appeared oblivious to her voice. Very well, lose yourself in reverie, she exclaimed, but fell silent thereafter, playfully grasping his hand. Although Shen Qing was not particularly fond of hands, there was an undeniable elegance to Xian Yuanling's. His fingers were long and slender, the knuckles neither coarse nor exaggerated, and his nails were impeccably trimmed. As she toyed with the emperor's hand, it resembled the delicate handling of a jade artifact. When Xian Yuanling regained his composure, Shen Qing was already leaning in, causing him to chuckle softly. What opulence, he mused, yet there was a playful mischief in her demeanor. Do not bite, he admonished with a smile, thoroughly amused by her little antics. Chapter 80. The Second Prince and the Third Princess. As Xian Yuanling's emotions settled, he did not hastily summon Shen Qing to his chambers. Instead, he inquired if she had enjoyed her dinner and whether she desired more to eat. Shen Qing blinked in surprise, thinking, has this person had a change of heart? With such an invitation, he did not overwhelm her. Rather, he prioritized his meal. Is the emperor hungry? Did the imperial physician not advise him to take care of himself, suggesting he eat several meals a day, but in smaller portions? Shen Qing replied, that is indeed the case, but I am not particularly hungry. If your Majesty wishes to eat, I would be delighted to accompany you. How charming. though not famished herself. She was willing to share the experience of dining with him, as if the taste would be enhanced by their togetherness. Xin Yuanling called for Zhao Hai and issued instructions. Bring forth the dishes favored by noble consort Shi. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai felt an elevation in Shen Qing's standing in the emperor's heart. How rare it was for the emperor to prioritize the preferences of a consort. Having served the emperor for many years, he recalled that even during the height of consort Yu's favor, she was merely allowed to select a dish for the emperor, which delighted her immensely. Yet now, consort Shi had managed to elicit a change in the emperor's very rules. Shen Qing was unaware of the sudden shift in Xin Yuanling's attitude, but she sensed it nonetheless. His kindness towards her was indeed a blessing, and she accepted it with joy. After their meal, she noticed a distinct transformation during their intimate moments. By the end, she felt utterly softened, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze towards Xin Yuanling became somewhat dazed. What had caused this emperor to shower her with such unrestrained affections? She found herself unable to withstand it, not from discomfort, but from an overwhelming pleasure that nearly rendered her senseless. Xin Yuanling, observing her delicate demeanor, reached out to caress her brow and smiled with genuine delight. Is it truly enjoyable? Shen Qing, accustomed to enticing others, never anticipated a day when she would be left speechless by the emperor's flirtations. Following that day, Xin Yuanling unexpectedly visited the empress twice, both times to discuss matters pertaining to the Empress Dowager's birthday celebrations. Observing Shen Qing's respectful demeanor, the empress noted with satisfaction that the emperor had visited her twice after their intimate encounters. Considering Shen Qing's attitude, she felt increasingly pleased with her. Furthermore, the emperor did not summon Consort Yu or Consort Chun to assist her, a significant development indeed. With power firmly in her grasp, the empress's spirits soared compared to before. Xin Yuanling entrusted the empress with the arrangements for the Dowager Empress's birthday, while he handled the necessary affairs within the court, even going so far as to unearth a scandal. Initially, he had suspended the tribute from Qianzhou due to severe flooding and treacherous mountain paths. However, local officials had feigned compliance, leading to a disastrous situation where individuals, caught in a landslide while transporting goods in the rain, tragically lost their lives. This incident escalated, not only due to the loss of life, but also because of the numerous officials and interests entangled in it. The current court was left in a state of alarm, and the former officials were gripped by trepidation. With the court embroiled in turmoil and the palace far from tranquil, the empress began her preparations for the Dowager Empress's birthday feast. Xin Yuanling had explicitly stated the need for grand celebrations, and the empress could not afford to be negligent. The arrangements for the Dowager Empress's birthday were numerous, and the empress found herself exceedingly busy, yet she still adhered to the customs of paying her respects on designated days. Shen Qing arrived early once again, but to her surprise, Shen Guiren was already present. Shen Qing did not engage in much conversation with her, as others arrived one after another, including Yu Fei. Today, Yu Fei adhered to decorum and arrived promptly. It had been quite some time since she last saw Xin Yuanling, and she had thought that Xin Yuanling would surely come to see her when she wanted to visit the child. However, it seemed Xin Yuanling preferred to send someone to take the child to Qianyuan Palace instead, which did not imply a complete absence of visits. It was evident that Yu Fei was not favored, and although she had not been punished, her temperament compelled her to pay her respects to the empress punctually. Everyone bowed in unison to greet the empress, who surveyed the room with a smile. Only Fang Guiren was absent, as she was already 7 months along and thus exempt from such formalities. Observing Yu Fei's countenance, the empress's smile deepened. Yu Fei has been increasingly proper these days. If this continues, it would be for the best. Whenever Yu Fei made an appearance, the empress would invariably call her out, which was becoming intolerable for Yu Fei, who was secretly gnawing at her nails in frustration but had to maintain her composure, responding with a sarcastic remark, all thanks to the empress's guidance. The empress, noticing her demeanor, turned her attention to others, engaging in trivial conversation until the topic shifted to the upcoming birthday celebration of the Empress Dowager. The empress not only had to organize matters within the palace, but also ensure the finery and ceremonial attire were prepared for the occasion. She needed to arrange the Empress Dowager's garments and the auspicious attire for the other concubines attending the celebration. Consequently, she distributed fabrics and jewelry as rewards. Typically, Yu Fei dismissed such gifts, viewing the empress's bestowals as reminders of her subordinate status. While others rejoiced in their rewards, Yu Fei alone bore a discontented expression, unable to express her frustration openly, especially upon seeing Shen Qing receive a bolt of cloud-patterned silk, an item reserved for those of higher rank. The empress had granted such a gift to a mere Guerin. Was this truly an elevation? Observing the glances of the other concubines directed at Shen Qing, Yu Fei regarded her with a hint of scorn, thinking, "Rejoice while you can. There will come a time when you will weep." Do you truly believe the empress is a benevolent figure? As the necessary discussions concluded and the rewards were dispensed, the formal greetings came to an end. Yu Fei emerged from Fengyi Palace, her expression already clouded. She had not enjoyed a good night's sleep in ages. The emperor's absence left her restless, and in recent days, she had taken to vigilantly tending to her 2 children, personally overseeing their care. Although one, Zhao, found Yu Fei's temperament somewhat fiery, he recognized her genuine dedication to the children. Having served her for many years, he felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing her haggard appearance. Upon returning to Zhongyu Palace, he summoned the 2nd prince and the 3rd princess to join her. The children, nearing 4 years of age, had been raised in the palace and had already learned the rules, resembling little adults in their demeanor. The mood of the Empress improved considerably. Shortly, she instructed someone to measure the 2 of you, as in a few days, your royal grandmother will celebrate her birthday. At that time, you must be on your best behavior. You are still quite young and need not prepare any gifts. The mothers will take care of that. However, you shall be required to recite congratulatory verses, so from today, you must memorize them. The 3rd princess obediently responded, "I understand, dear mother." The 2nd prince imitated her, saying, "I understand too, dear mother." After spending some time with them and sharing a light meal, the empress, feeling fatigued, ordered for them to be taken away. At present, her only solace lay in these 2 children. Chapter 81. Concern Yu Fei was feeling exceptionally stifled. After Shen Qing received her reward, she did not react much. Being labeled as part of the empress's faction was of little consequence to her. After all, she had already made an enemy of Yu Fei. Others weighed their opinions of her and found no fault. She was merely borrowing the empress's influence. As long as she wasn't truly serving the empress, what was the harm? She couldn't let all her efforts go to waste, could she? She entrusted the fabrics and jewelry she received to Chanhua, ensuring that everything was stored properly and that new garments were tailored. With the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching, she did not wish to stand out unduly. Shen Qing felt that the Empress Dowager might be a bit muddled in her thinking, yet, given her esteemed position, it was best to adhere to the proper decorum. There was little else to be concerned about. Preparations for the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration were in full swing. Yet the Empress Dowager herself had fainted in a fit of anger. It was not uncommon for Xian Yuanling to cause the Empress Dowager distress when she came to pay her respects, but this time, the discord arose over the birthday festivities. Upon learning that Xian Yuanling had taken action against the officials responsible for delivering tribute tea from Qianzhou, and using the opportunity to purge the court as a warning, the Empress Dowager's anger culminated in her losing consciousness. In Shouxiang Palace, chaos reigned. Sui Yun, the head matron, contemplated the situation and realized that she must report to the emperor, but she could not act rashly, for the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly place blame upon her. Thus, she decided to summon the imperial physician first, intending to confirm the Empress Dowager's condition before notifying the emperor. When the physician arrived and took the Empress Dowager's pulse, his brow furrowed with concern. Sui Yun inquired, "How is the Empress Dowager?" The physician hesitated to respond, but at that moment, the Empress Dowager regained consciousness. She exhaled deeply and regarded the physician with a somber expression, feeling numbness in her limbs and an overall malaise. Panic set in as she demanded, "Speak honestly, what is wrong with my health?" The surrounding eunuchs and maidservants fell silent, and Sui Yun ordered them all to leave, retaining only the physician. Beads of sweat formed on the physician's forehead as he stammered. The Empress Dowager suffered from excessive yang in the liver, fiery heart, and a deficiency in yin, leading to dizziness due to the imbalance of yin and yang. I do not wish to hear your explanations, the Empress Dowager replied, her complexion still grim. I only wish to know when I shall recover from this ailment, and whether such fainting spells will persist. The physician dared not answer. Observing his expression, the Empress Dowager felt darkness encroaching once more and managed to squeeze out a question. Could this be life-threatening? Please, do not be angry, Your Majesty. I possess a tranquilizing heart-preserving pill that will ensure your safety, he offered. Safety? The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes. Does this mean I shall not be healed? The physician was thoroughly alarmed, unable to utter the words cure or healed. The Empress Dowager pressed her hand to her forehead, taking a deep breath. Am I to be burdened by this ailment henceforth, suffering headaches and fainting spells intermittently? My hands trembled slightly as anxiety consumed her. How had she suddenly fallen into such a state? She still had to celebrate her 45th birthday. This was unacceptable. The imperial physician found himself in a state of deep conflict, yet he was acutely aware that the Empress Dowager was not a person to be trifled with. He had served her since her days as a consort, fully cognizant of her temperament. Reflecting on his master, who had abruptly passed away 5 years prior, he dared not act recklessly and could only respond cautiously. The Empress Dowager's ailment is not severe. However, it is not one that can be cured instantaneously. The Empress Dowager regarded him, gradually restraining her demeanor. It cannot be cured in the short term, but it is not beyond healing. Is it? The physician, grappling with his thoughts, could only affirm. Indeed. I shall administer acupuncture, and the numbness in your hands and feet will soon dissipate. Initially skeptical, the Empress Dowager, after experiencing considerable relief post-treatment, began to trust the physician's words. Her mind settled. As long as there was hope for healing, she would endure. Nevertheless, she still harbored resentment towards the emperor, lamenting that had it not been for his actions in the previous court, she would not have fallen ill. Truly, it was a sign of filial ingratitude. Naturally, news of the Empress Dowager summoning the physician reached Shen Qing. Upon hearing it, he furrowed his brow. How did the physician report? He merely stated it was due to deficiency and excessive heat, likely related to the current dry weather. Zhao Hai ansua somewhat hesitan. Shen Qing understood Zhao Hai's reluctance, but chose not to dwell on it. Instruct the physician to keep a close watch, send some tonics over. Ultimately, he could not feign ignorance. As for visiting her, he would refrain, for it might only exacerbate her temper. If she was unwell, the physician would suffice. After all, he had stirred up quite a bit in the previous court, and though it brought him satisfaction, the Empress Dowager, she would eventually come to terms with it. At this moment, Shen Qing had completely cast aside the Empress Dowager as concerns. If she wished to celebrate her birthday, he would oblige, merely performing the role of a dutiful son. However, he would not sacrifice his own dignity for appearances in the court. Previously, he had felt constrained by the bonds of maternal affection. Now, he found a peculiar sense of liberation in this arrangement. He mused that he owed a debt of gratitude to Shen Qing, for her approach in seeking out the Empress helped him gain clarity sooner than expected. Indeed, if Shen Qing could serve him while simultaneously engaging in subterfuge with the Empress, deceiving her in her visits, why could he not maintain his own course while appeasing the Empress Dowager? There was no need for them to be in perfect alignment. He could indulge himself without inviting trouble. Ultimately, their situations were not so dissimilar. Shen Qing's thoughts returned to Shen Qing, and he felt a desire to see her. However, he deemed it inappropriate at this moment and decided against it. Yet, with the continuous chatter surrounding birthday celebrations, he recalled a matter of significance. When his noble consort Xi's birthday, Zhao Hai, well aware of the answer, had been discreetly observing Shen Qing ever since Shen Qing had favored her. He replied, the records indicate that the noble consort was born on the 15th of May. Thus, she had celebrated her birthday only a few months after entering the palace, an occasion he had entirely overlooked. Shen Qing remarked, seek out a piece of jade, one of fine quality. I have observed that she does not favor an abundance of adornments. However, the few she does were likely to be of her own choosing. After you present it to her, inquire about her preferences, for crafting it according to her desires will surely please her. This shall serve as a modest compensation for having missed her birthday. Zhao Hai complied, yet before he could depart, Shen Qing added, Furthermore, ensure that the imperial kitchen remains diligent. They must not become complacent simply because the noble lady's health has improved. Should she wish for anything, she should feel free to instruct the kitchen accordingly. Pay a visit to the imperial kitchen and direct them to prioritize the needs of Zhaohua Palace discreetly, without drawing attention. As Zhao Hai exited, he exhaled, realizing the dual responsibility of protection and urgency, with the explicit instruction to maintain secrecy to avoid inciting envy in noble consort Shi. In the past, rewards were always openly bestowed. Now, the emperor's concern for noble consort Shi was to remain undisclosed. This was a genuine display of affection. Zhao Hai initially pondered whether, after a year or more, new selections in the palace might overshadow her. Yet, given the current circumstances, he wondered if any newcomers possessed the ability to surpass her. Chapter 82. An incident. Zhao Hai had gone to handle matters on his end, while Shen Qing was indulging in delightful treats, playing mahjong, and perusing novels, leading to a rather comfortable existence. Amid Shen Qing's ease, the empress was busy, and the concubines in the palace were watching and hoping that the emperor would remember them during the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. At last, the day of the Empress Dowager's banquet arrived. The preparations for the banquet had been underway for nearly a month, and the empress had exerted considerable effort, resulting in a splendid celebration as per the emperor's decree for a grand occasion. However, Shen Qing maintained her indifferent stance regarding the extravagance. On this day, the palace was filled with lively chatter, and Shen Qing, dressed neither too plainly nor ostentatiously, blended in among the crowd. Though her attire was rather unremarkable, her beauty was undeniably striking. No longer could she afford to remain inconspicuous at the lowest rank. Today, she was seated alongside noble consort Fong. Noble consort Fong, with her noticeably large belly, was due to give birth within the next month. She turned to Shen Qing and remarked, "I've been too preoccupied to extend my congratulations to you, sister." "Your words are too kind, sister," Shen Qing replied. "You carry a dragon son. Your pregnancy is of utmost importance. Even if I were to congratulate you, it would be for your joy." Shen Qing engaged in polite conversation with noble consort Fong. Noticing Shen Qing's radiant appearance, noble consort Fong placed a hand on her substantial belly and commented, "Sister is favored. You too shall have children in due time. With your beauty, your offspring will surely be remarkable." It was already known among the residents of Zhongyu Palace that Shen Qing could not conceive. A fact that Yu Fei's character had ensured was discreetly circulated. Thus, while officially unknown, it was a well-acknowledged secret. This revelation had somewhat diminished the animosity directed at Shen Qing, as her elevation by 2 ranks was seen as the emperor's compensation for her inability to bear children. Yet, her words now were particularly pointed. Yu Fei, who was the cause of Shen Qing's plight, was not far off. Shen Qing smirked inwardly, maintaining a facade of despondency, feigning an inability to respond further. Noble consort Fong, having achieved her desired outcome, chose not to pursue the conversation further. Seated next to each other, the positions of the consorts were naturally separated, with Yu Fei sitting opposite them. Though currently pregnant, confronting Yu Fei was a challenge for noble consort Fong. Yet, Shen Qing was now favored, and Yu Fei's inability to conceive worked in her favor. The empress had successfully utilized Shen Qing's circumstances, and so noble consort Fong thought to leverage them as well, hoping to foster resentment in Shen Qing towards Yu Fei, which would benefit her own position. Preoccupied with her impending childbirth, noble consort Fong refrained from direct confrontation, yet she saw no harm in using Shen Qing to her advantage. She had not forgotten the incident when Yu Fei had been punished to kneel for 2 hours. The further along her pregnancy progressed, the more fearful she became of that day. If she had suffered a miscarriage during that punishment, would she, like Shen Qing, be destined to remain childless? Before long, the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Empress all arrived. As Xian Yuan Ling entered, he immediately sought out Shen Qing to admire her attire, noticing the set of jade hairpins adorning her hair. While not particularly extravagant, they were undeniably beautiful, precisely the pieces Zhao Hai had chosen for him to review. He felt a sense of relief within, The gift he had presented was cherished and worn on such a significant occasion. Xin Yuanling contemplated what he might bestow upon her next. The Empress Dowager was adorned in an extraordinarily resplendent attire today, and upon a mere glance, Shen Qing could not help but find it amusing that she overshadowed Xin Yuanling's presence. It struck her as quite comical. Truly, how could this Empress Dowager be so amusing? If she were to remain unassuming, even the emperor, despite his facade, would not dare to treat her poorly. For filial piety reigned supreme. The emperor, too, possessed a sense of dignity. Yet, she chose to create such a spectacle, overshadowing even the emperor's grand demeanor today. Did she truly believe herself to be the sovereign of this realm? Xin Yuanling had come to terms with this, observing the dowager's ostentatious display. He felt a weight in his heart, but ultimately, he resolved to carry on with the celebration. It was a birthday celebration, after all. With this mindset, he played his role adeptly, and the Empress Dowager seemed pleased with his performance, now appearing quite the picture of maternal affection. Shen Qing paid them little heed. The birthday banquet proceeded as per tradition, devoid of any surprises. She chose delicacies she favored, and seated directly opposite her. She occasionally caught sight of the two children of Yufei. The third princess and the second prince were both quite charming, dutifully accompanying Yufei. However, children, unlike adults, possess a limited reserve of energy. The Empress's birthday celebration aimed for grandeur, with an abundance of performances. The first prince, the second prince, and the third princess yawned in succession, prompting Xin Yuanling to call for their dismissal. The second prince and the third princess had their respective nannies to escort them away, while Yufei remained present. As night fell, palace maids held lanterns aloft, and two nannies, cradling the children, walked along the lake's edge. Suddenly, a figure hurriedly rushed towards them. The two palace maids shouted, "Who goes there?" The individual, dressed in the garb of a eunuch, seemed oblivious to their call and barreled straight towards the two nannies. The lantern-bearing maids were caught off guard, with the nannies unable to maneuver adequately while holding the children. The intruder collided forcefully with them, causing one nanny to plummet into the lake, while the other fell to the ground, inadvertently dropping the third princess as well. The two lantern-bearing maids stood in shock, and the person responsible for this chaos, as well as the second prince and the nanny who fell into the water, vanished in the blink of an eye. A grave incident had unfolded. Meanwhile, the banquet continued, but someone hastily approached Xin Yuanling and abruptly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the second prince has fallen into the water." Yufei sprang to her feet, disregarding all decorum, and before Xin Yuanling could respond, her voice quavered in panic. "What?" Xin Yuanling's expression darkened instantaneously, and the sounds of music and celebration ceased in that moment. A heavy silence enveloped the gathering. "What has happened?" The servant, prostrated on the ground, reported with a bowed head. "When we rescued him, the second prince was already." Yufei's complexion turned pale as she trembled all over. "Your Majesty." Xin Yuanling's expression was grave as well. "Let us depart." Yufei could scarcely maintain her footing, supported by the attendants as they hastened out. The Empress Dowager could hardly continue with the festivities. She immediately instructed Xiun, "Follow them and see what has transpired." The queen could only take her leave, for she was the empress, and such matters could not be neglected. "I'll only take my leave," she said. The Empress Dowager responded with a curt nod, her expression dark and brooding. As the queen passed by Lady Shen, she cast a glance, whether intentional or not. This glance was subtle, for the news of the second prince's fall into the water had thrown the surroundings into chaos, and no one seemed to notice. Chapter 83. Untimely demise. The absence of attention did not imply that Consort Shen was oblivious. With the incident concerning the second prince, the birthday banquet was inevitably disrupted, prompting all attendees to depart, including Consort Shen, who returned to her chambers. She instructed her attending servants to withdraw, leaving only a solitary lamp flickering dimly in the room. As she ambled toward her bed, she unexpectedly discovered an unfamiliar object beside her pillow. Startled, she picked it up, revealing it to be a love knot. Upon this realization, tears streamed down her face. Just then, a palace maid entered. It was Suqiu, a handmaiden gifted to Shen. Observing the tears cascading down Consort Shen's cheeks, Suqiu pressed her lips together and said, "Your Grace, please do not weep. The situation remains unresolved, and would not bode well for others to witness your distress." "You speak the truth," Consort Shen sighed, extending the love knot to Suqiu. "Burn it." Suqiu hesitated. "Your Grace, since the matter is still uncertain, regardless of the outcome, it is unsafe for this to remain in my possession." "Burn it." Suqiu took the love knot and concealed it, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Grace, during the Empress Dowager's birthday festivities, with everyone preoccupied, it will attract no attention. Moreover, since it was not discovered at the time, it should not be traced back, and a scapegoat has been arranged." Indeed, simultaneously, the Empress was en route to visit Concubine Yu when a young eunuch leaned in to whisper something in her ear. The Empress's expression hardened, and she hurriedly whispered back, "It truly is her," as she had anticipated. On that very day, Consort Shen had professed her allegiance with unwavering certainty, evidently having devised a contingency plan. She harbored enmity towards Concubine Yu, and after enduring such torment, how could she not harbor resentment? Concubine Yu, it seems that retribution has befallen the second prince. The Empress spoke with palpable satisfaction, as if a great weight that had burdened her for nearly 4 years had been lifted in this manner. Jinji remarked, "Consort Shen is quite cunning. It is fortunate that the Empress perceived her intentions early on and instructed me to keep a watchful eye on her movements. Otherwise, she might have executed her plan during such a prominent occasion, drawing no suspicion. Who could have anticipated her brazen method of pushing someone into the lake while others passed by? Such a tactic was fraught with peril. Had the individual been less resolute or agile, capture would have been a devastating consequence. Yet, while this approach was indeed risky, it held significant promise. In truth, Consort Shen sought merely to convey a message to the Empress, never expecting that it would inadvertently lead to the demise of the second prince. "Jinji, do you think she intended to showcase her capabilities before me, or did she always harbor the intention to eliminate the second prince?" Jinji found it difficult to respond. If one were to assert that Consort Shen was indeed ruthless, aiming directly at the second prince, it could be argued that while she sought to pledge her loyalty to the Empress, her intentions were more calculated than they appeared. Concubine Yu, having both sons and daughters, was the most esteemed in the palace. With one son lost, only a daughter remained, which held little significance. Should Consort Shen align herself with the Empress, if she were to bear a son, that child could very well be nurtured in the Empress's presence, potentially regarded as a legitimate heir. In this precarious situation, could it be that she harbored ambitions for her own child to be the most esteemed in the palace? The queen continued, "I initially believed that if this person could be of use, I would employ her. However, she did not merely refrain from action. When she did act, she took the life of the second prince. Such a person, if I were to bring her under my wing, would instill in me a constant state of anxiety, especially should she bear a child in the future. Even if that child were to be nurtured by my side, my heart would remain restless." Jinji comprehended the queen's intent. Her Majesty harbored trepidation towards Consort Shen and did not intend to accept her allegiance. "I shall make the necessary arrangements," she affirmed. Having issued her commands, she followed closely behind the Emperor and Consort Yu to the residence of the second prince. Upon entering, she beheld the court physician and attendants kneeling on the floor. If there had been hope of saving him, the physician would not be prostrating at the entrance. The queen noticed Consort Yu unconscious nearby, while another physician attended to her. It was evident that she had succumbed to the overwhelming distress. As soon as Xian Yuanling caught sight of the queen's arrival, he glared at her with fierce eyes. She urgently inquired of the kneeling physician, "What is the condition of the second prince?" The physician bowed deeply. "This humble servant is incompetent. The second prince has perished." The tiny child, unable to save himself from drowning, had already lost his breath by the time he was retrieved from the water. When the physician arrived, there was no pulse to be found. How could he have been saved? At that moment, Consort Yu began to regain consciousness, and upon hearing the word perished, she instinctively dug her nails into her palms, collapsing to the ground. Yet, She rose again, unsteady on her feet, desperate to reach the bed where the small figure lay. Lifeless and silent. The child would no longer call her mother, and, as her mouth gaped open in shock, she let out a mournful wail from the depths of her being. Ah! She clutched her child, who was not yet 4 years old, in a frenzied embrace. Xian Yuanling felt a piercing pain in his heart at Consort Yu's cries. After all, that was a child too. Yet, beyond his grief, anger surged within him. How did the second prince come to be in the water? The palace maid who had carried the lantern earlier spoke in terror. This servant saw a eunuch suddenly appear, and to my astonishment, he charged towards the second prince, colliding with the wet nurse before both the nurse and the second prince fell into the water. Which palace does this eunuch hail from? I am afraid, your highness. It was too dark for me to discern. Preposterous. Zhao Hai, investigate. The queen's heart sank. The emperor had indeed lost trust in her. Such matters within the palace ought to be entrusted to her for investigation. Yet now, she was afforded no respect. With a visage of deep sorrow, she knelt before Xian Yuanling. This humble servant has failed, and I beseech your majesty to impose punishment upon me. The affairs of the harem were her responsibility as the queen. Xian Yuanling fixed a fierce gaze upon her, unable to tolerate her current display of feigned sorrow. Previously, when consort, she ordered the administration of abortifacients. You found nothing. Now, with the second prince's demise, do you truly believe you can uncover the truth? I am incompetent, she admitted. Xian Yuanling declared. Then return to your Fengyi palace and reflect upon your actions. The queen felt as though she had been struck by a slap from Xian Yuanling, her face paling. She performed another bow to him and said, This humble servant is incompetent. I take my leave. Seal the inner palace. No one on duty today is permitted to leave. At that moment, a palace maid's startled exclamation echoed. The noble lady Yu has fainted again. Chaos ensued. Amidst the turmoil, Shen Qing naturally returned to Zhaohua Palace. Throughout the journey, Shen Qing spoke not a word, but upon entering the palace, Chunhua noticed a grave expression upon her face. My lady? Shen Qing seemed to have just regained her senses. Such a demeanor was quite uncommon for her, prompting Chunhua to inquire, What troubles you, my lady? Shen Qing gestured for Chunhua to leave. My lady. Chunhua felt a twinge of concern, yet Shen Qing had already spoken. After a moment's hesitation, Chunhua departed. Outside, Fang Yin questioned her with confusion. What happened? Chunhua shook her head, uncertain herself. Chapter 84. The plot has changed. Shen Qing sat before the mirror, gazing at her reflection, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. This narrative was amiss. How could the second prince possibly be dead? She had thoroughly read the original work, Ling Long Zhuan. Although the story centered around the female protagonist, she distinctly remembered that the second prince was supposed to be schemed against and suffer a leg injury during the latter part of the conflict with Concubine Yu. Subsequently, when the protagonist supported her own son to ascend the throne, the second prince, due to his disability, posed no threat and ultimately became a languid prince. While Concubine Yu met her demise at the hands of the protagonist, the second prince was indeed alive. Yet now he was dead? Had the plot diverged? Was it merely the second prince's fate that had altered, or was the entire storyline irrevocably changed? Shen Qing was not one to delude herself. She had to concede that from the moment she heard about the second prince's fall into the water, an inner voice had been whispering to her that the narrative had shifted, perhaps in ways far more outrageous than she could fathom, and it was unlikely to revert to its original course. After all, without the second prince, could Concubine Yu still wield her former arrogance? Would she still dare to provoke the newly entered female protagonist? It seemed impossible. The storyline had indeed strayed from its path, possibly beyond recovery. Now, Shen Qing found herself uncertain about the direction the plot would take. Would the female protagonist still enter the palace? Would the emperor succumb to the plague in his prime? Would Concubine Yu still meet her end? Would the empress and the protagonist engage in their deadly rivalry to the point of illness? Although characters like Ru Fei and Chun Fei had minor roles later on, they were still part of the narrative. Shen Qing remembered that in the original ending, 3 emerged victorious in the palace intrigue: the protagonist Chu Linglong, Chun Fei, and In Pin, while the rest met with utter failure. As for Chun Fei and In Pin, to Shen Qing's knowledge, They both maintained a low profile. She had seldom encountered them and had hardly communicated with them. However, this was of little consequence now. It was apparent that the plot she once knew could no longer serve as a reliable reference. It would be prudent to proceed with caution, lest the original work mislead her. What else could she do now? Given the circumstances, she could only refrain from viewing herself as a character transposed into a story, but rather as someone who had entered an unfamiliar world. At most, she would slightly avoid the current protagonist's appearances, as she now had to tread carefully in her attempts to align herself with others in the situation. Having reached this conclusion, Shen Qing exhaled deeply, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Truly, she felt like the most beleaguered of all story transgressors. Others traversed narratives with the confidence of wielding a script, while she had unwittingly arrived at a different juncture, 2 years earlier than the original, and now the plot had veered off course. Who could predict how the story would unfold? It was utterly exasperating. Her thoughts then returned to the matter of the second prince's fall. Such an incident could not have occurred without reason. To discern the perpetrator, one must consider who stood to gain the most from this event. The greatest beneficiary was undoubtedly the empress. Regardless of whether she orchestrated the incident, given Xian Yuanling's mistrust of her, he would likely suspect her involvement. Much like the previous incident with the contraceptive medicine, where the empress had suffered a silent loss. This time, she would surely seek to distance herself from any wrongdoing. With this in mind, Shen Qing called out toward the outside, Chunhua. As Chunhua pondered over Shen Qing's unusual demeanor, she promptly entered. What are your commands, esteemed one? Please summon Wang Lu to secure the gates of Zhaohua Palace. The second prince has encountered a predicament. Until the matter is fully elucidated, it is best to refrain from venturing outside. Understood. At this critical juncture, the queen could seize anyone as a scapegoat. Fortunately, she had some leverage due to the matter of the abortive patient, which meant the queen would likely spare her, as she still had use for her. Whether this incident would entangle her further remained to be seen. For now, any public appearances would only heighten suspicion, so it was wiser to remain discreet. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanling was comforting Concubine Yu, who was also addressing the situation regarding the second prince. The third princess, shaken by the earlier incident, was now in distress upon witnessing Concubine Yu's sorrow. Embracing the third princess, Concubine Yu found herself succumbing to her own tears. Once the third princess had wept herself to sleep, Concubine Yu refused to relinquish her hold, having already lost one child. The absence of this one felt like yet another loss. Xian Yuanling promptly ordered that henceforth, the third princess should never be without attendance, increasing her guard by 6. Concubine Yu, you must take care to rest. Do not let your health deteriorate. How could Concubine Yu rest? Upon Xian Yuanling's command, she reluctantly entrusted the third princess to the waiting nursemaids and knelt before him, saying, I have been willful and have committed many wrongs. If I were to die, it would be just retribution. Yet the second prince is still so young and innocent. Today he has faced such a catastrophic fate. He must have been wronged. Please, your majesty, ensure that the truth is uncovered and avenge him. I am aware, Xian Yuanling replied. The second prince is my child. I will not allow him to depart this world without clarity. Concubine Yu's heart was heavy with grief, and her fragility was palpable as she stood, unable to contain herself. Her long-held anxiety about Xian Yuanling's anger at her absence resurfaced. Now, faced with such calamity, his presence was a source of solace. Unable to resist, she threw her arms around him. Your Majesty, our child, Xian Yuanling, taken aback by her sudden embrace, furrowed his brow at her disheveled appearance and repeated fainting spells. Despite his initial discomfort, he felt a flicker of compassion. He did not push her away. Go and rest. I shall not entrust this matter to the queen. This assurance was a balm for Concubine Yu. With tears streaming down her face once more she expressed, I am grateful to your majesty. That night was tumultuous, with no one finding restful sleep. Zhao Hai, wary of the sealed inner palace, endeavored to investigate thoroughly, knowing that even the smallest detail could yield vital clues. However, an issue arose when a eunuch from Concubine Fang's palace went missing. In such a critical moment, the sudden disappearance of a eunuch was enough to raise suspicions. After all, It was a eunuch who had pushed the second prince into the water. Zhao Hai found himself in a predicament. After all, noble Lady Fong was with child, making it ill-advised to confront her directly. He could only suppress the information and continue his investigation, his heart heavy with trepidation. If it truly was noble Lady Fong behind this, the consequences could be dire. As fate would have it, a report surfaced alleging that Su Qiu was burning something within her quarters. At such a juncture, it was preferable to apprehend the wrong person than to let a guilty one escape. Thus, Zhao Hai summoned Su Qiu for interrogation without delay. Noble Lady Shen never anticipated that despite her meticulous efforts, the matter would unravel so swiftly. The scapegoat she had intended for noble Lady Fong had been exposed, and the issue unexpectedly revolved around the heart knot. All she had instructed Su Qiu to burn had instead drawn unwarranted attention. How could such irony occur? As she dispatched someone to inquire further, news reached her that during the night patrol, a guard had inexplicably deserted his post, leading to his capture, and that eunuch's attire had been discovered in his quarters. In that instant, noble Lady Shen was struck dumb by the revelation, and it dawned upon her that something was amiss. She had become the target of scrutiny. Just as she began to comprehend the gravity of her situation, two unfamiliar palace maids unexpectedly entered her chamber. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. What do you intend to do? Chapter 85. The Queen's Ruthlessness Without Uttering a Single Word. The two individuals seized Lady Shen. One gripped her tightly, while the other ensnared her neck with a white silk ribbon, their eyes glinting with malice as they tightened their hold. Lady Shen felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. She yearned to struggle, yet her hands were firmly restrained, and the strength of her captors was astonishingly overpowering, rendering her efforts futile. In that fleeting moment, akin to a dying person's life flashing before their eyes, a myriad of scenes raced through her mind, ultimately crystallizing upon the seemingly dignified visage of the Queen. A fierce hatred ignited within her gaze. It was the Queen who had orchestrated the demise of the second prince through her machinations, and now she sought to extinguish Lady Shen's life as well. Once her utility had been drained, her fate was sealed. How foolish she had been to believe that she could broker an exchange with the Queen. The Queen would never acquiesce to her demands. The Queen was utterly merciless. Yet after the surge of hatred subsided, her consciousness began to blur, the animosity gradually dissipating as memories of the past surfaced. She recalled a time before entering the palace when she was the legitimate daughter of her family, yet lacked the affection of her stepmother and the regard of her father. Without means to assert herself, she would have been easily dominated by her stepmother. She had clawed her way to her current position, understanding that everything hinged upon her own efforts. Before her entrance into the palace, a young man had sought her hand in marriage. He was merely a guard within the palace. Had she accepted him, her father would still have looked down upon her, as would everyone else. She had declined his proposal, having resolved to enter the palace, unwilling to be scorned by her stepmother or father. She aspired to rise above others. What she had consented to him back then, would her fate have diverged? In the end, she found herself devoid of strength to resist. The two palace maids arrived and departed soundlessly, leaving behind a scene meticulously staged for her demise. Meanwhile, Jin Ji reported back. The task had been successfully executed. The guard with whom Lady Shen had illicit connections had been apprehended, and the eunuch in the room was clad in attire that would preclude any denial. Furthermore, Su Qiu, who was close to Lady Shen, had been coerced into claiming that her hatred for the favored consort you had driven her to act against the second prince in order to protect her own family. Additionally, there was another matter. Had the contraceptive herbs been discreetly placed? Jin Ji confirmed that they had been adequately concealed, though it remained uncertain whether Zhao Hai would be able to uncover them. The more concealed, the better. This would elucidate why Her Majesty had been unable to locate the person responsible for administering poison to the favored consort she for such a long time. Jin Ji concurred with the Queen's sentiment. The Queen nodded, instructing that no further involvement was to be taken in subsequent matters, lest the Emperor become suspicious. At this juncture, her anxious heart could finally find solace. Fortunately, it was night, affording her time to devise a response. Moreover, Zhao Hai would likely not be able to pinpoint Lady Shen immediately, granting her the necessary time for reflection. The Emperor had already harbored extreme doubts concerning her. He no longer required her to investigate openly, instead ordering Zhao Hai to seal off the inner palace. She sensed that if she could not extricate herself from this predicament, the emperor would not show her mercy. She must not become embroiled in this affair. Not only must she remain uninvolved, but she must also ensure that the emperor came to realize his suspicions were misplaced. Even if she could not win his affection, she must avoid being blamed for any future calamities that might befall him. After a night of intense interrogation, Zhao Hai learned that the guard had taken his own life by biting his tongue. However, another servant named Su Qiu provided a clear account. He immediately sought out Lady Shen, only to find her gone, and had no choice but to report to Xin Yuanling. By this time, dawn had broken after a long night. Su Qiu revealed that Concubine Yu had relentlessly tormented her over the matter of a fallen pearl in the imperial garden. Even when confronted, Lady Shen's animosity toward Concubine Yu intensified, as she believed Concubine Yu's primary concern was her two children. Consequently, Lady Shen conspired with the guard to impersonate a eunuch and executed their plan during the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Furthermore, it appeared that a eunuch was missing from Lady Feng's palace. According to Su Qiu, this was part of Lady Shen's scheme to frame Lady Feng by instructing the guard to kill the eunuch and hide the body, thereby silencing Lady Feng. What did the guard say? Xin Yuanling's expression turned icy. Zhao Hai hesitated. The guard took his life as soon as he was captured. I failed to prevent it. However, I had someone investigate, and it turns out this guard had formed an alliance with Lady Shen even before she entered the palace. He reportedly sought her hand in marriage, only to be rejected by her father. Subsequently, Lady Shen entered the palace. Outrageous! Xin Yuanling fumed. To go to such extremes to gain entry into the palace. One would think he was coercing ministers to offer their daughters. You are to relay my decree. The Shen family has raised their daughter poorly, endangering the imperial heirs, a grave crime. They shall be dismissed, investigated, and their household confiscated, with the entire family exiled. As for the guard's family, I had someone look into it, and it appears he had only an elderly mother. When news of his suicide reached home, she took her own life with scissors while no one was watching. Very well, Xin Yuanling said darkly, so all related parties have perished. This investigation cannot proceed any further. Inform Concubine Yu and prepare for the mourning of his second prince. Zhao Hai complied and went to report the details to Concubine Yu. Once he departed, Concubine Yu's composure finally shattered. Impossible. This matter cannot be entirely unrelated to the Empress. The one who benefits most from this is indeed the Empress. Yet deep down, she could not shake the anguish. My child, how he suffered. Perhaps we should privately speak with the Emperor and urge him to continue the investigation? Suggested Wan Zhao. It cannot be done. Concubine Yu's heart brimmed with hatred, but her mind began to clear. The Emperor has instructed Zhao Hai to investigate. With witnesses dead and material evidence in hand, the Empress cannot be implicated. The only beneficiary here is the Empress, and the Emperor will surely harbor doubts about her innocence. How coincidental that all these individuals have died, leaving no chance for defense. Without evidence, her status as Empress protects her. This matter must be left as is. No, it cannot end this way. Prepare me paper and ink. I must write to my father. The subsequent developments surrounding the mourning of the second prince reached Shen Qing only later, and as she listened to the unfolding events, her expression darkened. The Empress is truly ruthless. Initially uncertain of the Empress's involvement with Lady Shen's demise, Shen Qing now understood the truth. This matter undoubtedly stems from the scheming of Lady Shen. Initially, she seemed intent on aligning herself with the Empress to gain favor and bear a child. Thus, Lady Shen's actions were clearly an attempt to pledge her loyalty, yet the situation escalated, and the Empress, unwilling to provide her protection, decided to silence her permanently. How could it be mere coincidence that Zhao Hai was investigating, and yet a palace maid was summoned to report any burning incidents to him? At such a time, even if one were to witness something, a rational person would likely choose to feign ignorance, as long as their own safety was not at stake. As for the guard's attire, the oversight was even more glaring. After completing his task, he could not possibly remain without destroying evidence, awaiting inquiries. It is evident that Lady Shen was being watched from the moment she set her plans in motion, and all of this was anticipated by the empress. Truly, it is a case of intricate machinations, akin to the mantis stalking its prey while the sparrow lies in wait. Lady Shen embodies the mantis, while the empress plays the role of the sparrow. By utilizing others to carry out her designs, she keeps her hands untainted. Therefore, the fate of those aligned with the empress becomes painfully clear. When they are of use, they are met with smiles, but once they outlive their usefulness, they are silenced without hesitation. Indeed, the inner palace is a place that devours its own. Chapter 86. Comforting words. As Shen Qing pondered these matters, her expression grew rather somber. Chunhua, standing beside her, offered some delicacies, noting that since the incident involving the second prince, Shen Qing had not appeared well. She softly remarked, "The imperial kitchen has prepared some pearl cakes. Perhaps you would like to indulge a bit." "Indeed," Shen Qing replied, though she was not one to lose her appetite entirely. As she savored the pearl cakes, she reflected that such treats were not common in the past. Her current meals far exceeded what one of her status should rightfully have. It was evident that special arrangements had been made. Now, she was well provided for, as the best offerings were consistently sent to Zhao Palace. After enjoying a bit of sweetness, Shen Qing felt her previously tense nerves begin to unwind. Eating always brought a certain joy, yet there was another matter that delighted her. The empress, in her meticulous scheming, likely overlooked one crucial aspect. Following this incident, it seemed that Yu Fei was destined for a return to favor. Xian Yuanling would undoubtedly not allow Yu Fei to languish in neglect. Her lack of favor made her position precarious. He had only recently cooled towards her, but with the second prince's affair, there were whispers that those believing Yu Fei to be powerless might conspire against her. Xian Yuanling would ensure that everyone witnessed Yu Fei's continued prominence, especially with the presence of the third princess. The prospect of her reinstatement was not without merit. In fact, Shen Qing found herself hoping for Yu Fei's resurgence. She wished for Yu Fei to rise above this blow. Despite her resentment towards Yu Fei for nearly costing her life, she acknowledged that the narrative had shifted. The empress was ruthless, yet Yu Fei still held significance. Despite the loss of the second prince, she still had the third princess. With so few children in the palace, princesses were indeed precious. Their rivalry might ensure a more tranquil court, diverting the empress's attention elsewhere. Initially, the empress could have used her as a pawn against Yu Fei. Should Yu Fei be discarded, who could predict whether the empress would turn her venomous schemes toward Shen Qing? Even without the prospect of children, the empress's cruel intentions were unpredictable. Their mutual restraint was, perhaps, the most beneficial arrangement. While Shen Qing contemplated Yu Fei's potential reinstatement, it came to pass that Xian Yuanling resumed his visits to Zhongyu Palace following the mourning period for the second prince. Indeed, Yu Fei had been restored to favor. Though the empress seethed upon receiving the news, her ire could not alter the outcome. Others in the harem harbored their own thoughts. While it was pitiable that Yu Fei had lost her child, as long as the emperor continued to visit, there would always be a chance for more offspring. On the empress's side, Xian Yuanling had summoned her for reflection, and now, truly, he did not visit even on the 1st and 15th days of the month. Externally, it appeared as though he blamed the empress for mismanaging the harem following the second prince's demise, yet the true circumstances were known to few. A month after the second prince's passing, the matter gradually subsided, with little whispered about it. After spending over 10 days with Yu Fei, when Xian Yuanling turned to review the list of favored ones, he hesitated long upon seeing Shen Qing's name. Having accompanied Yu Fei for such a duration, one could surmise that given her temperament, she might indeed be angered. She observed the decorum, yet she hardly comprehended the sorrow that the second prince felt over the loss of Concubine Yu. In truth, Xian Yuanling harbored a lingering resentment towards Concubine Yu for nearly causing Shen Qing's demise. Thus, it was only natural for her to feel discontent at Concubine Yu's reinstatement and to lack sympathy for the pain of losing a child. What was there to empathize with? There existed a grudge. It was enough that she did not seek to settle scores with Concubine Yu. After much contemplation, Xian Yuanling turned to Zhao Hai and inquired, "What has been the situation at Zhao Palace these days?" Zhao Hai replied, "Zhao Palace has kept its doors tightly shut." "Ah," she mused. This young lady has once again retreated into her own world. For the past few days, due to the second prince's circumstances, Shen Yuanling had been feeling unsettled. Upon hearing this news, she thought it best to pay a visit. Then I shall go and see her. Zhao Hai exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking that after these tense days, the emperor could finally find some solace. Concubine, she is indeed commendable. Look at her. Who in this palace does not cause the emperor distress? Only Concubine, she brings him comfort. If she is not favored, then who is? Thus, Shen Yuanling made her way to Zhaohua Palace. At that moment, Shen Qing had yet to sleep, having been engrossed in a game of mahjong. She was thoroughly enjoying herself when the announcement of Shen Yuanling's arrival sparked a sense of curiosity within her. Wasn't Concubine you back in favor? Why do you not spend more time with her? Present your respects to the emperor, Shen Qing thought, having not seen Shen Yuanling for quite some time. The glance exchanged was filled with myriad emotions. Shen Yuanling found it somewhat overwhelming to be scrutinized in such a manner. Let's go inside, he suggested, as it was their customary practice to discuss matters within the confines of a room. Shen Yuanling cast a casual glance at Shen Qing, who, by coincidence, was looking in his direction. She appeared flustered, as if caught in a moment of mischief, only to turn away in a huff. This charming display was a mixture of wanting him to come and resenting him for not being there. Shen Yuanling's heart melted at the sight. Once inside the chamber, he embraced her tightly, just as the door had closed. Shen Qing let out a soft gasp before covering her mouth, as if afraid someone might overhear. Shen Yuanling found her reaction delightful and lowered his head to nuzzle her gently, asking, "Have you missed me?" Shen Qing feigned stubbornness and refrained from answering. Shen Yuanling, unperturbed, understood her grievances about his absence. To quell her thoughts, he spoke a candid truth. "I cannot allow Concubine you to lose favor again. She has always been overbearing. Unlike you, if she loses her favor, it would make her vulnerable to other schemes." He did not need to specify who those others might be. He knew Shen Qing's intelligence would grasp the implications. After all, it was her astuteness that allowed her to present her respects to the empress after their intimate moments. Shen Yuanling was aware of her cleverness, yet he still relished sharing certain truths with her. Shen Qing was taken aback. Such words were unexpectedly directed at her. After some contemplation, she resolved to express her sentiments. "I do not like Concubine you." Shen Yuanling thought to himself that this little one was refreshingly candid. He pressed a kiss to her forehead and reassured her, "Simply live your life in peace." "Indeed," she responded, her tone brimming with delight. Was it because of his affirmation that she felt so joyous? Was he no longer upset? "Have you missed me?" she inquired, eager for a kind word after their exchange. Shen Qing found the situation somewhat amusing. It was utterly ridiculous that a grand emperor would resort to explaining himself to his concubine, and once he had finished, he expected her to console him as well. Clearly, he desired her to comfort him. Naturally, she obliged, albeit subtly. Lowering her head, she murmured, "I thought about it." Shen Yuanling felt a sense of relief in his heart. "Then let us share the night together." Shen Qing displayed a hint of reluctance. "Your Majesty comes to my quarters with the intent of sharing the night?" Such words would have been unthinkable for Shen Qing to utter previously, as their relationship had been purely physical. However, given that he had personally clarified his intentions, she felt emboldened to assert herself further. Chapter 87. Midnight. Shen Qing's displeasure was not born of disdain, but rather a petulant display. Her countenance clearly signaling a desire for coaxing. Shen Yuanling teased her. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling to share the night with me? Shall I take my leave then?" Typically, a favored consort would, at this point, abandon their whims and plead for the emperor to stay. However, Shen Qing was resolute. She gazed at Shen Yuanling in disbelief, as if he had uttered something entirely unexpected. With a tone steeped in grievance, she replied, "Then the emperor may go seek Lady Yu." She gave a slight push against his chest, though it was more of a playful grasp of his garment. A gesture that spoke of a desire to retain him, albeit with trepidation. Amused, Shen Yuanling mused to himself that he had misjudged her fortitude. She was not as untroubled as he had thought. Shen Qing, feeling a sense of defeat, wrapped her arms around his waist, determined not to let go. "Your Majesty has declared that I am jealous. She had once bared her heart to him, instilling within him the notion of her jealousy. At that moment, his recollection was rekindled. Other than Lady Yu, where else could he possibly go? She held a grudge against him, while others bore no animosity. I simply do not like it, she pouted, foregoing the term of endearment, as she believed he would consider her averse to Lady Yu's potential return to favor. Thus, she chose to express her discomfort. Regardless, I cannot prevent you from visiting others. I shall simply endure my own distress. This sentiment conveyed that not only did Lady Yu's presence trouble her, but the thought of him with anyone else was equally unsettling, yet she refrained from outrightly forbidding him, making her sound rather understanding. Shen Yuanling found her amusing once more. So, do you wish to share the night or not? If you're displeased, then let us leave matters as they stand. The implication is clear. Yes, Shen Qing's gaze drifted, then the emperor must be like last time. Shen Yuanling felt a stir of excitement. Do you recall that sensation? Her cheeks flushed as she playfully struck his chest. You rascal, how audacious. He lifted her effortlessly into his arms, her feet leaving the ground as she clung to his neck. Shen Yuanling playfully tossed her onto the bed. Leaning over her, you have summoned me. Shen Qing bit her lip. If the emperor brings me pleasure, then I shall ensure the emperor finds joy as well. She tilted her head, her expression innocent and somewhat bewildered. Is that not acceptable? Indeed, her boldness was remarkable. Which woman would dare request his service in such a manner? Do they not typically seek to please him instead? This young lady, having experienced a taste of his affection, had now come to understand the thrill of their shared intimacy, and she was now the one initiating it. Yet, Shen Yuanling felt no anger. In the past, he had never concerned himself with the whims of women in his bed. This little one, though spoiled, was refreshingly honest. Rather than angering him, her words ignited a flame within him. So be it. Shen Qing perceived that this was an opportunity she could not refuse. The notion of him attending to her comfort was indeed quite delightful. If he were willing to prioritize her pleasure over his own, it would certainly be a most gratifying arrangement. At last, Shen Qingshu felt at ease, and so did Shen Yuanling. In terms of their relationship, they were increasingly in harmony. As the night deepened, Shen Qingshu, feeling fatigued, was bathed and then gently guided to bed, where Shen Yuanling instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Shen Qingshu nestled comfortably beside him, and they both enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. The next morning, Shen Yuanling rose early for court, as was his routine, awakening promptly. Upon glancing back, he noticed that Shen Qingshu showed no signs of waking. He observed her languid state and couldn't help but think how lazy she was. Yet, such laziness brought a smile to his lips. The sight of her soothed him, making the troubles of the outside world seem trivial. He pondered that perhaps it was better for her to enjoy her rest rather than for him to rise early for court. This thought made him wish to hold her close and continue sleeping. As this notion crossed his mind, he felt as though this little creature had ensnared him again. Were Shen Qingshu to wake at that moment, she would surely tease the emperor, accusing him of indulging in laziness. However, she remained asleep, and Shen Yuanling found her slumbering visage quite enchanting. He couldn't resist reaching out to poke her cheek. Her skin was soft and the sensation delightful. He recalled a previous playful incident where she had exposed his prank. Amused by this thought, he lost track of time. While outside, Zhao Hai grew increasingly anxious. Why had the emperor not risen yet? Should he go in and wake him? Would that disrupt the emperor's mood? It was quite perplexing. The emperor had been diligent since his ascension, never requiring someone to rouse him for court before. Was it possible that he had decided against attending today? Just as Zhao Hai wrestled with these thoughts, Shen Yuanling emerged just as he was about to open the door. Zhao Hai was nearly moved to tears, relieved to see that the emperor was still a wise ruler, not allowing himself to be distracted from court by the allure of a favored concubine. However, Shen Yuanling felt the chill in the air and instructed Zhao Hai, please tell the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send some charcoal. If he didn't rise, that little one would surely be cold alone in bed. Zhao Hai complied, and Shen Yuanling donned his court robes before proceeding to court. By the time Shen Qingshu awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Chunhua couldn't help but laugh at Shen Qingshu's dazed expression. Since the incident with the second prince, The emperor had not visited, which made Chenhua anxious, fearing that Shen Qing might feel unsettled. Now that the emperor had returned, Chenhua felt a sense of relief. The emperor had been thinking of his beloved concubine, and as winter approached, he had ordered that charcoal be sent ahead to ensure she remained warm and comfortable. This was indeed good news. Shen Qing inquired, "Do we have it here, or will it be sent from elsewhere?" Chenhua hadn't considered that detail, and went to inquire, returning with the information that it would come from both places. After a moment, she added, "The Ministry of Internal Affairs has indicated that it will be delivered in a couple of days." At that moment, Shen Qing was already enjoying her breakfast, and hearing this news stirred something within her. The emperor had indeed taken action. He had truly come around, even when sending gifts, even if under the guise of other duties. It had always been after he had spent the night with her, even though everyone possesses it. One glance reveals that it originated from her. Furthermore, requesting Xin Yuanling to provide her with cover will only attract more attention. Presently, if he could delay for 2 days, and if he were to visit the empress tonight, it would indeed touch her heart. As fate would have it, Xin Yuanling truly did visit the empress that evening. It is worth noting that Xin Yuanling had not frequented the empress in quite some time, after the empress had experienced a previous encounter. When the emperor summoned Shen Qing to his chambers, she speculated that this time Shen Qing must have spoken favorably of her in the emperor's presence. The empress, reflecting on this, grew increasingly fond of Shen Qing. Indeed, she is commendable. Not only does she receive favor, but she also manages to draw the emperor's attention to her. Even if it is merely a superficial glance, it bestows her with prestige, signifying that she no longer needs to dwell on her past missteps. Chapter 88. A peaceful dragon boat festival. Xin Yuanling paid a visit to the empress before attending the morning court the next day. In the afternoon, he contemplated taking a stroll in the imperial garden. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai immediately agreed and, while issuing instructions, called over Xiao Xiazi. "Go find someone to relay this to Zhaohua Palace." Xiao Xiazi was somewhat perplexed. "Master, why are you assisting Zhaohua Palace again?" Zhao Hai lightly tapped his forehead, urging him to think. "Do you often see the emperor visiting the imperial garden?" With a subtle hint, Zhao Hai left it to Xiao Xiazi's wits to grasp the underlying meaning. Initially confused, Xiao Xiazi mulled over it and realized that the emperor did not frequent the imperial garden. With winter approaching, what could he possibly seek there? Withered branches and fading flowers? Unlike the vibrant display of spring, it seemed unlikely the visit was for the sake of the blossoms. This contemplation startled Xiao Xiazi, as he recalled that during the emperor's last visit, he had been absent. Zhao Hai, seasoned in navigating such intrigues, recognized the significance of this second visit and understood that the emperor would not issue commands again. He needed to anticipate the emperor's thoughts. The instructions were to dispatch a message discreetly and to wait a couple of days before sending it, as he would later need to pay a visit to the empress and maintain favor with the favored concubine Shi. Zhao Hai was keenly aware of the intricate dynamics at play, knowing that concubine Shi's fortune was yet to unfold. Meanwhile, news reached Shen Qing, relayed by Wang Lu. Upon hearing it, Shen Qing erupted in laughter. "I see." She then called for Chenhua to assist her in preparing. "Bring out the bracelet the emperor gifted me earlier, the golden one. The red jade set must remain hidden, as it is not suitable for public viewing. As for the gold piece, I must admit, I find it rather unappealing. Given my tastes, I am reluctant to wear such an ornament." Nevertheless, since it was a gift from Xin Yuanling, she appreciated his sentiment. Thankfully, it was a wearable, everyday piece suitable for casual outings. After completing her preparations, she headed towards the imperial garden. Living nearby, she arrived earlier than Xin Yuanling, and those unaware might assume her luck had merely favored her with a chance encounter with the emperor. When Xin Yuanling arrived, he found Shen Qing amusing herself with a dried twig, seemingly engrossed in play with Chenhua, her laughter ringing with joy. It was Chenhua who first noticed Xin Yuanling and promptly performed her courtesies, followed by Shen Qing, who gracefully bowed. "Rise," Xin Yuanling instructed. This time, Zhao Hai was cautious, avoiding any awkwardness, and discreetly signaled Chenhua, allowing both to withdraw to a respectful distance. Observing Shen Qing's understated attire, Xin Yuanling felt a twinge of displeasure. He had always thought to care for her well-being, ensuring she wanted for nothing, showering her with gifts of fabric and jewelry. Yet her simplicity today made him wonder if she found his previous offerings lacking. As she raised her hand, the golden bracelet shimmered brilliantly. She had chosen to wear this particular piece, for it was meant to amuse him. Shen Yuanling couldn't he help but smile? In truth, Shen Qing seldom adorned herself with this bracelet, and he had noticed her reluctance. However, he understood, as such delicate trinkets often evoke a sense of shyness. It seemed she preferred to wear it in the privacy of her chamber, feeling too bashful to don it elsewhere. Yet now, here she was displaying it openly. Any trace of discontent he felt vanished, and he found himself further charmed. Shen Yuanling grasped her hand, the bracelet accentuating the elegance of her wrist rather than the ornament itself. Since fate had intertwined their paths, he invited her to stroll alongside him. Shen Qing observed the seriousness in his demeanor, his eyes betraying a hint of amusement that he struggled to conceal, which made her chuckle, only to feign composure. Shen Yuanling shot her a disapproving glance, questioning the source of her mirth. Shen Qing, unable to contain her laughter at his stern expression, felt a twinge of regret that she had assumed their previous encounter would be the last. To her surprise, here they were again, and she shamelessly found the emperor endearing. Unable to resist, she tugged at Shen Yuanling's sleeve, signaling him to lower his head slightly, and then planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Your Majesty is truly kind. Seeing me shiver, you provided warmth with the charcoal fire. I am grateful, Your Majesty. Shen Yuanling's heart raced. It was broad daylight, and he felt an unexpected shyness. He glanced at the instigator of this moment, only to find her lowering her head, as though disregarding the incident altogether. His jaw tightened, the place where she had kissed him tingling. Spotting a nearby rockery, a mischievous impulse took hold of him, and he pulled Shen Qing into its shadowy confines. Seeing her astonished expression filled him with an odd sense of triumph. This is what you get for being so alluring. He seized the moment to kiss her, and within the dim cave, their bodies pressed together. Shen Qing felt lightheaded from the kiss. Shen Yuanling's technique had improved. His initial impulsiveness had transformed into a more refined approach, indicative of someone who had learned the art of kissing. With her eyes glistening as they parted, Shen Qing gazed at Shen Yuanling with a longing that tightened his breath. Do not tempt me. They were outdoors under the clear sky, and he was struggling to contain his feelings. I did not, she protested. I merely expressed my gratitude sincerely. This time, he genuinely considered her feelings, and her heartfelt thanks was a reflection of that. Shen Yuanling regarded her innocent demeanor, and though frustration simmered within him, he ultimately refrained from showing anger. Embracing her to steady his breath, Shen Qing perceived his discomfort, yet he seemed to relish the restraint. She had no intention of disrupting the moment, especially in such a rough-hewn setting. Thus, she remained still, allowing Shen Yuanling to regain his composure. Once he did, they emerged from the cave. Having spent a considerable time within, they continued to explore the imperial garden, both a bit wary of unexpected occurrences. Harmonizing with one another, they resembled playful children on a spring outing. With Shen Yuanling holding Shen Qing's small hand, his spirits lifted. Not far away, Zhao Hai and Chunhua watched intently as they entered, waiting for them to emerge from behind the artificial hill. Wishing everyone a joyful Dragon Boat Festival. Enjoy the sweets. Chapter 89. The encounter with the noble lady, the serendipitous meeting in the Imperial Garden remained a secret, and both individuals found themselves inexplicably amused by it. Shen Yuanling felt a certain restlessness within him, unable to articulate his feelings. He genuinely contemplated taking the young lady back to Zhaohua Palace in broad daylight. Yet he restrained himself. On the other hand, Shen Qing found a fitting descriptor for their clandestine rendezvous, akin to an affair. Indeed, with whispers exchanged in private, their secretive kiss in the rockery certainly bore the hallmarks of an illicit romance. This thought evoked a smile. Shen Yuanling pondered over the matter. He mused that while physical intimacy could be enthralling, even the most exquisite partners could not consistently evoke such wonder. After a few encounters, the novelty would inevitably wane. He had no shortage of companions in his harem, yet being with Shen Qing felt distinctly different. Their chance meeting in the imperial garden had imparted an inexplicable flavor to their connection. He did not regard his growing affection for Shen Qing as a flaw. Rather, it deepened his longing. Though he yearned to indulge his desires, he found himself reluctant to do so. While Shen Qing enjoyed his favor and stood out among the others, she had not yet become overly conspicuous. Should she draw the attention of the entire court, it would surely incite jealousy among his other consorts. Xian Yuanling recalled her delicate charm and felt a pang of reluctance. Thus, he resolved to limit his encounters with her. Ironically, this restraint only heightened his thoughts of her. As the month drew to a close, one evening after dinner, Xian Yuanling received news that noble Lady Fong had gone into labor. According to protocol, the emperor was not required to attend, but the empress would oversee the situation. Xian Yuanling instructed Zhao Hai to keep him updated at all times. Knowing that this was Fong's first pregnancy and it would take some time, this was not Xian Yuanling's first experience with a woman giving birth, so he planned a rest, knowing he would have to attend court the following day. Shen Qing also received the news, but her status did not necessitate her presence during the delivery, leaving her with a sense of reflection. Had it not been for Yu Fei's lost pregnancy, along with her own contraceptive mishap, compounded by the presence of the second prince, the stakes of Fong's pregnancy would have been significantly higher. The empress, after all, desired a child. However, at this moment, it seemed the empress was fervently hoping that Fong would successfully deliver a healthy child. Luck, it appeared, played a significant role in the inner palace. While Shen Qing had been unfortunate, noble Lady Fong was evidently blessed. From the onset of night until the break of dawn, the palace gates finally opened, signaling that the birth had commenced in earnest. After enduring several more hours, the child finally made his grand entrance into the world, accompanied by jubilant cries. Swiftly, news of the joyous occasion was dispatched. Noble Lady Fong had given birth to a prince. Xian Yuanling, having concluded court proceedings, made his way to see her. Upon arrival, he heard the empress proclaiming the joyful tidings. "Congratulations, your majesty. Please hold the child." Xian Yuanling approached to behold the third prince. The empress remarked, "Look how fortunate the third prince appears. He resembles you, your majesty, as though he were carved from the same mold." Xian Yuanling recognized the empress's words as auspicious. Yet he was somewhat at a loss for words at her ability to speak such blatant falsehoods. The newborn, red and wrinkled, bore no resemblance to anything but a hairless monkey. Yet, deep within his heart, he remained joyous. It had not been long since the second prince departed, and the palace welcomed a delightful occasion, the elevation of Concubine Fong. This was indeed a double celebration. Although Concubine Fong could not receive visitors due to the impurities of the birthing chamber, and the emperor was forbidden from entering, her heart brimmed with elation. Exhausted from a night of labor, she was nonetheless invigorated by the arrival of her son. With the birth of a prince, she need not fear for her standing any longer. Just look at Consort Yu, and one would understand the birth of a child guarantees security. Not to mention that now, with Consort Yu having suffered a miscarriage and the second prince lost, her third prince was undoubtedly the most precious in the entire palace. Concubine Fong felt an immense sense of satisfaction, yet there were those who were not as pleased. Amidst the joyous atmosphere throughout the palace, the servants of Zhongyu Palace dared not even breathe loudly. Consort Yu had ceased to throw objects in frustration. In truth, Wan Zhao believed it would be better for her to vent her feelings. Since the news of Concubine Fong giving birth to the third prince reached her, she had sat there with an impassive expression, and he worried she might develop some affliction from suppressing her emotions. Wan Zhao, hesitant to offer counsel, could only secretly summon the third princess, hoping to divert Consort Yu's attention. Given the current circumstances, Consort Yu had grown increasingly fond of the third princess. Upon the arrival of the third princess, Consort Yu's demeanor transformed. She shot a glare at Wan Zhao, clearly deducing that the third princess had not come without reason. However, upon seeing the child, her heart softened. "Have you had your breakfast?" The third princess replied, "Not yet. I shall dine with mother." Consort Yu felt a pang of sorrow. It was indeed disheartening to have such a young child provide comfort. Not wanting to frighten her, she promptly ordered breakfast to be served for both her and the third princess. After they had dined, Consort Yu instructed someone to take the third princess away and cast another glare at Wan Zhao. Wan Zhao knelt, saying, "Your Highness, forgive my transgression." "Enough. Rise," Consort Yu replied. "I am well. The most difficult times have passed. Now, she is merely Concubine Fong. No, now she's Concubine Fong, who has given birth to a child. Can it truly be more distressing than the absence of the second prince?" After a moment of contemplation, she harbored some cryptic thoughts and said, "Go, instruct the small kitchen to prepare, for the emperor may visit tonight." Wan Zhao complied. That evening, Emperor Shen Ling indeed arrived. As he entered, Consort Yu attended to him with great care, the small kitchen having prepared dishes to his liking. Yet, she found herself unable to utter the congratulatory words regarding his son's birth, resulting in a somewhat subdued atmosphere. Observing her demeanor, Emperor Shen Ling reassured her. "You need not worry. Take good care of the third princess, for I shall visit often." Upon hearing this, Consort Yu felt a bittersweet ache within her. "I understand. I will certainly look after the third princess well." Indeed, during the absence of the second prince, she longed to accompany him in his departure, and he was softened by her sentiments. Consort Yu served the dinner with utmost devotion, and yet, regardless of the meal's quality, Emperor Shen Ling consistently dined well. After finishing the evening meal, he stated, "I still have memorials to attend to. You should rest early." With this, Consort Yu could only bid him farewell. In former times, she might have playfully protested, but now she feared that a single word could bring forth her tears. Watching him leave, she finally lowered her head. Wan Zhao comforted Yu Fei. "Your Highness, what troubles you? The emperor's arrival is known throughout the palace. Even if Fong Pin has given birth to the third prince, she cannot surpass you in the emperor's heart. It is evident that you hold a paramount position in his affections." In times past, such words would have brought Yu Fei some solace. Yet now that Shen Ling had truly arrived, her suspicions were confirmed. As Wan Zhao had remarked, the entire palace was indeed aware of her favored status, which served to protect her and the third princess. As Wan Zhao continued speaking, he began to sense something amiss. While others may be unaware, he was acutely aware of the fact that the second prince had passed away, and though the emperor frequently visited, he had never summoned Yu Fei to his chambers. Observing Yu Fei's countenance, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the emperor had grown weary of her? Was his visit merely a fade for the sake of the third princess? The thought was almost unbelievable to Wan Zhao. Surely it could not be so. If the emperor truly felt this way, it would be an unbearable blow to Yu Fei's heart. Chapter 90. The turning of cards. The emperor came and went from Yu Fei's quarters, while after Fong Pin gave birth. The empress was keenly aware of where the emperor would choose to rest. To her surprise, he dined in the Zhongyu Palace. Following Yu Fei's reinstatement, Shen Ling frequently visited, and despite the empress's grievances, there was little she could do but watch Yu Fei rise once more in favor. As for matters concerning the emperor's private affairs, even with the empress's extensive connections, she could not ascertain what transpired in the intimacy of another's bed. The Zhongyu Palace had become a veritable fortress, especially after the incident involving the second prince, making it exceedingly difficult for news to escape. With Yu Fei back in favor and Fong Pin having delivered a son, the empress's own barrenness rendered her increasingly desolate. Although the emperor did not spend the night in the Zhongyu Palace, his demeanor spoke volumes, leaving the empress restless. She was meant to oversee Fong Gairen during her confinement, a task that should have been exhausting yet left her sleepless and pained from fatigue. Jinji, feeling sympathy, advised, "Your Majesty, please rest. You have toiled for so long." However, the empress paid no heed to Jinji's words, instead fixating on the soft, delicate child born to Fong Pin. Fong Pin is indeed fortunate, she mused. This sentiment echoed her earlier thoughts about Fong Pin, who truly seemed to possess extraordinary luck. Jinji remarked, "Had it not been for Yu Fei's previous miscarriage and the unresolved matter of Shi Gairen's contraceptive remedies, coupled with the sudden loss of the second prince, it would not have been her turn to bear a child. The most crucial aspect is that both mother and child are healthy." Fortune does play its role in the palace, she thought, recalling how she had Yu Fei punished to kneel for 2 hours, despite the strain. The child had not been lost. Indeed, The vigor of youth prevailed. The empress, now feeling the weight of exhaustion, said, "Now that the child has arrived, what purpose does further discussion serve?" At this, the empress smiled faintly, adding, "I observe that she is not a placid character and shares a rivalry with Yufei. The previous rival, Shen Qing, has fared well, has she not? Fang Pin will surely find her moments of utility. Yet, having already borne one child, there could be no allowance for a second. The palace had no need for another Yufei. Keep a watchful eye on Fang Pin in the coming days. Ensure she cares for her body and properly observes her confinement, so she may continue to serve the emperor." Jinji nodded. "I shall deliver your majesty's gifts to Fang Pin tomorrow, ensuring she lacks for nothing." Very well. Once the empress had given her instructions, she closed her eyes, requesting Jinji to massage her acupoints and help her relax. Before long, she succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the Dowager Empress received news of joy from Cui Yun, her expression brightening. Indeed, her mood had been clouded for days, but now it had lifted. This change was bittersweet. The loss of the second prince weighed heavily on her heart as a grandmother, and the grand celebration she had painstakingly organized had been marred by such tragedy. She had never favored Yu Fei, and with the second prince's demise, she perceived it as a sign of the birth mother's inadequacy. Yet the emperor's affection for Yu Fei only seemed to grow, while his visits to the empress became increasingly rare. The empress had some awareness regarding the former empress's desire for Shen Qing to bear child. Initially, she chose to remain indifferent. Yet Shen Qing was rendered incapable of motherhood by the beating from consort Yu. As it stands, within the entire palace, there are only two beauties, Zhao and Li, neither of whom hold the emperor's favor, meeting him merely once a month. How could one expect a child to come of this? After much contemplation, it became evident that the empress was ineffectual and others were similarly lacking. Those as capable as Shen Qing were unable to conceive. When then could one expect the empress to nurture a child by her side? The empress dowager pondered and inquired of Cui Yun, "Is there not a young lady named Jinjin from the Qin family? I encountered her only once during last year's festival. Yet her visage remains vivid in my memory. She is truly enchanting, surpassing even the favored consort she of Zhaohua Palace." Cui Yun, recalling, replied, "This young lady from the Chun family, second Miss Chun, should be 15 this year. She is indeed striking, though I have yet to behold consort she's appearance. But I have heard she is extraordinarily beautiful." The Empress Dowager scoffed. "Such a lowly status makes her unworthy of attention. We can only admire her beauty. Yet, she is merely a temptress, not comparable to our Qin daughters. Find a pretext to summon her to the palace to accompany me, for the new year approaches, and she shall inevitably enter the palace. When the time comes, her parents can take her home." Was this not an indication that she intended for the girl to remain? Cui Yun recognized the underlying meaning. The Empress Dowager was assessing Miss Chun Jinjin's beauty, believing the emperor might take an interest. Yet, such an act was decidedly against protocol. She was not an officially selected candidate for the palace. How could one allow a young lady to reside within the palace without proper selection? If this were to occur, it would tarnish the emperor's reputation as well as that of Miss Jinjin, who would be said to have accompanied the Empress Dowager only to end up in the emperor's bedchamber. What sort of situation was this? Cui Yun understood that she could not dissuade the Empress Dowager from her intentions, and thus remarked, "If your majesty wishes to proceed with such a conspicuous plan, it ultimately depends on the emperor's willingness." The Empress Dowager frowned. Cui Yun then eagerly added, "However, I believe that your majesty's wishes will ultimately be heeded by the emperor. After all, he has already gone to great lengths for the upcoming birthday celebration." This statement bore a singular meaning. Whatever the Empress Dowager decreed was undoubtedly correct, and the emperor would certainly heed her counsel. Sometimes, veiled expressions carry greater weight than direct ones. Cui Yun understood that if she were to adamantly oppose, the Empress Dowager's stubbornness would only intensify. However, by speaking in this manner, the Empress Dowager would reflect upon whether the emperor would indeed acquiesce. As anticipated upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager remarked, "The emperor can be quite temperamental. Very well, let us wait a few days. We shall summon her to the palace just before the new year." Summoning her before the new year would certainly sound more palatable than calling her in at this moment. Cui Yun sighed in relief. reflecting that with such thoughts from her mistress, her own position as a servant was becoming increasingly challenging. Yet, what could be done? Meanwhile, Xin Yuanling had indeed perused the memorials and visited Consort Yu, and, as the time approached, he retired to Qianyuan Palace without issuing any edicts. The subsequent days unfolded with him visiting the third prince and Consort Yu as required, continuing this routine for 6 or 7 days. On this day, the esteemed office presented a green plaque once more. He found himself traversing the imperial harem, visiting the empress, the fragrant consort, the jade concubine, and, of course, Shen Qing. As he gazed upon the green plaque, he noted a Lady Zhao, though her visage evoked little recollection. Indeed, within the harem, none could rival Shen Qing's beauty. Xin Yuanling furrowed his brow as memories of Shen Qing resurfaced. She had once expressed her displeasure at his visits elsewhere. This enchanting little spirit had, over the past month, permitted only him to share her bed, leaving him to feel a sense of moral decline. His gaze lingered on the green plaque of Lady Zhao, her appearance fading from his memory, save for her adherence to decorum. Thus, he proceeded to examine Lady Zhao's plaque. Chapter 91. The Pearl Cake. That evening, Lady Zhao was presented before Xin Yuanling by the service chamber. While the act of attending to the emperor was customary, Lady Zhao's return left Xin Yuanling with a rather displeased countenance. Zhao Hai observed his demeanor with trepidation, wondering if Lady Zhao had performed inadequately. In truth, Lady Zhao had not faltered in her duties. The process of attending to the emperor was simply as it was. However, Xin Yuanling felt that summoning Lady Zhao for this purpose had been a grave misjudgment. Initially, he had intended to summon Shen Qing in the grotto, but refrained from acting on his impulses due to concerns regarding Fang Pin's recent childbirth and matters from the previous court. Thus, he found himself in a state of pent-up desire, and while he might have chosen to forget her, the thought of her lingered in his mind. Today, he called upon Lady Zhao, expecting to feel invigorated after a long absence from such pleasures, yet he found himself discontented, sensing something amiss. Ultimately, he could not suppress his urges and decided to visit Zhaohua Palace the following afternoon during his rest. At that moment, Shen Qing was peacefully napping, and when Chanhua and Fang Yun noticed the emperor's arrival, they hastily attempted to inform him but were halted by Xin Yuanling. "Where is your mistress?" "She is currently resting," they replied. Xin Yuanling pondered how comfortably she lived while he had been so tormented. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary to disturb her slumber, dismissing Chanhua and Fang Yun as he entered the room. Indeed, Shen Qing was deep in sleep, unaware of his presence. Upon entering, Xin Yuanling beheld her tranquil form, which reminded him of the restless night he had endured, filled with longing. How could it be that she was at ease while he suffered? The sight of her stirred a tempest within him. It was broad daylight, and according to the emperor's decorum, he should not act impulsively, especially since Shen Qing had done nothing to incite his ire. Yet, the flames of desire had been kindled long before this day. Despite Shen Qing remaining asleep, it did not hinder him. He let out a soft hum and climbed onto the bed. Awoken from her peaceful nap, Shen Qing was startled, not suspecting anyone other than Xin Yuanling would dare disturb her. Yet, she found herself bewildered by his sudden and unexpected advances during the day. Sleep had evaded her, and she began to stir restlessly. Xin Yuanling, frustrated by her commotion, exclaimed, "Behave yourself while attending to me. No disruptions." Shen Qing wore a look of profound grievance, though internally, she too harbored resentment. Her predicament stemmed from the intrigue others had stirred within him, which had now been unwittingly unleashed upon her. Xin Yuanling felt deflated. He had no desire to explain himself. After all, it would be utterly humiliating to admit he had been pining for her for days. Could a dignified emperor afford such embarrassment? Yet, her expression indicated she was intent on causing a scene, and if he did not appease her, he would be the one to suffer. Aware of Shen Qing's penchant for indulgence, he realized that failing to attend to her needs would yield no favorable outcome. Thus, he ultimately relented. "Aside from you, who else could possibly entice me so?" As Shen Qing gradually comprehended the situation, a mixture of surprise and uncertainty washed over her. "Your Majesty, have you been thinking of me for so long?" After all, She had not seen him in recent days. If there was any notion of seduction, it must have originated from their encounter at the grotto a few days prior. Shen Yuanling's face flushed with indignation. Unable to suppress her amusement, Shen Qing thought, "Is that truly the case?" His expression brightened her spirits, and with a lighter mood, she willingly engaged with him. Consequently, Shen Qing extended her afternoon nap. Shen Yuanling felt physically at ease, yet internally perturbed. However, Shen Qing's affectionate nuzzling against his chest alleviated his discomfort. He felt somewhat deflated, grappling with a tumultuous state of mind that was difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, Shen Yuanling did not stay overnight. He had come during the day for just a brief respite, skipping dinner. Given that Zhaohua Palace was rather remote, his visit in broad daylight was unusual. Previously, he had never engaged in such indiscretions during daylight hours. So even the Empress did not perceive his intentions towards Shen Qing in that light. Upon hearing about Shen Yuanling's midday visit, she remarked that the palace was indeed lacking a confidant. This group of ladies-in-waiting had been in the palace for nearly a year, and among them, only Shi Ren and Fong Pin were somewhat presentable. Fong Pin, confined to her quarters postpartum, could not attend to affairs, while Shi Ren had garnered the emperor's favor. Jinji noted, "However, does the emperor harbor any private affections for Shi Ren?" The empress certainly had her own informants in the imperial kitchen. While others might be oblivious, she was well aware of the emperor's attentiveness towards Shi Ren, which raised concerns. The emperor's compassion stemmed from her inability to bear children, a situation that had arisen following the incident in Zhongyu Palace. Jinji pondered, "I merely feel that Shi Ren's favored status, especially in the presence of the empress, is rather." The empress understood Jinji's implications. However, what did it matter? She replied, "If she were truly wise, she would not provoke challenges. A favored concubine without offspring can only cling to present affections. Should she allow this favor to cloud her judgment, there is Fong Pin to contend with." The empress had no desire to entangle herself further with Shen Qing. Wishing to avoid a deterioration in relations with Shen Yuanling, Jinji nodded silently, reflecting on how the emperor's attentiveness to Shi Ren seemed more like a means of saving face. But could the emperor truly be so concerned for a concubine who was unable to bear children? Jinji dismissed her musings as mere overthinking. Meanwhile, after her time with the emperor, Shen Qing felt languid, and her nap stretched until dinner time. However, when mealtime arrived, the pearl cake she had been enjoying was mysteriously absent. Wang Lu returned with the meal and reported to Shen Qing, "Today, the imperial kitchen prepared 4 portions of pearl cake, meant for Shen Pin, Yu Fei, Fong Pin, and our palace. However, Fong Pin requested 2 portions, claiming a sudden craving. And since I arrived late, I was unable to obtain any. Please, punish this servant." Shen Qing raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, not blaming Wang Lu. "Get up. I understand." Rather than feeling anger, a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be? This Fong Pin had just given birth, and now her tail was about to rise? Was she truly engaging in such antics? Perhaps the prolonged confinement during her pregnancy had driven her to seek some form of release. Regardless, as long as this release did not land upon her, it would suffice. Today was merely a plate of pastries, but if it were something else? Shen Qing curled her lips slightly. "It's nothing. I shall go early tomorrow." Chapter 92. Chunjinjin. The following day, Wang Lu arrived early, and indeed there were still some pastries available. Shen Qing casually inquired, "Isn't Consort Fong fond of these today?" Wang Lu, recalling how he had embarrassed her during the meal selection the previous day, felt compelled to respond, "No, the imperial kitchen is attentive today. They wouldn't dare neglect us. They prepared more today." Shen Qing pondered this. After all, Consort Fong's status had risen significantly, and requesting an extra dish of pastries was hardly a trivial matter. Furthermore, since Shen Yuanling had given instructions, Shen Qing felt it necessary to ensure ample preparations. However, Wang Lu added, "I've noticed that Consort Fong's meals are indeed exquisite these days. I've heard it was the Empress who specifically instructed this." Hoping Consort Fong would recover her health soon, Shen Qing blinked twice, surprised by the mention of the Empress's directive. She smirked slightly. The empress has always been caring towards the imperial consorts. With such attention, it's likely that consort Fong is faring well during her confinement. Moreover, the third prince is the first child since the emperor ascended the throne. Following the untimely deaths of the eldest and second princesses and the miscarriage of the second prince, is indeed a cause for celebration. If the empress is genuinely pleased, it is understandable. Wang Lu nodded in agreement. Your Highness speaks wisely. Shen Qing, having reached this point, decided to focus solely on her meal. After Xian Yuanling's unprecedented daytime visit, an event that had unfolded with audacious intimacy, he seemed to have no intention of returning. In contrast, he later summoned Lady Zhao twice and Lady Li once. As time passed, over half a month had slipped by, and it appeared that Shen Qing was deliberately avoiding his presence, showing a reluctance to engage. Chen Hua and Fong Yun had weathered their share of storms, yet their confidence in serving was perhaps wavering. However, having been with Shen Qing, they had witnessed Xian Yuanling's demeanor during his visits. When the emperor left previously, he had not been angry. It was unlikely that he would suddenly withdraw his favor without cause. Yet, their curiosity lingered. Was the emperor now enamored with Lady Zhao? Given Lady Zhao's amiable disposition, it was plausible that he found her appealing. Shen Qing remained undisturbed. Although she had only met Lady Zhao during the autumn hunt and their acquaintance had been brief, Lady Zhao's clarity and composure were indeed rare qualities in the palace. Your Highness, are you not distressed? Fong Yun asked cautiously. Shen Qing smiled. Fong Yun exchanged glances with Chen Hua, observing Shen Qing's calm demeanor, which suggested she had anticipated the emperor's absence. Unable to contain herself, Fong Yun asked, what sort of game are you and the emperor playing? Shen Qing, taken aback, sputtered tea from her mouth. She genuinely had not expected Fong Yun to utter such a thing and playfully chided her, you bold girl, are you daring to concoct tales about me and the emperor? Fong Yun chuckled apologetically. I would never presume to do so. Shen Qing replied, are you no longer concerned that this might signal my impending loss of favor? What if I truly were to fall out of grace? Initially, when Xian Yuanling had removed the green headplate, they had been anxious, yet now they seemed unfazed. Upon hearing Shen Qing's words, Chen Hua and Fong Yun hurried to offer reassurances, naturally refraining from further inquiries. Shen Qing spoke lightly of her diminished favor, feigning indifference, yet deep down, she was not truly heartbroken. As for the absence of Xian Yuanling, she was well aware of the reasons behind it, though she could not articulate the sentiment. Matters of intimacy were not something she felt compelled to share with others. The day Xian Yuanling admitted that he had been preoccupied with thoughts of her for several days. She reflected in her heart, goodness, this is troublesome. She anticipated that after their encounter, this capricious emperor would likely sulk again, for it was embarrassing indeed. The emperor, a figure of great stature, had been preoccupied with a woman for an extended period and unable to contain himself. He took advantage of her slumber to act upon those desires. While others remained oblivious, Shen Qing was privy to the truth. Xian Yuanling was probably just throwing a tantrum, likely feeling that she was too alluring and wishing to give her the cold shoulder. Perhaps he intended for her to reflect on maintaining decorum in his presence. Shen Qing merely chuckled at this pretense. Let us not pretend he is not fond of her. Men often shift the blame for such matters onto women, never pausing to ponder their own lack of self-control. When she had initially captivated him, she had not anticipated he would linger on those thoughts for so long. Here it was, over half a month later. With the new year approaching, Shen Qing was untroubled. The royal kitchen had not deprived her of sustenance, ensuring her days remained comfortable. However, Zhao Marin had indeed made a lasting impression on him. Did Shen Qing feel sorrow? Not particularly. From the moment she first served him, she understood she would be part of a collective of women catering to one man, so to feign distress now seemed rather late. Did she still hope for his exclusive affection? Surely not. Such aspirations were fraught with peril. Should he choose to indulge her alone, she would become the target of envy, with the court united in their disdain for her and the harem's women turning against her like crows. It is said that 2 fists cannot oppose 4 hands. No matter how vigilant Xian Yuanling might be in protecting her, she could easily fall victim without knowing who struck the fatal blow. As it stood, Shen Yuanling's current disposition toward her was quite satisfactory. Once his temper cooled, he would surely return. Given the present circumstances, Shen Qing felt confident that her favor would not wane anytime soon. As for the day she might truly lose his favor, with the speed at which Shen Yuanling dispensed rewards, she believed that her current possessions would suffice for a comfortable existence in the harem. After all, she could not bear children, and if she lost favor, she would likely be less remembered and could simply live her life behind closed doors. Thus the days passed, and just days before the new year, the Empress Dowager summoned a younger relative to the palace, under the pretext of needing companionship. This young relative was none other than Miss Chun Jinjin from the Qin family. The following day, when Shen Yuanling visited the Empress Dowager to pay his respects, he entered with the customary greeting. However, upon seeing a face that bore a slight resemblance to Shen Qing, his demeanor changed. Zhao Hai, Concubine Suanyan Lang, also took notice and found himself quite impressed. The Empress Dowager had indeed orchestrated an intriguing twist. Chun Jinjin, upon encountering the emperor, had no choice but to perform her courtesies. Shen Yuanling, upon observing the similarities between Chun Jinjin and Shen Qing, instinctively began to appraise her. Chapter 93. Relieved, it is often said that beautiful women share certain unexpected similarities. Indeed, Chun Jinjin belongs to the same category of beauty as Shen Qing. As Chun Jinjin bowed gracefully before him, Shen Yuanling could not help but compare her to Shen Qing. While it is common for beauties of the same ilk to possess a few resemblances at first glance, upon closer inspection, such similarities often dissipate. In truth, Chun Jinjin's features lack the exquisite refinement of Shen Qing, and the disparity in their expressions is even more pronounced. To illustrate, during their first encounter, although Shen Qing approached her duties with caution, she did not exhibit any signs of trepidation. It was known that the night prior, she had been carried back with great care. If she were an ordinary woman, she might have been paralyzed with fear the following day. Yet, she was unperturbed. In contrast, Chun Jinjin, with her lips pressed together, appeared genuinely anxious, betraying an underlying fear of him. Was he a tyrant? A figure of notorious reputation? Would he punish her merely for seeking his favor? In short, her demeanor was decidedly petty. This stark contrast brought Shen Qing to mind, and by comparison, the young lady before him paled significantly in comparison to Shen Qing, who came from humble beginnings. Recently, Shen Yuanling had been vexed with himself over past events, intentionally avoiding thoughts of Shen Qing. Deep down, he did not wish to shower exclusive affection upon her. He believed in equitable treatment among the women of his court, aware from the outset that she possessed an alluring charm that drove him to distraction. Despite his resolve to resist being ensnared by a mere woman, the past half-month had been undeniably challenging. He had sought the company of others, yet none could match the satisfaction he found with Shen Qing, and he felt reluctant to return to her. Thus, he remained in a state of stagnation. Now, with the recent appearance of Chun Jinjin, Shen Qing seemed to shine all the more brightly in comparison. The more he pondered, the darker his expression became. Zhao Hai, upon hearing Shen Yuanling's tone, sensed that the Empress Dowager's recent maneuver may have gone awry. She had deliberately chosen someone who resembled the emperor's favored consort. Yet with the favored one already in the Zhaohua Palace, there was no need for a substitute. Shen Yuanling's dissatisfaction with Chun Jinjin was evident before the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager mused that Chun Jinjin, being young and perhaps poorly guided by her family, was truly unfit for the task at hand, and she felt a twinge of discontent. It was exasperating. None of them were of any use. Shen Yuanling's audience with the Empress Dowager proceeded, as usual, devoid of any superfluous conversation. After taking his leave from the Shoshang Palace, he chose not to ride in the carriage, opting instead to walk through the palace grounds, with Zhao Hai trailing uneasily behind. What was the matter with him now? Shen Yuanling's countenance darkened as his thoughts turned once more to Shen Qing. Were it not for her captivating allure and endearing nature, he would not have found himself comparing all the women of the harem to her. Frustrated as he was, he had previously endeavored to dismiss her from his mind, but now Chun Jinjin had rekindled his longing for Shen Qing, and he found himself unable to resist. That tormenting, tightening sensation in his heart was unmistakably longing. Shen Yuanling realized that he truly missed her. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, "To the Zhaohua Palace." At this moment, the captivating Shen Qing, affectionately known as Shen Yuanling, was engrossed in roasting sweet potatoes. Indeed, it was a remarkably down-to-earth endeavor. Shen Qing suddenly developed a craving for roasted sweet potatoes, but having them delivered from the imperial kitchen seemed rather lackluster. Instead, she reminisced about the times when Wang Lu, recalling his childhood, would roast sweet potatoes with his younger siblings, digging a pit in Zhaohua Palace and setting up a fire to cook the tubers. Shen Qing eagerly anticipated the sweet treat, and Wang Lu, unable to resist her longing gaze, felt a pang of nostalgia for his own siblings. Despite his noble status, he found himself thinking in such a manner, a thought he deemed inappropriate. Nevertheless, his expression softened once the sweet potatoes were ready. He cautiously advised Shen Qing to be careful of the heat, placing the roasted tuber aside to cool for a moment before handing it to her. Shen Qing praised him, saying, "Wang Lu, you are truly thoughtful." His face flushed at her compliment. At that moment, Shen Yuanling entered. Shen Qing had just torn open the sweet potato, blowing on it before taking a generous bite. Such deliciousness demanded to be savored in large morsels. However, just as she was enjoying her feast, Shen Yuanling appeared unexpectedly. Catching sight of Shen Qing with a sweet potato in hand, he was momentarily taken aback. She, with her cheeks stuffed like a little hamster, failed to greet him in her surprise. Suddenly, disaster struck for Shen Qing. In her eagerness to swallow the sweet potato, she choked on it, her throat constricted, causing her to pound her chest in distress. Shen Yuanling was startled by her sudden plight. Wang Lu quickly fetched water, and Shen Qing gulped it down, finally managing to breathe again, though her chest ached from the choking. Yet, she still feigned distress, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am feeling quite unwell." Seeing her eyes welling with tears, Shen Yuanling felt a mix of irritation and concern. He knew he should maintain a semblance of authority, but instinctively, he moved to help her breathe easier. However, this act made him feel somewhat diminished, prompting him to scold her playfully, with a show of desperation. "You are a noble now. Is it necessary to be so hasty with your food? If you were to choke to death, you would be the first concubine in centuries to meet such a fate, perhaps earning a place in the annals of history." Shen Qing thought to herself that it was his abrupt entrance that startled her. Yet she could not voice such a sentiment. "I have not seen your Majesty in quite some time, and upon your sudden appearance, I was overwhelmed with joy, forgetting that I was still eating. Is your Majesty jesting at my expense?" She sounded quite aggrieved. Longing to see the emperor again had made her forget her manners. Shen Yuanling's lips unconsciously curled into a smirk, and he feigned seriousness. Such a lack of decorum. Is this something one can say in public? The servants are watching. What an embarrassing sight. Chapter 94. Enlightenment upon hearing these words, Shen Qing appeared frightened, and she turned to Shen Yuanling, pleading, "I acknowledge my mistakes. I implore your Majesty to punish me." She was not truly angry with him, yet here she was, earnestly seeking forgiveness, both aggrieved and alluring. Shen Yuanling had not seen her for over half a month, and his thoughts of her had been consuming him. Her submission stirred something deep within him, igniting a yearning that was hard to quell. Shen Qing lifted her gaze, her demeanor radiating genuine distress, her eyes speaking volumes as they seemed to implore Shen Yuanling. "I have admitted my faults. Do you still wish to punish me?" The fire ignited within Shen Yuanling at her gaze, and the pent-up frustration of the past days swirled into a complex mix of emotions, awakening a mischievous impulse. Since she believed he would be lenient and refrain from punishment, he resolved to do the opposite. Grasping her hand, he led her into the room, and to her credit, Shen Qing did not resist. Otherwise, the scene might have been rather unseemly. Zhao Hai quickly ordered those around to withdraw. Shen Yuanling pulled Shen Qing into the inner chamber and, with a swift motion, positioned her across his lap. Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback. What sort of position was this? As she lay draped over his thigh, Shen Yuanling's hand descended. Previously, when he had been exceedingly angry or felt she had acted inappropriately, he had resorted to similar measures, but those had been mere gestures. Now, however, With her sprawled across his lap, it felt akin to a child receiving punishment. Shen Qing was truly mortified and could not help but struggle, prompting Xin Yuanling to press her back down. Anger surged within her. Being chastised in such a manner was unbearably humiliating. "Your Majesty!" she exclaimed, her voice betraying her frustration. Xin Yuanling could not fail to perceive her discomfort, and a twinge of compassion stirred within him. "Did you not request that I punish you? Now that I have, you are displeased?" he teased. "Oh, noble consort she, how bold you are! Did you mean to deceive your sovereign? I demand you submit to punishment as instructed. Would you dare to defy me further?" Shen Qing, both ashamed and incensed, pressed her lips together, inhaled deeply, and began to weep. Xin Yuanling, releasing his pent-up frustration, was suddenly taken aback by her tears. Though she was usually delicate, it was rare for her to cry so openly. Had he truly struck her with such force? His blows had been gentle. He could never bear to be too harsh. Gathering her into his arms, he noticed her face flushed and her eyes brimming with tears, a manifestation of her embarrassment, though he was unaware of this. As he observed her genuine distress, he pondered whether he should offer comfort. After all, what could he say to reconcile with the reprimands he had just delivered? Before he could articulate his thoughts, Shen Qing lamented, "Ever since your Majesty ceased visiting, not a day has passed without me yearning for your presence. I have been filled with joy, believing you had finally come to see me because you missed me. Yet, upon your arrival, you chose to chastise me instead. Do you truly harbor no affection for me?" As she spoke, her sorrow deepened, and she covered her face, her cries growing louder. In contrast, during the time Shen Qing had suffered punishment from Yu Fei, she had not wept so earnestly. Her tears had merely fallen quietly. Yet now, she was engulfed in a torrent of emotion. Xin Yuanling found himself at a loss, unsure of how to respond. "Do not cry," he implored. After much back and forth, the essence remains. Do not weep. Should he truly apologize to her as an emperor for having struck her? Shen Qing sobbed incessantly, causing Xin Yuanling great distress. Observing her crimson lips, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed her. Silence ensued. This method proved effective. Had Shen Qing not closed her eyes, she would have certainly rolled them in impatience. As Xin Yuanling perceived that Shen Qing seemed somewhat better, he leaned down to gaze at her, only to find the beauty bashfully shy. That glance made his throat tighten, leading him to ponder the futility of his previous efforts and punishments. He should have simply taken her the moment he entered. With this thought, he acted accordingly. Shen Qing, internally exclaiming her dismay at his reckless behavior, struggled anew. Xin Yuanling clenched his jaw, admonishing her to cease her commotion, fearing the pain it might bring. Indeed, this delicate creature was quite sensitive. Xin Yuanling exhaled deeply, recognizing that if she feared pain, she ought to behave more amiably. He truly could not bear to hurt her, for if she were genuinely harmed, with her temperament, it would take considerable time to soothe her. In the imperial harem, no woman had ever required such gentle coaxing from him. Xin Yuanling himself could not articulate why, but he felt that after more than half a month apart, her temper had grown fiercer and more endearing. His patience had only deepened, and her tantrums evoked not annoyance, but rather a greater tenderness within him. Shen Qing sighed in relief, fidgeting slightly as she acquiesced to the situation. Xin Yuanling, filled with pent-up emotions and anger, found himself transitioning from a storm to a gentle breeze, his mood gradually softening. Once he felt comfortable, the tumult of the past month faded into nothingness. Initially, he had intended to compensate for his absence through her, yet now he found himself reluctant to part with her. As he reflected on the past weeks, he gazed at the woman in his arms, who appeared drowsy and on the verge of sleep. He had no intention of releasing her, thus he held her close. Xin Yuanling contemplated the prior situation and realized that it was better to express his feelings than to stifle them. He could not endure this emotional turmoil. Surely she missed him as well. Recalling her tears truly softened his heart. After enduring such a tumultuous period, he had genuinely tasted the flavor of longing, making him even less willing to let go of Shen Qing. In truth, he had forgotten that just months prior, he had claimed he could leave her in cold solitude for a month. Now, he could scarcely endure a mere month apart. Meanwhile, the Empress's suppressed fury finally erupted after several days. The Empress Dowager had indeed summoned Shen Qing before the Emperor. What was her intention? Did she regard the Empress as ineffectual, so eager to introduce another daughter of the Chun family into the harem? Was she offering assistance or striking a blow to the Empress's pride? Jinji immediately comforted the Empress, stating that since the Emperor had not shown interest, there was no need to worry over such trivial matters. The Empress replied, I have heard that Shen Qing bears some resemblance to the favored consort Shi. The maidservant, having seen her once, confirmed there was some likeness, yet consort Shi's beauty was indeed rare in the world. By mere appearance, while Shen Qing was beautiful, she did not quite measure up to her. The queen let out a cold laugh, remarking that the Emperor must have noticed the situation, intentionally provoking the Empress Dowager with such a repugnant display. After all, how could he have avoided the Zhaohua Palace for over half a month, only to visit today? Does our esteemed Empress Dowager truly believe she can manipulate the Emperor? Jinji replied, Your Highness speaks the truth. Reflecting on the Emperor having already embarrassed the Empress Dowager, she felt a slight sense of satisfaction, but then considered that preparations for the upcoming New Year festivities were imminent. The favored consort had also completed her confinement and was sure to pay her respects. It was said that her temper had grown increasingly fierce over the past month. Upon hearing this, Jinji scoffed. In my observation, she indeed bears a resemblance to the former consort. The queen narrowed her eyes at this, saying, Is that so? Then I shall pay close attention tomorrow. Chapter 95. Deliberate intentions. The queen was preoccupied with a morning audience scheduled for the following day, while Shen Qing, having attended to Xian Yuanling, was also mindful of the impending court visit. In fact, once Xian Yuanling departed for the imperial study due to the early hour, Shen Qing discreetly instructed Wang Lu to gather information. She found it rather peculiar that Xian Yuanling would come during daylight hours without cause, and soon, Wang Lu recounted the affair concerning Shen Qing. This revelation was indeed enlightening for Shen Qing. She pondered the Empress Dowager's peculiar maneuvering, having accomplished nothing of substance, yet managing to create a significant stir. It appeared as though she had inadvertently provided Shen Qing with a form of support. Grateful for this unexpected turn of events, Shen Qing couldn't help but marvel at the Empress Dowager's cunning. Reflecting on the matter, she surmised that the queen's mood was unlikely to be favorable, especially considering her notorious temper. With a morning audience looming, Shen Qing inquired, Has Fang Pin completed her confinement? Though Wang Lu hadn't paid attention to this detail, Chunhua had. Indeed, the timing aligns perfectly. Having completed her confinement, she must now prepare for the audience. Shen Qing mused over the sumptuous meals prepared for Fang Pin during her confinement and smiled to herself. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to set aside further thoughts on the matter. Given the necessity of an early rise the next day, it would be prudent to retire early. Thus, she partook in her evening meal and indulged in a brief reading session before retiring for the night. On the following day, she awoke early, greeted by a blanket of snow that had fallen during the night. The world outside was a glistening white, and Wang Lu, along with others, was already engaged in clearing the snow. Chunhua attended to her rising, and Shen Qing, observing the frigid air, instructed, Please fetch the sable cloak bestowed by the Emperor. The room was warmed by the charcoal fire, and while the snow outside was indeed picturesque, she felt no inclination to venture into the cold. Once she was dressed and ready, she donned the cloak and set out towards the Fengyi Palace. The path was meticulously cleared by the diligent servants who had started their work in the early hours. Shen Qing arrived at Fengyi Palace well before the others, a routine they had grown accustomed to. As Jinji emerged from attending to the queen, she caught sight of Shen Qing clad in the sable cloak. She pursed her lips, recognizing the exquisite garment. It was a rare piece crafted from snow-white sable, clearly a product of considerable effort and resources. The Emperor had not declared whom the cloak was meant for, yet it had quietly been bestowed upon noble consort Shi. For over 20 days, Xian Yuanling had remained aloof towards Shen Qing, and now, with her adorned in such a valuable item, Jinji felt a renewed sense of apprehension towards Shen Qing. Realizing that the Emperor had deemed her worthy of such a precious gift, Gradually, the audience attendees began to arrive, including Fong Pin, newly emerged from her confinement. Fong Pin was met with obligatory congratulations from the others, their expressions a mix of feigned delight and genuine respect. Fong Pin has evidently enjoyed a splendid confinement, her complexion radiant and her spirits high, with a hint of joy illuminating her eyes. However, reflecting on her previous humiliation when she had Yu Hui kneel for 2 hours, one could hardly have anticipated that it would be Fong Pin basking in triumph, while Yu Hui languishes in misfortune. The dynamics of the imperial harem truly shift like the wind. When Yu Hui came to pay her respects, the sight of Fong Pin's exuberance inevitably reminded her of the second prince, stirring feelings of both envy and heartache, leaving her visibly distressed. The empress, observing Yu Hui's demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction, yet Fong Pin's smugness also pricked at her sensibilities. Yu Hui was afflicted by the memory of the second prince's demise, while the empress, childless, shared in the sentiment of discontent. As Shen Qing quietly observed the undercurrents between them, the tension soon flowed in her direction, sparked by Li Marin's sudden remark about her splendid cloak. The cloak of noble consort, she is truly beautiful. The empress, taking note, raised an eyebrow, recalling that the emperor possessed a similar fur cloak. With the remark made, Shen Qing naturally responded. This humble servant has always been sensitive to the cold, and, with some boldness, requested this item from the emperor. She sighed, adding, "It was rather reckless of me to approach his majesty in such a manner." Her words reminded everyone of the 20 days Shen Qing had been unjustly neglected, implying that her audacity in requesting the cloak had led the emperor to perceive her as overstepping her bounds. Although it was a gift, it had nonetheless resulted in her prolonged absence from His Majesty's presence. This reflection led to a collective sentiment that Shen Qing had been rather naive. After all, while the fur cloak appeared valuable, it was insignificant compared to the affection of the emperor. Fong Pin, unable to divert her gaze, found her perspective altered after a month of indulgence. She felt her own cloak paled in comparison to Shen Qing's, causing a subtle shift in her feelings. Furthermore, recalling how she had once instigated discord between Shen Qing and Yu Hui, nearly leading to Shen Qing's demise at Yu Hui's hands, she pondered how, with the second prince's death and Yu Hui's decline, Shen Qing, now favored, had risked incurring the emperor's displeasure over a mere cloak. Such folly made Fong Pin regard Shen Qing as foolish. Though they were not particularly acquainted, Fong Pin could not help but feel disdainful, questioning how someone could allow themselves to be neglected for 20 days over a cloak. What longevity could one expect from such fleeting favor? Shen Qing, acutely aware of the gazes directed at her, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Throughout this audience, she maintained her composure, while the empress inquired most about the third prince, with Fong Pin extolling the child's virtues, earning abundant praise from all present. As the audience concluded and Shen Qing prepared to depart, Fong Pin's envy for her cloak intensified. Noticing Fong Pin's gaze, Shen Qing offered, "If noble consort Fong desires, I will be happy to lend you this cloak for your enjoyment." Although Fong Pin admired the cloak, Shen Qing's words made her seem petty. Unable to tolerate such an implication, Fong Pin retorted coldly, "Do you presume it is solely yours? To forsake the emperor's favor for such a trinket speaks of your humble origins, unworthy of the grand stage." Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback. After Fong Pin finished speaking, she departed, leaving Chen Hua gazing at Shen Qing, who appeared visibly distressed, her face flushed with shame. Ultimately, unable to endure the embarrassment, she turned and returned to Fengyi Palace. The empress was still present and noticed Shen Qing re-entering, shedding her cloak. "Your Majesty, I, a humble servant, am unworthy of such favors. I beseech you to return this on behalf of His Majesty." As she spoke, her expression bore the weight of frustration and unshed tears. The empress furrowed her brow in concern. "What is the matter?" Shen Qing poured forth the entirety of Fong Pin's remarks. "I've already felt the sting of neglect from His Majesty. I regret my past decisions. And now to hear Fong Pin speak thus. Your Majesty, I truly—" "Enough," the empress interjected. "The gifts bestowed by His Majesty cannot be so easily rescinded. As for Fong Pin, do not take her words to heart. She has only recently given birth to the third prince, and her temperament may be understandably heightened. This was not merely a defense of Fong Pin, but rather a means to stoke further animosity. Shen Qing, feeling utterly vexed, could only excuse herself once again. Chunhua, witnessing Shen Qing's return to Fengyi Palace, grew anxious. However, Shen Qing soon emerged again, and once they had distanced themselves, Chunhua inquired. Shen Qing exhaled deeply, remarking, "I am truly exhausted. Let us summon the kitchen to prepare a feast. The more, the merrier, and you should join as well." Observing her demeanor, which seemed to have shed the earlier distress, Chunhua's mind turned in confusion, yet she still asked, "Noble one, was that intentional?" Chapter 96. The new year approaches. Shen Qing curled her lips into a mischievous smile, her demeanor slightly impish. "Indeed," she replied. Chunhua, observing her playfulness, felt her earlier unease dissipate. "I am perplexed, esteemed one. Why do you choose to do this?" Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, gesturing to her snow mink cloak. "Is it not beautiful? Indeed, it is lovely. But is it not excessive? Excessive, perhaps. Does it provoke resentment?" Chunhua hesitated, her brow furrowed. In this palace, the emperor's gifts are often conspicuous. However, if this garment incites animosity, it would be prudent for you to keep it concealed rather than donning it openly. One would be foolish not to wear something so exquisite. In this biting cold, a snow mink cloak is a splendid asset, Shen Qing remarked. Moreover, I have always remained humble and have never sought the empress's favor. If I do not display some form of appreciation, it may raise suspicions. Given her favored status, it would be illogical for her to constantly appease the empress without reason. An astute observer would surely question the authenticity of her humility. Would you not find it disingenuous if a favored individual were to act so subserviently? With this frank observation, Chunhua finally grasped the implication. You believe the empress might view your favor as a threat? The notion that her husband lavished attention on other women in the harem, especially those who had borne children, was indeed glaring. If those women ceased to draw attention, would she not become the focus instead? Chunhua had always shown the empress the utmost respect. If she failed to stir any controversy, the empress might suspect that her reverence was a mere facade, seeking protection. Over time, if the empress discerned this pretense, how could she expect to maintain her standing? Shen Qing was indeed supportive of the empress, yet she was not oblivious to her machinations. Her allegiance to the empress was clear, yet her actions could easily appear suspicious. Previously, she sought the empress's aid after suffering an injustice, and now she turned to her once more after facing another slight from Fong Pin. Furthermore, this cloak had evidently displeased the emperor, indicating a potential decline in his favor. Her anxiety, manifested in her excessive deference to the empress, thus became more comprehensible. Such reasoning would surely lessen the empress's vigilance towards her. Moreover, it served as a subtle means for the empress to assess whether Fong Pin might be the next to rise in prominence. Ultimately, Shen Qing's visit that day bore fruit. Both she and the empress had gained insight. Upon returning, Shen Qing indulged in a hearty meal, inviting Chunhua and others to join her. Following their feast, they engaged in a game of mahjong, ensuring yet another tranquil day passed without incident. As the days rolled on, the new year approached. According to tradition, the palace would host a grand evening banquet, a customary affair where attendees donned auspicious attire and exchanged well wishes. Shen Qing, however, had never truly relished the palace banquets. Yet, post-banquet, her days had been filled with delightful hot pot feasts. In this place, there exists hot pot. However, the ingredients and vegetables differ significantly from contemporary offerings. Shen Qing instructed the imperial kitchen to prepare a dual-flavor pot, one with bone broth and the other with beef tallow, along with various delicacies such as beef tongue, tendons, and tripe, which the kitchen typically does not serve. Initially, Chunhua and Fang Yun hesitated to partake in these awful dishes, but soon they became quite enamored with them. As the new year approached, other dishes faded into the background, overshadowed entirely by the hot pot that captivated everyone. The imperial kitchen found this method refreshing, yet they hesitated to serve it to the various palaces, considering that offal is generally not favored. Shen Qing, seeking good fortune, distributed red envelopes to everyone on New Year's Eve, ensuring even the servants of Zhaohua Palace receive their share, encouraging all to indulge in feasting and merriment, a gesture reminiscent of a year-end celebration. With the increase in festivities within Zhaohua Palace, the harmonious atmosphere created an air of joy. The servants, with sweet tongues, exchanged auspicious words, some even sharing witty jokes. Shen Qing observed these interactions with delight, finding the new year to be quite enjoyable. Meanwhile, Shen Qing herself remained indifferent to the festivities, but outside, the servants expressed their sentiments. Wang Lu remarked, "I never imagined that entering the palace would lead to such days. Our noble lady is truly extraordinary." This opened the floodgates for conversation. Having indulged in wine, the servants felt emboldened to voice thoughts usually kept to themselves. They had never encountered a noble like Shen Qing, one who exudes grace and kindness. Though she appears regal, her genuine warmth compels admiration, evoking not only respect but also affection. Despite her lowly background and the hardships of the harem, she has managed to flourish, inspiring true reverence. This admiration extends beyond mere respect. It draws people to her. For instance, when Wang Lu unearthed a worm while tending to flowers, Shen Qing was momentarily startled, leading Wang Lu to fear reprimand. Instead, she laughed at her own fright and insisted he keep the incident confidential to avoid embarrassment. How endearing. Wang Lu found this amusing, often seeking to present Shen Qing with delightful little curiosities. He was not alone in this sentiment. Fang Yun and Chunhua also made new garments, eagerly urging Shen Qing to don them. When she did, their joy was palpable. Such charm invites affection, and thus it is no wonder the emperor holds her in such high regard. Her intelligence and charm, combined with her pleasing appearance, further enhance her allure. The newly arrived young eunuch, Xiao Li, once believed palace servants were less than human, but being treated so kindly by a noble lady made him feel truly valued. Having endured a challenging initiation period in the palace, Chunhua understood Xiao Li's sentiment. She reassured him, saying, "What nonsense! How could you not be human? As long as we remain loyal to our noble lady, Zhaohua Palace will thrive, and so shall we." Perhaps it is the influence of the seasonal atmosphere that stirs within Xiao Li, for the words of Chunhua resonate deeply within him. Indeed, as long as we remain loyal to our benefactors, their kindness will ultimately reflect upon us. Meanwhile, Shen Qing had long succumbed to slumber, unaware that outside, a collective of individuals, typically reticent, had huddled together, contemplating how to safeguard the illustrious Zhaohua Palace and the one who resided within it. Thus, the first night of a new year passed peacefully and joyously. It was not until 4 days later that Xian Yuanling, having attended to the empress and the children, finally made his way to Shen Qing. It was still within the New Year festivities, and as Xian Yuanling arrived, Shen Qing had intended to indulge in hot pot. His timing was fortuitous. However, upon seeing him, Shen Qing did not inquire about the meal, but instead extended her hand towards him. "What is this?" Xian Yuanling observed her delicate palm, sensing that she desired him to take her hand. Yet he did not grasp it. And when Shen Qing noticed his intention to reach out, she withdrew her hand. Seeing Xian Yuanling frown, she finally spoke, "Your Majesty." What a red envelope for the new year. Chapter 97. Together in the snow, Xian Yuanling initially assumed she sought to hold his hand, but to his surprise, she was there to request a red envelope. His brows furrowed in confusion. "What is this? Did you not receive a reward a few days ago? It is customary to give gifts during the new year. Every palace does so." With that, Shen Qing turned and dashed inside, leaving Xian Yuanling standing outside in bewilderment. Chunhua dared not follow her master, having felt a flicker of fear upon hearing Shen Qing ask for a red envelope. It was unusual for a noble to request such a thing from the emperor. Moments later, Shen Qing emerged, a plump pouch in her hands, which she presented to Xian Yuanling with both hands. "I have prepared a New Year's red envelope for your Majesty. This was crafted by my own hands, and I wish for your Majesty to have a prosperous new year." Xian Yuanling gazed at the bulging pouch, instinctively accepting it. The weight of it surprised him, and the embroidery, though not exquisite, revealed the clumsy stitches that bespoke its homemade nature. Such a pouch would never be produced in the palace. This was indeed the work of the little one herself. He had heard many auspicious phrases during the new year, yet it had been years since he had received a red envelope. Whether as a prince or now as an emperor, he had always been the one to bestow gifts. The head of a family and a nation, accustomed to the lavish offerings from his ministers. Receiving this pouch was a novelty he had not experienced in a long time. Shen Yuanling felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Shen Hua watched Shen Qing fabricate her story, knowing full well that the pouch was merely a leftover from the noble's embroidery practice, repurposed to avoid waste. Shen Qing had hastily filled it with coins to delight the emperor. Gazing at Shen Yuanling, Shen Qing implored, "I have prepared this for you. Yet you have nothing for me?" In truth, Shen Yuanling had not prepared anything for her. He had arranged rewards previously, and several days had passed since the new year. How could he have known she still desired a red envelope? She truly was ignorant of the customs. However, with the pouch in hand, it seemed inappropriate to accept it without reciprocation. "I will have Zhao Hai bring you something later," he decided. Jewelry had already been given, but after a moment's reflection, he remembered a box of luminous pearls. "Have Zhao Hai fetch those as well." Shen Qing blinked, hesitating to respond. Observing her expression, Shen Yuanling discerned her discontent and thought to himself that this little one was becoming increasingly spoiled, proving difficult to appease. Just then, Shen Qing linked her arm through his and led him into the inner chamber, closing the door behind them. Her demeanor suggested that there would be no further gifts to follow. "Are you not pleased?" Shen Yuanling asked. "Shall I send Zhao Hai at once?" Shen Qing agreed, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "That is not what I meant." She glanced at the jade pendant hanging from his waist. Shen Yuanling chuckled. "Ah, you little imp. Are you coveting my possessions? You cannot wear this. It bears the dragon motif. I do not wish to wear it. I shall keep it to gaze upon and ease my longing," she replied. Shen Qing tugged at his arm and shook it gently. "I am very well behaved, and one tea let anyone else see. I only wish to secretly gaze at the emperor by myself. Is that acceptable?" Shen Yuanling could not help but imagine the scene. This little one, longing for him, clutching his jade pendant as she secretly pined for him. It ignited a warmth within him, and despite the winter chill, he felt a surge of heat. How could he refuse her? It was no wonder that men in the realm professed their love with phrases like, "Whatever you desire, even the moon in the sky, I shall grant you." Indeed, he felt a similar sentiment. After all, it was merely a jade pendant. He swiftly